Good. I think we are good to go. Oh, snap. It was actually. Bang. Oops. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever y'all are living. How is everyone doing today? See if they have their coaster today. I guarantee they don't have their coaster today.
With a fucking major rain, yo, take some monopoly money, bro. Show me them titties.
You cannot. Oh. Cannot call in. Oh wait, that's not. Boba, what's up, my love? What's up? What's up? Okay, so that is Marvel Rivals. We cannot join in. Boba is hold up, chat. Boba's crying. What's up, Boba? What's up, Boba?
Protect your bald king.
Let's go, BB.
Boba. Boba was crying. Nope. Oh, come on.
Protect your bald king.
Hi, checked. Hi, Jay.
Boba was crying to get in. Now he wants to get back out. No, Boba. You stay here. You stay here. Okay, chat. Good morning, good afternoon,
Protect
good
your
evening.
bald king.
Yeah, that's green. Ooh. Okay, I have the bets. I have the gambling all set up for you guys. Gambling is set up. Everything is set up. You guys are going to be able to gamble and all that stuff again. By the way, Andrea, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. Matsugio with 19 months and Slater for 11 months. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah. You want to see who's playing today? I have the list here of everyone who's playing today as well. So we're going to be able to do all that. Boba, you cannot ask to get out and then come back in and then get out and come back in. Boba. Do this. You either have to stay in or go out. That the closed door has to. Hold up, chat. Bro. I ran into my first cheater and instantly thought of you, Jay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that supposed to mean? Whoa, whoa. We ain't no cheater. What's up, Carter? How you doing? How you doing? Whoa. I've been heavy on your vids. Hey, appreciate it, appreciate it. Jay cheating? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I am not a cheater, chat. Even if my something is too low. If you know, you know. The first stream is going to be peak. Your first stream that you are going to watch is me watching the pro games. That's a RA, which is the best watch parties. I appreciate that. What's up, Danny? Did you sleep on the couch? I did not. Uh-oh. They're going to probably show Black Cat a lot today, chat. They are probably going to show Black Cat a lot. Yeah. Will the pros be up playing Black Cat? Black Cat's not even out yet, chat. So how can the pros play Black Cat if she's not out? But eventually, I'm pretty sure in the normal season they will, not in the preseason. Yeah. She's not gonna be played today though. Or this, I guess, this weekend. Hot take, I think they should be playing a patch ahead. That is a... I say this with the most respect. That is a very room temperature take. How do you want people who've been playing the game to play on a patch ahead? I don't, it doesn't make any sense. How can they practice something that has not actually been out yet? Jade, by the way, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. Yeah, I do not know what... Oh, it's like Rankdle, but Marveldle. Oh, it makes sense. No, I don't do Rankdle anymore, actually. I stopped doing it for a while. Nice. Oh my god, chat. I have to tell you guys something. Here, I'm gonna start the gambling for you guys right now. Start prediction, which team will win. You have Team Heretics against, I think that is Vision, right? Perfect. Yeah, it is ESN. Oh, my camera already broke. Nice. Okay, I am letting you guys do your 10-minute prediction starting right now. But I started playing. After my stream yesterday, I played, I just wanted to see what the hype was about this game. And I downloaded, I don't know if you guys know, on Steam, Windrose. Bro, I love games like that. You go out, you gather supplies, you build your own bases, you can probably build your own ships, like... Oh, I haven't gotten to that part. I just started the game, but it's been a lot of fucking fun. It's like a pirate game. Yeah, you go out there, you build your own stuff. It's not PvP though. It's only PvE, which is very rare for me to like because I love PvP. But bro, I've been having a lot of fucking fun. You can you do pirate, like you go on other boats, you could raid other boats. It's pretty cool.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
It is pretty cool. I'll probably play it with you guys on stream if we have enough time. I really want to like do a day where I just play with you guys on stream. But wait, what? Play the game with you guys on stream. Which team should I put all my money in? I do not. Oh, I should probably go over here so you guys can see what the teams are playing today. I do not rig the system. If you think a team is going to win, you need to trust yourself, man. Trust in your own bet. Like if you and me go to a casino and I was like, hey man, you should put everything on black, and it ends up being red, I don't want to be the fucking person you blame because you lost all your money. Listen, you shouldn't have trusted me. But if you did trust me and you did land on a lot of money, well, I do expect half of that.
For EMEA, we're in the preseason playoff mandated. We're the best region out of all of them from international events. But here, we are just focusing on the EMEA teams. It is settling meta.
Is that good volume for you guys?
With us, but there's still a lot to play for, both for bragging rights, Moxie, but also for some of these teams, whether any changes could be made before stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, the trade window between preseason and stage 1 is going to mean that a lot of these teams want to be looking as competitive as possible so that players have the best opportunity.
Marvel Rivals Ignite is a tournament. Yes. What's going on, man?
We also now have both groups A and B being thrown together. So finally, we'll get to address the question of like, okay, if Virtus Pro was in Group A, how exactly would that situation between Na'Vi and Heretics and Shikigami have gone down with the world champions in the mix too?
Sure, and I guess Tetcher, the main thing is like, sure, we had the addition of White Fox, but a lot of balance changes, big focus on Gambit and Elsa, of course, but it feels now for playoffs, things have settled somewhat, but I would imagine with some of these teams, there's a couple of ideas that are saved in the back pocket for moments like this.
Wait.
If you're going to be hiding strategies, now is the time to be unleashing them, especially with the new patch coming out tomorrow. As a reminder for the people watching, that all the teams are playing on the Season 7 patch with some of those hotfixes, not the upcoming patch, which affects, of course, some of the balance changes, but also the very important crowd control adjustments, where you get a little bit of tenacity after you get hit with a few points of CC. So if you have something that you prepared for this patch, drop it. Now's the time. Get it out of the way.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty to go over, but to sort of hit the main points, we have to start with
Naxxon, you don't need to do that, but I appreciate it. What's up, Big Rob? How you doing? Good morning, good morning.
Of Black Cat that we know is coming into the game. For everybody else tomorrow, for preseason, it's not going to be available alongside Lower Manhattan. So the newest map, the newest character duelist added in of Felicia Hardy, we're not going to be seeing them in action over the next 4 days. But whilst she might be pairing Meow, her opponents are screaming Meow, oh my god, she really hurts, because the damage that she can do as a duelist is pretty scary, and all of the other bells and whistles literally attached to him. It just seems to be the perfect comparison of a character that's going to bring a lot to the table, just not quite for this event.
Yeah, bringing a lot to the table is probably the best way to describe what Black Cat's going to be in game. But speaking of bringing a lot to the table, 3 more skins.
So you guys heard that. So there's not going to be the new map, Lower Manhattan, which I think should never be in Bro Play, because I don't like that scan. The scanning thing should not be in competitive gameplay, chat. And then you don't also have Black Cat for the pro games.
Oh, those costumes, they're looking good. They're looking exceptionally fine. But you know what else is also looking good? We've got our roadmap for the rest of Season 7.5. So we get to see what exactly is going to be coming for the latest season. We've got new costumes, we've got new events, looking at you, new PvE mode, Blood Hunt, as well as finally getting to see that Path to Doomsday Event 1 with Loki versus the original Avengers, where you get to choose if you want to play as the God of Mischief or if you want to play as one of the Avengers, which, I mean, looking at the Avengers line, there's not a strategist in that group composition, so I'm putting my money on Loki on that one.
Focus them greens.
Yeah,
can you guys believe that the Avengers doesn't have a strategist, man?
Like involved with the skins, for example. In this case, Team Heretics, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro.
I'd love if Marvel Rivals made tournaments for console players. Can console players sign up for MRC through their console? I just don't think you see a lot of MRC teams actually. Sorry, not MRC. I just don't think you see a lot of console teams make it through, because
But in this case, we do have a couple of things to get through when it comes to playoffs, right?
They probably lose.
For example,
but you do have controller players on PC.
That it has been just playing through these groups, round robin, more of a chance for these teams despite the fact that some of them haven't qualified for playoffs, Tetcher, they at least got a couple more innings than 2 best-of-3s in these cases. And I think
Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun.
I wouldn't still say that they're set when it comes to there's going to be a huge roster mania. A top
what's up,
8
David?
finish might not be enough for some of these squads if they're looking to change up.
Very much so. This is, like we keep harking on about, the best region in the world. We have 2 separate world champion teams in here, and people are going to be coming in only looking to be the best. So that top 8 finish for a lot of these
16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, 4 days, chat. Thursday to Sunday, we have strictly the playoffs.
So yeah, there is a chance we could see some roster changes, or there is a chance that these teams will just double down, trust each other, learn and just evolve.
Wait, what's the
together,
prediction ratio looking
potentially
like over
become
here?
even stronger together without those changes. It's exciting to see.
Team
but
Heretics,
there's still
94%.
more games to go through before
Vision,
we get to that point.
23 people voted on Vision for 100K.
The main
Oof.
focus for preseason is honestly to give these teams a chance to make sure that their affairs are in order. We don't see any intra-regional tournaments happening like we will do for mid-season finals and the grand finals. They're more for stage 1 and stage 2, Moxie. This one just feels like you've got a good amount of prize pool, but it's making sure that you are ready for the season.
The new CC changes
it's
won't do
making sure that,
anything.
like,
They need
your
to add
team
diminishing
as a
returns
whole will be
instead.
able to perform through the whole stretch
No,
of
the new
stage
CC
one,
changes
right? You're
definitely do
working
things,
out.
especially if
Scrims
you're on
is
social
one
media
thing,
looking at
actually
all of it.
performing
But
on official capacity
yeah.
is something else entirely. Some of these teams, like, they do really, really good in scrims.
It
We've
does
heard
do
all
a
about,
lot of
scrim
changes,
box.
man.
And look at how everyone's predictions went. Oh boy, group stage predictions looked a little bit rough. Because some teams, they did really, really good before we actually kick-started off the group stages, and then when we got into group stages, there were a lot of teams that I think maybe people underestimated who were able to perform and punch up.
Actually, another real question. Sorry, go on, Tetcher.
Our production has actually sent us the statistics of like how many people got the predictions right, and for EMEA, the group stages, 3 people. 3 total got 100% of the predictions right. Above 80% was only 114 out of the thousands upon thousands that went through and did those predictions.
3 people got the prediction. Oh, dude, they should go hit the fucking lottery. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, nobody got it right for America, which isn't surprising in the slightest. And I think it's only going to get a bit more crazy once we actually get into playoffs, where there's less chances of messing it up because you don't have to order everybody. It is just like who's going to win those like individual matchups. But
how's your day going? Oh, it
on
just started, man. It just started.
Like I said before, Lower Manhattan not involved.
We just went live, man.
Just yet.
We have a long day ahead of us, chat.
You're surprised that we're seeing quite a lot of, or very little of, when it comes to Convoy or Convergence.
TTK playing TTK's this is EMEA, chat. This is not North America.
Some people are like,
you have to wait until North America goes live.
We can have a cheese
But
competition
I'm pretty sure all the teams played today. All of the teams who are in the playoffs play.
Attack, yeah, it was a full hold or an OT cap. So I don't know if we see more of Shin Shibuya come for this time around, now that there's been a little bit more time for teams to refamiliarize themselves with it.
I'm actually kind of leaning that way, but for a different reason. Shin Shibuya as well, but I thought we might see it more for that reason, where teams would do the emergency, okay, we lost round 1, pull out the map that neither of us have played on in ages to potentially get a little bit of, like, unexpected potential in there. But no, we actually did see a little bit of Shin Shibuya, which was delightful to see, but a lot of teams were still focused on the more traditional maps, and we saw a lot more Central Park, for example, than we have in at least a little bit. So I do like that we've been seeing Shin Shibuya, but I was
Why would you feel bad, Roy? That's just the name of the game, bro.
And of course, we're looking at, like,
I'm pretty sure it happens here as well.
Different system than we see in MRC, and I think when we're looking at those first
Oh,
bands
is
that we've
this
seen, the first set of torches on the left, it pretty much has been 2 characters, right? It has been Gambit or Elsa. Mantis is starting to creep up a little bit more, and I would imagine in this case, looking at how
hey, thank you, I just took a shower.
Heretics, who we're about to see in this first matchup, that seems to be the one Tetcher that I'm like, Mantis is probably going to contest Gambit and Elsa a bit more.
I don't understand the banning stuff. Can you save a character that's already banned? No, you can. They do a really horrible job on this image showing you guys what the bans look like. The bans are, if one team bans, the other team gets affected, not your team. So if I ban Bucky, your team can't play Bucky, but my team can still play Bucky. And what do you call it? And
seems to
also,
be,
you
like,
cannot
the
you can
main
save
struggle,
characters,
really.
but you cannot
And I
save
guess,
characters
like,
that are already
without
banned by the
giving
other
too
team.
much away, 'cause obviously I
It's
know
not
we're all
weird. I
responsible
like
for
it. I
different
love it.
experiences,
It's
like,
really
a
good.
group in
It
the
prevents the
background, like,
teams from like
there's some
running the
characters that are
same
just
stuff.
naturally gonna fall in and out.
In
There's definitely
Overwatch, for an
better ones
example, there
falling
used to
down
be
a
no
little bit when it
bans, and
comes
you
to,
would
like,
just
how
watch
much
8 hours of
protected,
just
but it seems to be at the moment
the
whether
same
it's
team
triple
comps playing
strategists or
against the
not,
same team comps. It's
strategists
boring. At
that
least
are
these
defining
games,
these
you
kind
never
of drafts,
see
right? And they're the
a
characters that we've
full
seen a lot
team of the same characters, which I like.
and also banning them out when you get the chance.
Yeah, I think like your,
very
your
rare. It
instant
still can
ban
happen.
into your
Very
instant
rare.
save vastly defines the composition that you're wanting to play, because like we saw a little bit earlier in the stages, a lot of people were coin flopping between, do we go with a Gambit instant ban, do we go with an Elsa instant ban? When we went into the second and later stages of groups, that sort of flattened out a little bit more into just a general everyone instant bans the Elsa because
chat.
people worked out what a
I might need to
powerhouse
go to
she
the
can
bathroom
be.
before.
But especially when we're looking at this first
I might need to go
matchup
to the
here
bathroom
between
before the first
Heretics
match.
and Vision. Vision liked to have Gambit. They actually preferred having
Listen,
the
I just woke
Gambit
up.
save
I've
as
not gone to
opposed
the
the
bathroom
Elsa
today.
save. So maybe
I only
we
took a
see
shower.
that mentality play out
Okay,
yet
yeah.
again,
No,
where it's
bro,
one
what do you
side
mean, bro?
really
We just
wanting the
started. Listen,
prioritization
I
of
am a
the Elsa
morning
into
bathroom
that
person.
Gambit instead.
Some people go out in the afternoon.
Have a
Some
look
people
at
go
the
out at
playoffs
night.
as well.
I am a
So
morning
now
person.
these teams are more used to it because we have had GSL double elimination brackets throughout the group stages of stage 1 and stage 2 last year. This time, like we mentioned, round robin in case of going through the groups. Now these teams sort of looking to upset. And I think for the day 1 of action, as these are all going to be best of 5s, we'll go with Moxie for this one because I do feel like there is a firm favorite in all 4 of these games that we're seeing today. And it would be a surprise to see the likes of Heretics, Rad Shikigami is a 50-50, I think. But Navi, Virtus Pro, Team Heretics, for sure the favorites in their matchup later on today.
Yeah, I would agree. I think there's firm favorites for 3 out of 4 of those matches. Like you said, Rad versus Shiki is the outlier. I can see that going, honestly, one way or the other, potentially. Rad's really, really strong. We know that they can play so many different compositions. We already got to see them play the Ultron composition, actually on Domination a little bit earlier in the group stage. But Shiki are a beast of a dive team. I think it goes 5 maps. I would say I'm probably going to be disappointed if it doesn't. I just give it to Rad slightly over Shiki in that we're starting to move away from just dive being the be-all, end-all. We're already getting to see the Lunar Snow and the White Fox be impactful at taking down the Venom, and Shiki is best at the Venom dive. Kaya is one of, if not the best vanguards in the region, in our region at least, at being able to play the Venom dive.
Actually, you predicted Shikigami to win that one. I think everybody else was leaning more towards Rad. So why is this series potentially going their way, but why is it a close one in comparison to all of the others?
Again, I do agree that it is so close. We've got some of a team that's actually been together for a little bit now, since around stage 2 in Ignite, or a little bit after stage 2 in Ignite, cooking with Kaya, transforming into this new Shikigami roster. They are an incredibly powerful roster. Like Moxie said, they are a little bit ahead of the game with some of the dive stuff compared to some of the other teams. They were one of the first teams to take a map off of Na'Vi because they do cook in the background. They cook different strategies prepared for certain teams. So Rad, on the other hand, is just made up of some incredible players. One of the best frontline duos that we have, full stop, with Ducky and Lugia. Them coming together makes them so scary, but I'm giving it a little bit to the team that's just been together as a 6 a bit longer. So that's why I lean that way a little. Who knows what could happen, because it is that close. It really was that close in the decision making for me. And also, there's a chance they could meet, as it's double elimination a second time in the bracket as well. In which question, who is justice quicker? Who's able to...
Okay, I'm glad that we didn't start the game yet.
I feel like it's going back to like Chopped versus FaZe at the end of stage 2. I'm like, I actually adore both of these teams because they are the ones looking to perform a little bit more. But now that both are representing organizations, it isn't just these.
Yo, first time watching from Australia. Isn't it very like
second series that you guys
early for you? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Day and Vodable for the final 2 best of 5, so we're not going to just burst into flames after casting so much Marvel Rivals. But like going on to this first series, as you guys saw, Team Heretics versus Vision. Vision a little bit late to the party here, but we will focus on Team Heretics, not only because they're all in the server ready and waiting to go, but also a dominant group.
Well, did I miss anything?
5-0, didn't drop a map at all. Amalgamation of the Citadel roster that we saw in EMEA, as well as a couple of players from Insomnia and Naga from Na'Vi. This team hasn't skipped a beat, has it, Moxie? They've been superb to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they've had some statement games too. We thought that them going up against Na'Vi could potentially be a nail-biter of a series that even in a first-to-two format would still see 3 maps at least. Nope, 2 and
Do you think
0,
Virtus Pro will
and
take the win?
They steamrolled.
I've played
Honestly,
against them
for
in a
some of
tourney
those
way
fights,
back
I
before
think,
it was like night. I'm
the
biased.
flexibility that
Virtus
they have,
Pro
like,
is a
if
very
you
good
go
team.
back
They
and
won the
watch
grand
any match
finals
in group
last year.
stages, I strongly advise to go back
But,
and watch the
I
Hell's
mean,
Heaven map between them
characters
and
get
Na'Vi
changed,
from
metas
Enzo's
shift.
POV. Because
They
that
are looking
Hulk
really
strategy
strong,
that
so
we're seeing
we'll
from teams
probably
from
see. I think they're a really
America,
great
like, yeah,
team.
we lose. Yeah, it's
They're a really
really,
great
really
team.
good in EMEA, where so many teams in EMEA rely on things like the Jeff. If you have Hulk bubbles, you don't have to worry about Jeffel, and it comes up so frequently
Wait,
that
19?
Enzo on the Hulk is literally almost incredible. He's able to be in the front line, finding isolated players, and the moment that he knows his backline is
A
being pressured, he just gets
19-hour
to jump back
difference
and guard them
in
because
Australia,
Hulk mobility, 0
but
cooldown.
from
You can
where
jump
I
as
live,
many
there's
times
no
as you
way.
want.
If you guys are saying it's 11,
Those adjustments to his jump charge
15.
as well a couple patches ago have made such a difference. Even
That's
if you jump a
14
little bit
hours.
further with a shorter wind-up, means that exactly as Moxie says, you can dive
That's
backline
crazy.
and then dive back to your own backline in time for bubbles. And Enzo, who was one of the peaks of the Hulk gameplay in season 0 and 1, it's just beautiful to see it back.
that is crazy.
I mean, when it comes to
What does
stats,
it
Enzo's
feel
the
like to
highest
live in the
damage
future?
10 minutes across all of the Vanguards in EMEA, and it's no surprise as to why. But I do think that there's one player in particular that I think is worth highlighting for Heretics, and it has been the addition of Naga. Not only because of people like Enzo saying how superb he has been in, but the amount of whether it's playing with him or against him that people go, Naga as a player wasn't that impressive until you play with him or against him. And it's certainly when we're looking at him playing a bunch of Mantis or just various other strategists. I think he debuted the Invisible Woman last week as well, which was a bit more of a surprise. It is actually ridiculous the kind of performance that Naga is putting together, right, Moxie? It's just how much damage
it's
he's able to
quite
put out,
nice here in the
but he
future,
also
at least
seems
in the
to be
UK.
just the
Is it
mental
not raining?
reset of the team. He's such a wholesome guy that he's always playing with a smile on his face, honestly.
And I mean, that's something that you're going to need, right? When you're going into these longer
Oh, shit.
series. If something starts
thing the
going a
game time's
little
not
bit
chat. I'm gonna get my
wrong,
water real
you
quick.
want to still be able to have the team morale so that everyone knows, okay, we can talk it out, we can work out what's going wrong, we can work out what we should be doing instead, and it doesn't just become one fight loss spiraling into a map loss, spiraling into a whole series loss. But I think, moving away from looking at the duelist line, looking at the Vanguard line, we have to look at the back line too, because the lines of composition that the Heretics are cooking up, they're already getting to show off a lot of flexibility. We talked about the Vanguard Deadpool being one of the main focuses in the ban draft. I don't know if you can actually use that against Heretics, since we've already seen Alex play the strategist Deadpool when the Vanguard Deadpool was banned out instead. So I think actually, if your vision, we might see something else get banned there.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the characters that we've seen exclusively played out that has been involved in some drafts when it comes to banning and a little bit of protected Tetra is Jeff. And Oasis has been playing a lot of Jeff. Maybe a couple of mistakes, as we saw in the earlier stages. But just as a reminder, this is how the team's looking. You got Limeflow that is honestly the sort of player manager role that you might see in football. He's going to be the one that's in that coaching slot for the first time. And he didn't just get it because he played on a team with Oasis, nor that he's a Spanish player for a Spanish organization. Enzo was saying that he trialed for that role too, and I'm not going to forgive him for him taking 8 minutes to get into the Deadpool costume for the interview.
I was going to say, missed opportunity. Why is he on Gambit? That should be a Deadpool.
Yeah,
he's specifically go for the icon, yeah. But yeah, it feels like Oasis as the rookie on this team, going back to him, Tetra, he's fit in really well. And I think it's allowed Alex to actually grow as a player, as Enzo highlighted too, without Ken.
Oasis is a player who's been hovering in Marvel Rivals around for quite a bit. They've got a couple first places under their belt on, for example, Vanguardian League way back in 2025, and the Fnatic Assembled event on Final Dance, one of the which is a team that eventually became Cookie Wakaya. This is a team that is this is a player who is really strong, has been hovering around outside of those wins, mostly between 8th and 5th places, for 4th places, sorry, for a lot of these events, but has now been able to join up with these players. You've just been seeing improvement upon improvement. Like Ryan said, we've seen 1 or 2 mistakes total, while just watching him individually as a player get stronger and stronger and stronger, to the fact that he just fits in this team perfectly. It's an absolute get for them.
Yeah, we're still buying time for Vision, but I would like to sort of touch on him a little bit more, because Heretics are very easy to talk about. Whilst it's a new organization that's come into EMEA as one of the main partnered squads, they've picked up amalgamation of players that we're very experienced with, and like Tetra just mentioned, Oasis is starting to climb up in the ranks of being a notable addition. For Vision, it's been an interesting turn of events, I suppose. A very Jekyll and Hyde week 1 and week 2. When we saw them play, they were 2-0 up after being able to beat out the likes of, I think it was Reason and then Crownfall.
Yes.
And certainly that win over Reason, Moxie, turned a lot of heads with how they performed. Unfortunately, week 2 was just losses against all of the other teams that came out of Group B, including Fire, which was a 0-2 loss. But still, Vision should not be underestimated when it comes to some of the damage these players can do.
No, absolutely. I think Vision are a team that probably impressed a lot of people, and it's very similar actually to that performance all the way back in MLC Season 5 when they were known as the Lions. This was a team that not a lot of people really knew a lot about. They came into the MLC, they did really, really well. They surprised a lot of people, and I think, like, for me, the worry was, okay, well, if you're not getting to bring 2 of your staple players, literally one of your vanguards and also your hyper carry duelist were unfortunately too young to be able to move from MLC into Ignite, what's going to happen when you have to shuffle all of the pieces? And I think honestly one of the best additions that this team has made was picking up Gainer, because Gainer has been such a strong presence, not just in terms of in the game itself, but outside of it too. Like, he was the one that introduced a lot of dive theology to this team so that they understand how to both play the dive but also to play against it.
And
nice.
We've seen a lot more like mechanical presence, I think, as well. Certainly from the duelists on this team, like Zerx and Satam, mostly playing on like pretty high ping because it is like a Middle Eastern team. They have had to do that, but as Gainer mentioned in his interview, 2 very mechanically strong.
I'm 19, but I feel like I have an 80-year-old back.
A high priority still from them when it comes to.
If you don't work out,
like you guys mentioned,
stretch at least. Do it. I'm not trying to, bro. Stretching does wonders for you guys.
And I think that's naturally.
You guys are, when you get older and you have less like flexibility or mobility, you're gonna wish you did a lot more yoga or like flexing, or not flexing, stretching.
The very scary part of it.
Stretch, chat. Stretch.
Satam and
Also, don't lift with your back, bro. Lift with your legs.
Warlock and stuff like that in some of these games. And
Lift
it has been
with your legs.
Convoy maps where it
What's up, Court?
Delaying as long as possible. Like you said, their week 2 wasn't as successful as maybe they would have hoped, but they were able to turn. They were able to put on some pretty star-making performances, in particular on players like Satam.
Stretch all the legs, bro. Stretch all the legs.
For this team, and as Moxie said, their MRC run was really solid last year. Last season.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much on the edge of last year, wasn't it, really?
Right,
like,
what? I did lat raises yesterday and hurt my neck somehow.
Forfeit those last couple of games because they had players unavailable. It was, like, pretty much...
The only thing I can think of is, are you doing them wrong? If you're not doing them wrong, are you doing too much weight? Are you ego lifting?
Showing a lot of promise. The region of, like, the Saudi region especially, showing a lot more players and a lot more teams. Maybe we saw a couple of them out of like the top 16 hit the likes of Ignite Stage 2, but
are you a fan of cardio?
Paradox and such.
I like
but
running to the bathroom or the
more,
fridge.
Like, consistent performances, and I think making playoffs is certainly an acclamation for them, Tetra, but they're gonna want more. I think, as they said, for the next 3 years they're gonna win everything. Then proceeded to lose the next 3 games.
I think cardio is very important, man. Working out is very good, but it also, I mean, gotta hit the cardiovascular system. You know what I'm saying? I don't do a lot of cardio, but I wish I did do a lot of cardio.
A quick break, it seems, while we wait for the rest of Vision to jump into the lobby. So when we come back,
yo, Vision, what are we doing, bro? Get your shit together. You're making us wait a 5-minute wait. We gotta wait 5 minutes because the players can't get in the lobby. I swear to God, one of them better have diarrhea. It's the only reason I will let any player delay this. Be careful with those stretches, old man. They don't make those parts anymore. You know how cool it would be in the future? I'm pretty sure you're gonna be able to like grow limbs in the future and whatnot. Fucking crazy, man.
Alicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me.
Vision nervous shits. Hey, what's up, Dan? Hey, there's nothing wrong with
Let's make a deal. Peekaboo.
there's nothing wrong with nervous shits. I'm sure we all get them.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
Good morning, guys.
Now's the perfect time to strike.
What the hell? I'm surprised you haven't committed and made a stream setup in the bathroom. Think of it. You could be using the bathroom mid-match and no one would know. I'm pretty sure people would know just from the background of my stream. I'm pretty sure people are not dumb. Be like, oh, wow, that looks like a bathroom. Oh, put up a green screen? No, bro. How are you going to be able to put up a green screen behind you when the toilet is... You're going to be sitting on the toilet, chat. Also... No, bro. You guys are thinking way too much about this. Bro, I am not going to set up a toilet in the bathroom. I mean, a stream room in the bathroom. Did I say toilet? Chat, I'm not going to put the toilet in the bathroom. I'd rather just go outside, bro. Yeah, I was about to say, wasn't there a guy that used to do during COVID, like outside? He used to have a green screen behind him and whatnot, and he'd be like jet skiing. He'll be jet skiing, and then like the green screen behind him and everything. Okay, let's get to this. That's crazy, bro. Why is it not starting? Apparently Vision was taking too long to get into the... They were taking too long to get into the lobby, so they ended up taking a little break. How long till NA matches? NA matches start, I think, today at... Chat, doesn't it? Let's see. 1700, which is like, what? 5, 6, 7, 5 o'clock?
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Ooh, okay.
I see some of the cranky people in chat saying casters start game, and luckily we have got Vision into the lobby. Their eyes work enough that they can enter the lobby at this point, but this is an uphill task. They're going to feel prepared. I think some of the players might be boot camping. That could be one of the things, just making sure that they're available, because this is a potential David and Goliath, I think, Moxie, going up against Heretics that form-wise are looking pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Heretics, we covered it a little bit there in the pre-show, not dropped a map yet. So definitely going to be a
It's really funny if the people think the casters are the ones that start the game.
Improvement and speed that this team have been able to improve on, we could see them potentially pull rounds, maybe even a map, especially on domination, where we're going to be starting.
What if you get bad diarrhea during a match? I'm pretty sure you have a pause feature.
Do quite well on. It was the one
I've had teammates when I used to play professionally and do matches. I've had people pause the game because they have the Hershey squirts.
But still, like Vision have had some good moments. They're 1-1 on it, but Heretics only playing it the once. Haven't dropped it because they haven't dropped any of the domination maps, Tetra.
Yeah, they're just that dominant so far. Right now, it's really coming into how do you draft around a team that is this flexible with this many options? We brought it up earlier. The strategist Deadpool make it almost impossible to ban out Vanguard Deadpool.
I don't need the
Because
mental
you still
images.
can,
Hey, man,
but you've gotta
sometimes...
be aware that
Chat,
the
sometimes you have the
still
double
there,
whammy.
with
Sometimes you got
with
the...
Elsa Bloodstone, if that gets let through.
Sometimes you have the Hershey squirts, and then when you
Potentially,
go to
have
wipe,
that
it's like a
anchor
Sharpie.
With the Mr. Pool's interdimensional toy box. Vision have their work cut out for them in the draft phase, which is of course the first obstacle they have to break through before we even get into Krakoa.
And I think, Moxie, the most unconventional thing I think about Heretics has been that they haven't tried to go for like a Gambit ban, Gambit protect one-sided. Elsa, like 8 of the 10 games that they've had, the enemy team has been able to ban Elsa and Gambit against them. Usually it's one or the other.
Yo,
but, like,
how do you say your name?
Heretics have had to, like,
RSA
try and get, like, a Deadpool
Or
Vanguard instead and protect that.
Eagle?
The problem
Appreciate
I
the
think
massive
is that,
Prime
like,
sub, my
Vision
friend.
have been prioritizing Elsa themselves quite a lot, continue to, when some teams have moved away, right? So it's like, do they need to be concerned about like somebody Elsa play from Vision? Granted, they are playing on ping, but they're still mechanically very strong.
Okay,
Heretics
now
might
we're
underestimate.
starting. Now we're
I
starting.
mean, the big elephant in the room for me in terms of ban draft is Psylocke, actually, because when Vision ran up against Reason on this map, Ballas had his Psylocke banned out. Tanuki has been playing not exclusively Psylocke, but a vast majority of his gameplay for Heretics this stage so far has been Psylocke, which is very, very strange to see, given that we didn't
Okay,
really
let's
get
get
to
this.
see any of Tanuki's Psylocke last year. And it's sort of like his MO, right? He started off a Black Panther Magic 2 trick, and then that was
The Rivals
at the
subreddit is
time
breaking
before
down
we
with these
headed
CC
into
changes.
stage
Holy
1.
moly.
You could argue that it hadn't really like found its strength, but then once he started seeing those getting banned out against him, he
I
had
feel
to
like
move on
people
to
should
other
just wait
heroes
until
and be
the
a little bit more
CC changes
flexible,
come
and now
out,
we're seeing that
and then they can try
flexibility
for
evolve
themselves.
even more so coming on through with the Psylocke. So if Vision were worried about Psylocke before, I feel like Tanuki Psylocke, the level that it is, especially if Heretics get Mantis through, that might be a ban slot getting burned for a duelist, which will let something else creep out instead.
If there is a player that's had more of a rough time when it comes
Oh,
to
wow.
how the patch notes have affected their hero pool, it probably is Tanuki. Like you say, Magic and Black Panther, they got kind of affected by patch notes as time went on and sort of fell out of the meta a little bit. Third duelist Jeff for a little bit coming in, just being the flanking with the Captain America. Of course, we had the Tanuki Pokey Poly combo where they just massively flank and just try and bully someone. It's hard to deal with, and again, that got taken away. He has had a rough go of it when it comes to how the patch
Wow.
notes have hit it, but now,
Okay.
like you said,
Sorry, I was talking to Emily.
new opportunities, able to bring
Wait,
out
if
that
Emily's
Psylocke, and it's
awake-
been extremely successful for them.
And
What?
Tanuki's already
That means we could
saying,
get breakfast.
Yeah, my new main is coming out with Black Cat. It seems very much in prime, and you know, like Black Panther eliminated in a ditch somewhere for sure. I think when it comes to like what Black Cat is
you want.
bringing to the table, so Tanuki's going to be very happy. But it is, I think, just a case of like Heretics feeling very confident about how things have gone. Enzo was saying like they feel that they've worked out the meta. We have the likes of Frost Mountain from Shikigami call his team triple support merchant. So I'm wondering if you feel like it doesn't feel very easy to be able to take out some of the options with triple strategist, but I do feel like Mantis for sure, Moxie, is like the thing that Heretics might want to put the most stock on to try and keep in the game if they can. But we are
Yeah,
going into game soon as well.
I would not be surprised if we see a Mantis first save come through for some teams as an adjustment now that there's been an extra bit of time for
Bro,
teams to be able to like scrim and go
we
through
are
so many
already
ban draft
33
situations, because, like you
minutes
said, Mantis
behind,
enables
chat.
so much. It puts
There
pressure
is
on both
no
the, like,
way
Invert
they
getting through,
delay
it needs
even
to
more,
be
right?
Ultron composition or any
Yo,
other
Frostblade,
form of triple
appreciate the
strat
massive
line
Prime
as
sub, my
well.
friend.
So,
Welcome,
for
welcome. How
sure,
you doing? How you
Mantis
doing?
a higher priority than we saw previously.
Taking a bit of while to get going, but the teams are starting to get into the server now. So Heretics looking to see if they can continue this dominant form, I think, Tetcher, when it comes to like not dropping a map, looking pretty good against the majority of teams, including a solid Navi that's been performing decently. Now, though, they get to play against some of the teams in the other group of Vision. Great start for them in week 1. Week 2 could have been better. They're looking to try to show some promise again.
They've been away, they've been in the hyperbolic time chamber practicing, working out the new strategies, taking lessons from some of the other teams, like potentially Heretics, as they were able to spectate some of their games as well, obviously, as you or the audience are also now all aware, all of the games are available in-game. You can go and just hit that replay button on the esports tab of any week.
Dallas
any day,
or
any
Oregon?
game, and watch from
I don't
any
get
point
it.
of view. So if you ever want to learn something from any of these people, that's a
Wait, I don't get it. What's the difference between Dallas and Oregon?
They've been away, they've been looking for their ways to adjust.
You mean Dallas or Northern Virginia? D-Burt for 100 bits. Appreciate it, my friend.
Well, getting ready to go into the ban line.
When are
and,
you going to
ooh,
play The
that's
Last of Us
different
again? I already
instantly.
beat The Last of
Not
Us,
a Gambit,
man.
not an Elsa for the first ban. It's the
Probably
Jeff
when
instead.
The
So
Last of Us
I think
3
this sort of
comes out.
addresses the
I've
Team
heard-
Heretics wanting the Jeff. With
I
both
heard The
potentially
Last of Us
Vanguard
3 is,
Deadpool or the
coming out.
Strategist
Okay, chat,
Deadpool.
let's get this.
That does
Team
now mean
Heretics
that
against
Heretics will be
Vision.
able to
You
secure
guys
themselves
put
one-sided
$2.3
gambit, which means that
million
this ban should
on
be
Team
Elsa
Heretics.
or
Only
Loki
7%
the
on
side
Vision.
of Vision.
Yeah, Elsa, of course, with just a huge damage output. Loki with the opportunity to one combo with Mantis if she sneaks through later, but more importantly, double.
What? A
Rage
Jeff
Royal
ban? The
Flush,
first
getting
ban?
the
What?
backfull aggression to push into
What
the
the
opponent.
f-
It's a great thing to.
A Jeff
means
ban?
Vision gonna keep with their main priorities that we've been seeing a lot from them. Gonna be picking up that Elsa Bloodstone in their first protect spot, meaning the Heretics looking to take.
I have
away
not
the
watched The
Mantis
Last of
they
Us show
got
yet.
once
No,
a
chat, not yet.
damage-boosted Elsa.
At some point, we do have to see the Loki ban come through, though, because if Vision actually get their hands on Loki, Heretics won't have one-sided Gambit. They'll have one-sided actual Gambit, Loki copying Gambit's ultimate, which you're not exactly going to want, as they're going to strip away the Invisible Woman. Next, Vision will go for the one-sided Elsa, secure, but that does mean that they have not currently banned Heretics in terms of that Mantis, so Heretics could still play a triple strategist line, as we get the save on the Vanguard Deadpool. Now, Heretics, they get the option here. Like, do you go for the Jeff ban so that you deny the team up from Vision's end? Or do you go for the Loki ban?
Okay.
Or do you look at something
I will
like,
say-
oh, not the Loki, not the Jeff, CD
I will say,
instead.
chat,
That's very interesting,
I-
because that now means that Vision will get both the Loki and the Jeff and don't have to be out of a ban slot.
I
for it.
like Vision's bans a lot more than Team Heretics, but I am not a pro player. I just like, hey, listen, I see ban on Elsa, I get happy.
You're basically limited to the Jeff
I'm a very
AoE
simple guy,
also,
chat.
which isn't a
You
huge
ban
amount
Elsa,
of
I
time,
get
but it does
happy.
still add a little. Loki greens, which are essentially a
Support bans are actually not dumb, though. You get to take out 4 if they're not saved. You get to take out 4 of the strongest supports, and you can also force the other team to run bad supports.
The Gambit coming through on one side, and there is that Luna being.
And this is why I like this ban phase. People were saying, oh, the ban phase sounds stupid. No, this is exactly why I like the ban phase, because now you get to start seeing interesting comms. The one team is not going to run the same stuff as another team. I love it.
With the Luna, with
love it.
the White Fox, Vision
And it's
actually
also
played it
mind
really,
games. It's a lot of
really
mind
well on
games. Oh, you
Celestial
ban this,
Husk,
oh, we're gonna ban
where
this.
they
Oh,
were
you
actually
save this,
able
oh,
to
we're gonna ban
fully
this
shut
and
down,
take this.
Gambit, Loki, and Mantis composition, with that being able to put the pressure on the dive. And since we haven't seen Venom being addressed in the ban draft, having that charm to be able to put the extra CC onto both the Venom as well as Daredevil, who also slipped through.
Oh yeah, these are best of
is
5s,
going
by
to
the way, chat.
potentially mean that the
Not
back
best
lane
of
does not have to
3s
have as
anymore.
many
So
resources pulled
first
away
to
from the
3
front line
wins
to be
win,
able to
not
heal.
2 wins.
On Krakoa, both teams getting their hands on that Vanguard Deadpool. Only one team protected so far. Rogue gonna get some gameplay in before we start to see those adjustments to crowd control coming up next patch. But both teams currently looking potentially at triple strategies, with Mantis and Ultron being hovered on one side and the other, giving them a little bit of that backline protection. And we are going to see them both roll out on such. No Loki coming in for Vision. They are sticking with that White Fox Luna team up.
Yeah, Tanuki is going to be playing the Phoenix instead of the Psylocke, so playing from range, but also gaining a lot of value from the
I do
12%
like the
damage
Mantis
boost,
pick
as
though
well
from
as
Team
Enzo.
Heretics.
On the
I think a
Vanguard
lot of
Deadpool,
people
you
are
can see,
sleeping
like,
on
all of the
Mantis,
stacks
chat.
currently
A
from
lot of people are
Oasis
sleeping
the
on
Vanguard
Mantis.
Try to build up that ultimate as quickly as possible to race out Gainer, so that they can slam it on a strategist and go for the elimination early.
They get a lot of damage. Being forced to wrap around, but will make his way back to the team. Gets hit by the fucking Unicorn Shield, but is able to burst through Enzo nice and quickly, building up some experience. Satan pegging from a distance. Lovely snipe on the
I do like the
backside,
Ultron
and
as
this
well.
is
Oh my god, wait a
dominating
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
early
Wait, they're
Great
cooking here.
mobility from Gator.
Team Heretics has not lost, I think, a game like they were saying, chat, in their brackets. So seeing them cook seeing them get cooked is.
Poor Oasis, they know it's doomed, but they're trying to just go down. They're trying to make it to the
But I
end
will
at
say,
this point
Ultron.
because they've burned so
Listen,
much
one
time
team
on
has a
the board.
Mantis, which I think is really good right now, but
Poor
Ultron.
Oasis only goes down now.
People are
Crucial
sleeping
first
on
fight one
Ultron,
position
chat.
as well.
Ultron's
It
a very
means that
strong
the Ultron
character.
can play with a lot more terrain to cover your hitbox, to hide away from the damage that you'll be taking from both the Deadpool as well as the Phoenix poke, and you can actually see Tanuki is the
The one thing
taking
I
all
will
of
say
that
that
incoming
is
pressure. It also
very
means that
resident
Heretics can't
sleeper
split
is the
this all
triple
out.
support.
With the Adam having things like Soul Bond to be able to win the first fight before ultimates are in play.
Jay3, you didn't finish The Last of Us.
As well. Heretics
I
can respond with
think
the
I
Soul
know
Bond
what I
from
did
the
in my
Adam
own
to
life.
preserve the strategic
Yes, I did
survivability.
finish The Last of Us and Last of Us 2,
Out onto
but
backlines, trying to look for a little bit of priority. You
yes,
see the drone
just
on
because
the
it's probably
Vanguard
not all
Deadpool
fully
on the side.
uploaded on
Vader takes a
YouTube doesn't
huge
mean I
amount
did
of
not
damage. So much
finish the game.
dropped onto the forcing out the ultimate from Satam with that rage of Ultron to try and keep that pressure.
No one died from that? Wow.
Has managed to rejoin the team. Beautiful sleep onto Gator, trying to focus them down into that backline. But all of that Ultron healing is AoE and is doing a lot of work. Vader is still getting focused, but is still tanking through, forcing finally out the Fate of both worlds from Kyubi to try and force Heretics off the point. But they just got Raging Royal Flush, and the second that expires, they commit to the counter push, diving into the backline. Naga is deleted off the board here, but Vision.
Damn, she got her
finally
ult
goes
stolen
through.
away from her.
It's
That's-
a 1-for-1, but Heretics turn it back into a 6v5 with the revive of Naga.
Oh, that was a crucial heartbreaker coming through from Beetle. Connects onto Rex, so only now do we get the White Fox ult coming through. And unfortunately for Vision, they've already lost both the teammates
Oh,
as
they
well
popped-
as the point
they
control. So
popped
all that
White
does
Fox
is
for that?
stall out the elimination
Seeing White
a
Fox
little
get
bit
played is
longer.
a very,
Heretics also have Ensign
you know,
Inferno. They
satisfying
know that
feeling,
Vision
though,
do
because
not have
the
strategist
new
ult to be
characters
able to
are
actually
getting a little bit of
survive
love.
it. But what we might see is that Zerx is the one who falls prey to the Phoenix summon, given the fact that it will just delete Glottrox in one go, as opposed
Depends
to
on
just
what my
hitting
editors wanna
everyone and
post,
having
man.
your Adam rest them all back.
I have editors that
Very
do the
true.
whole
If they can
YouTube
land
stuff.
it effectively, it could be huge. BTRM at the ready for a potential blow up onto Naga, though, if they can't find a safe position. So it's going to be about who's to be able to find the safer spot here, as Heretics will pull back to the objective. Don't want to get caught out. Just
Wait, what? I don't
slowly
think she
be
should be played
aggressive
until she
push
is
here from
balanced.
Vision as they look for the right angle, making their way up to the high ground.
White Fox
Try
was
and
one of the
push in
most
from
balanced
here.
characters that actually came out.
Inferno dropped quite early, gets pinned.
They had a
Got it.
buffer at
Then
that.
out to Meteor coming on out, which means Naga kind of has free reign until he can find a good position for that Karmic Revival, which may need to be dropped as Tanuki's just taken
She
down
is a
early.
really
Will
balanced
quickly
character.
Get them back into the board, but it's only one person down. Everyone's committed to that backline with that Manhammer from Enzo to try and push on through Rex and finish them off. The healing gap, but it's too good. The rage with the rage of Ultron for the extra healing commitment. Trying to focus the backline, takes out Beetle and Heretics. They hold the point for at least a little bit as Vision are forced back into the door.
Oh no!
Yeah, they have to
Oh
use the Alpha
no!
ult to try to give
He
themselves a
used
little
the
bit more space.
Glortrox
Great
and
freeze coming
fuck-
on through from
he
Kyubi.
airballed.
Sets up the elimination onto Adam, but he's got the self-res. Heretics can absolutely bring him back in the fight if they still want to commit, and given the fact that we have the soul resistance coming through from Oasis, with the team surging forward off the back of it, they'll absolutely go for that one, as it is going to be Heretics now hitting into OT, and Vision, we can see the desperation, the strange portal attempt from Satan, with players just trying to throw themselves onto the point to stall out the OT long enough
Oh,
for the
what
portal
a-
to come
what a-
through,
wow.
but they're just not on the point, and Heretics
Vision-
will be able to sweep
Vision
the
looks
first round.
so good, bro, but they are getting
Fantastic leadership
clapped.
there from Heretics. We
Good,
saw the
good,
ult trades
good
coming
plays
through.
by Team Heretics to
Vision
come back.
holding their own fairly well. But the second Heretics were able to get that neutral fight in that lower building, it's like Vision couldn't even step forward, whether it was the choke point or just the individual dueling capabilities. Heretics were able to claim that extremely effectively at the end. Now we look at ult charge, they're at 94% of their way towards that heartbreaker from Beetle, which means if they're able to get there first, they're gonna have an ultimate advantage no matter what, 'cause they'll drain some away from QB.
Yeah, it's
Rogue.
easier as well to engage
Rogue
with
got
Rogo
buffed too,
as
which I
opposed to
love
engaging with
indirectly.
Luna.
The ult
Right, 'cause
charge
if you're
change
QB, you're
made
sort of
her
thinking in the
ultimate
back of your
stealing
head, how
from
close is
other
Tanuki
ultimates
to Ensign
really
Inferno?
good,
Do
bro.
I have to actually like save this? We have to go up against the sustainability of the Adam Soul Bond as well, which you'll have for this first fight. with just like everyone from Heretics also having the potential like damage boost capabilities of the Mantis to neutral to boot.
I think you guys are you guys are reading a little too hard into these CC changes,
to
chat.
grab the Luna or potentially the White Fox, since you know that they're close enough to ult.
Not going to be able to grab QB as they went past and are they able to get any of the followers. Quick retreat immediately, but that team is split in two. If they can get past their own portal, no, it body blocks. They have to wrap around and go all the way through the other side of the portal to make their way back onto the objective and try to some advantage. But already Vision have been able to regroup. Here comes the Heartbreaker. Freeze for counter number one. Charge for counter number two. But the damage output is still good. Fate of both worlds will get off in time thanks to the freeze, preventing Beetle from getting.
How the hell did he get his ult when he was getting stolen?
Bad Hammer comes out from Gainer onto the backline, and Beetle is taken out. Enzo falls second, and Vision are about to win their first fight in a row.
Oh, Tanuki uses End Song Inferno too. That is unfortunate on the side of Heretics. They'd lost too many players. I was thinking like maybe you have it to be able to just detonate the White Fox ultimate coming through from Rex, or potentially Xerx's ult, because now yet again you're going to face the same problems that you had on Grove when you lost the first fight. You're running into a setup triple strat line. Rex will have the White Fox ult, so Vision are perfectly okay with just brawling on the point to out-sustain your opponent, and then you have Xerx as well. The moment that we get into close quarters with the Elsa ult ready to rip. Oh well, you had Xerx, now you don't.
Tanuki coming in from the flank, gets caught by the smoke trap, pushing onto Bader though, just landing every single shot. Kumiho comes on out for at least one attempt at a flip here. Vision, a person down, still commit to the fight. Enzo's on the flank.
Xerx needs to step it up, bro. You are playing one of the strongest characters in the game right now. You are sometimes missing your ult and you're dying first. Brother,
this time Heretics forced them off 350.
if the requirements to be a pro is to waste your ult and die first, chat, maybe I should make a maybe I should go back to being pro. Chat thoughts.
And they don't really want to force the issue with Gambit ult, because that means that Xerx will be able to come through with the Elsa ult, not worrying about the Purify on cast. Beta could potentially hold the space as well with the Meteor M. Much better for Heretics to hold the line, not use ults, force Vision to make the first move, lose players, bring them back with Karmic, and then have the Mantis ult to re-engage.
Onto the point, Vision looking for the opening. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush for the commit, right into the choke point, up the ramp. Shield going to be focused down very quickly. Meteor M caught onto Raid, will not land, but the blocks from that magnetic curtain are good. Saturn comes up with the Raging Roll, trying to the glass rock for the counter, takes down Beetle as Vision commits to the fight, but Naga just around the corner, directly in the line of fire, goes for the revive so that they can keep fighting on the choke point and don't give space over to Vision. Dive back in with the
damn, dude. Oh my god. That ult is crazy, man. That ult is crazy. Pop your ult, go straight into them, and you have the rogue. Bro, and the rogue Gambit team up. Oh.
They've still got Ensong. If Tanuki goes low, he's got the health reset. Oasis with the Soul Resurgence as well, since you didn't even need the Mantis ult to push your position after the res comes through. We've got the Vanguard Deadpool 1v1 happening on the off angle at the moment, as Vision, they could take the portal if they want to. If they go for this long wraparound rotation and lose someone to just damage coming through from Phoenix from far, we're in last fight territory and Vision have no choice but to commit.
Heretics trying to fight them far forward, don't give them the space or the time, and so finally goes off. Healing coming out from QB immediately with the fate of both worlds, because they have to commit to something. The team is a little bit split, but Vision is still committing through the portal to try and make it. Naga's taken out early, but has Cocoon, will make it back in as Soul Resurgence comes
Wait,
out from
I just thought of the funniest thing, chat. I just thought of the funniest thing.
Looking for Kiyumi in the backline, finds one of the big healing outputters with both.
Notice how when they switch characters, they show the player's crosshair.
That will not be enough. Heretics force them off the point.
So what happens if some pro player team trolls and they make they make the SpongeBob SquarePants crosshair that we saw? Do you guys remember that?
However, is a very big surprise given the fact that they're going up against the Atom composition and no dive element to it as well, outside of just like the rogue trying to dive in, create space, get out, while making sure that Tanuki has all of the room to be able to work with on that Phoenix. But when we go back into those neutral setups, especially when you're playing on Cradle, the amount of distance that there is every time Vision have to reapproach that point, you can see it reflected in terms of what Tanuki's able to do that second round compared to the first.
Snoop did go down a couple times there, only 6 and 4.
Oh my
by
God.
final hits.
Vision's
Eds, on the other hand,
Vision
was playing
Esports
a
supports
6
died
and
5 and
2,
6.
6 final
Ooh.
hits, two fatalities.
Oh,
while
and
getting
the
6
deep,
KOs
the
on
Ultron
one
died
less
3 and
Snoop,
Zerts only
only
died
1
twice.
less damage, showing the power of that Vanguard Deadpool, being able to focus onto the backline where you can see Kyubi went down 5 times, Rex went down 6. There was so much focus of just trying to remove the healing early in those fights, and a lot of times it did turn out to be extremely effective. We also saw Tanuki making sure that they were
I mean,
targeting the
Vision
right
looked
people
strong in the beginning, though.
to take people out early in those fights from the backline.
Well, it was a close series, closer than I think a few people expected, but we'll be back with map 2 after this short break.
Oh, nice. We're going on a short break, man. I love it. I love it. I love it, chat.
Good morning, everyone. This is your daily reminder to drink water.
True. Drink water. Drink water. Drink water, chat. Get
Storm would be A
hydrated.
character who is a better solo duelist than Winter Soldier. Storm. Mr. Fantastic. Iron Man. Human Torch. Punisher. Hela. Duelist Deadpool. Psylocke. Jean Grey. Moon Knight.
That's my boy on my life. To this day, whoop anybody's cheeks all day.
As solo
to the moon,
duelist.
alright, to the moon. Yeah, he'd take 1v6 for all I care. He'd take 1v11. All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11 in reality. He's got this.
Oh
Alright,
my God.
He's been stressing, but still holding out. Wolverine. Elsa Bloodstone.
Okay.
Oh, Wolverine. Why
I was
Wolverine?
thinking too hard, man. I just love the way that the feral leaps can really enable fights. In comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know, but I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements, and I think one of the same. Wolverine with the what is it, Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine just a solo ult, tons of strategies, or for anyone for that matter. So, yep, I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
It said solo old, not solo ult. Who's...
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park. Manhattan. Spider Islands. Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah.
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 Ooh.
Yeah.
After today, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hurt teams today. That was morally crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
Man, stay on the point. Stay on the point.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
The final area.
Yeah, I'd say in some ways the first and last part of the map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last sixth specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there.
He
There's
has a
no
Captain
good line
America
of
shield
sight
in
to
his
protect
background,
yourself.
bro. I want it.
It's decimation.
I want it, and I think the only reason they said museum is a bad map to push is
so far. Team Heretics thrown a couple of
I
curveballs,
hate
think, with, like, the
I
first
hate
man
that
Jeff
transformation
and,
of the point, bro.
sort of musical chairs, I suppose the characters being played, but the Tetra, it just seemed that Heretics managed to sort of win out, and
I
Vision couldn't keep up with the pace
hate
that Heretics were trying to set.
the
Yeah,
cart
but
goes
Vision,
to. I
they
like the
did
duck.
well.
Don't get me
You
wrong,
can't
Chad,
not
but
give them that.
you have to
They
stay
actually
inside the
fought
duck.
first
It's
fight
dumb.
both times and had some really crazy ult duels, especially Satam on that Ultron. Those Rage of Ultrons were on point, keeping people alive, but they maybe didn't find as many isolated pickups with it as they maybe were looking for in those longer fights. But it's the neutral which, with the ult changes from last patch, are so important that you've got to be prepared to win more often. And every time that happened, every time there were fights in the neutral, Heretics seemed to come out on top.
A lot of like built up pressure, I suppose. And I
Manhattan's first point is actually really not that bad. There are a lot of different flank routes that you could take that a lot of people actually don't want to do because it's more of a it's out of the way for them. You could go to the left side, or you could do my favorite, which is go to the right side, and you can flank to the right side and get behind them. And there's a lot of different ways you could go. Or if you continue to go to the far left side, you could go all the way around and take the high ground away from them.
Yeah, you still have to
There's a lot of things you could do. But people just like to run in one general direction and go straight through the main.
Less so about full dive composition, more about being able to mark out your backline, put pressure just by wrapping around flanking, especially if you're trying to run the Adam shenanigans on first. He's really, really good at being able to just take the 1v1 against Adam, win the 1v1 against Adam, force the self-res, and then potentially set up to
we
find
love
the
ramming
elimination
it,
for a comic revival
it
cast,
up main.
or even before then. But not surprised that Vision are like going for this element of map that they choose, given the composition that they played on the first round was literally all around we don't want our backline to be diveable. They went for Ultron, who is virtually undivable by most elements. They also went for the Luna plus the White Fox so that you have all of those CCs free in total. Luna with the freeze.
Yeah,
White Fox with
my
the
favorite
neutral
flank
charm
route is the
of
right
Surge, and
side.
then with
You
the
break
team
the
up
wall, you
optimistic
get
or
inside,
Foxapod,
you
then
go,
also get
you don't
that
go up
second
the
CC
stairs,
coming through
you go
from
to
the
that
Luna
other area
Surge
where the health
side,
pack
so
is, which
not
you
a
could go
surprise.
also behind them, but you could break another wall and get even further behind them. I love it.
I feel like Adam Warlock for Naga there looked really good. Granted, Krakoa is a good map to be running him on, and Oasis sort of forced onto the Mantis instead of the Jeff as he's usually comfortable with. But I feel on the other side, it's like Zerx, it's again performing well on the Elsa. I think he was 15 and 2, 20k damage done. It's just like those eliminations don't really go too far when you've got Adam on the other side just resurrecting everybody.
I have no complaints about them bringing the Elsa back, though, especially on a map like this, where you've got a nice, clear, long area right at the start where you can just get a lot of damage output on and just commit to some early push. And then once you get inside to Grand Central Station, there's a lot of mobility and, of course, a lot of verticality with the central platform area where you can have a lot of fun with Elsa. But Adam, there are some solid hiding points if you do want to stick to that. Mantis is just always good to slip on in when it comes to damage boosting any of those hyper damage Vanguard duelist characters. So wouldn't be surprised to see, honestly, similar, at least at the start, with some changes potentially in maybe as less of a priority onto those hyper backline characters that Heretics did last time, but we'll have to see.
There is a problem that kind of arises from that, though, when you've got a team prioritizing the protect onto Elsa. It's kind of
does anyone know how to Twitch skins drop? You have to connect your Twitch to your Marvel Rivals account, or I think it's the other way around. You have to go to the Marvel Rivals website and you have to connect to your Twitch, right?
Heretics have an easy job of like, all right, we'll just
the new map is not in pro play now.
Basically function at such
not
a
yet.
Capacity
I think it will be for the regular season, but this is the preview season, so now.
More, or do you think they stick to trying to get Xerxes Elsa?
I mean, Elsa is really, really strong, but I think where it becomes a little bit problematic is the fact that Heretics had so much damage that they broke the summons.
They are playing on the patch that we are playing on right now.
Potentially really good ults coming on through from the side of Zerx, but there was very little follow through because everyone just broke free of the summon before you could actually land the elimination and feel the threat of Elsa.
Opinion on the hardest map
too.
to full
Part of that is mostly down to like what Heretics are doing. The fact that they're running a triple strat line, so if incoming poke does come through from Elsa, they can just absorb it very, very quickly, so that unless Zerx is able to land these shots frequently back to back to back, then he's not having those like monstrous rampage games that we've seen Elsa players have. Plus the fact that Vision were losing fights, so when Zerx was taken down, he's then losing. He's scaling back his power by losing those instinct levels, which vastly
in my
impacts
honest
the amount
opinion,
that you can do in terms of
the
having
hardest
those
map
defenses
to
up,
full
getting the
push
additional
is
health,
probably
and
going to
getting
be
that automatic conversion of a shot too.
The museum map, Museum of Contemplation, because I don't want to say the new map because I haven't played the new map enough to know, and I think it's too low of a sample size, right?
Just keep up with the action.
I think
in game and out of it. But
I
this
think
feels
it's
for-
going to
for
be
Vision, I suppose, Tetcher, like, we've seen a
museum.
lot
I
more
don't
of these
think.
players become
I think a lot
maybe
of
not
people
household
get
names,
held
but
on
improve
first,
a lot.
second, and
Is there
maybe
any
the
players
beginning
you
of
wanna,
third.
like,
I don't think.
specifically see
I rarely
specifically
see museum
perform
get
again
capped
that
all
they
the
did
way.
last map, or somebody that you want to see a little bit more out of, because
Appreciate the dono
a
dub.
great
Hero
IGL
would
and
you add
knowledgeable player, going for a lot of
If
the
it was
White
up to
Fox
me, what
priority.
hero would you add
It's
next?
just he
Ooh,
has
appreciate
to
the
lead
massive
line.
dono hug.
Yubi was definitely targeted a little bit in that last game. I think if they can get some protection onto them and make sure that they can play a little bit safer, like you say, there was a lot of batting happening in terms of the backline, trying to force them onto some of those more safer backlines into at least anything with any kind of burst healing would have been spectacular for them here. In terms of people I'm happy, I want to see the save from. Roxy mentioned Zerx, as long as they can keep
I
that
wanted to
up,
say
that'd be great. Gade is still
one of the
playing well.
things I wanted Deadpool. Deadpool's in the game now. I think my next one is probably going to be from a movie that I used to watch when I was a kid. It's going to be
I do think it really was played spectacular.
oh my god, why am I blanking on his name? Not Hell Rider, chat. Is it Hell Rider? The guy with his
ban phase, and yet again it seems both teams are
Ghost.
going for
Is
the
it Ghost
ban line
Rider?
of
There you go,
Gambit,
Ghost
which was
Rider. Yeah,
a
that.
huge deviation, honestly, from what we saw from Heretics in group stages. Literally every single game.
There was a
the
who
Heretics
was the
played
person who played Ghost
100%
Rider in the movie?
instant
It was
ban
the guy
always
who
Elsa.
did God, I'm horrible with
We're
names,
getting
bro.
to see something slightly different, and that might also be playing a little bit of
Nick
havoc with Vision
Cage, there you
scouting
go. I was
potential
about to
off of
say
what
the
they saw
guy
from
who
group
always
stage
does
as well,
the
as
what do
it
you
looks
call
like
it?
we'll be getting one-sided Elsa versus
independence thing, you know what I'm
one-sided
saying?
Mantis yet again, and the Mantis was problematic. We saw for as
The guy
many
who shows
fights
no
as
emotion.
Zerx could potentially use that Apex Predator to be able
Yeah,
to
that's-
win out those engagements. Heretics were able to just control the neutral with the one-sided Mantis damage boost.
This does mean that Loki is still available, but isn't going to get prioritized at least this stage. They're going to focus instead on the Invisible Woman, taking out some burst healing, but still leaving open the option for.
He's such an underrated actor.
And finally
I don't know if
taking
you guys
away
used to watch this movie. I used to watch a lot of war movies when I was a kid, but he was actually in a really good movie, Wind Talkers. Wind Talkers is a really good movie.
That away. Neither team gets their hands on a Gambit, and both teams get their hands on Elsa as Heretics.
I don't even know if anyone knows what Wind Talkers
Loki
is.
much
What
higher
year did
in
that come
terms
out?
of priority on Convoy, given the fact that you can.
Oh,
literally
Wind
just
Talkers came
choose
out in
your first ult
2002. Never mind,
with
chat. You guys
Loki,
probably don't
Mantis,
even know what that
Adam.
is.
Potentially, if the Loki was still kept in, something that Vision are actually going to go to lengths this time around to save. Last time we actually didn't see any focus on Loki coming through from their end, but this time they'll go for the save onto it. Heretics will ban out the CD once more. So
No.
really long-lasting.
It doesn't
eternal
make
bond
any
ult
sense
to
for
be
them
able to
to
sustain
do
the
a
team.
tournament
Also
and
means
practice
that
for
you
a
have to have
tournament
something
that
like
has
a
money
one
on the
shot to be
line,
able to
and then
take
they
it out
change
early,
it and
but
have
not just
introduce
that,
a character.
the
It's not gonna happen, chat.
survivability of a CD when you're stacking all of your players up to just lengthen out those fights and absorb all of that incoming poke pressure. It's just so high with CD.
When there's updates to the game during a tournament, they never do the updates to the game. I mean, to the tournament, because the teams don't practice with that stuff yet. So if you introduce a new patch and a new character in the middle of a tournament, it's gonna be really bad.
So immediately, Vision looking for a rollout, though they may have to break through a more aggressive.
Is Rivals just copying the Overwatch League playbook? What would you do different? How are they copying the Overwatch League playbook? That doesn't make any sense.
And they are going to be running a White Fox, but without the Lunar Snow team up. It is White Fox, Jet, and Mantis.
Yo, how you doing, Alex? Don't say Chris. King
Again,
Breakfast
the
Burger. Appreciate the
Rare
massive
is
dono.
going to
If you
walk
could
out of
delete
attack
someone from the
spawn
game,
and run into
who would you delete?
Charm, Sleep, Jeff continuous damage,
Spider-Man.
and heal, and 12% damage boosted.
Not because
Elsa
Spider-Man is
for the
good, because I
whole
think
duration.
Spider-Man
Like,
players are some of the
Tanuki's
worst
already
players I've
almost
ever seen in my
20%
life.
First off of literally just shooting the bang
They
off
never
the line.
switch, even if they're 0 and 15. They never want to play as a team. They just want to play Spider-Man. They don't want to play something that the team needs. Spider-Man.
Still extremely solid, taking out some of the clones and taking out Gator. Naga showing that, yeah, they're on the Mantis, but traditionally they're usually a duelist player and is able to get a huge beautiful snipe onto the backline. Battle Rebirth Beacon will bring them back at this early stage, but very little movement so far, and a lot of fighting, meaning we're already built up towards a ban hammer from Beetle.
I mean, QB's on the low-key at least, so likely uses the greens to be able to bail Zerx out of that one. And indeed, there we go. Regeneration Domain already going to be taken off the field. 30-second cooldown now.
Wow, they only banned all supports, by the way, chat. I don't know if you guys noticed. Both teams only banned supports.
Try to burn through Tanuki's ultimate slightly faster as Beetle looks for the isolation onto Gainer. Forces the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier out, utilizing the bubble from Deadpool to block the line of sight so that the Vanguard pulls.
Charm, Saddam looking for a wraparound, gets healed up, almost got dropped thanks to that charm from the White Fox. Tries to go for Magneto, but is blocked out by the bubble. But now Enzo is a little bit separated from his team. Finally will pull back and be able to reach the rest of them. Gets caught by the Glartrox, though, will be isolated that way.
Oh, poor guy got solo ulted by the Glartrox. Oh man, that's kind of mean.
And finally Vision on the move, and they've got a lot of momentum going their way right now.
Enzo swaps to the Strange to be able to portal the team back. Regeneration Domain is going to be used early from QB so it can take down through the ult. As we get Oasis actually utilizing the
oh my god, they put wow.
And also free his teammates from the confines of the Groot ultimate. Heretics pushing back with the Mantis, meeting Enzo in his portal, and Vision have to give up all of the space that they held previously, walking now right back into Heretics' ult pool.
Tanuki rejoins, he's just able to get through the portal in time after getting taken down early in that fight. Sends out the Glartrox, looking for an isolation of their own, and Satam, that's how it feels. And here comes the pressure from Heretics. They've got so much damage output, and Groot just does not have the shielding of someone like a Magneto, for example. So he's just forced to just get chased back. Rex gets
the poor little fucking raccoon got busted on, bro.
Back to spawn. Don't give them a chance to regroup. Don't give them a chance to talk to Strange. Just keep the pressure on from Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, Vision do have ults, so Heretics do have to respect them, especially if they play too scattered, because you want to stack.
I do think Black Cat would be played in pro play though. When I think so, chat, because there's a lot that you could do with that character.
Get more space, so instead we get early
I think you might be able to see crazy things with the character. Wilba, appreciate the massive Wilba, appreciate the massive 10 months.
Trade one Strange for an ultimate.
There is a little bit of a flank still here. Oasis is behind the members of Vision, so could try and make something happen here. QB attacking from one side, Jeff healing through the enemies to try and keep the pressure and keep the healing onto Tanuki here, creating a lot of damage output with two members taken down. Alex in the backline as well, going aggro with the White Fox into the Kumiho, forces them back, and Vision are repelled again, and with only 25 seconds remaining.
Do I have to DM you on Twitter to watch this? No, but you gotta stop living in the past, bro. That thing's like 2 months old.
Because Enzo just swaps the Venom and comes back post-haste to rejoin the fight. Heretics getting to fight 6 players strong. Yet again, they'll closer hold towards Vision's side, trying to force out these ultimates so they can play around them. Tanuki goes first, though. Zerx denied the opportunity to use the
Poor guy didn't even understand the whole point of me saying that to someone else. Unfortunate.
Trying to rush on forward. Satam's taken down, but comes back at the battle. Vader, gets taken down back at the battle. Rebirth Beacon into the fight so they can try and take this. It's a completely split fight. Heretics attacking from both angles. Last stand to take one down, but they're able to get away thanks to the teleport of the White Fox. Beetle goes down though in exchange for Gator, so they can keep pressure onto the board. Vader's the last Vanguard on the board for Vision. They've lost all their tankiness and they're about to lose all of their healing output.
Oh my god, Tanuki, bro.
And Heretics will hold before the first point.
So everything that we talked about in terms of that Elsa getting to scale up with both the Mantis damage boost, but also just staying alive. Yeah, that's applied to Tanuki.
Oh my god. How do you guys predict which teams will win? Need them units. Unless you're talking about channel points from my chat, I think you're talking about in-game. Once you go into the game, you go to the esports tab or tournament tab, and you could predict who do you think is going to win. But I think the predictions for this is probably close.
Amplify, which should enable this team to be able to push forward and overcome the Mantis
Also,
damage boost, right?
you guys, I
12%
love how you guys
compared to
already know my
40%.
answer,
You
bro.
don't have to be a mathematician to know that that is not going to
Ban
work out on Heretics'
Elsa.
end.
Put
So
your
what did they
ego
do instead?
aside.
They punish the fact
Stop
that Cosmic
thinking that you're the
Amplifier
best
is
Elsa in the
static when
game
it's
because you're,
cast. They have
you
one
know,
person go
unless you're like
forward,
on Team
force it out
Virtus
early,
Pro
Vision
and
then
playing
don't
Sparker
get to
and
use
whatnot.
the
You're
window
probably your team
of
is
its
probably not going to be
activity
playing
to push into Heretics'
together,
space, and Enzo just
enabling
comes
you.
back, cycles once on this range, back on the Venom for Heretics to be able to sustain through what happens next.
Your vision is a slight. There's a slight issue with the vision. Zerx is not in fact down before the round starts, so do not worry about that. That will be fixed shortly, I am sure. Satan started.
Wait, Zerx is not in the game, bro. Was the Elsa diff that bad?
Revives with Rocket and the Adam Warlock and the Loki. Every possible chance to keep people in this fight and buy as much.
Wait! They're playing a 5v6, chat. They're playing a 5v6.
Build up some quick ultimates. See if they can just get a nice early push out here.
I mean, this is also to play havoc with the Loki.
Yep.
It's
If
a
Vision tried to
5v6.
stack up and play for just the sustainability,
No
the
pause,
Loki getting
nothing.
The ultimate ahead of the Adam due to the AoE.
They didn't
then
cap
that
first,
means
and he was
more
like, you know what,
advances coming through
GG's,
from the
no
Moon
heals,
Knight,
and then left the
potentially
game.
forcing out that
He left the
BRB
game.
early. That being said, if Vision want to just stack up, they're not taking high ground, and Tanuki yet again now gets the Mantis damage boost and establishes his position on the high ground, which now puts pressure both on Vision, forcing them to pull back, but also meaning that that backline will be exposed when he pushes past Ambulance.
A lot of pressure onto the high ground. There's that finish.
Bro!
Very good time for
Bro,
Heretics
they're
right
not
now.
coming
Vision
back!
forced to back away, but they can't give too much space because they have to defend this. Saddam on 65% on a Karmic Revival. They need to be building that faster. Rex, though, will have Cosmic Yard Amplifier, but they may drop it early. Gainer's already down. May have to strain as the Yard Amplifier has to come out just to make sure that they can delay as long as possible. Naga returning on Phoenix, knowing that there's going to be multiple summons that they need to take down. Potentially a Battle Rebirth Beacon, Loki clones, anything to take them off the board. But Vision with that.
That guy,
able to
bro,
force
he's
Heretics
still not back. There's no way, man. He probably...
Vision, that's not a lot of distance left for them to hold.
And what's crazy is that Team Heretics... Team Heretics is still not rolling the enemy team.
Down, which also allows you to build up Karmic Revival too. So now you can actually risk losing players. You can see the tightening of the space now coming on through from the side of Vision, pushing up for more, trying to get more eliminations, wearing down the time bank even
Imagine if
further,
Team
so
Heretics
that
loses a
lose the
5v6,
opportunity
chat.
to make
Think
these
about the
plays
shit
with
talk
pushes
that
and
might come from this.
It now comes down to it. You've got your red cycle in play. Can Heretics sustain through the fight, not just through one Karmic Revival cast, but two?
See if they can get them off though. One Psionic Seduction will shut them down. You cannot use ultimates while you are caught within its clutches. So they have to make sure they are in the right position already. The Fantastica starts to creep forward once again. Bad Hammer on the flank from the backline. Gainer trying to push on inside seduction. Comes on out, takes out a lot of the Loki Green. Glass Rocks isolates Vader, takes them off the board. It's going to be a Cosmic Yard Amplifier from QB with the ultimate steal. With that, an extra God of Mischief.
Oh, he has to get that res. He has to get that res. Does he reach his teammate though? He does reach his teammate. No way, no way, no way.
Hold this for at least a little bit longer, but no one from Heretics.
Chat, 1 minute left, bro. 1 minute left if they win this. Oh my god.
The push comes on in, trying to go for it. Isolation Beetle is in the backline, trying to put some pressure onto Sata. Meteor M onto Tanuki, who just barely tanks it. Stays in the fight to keep the damage going, but now the split of the team almost gets them punished, forcing...
Please, bro, please Vision, win this, win this. If you guys win this, I will be a Vision fan. Chat, if they win this, I will be a Vision fan.
You don't have Meteor Am trying to put a stop to Oasis. Enzo's also coming back on the Venom so that they can use symbiotic shenanigans to outlive the Soul Bond.
Oh no, no. This might be a GG's. This might be a GG's.
And this is when they're making their move. They've got the Elsa for the neutral elimination pressure, and that's
no, this might be a GG's.
Players are forcing
no one's teleporting. No one's teleporting.
Contesting Heretics hitting the checkpoint.
They got all the way down to 30 seconds with 5 people down a person. That is awesome.
Well done, Heretics, taking not only
that was awesome.
Win in the series, one away from a victory in the playoffs.
I'm pretty sure that team is probably pissed off at their player not being able to play that whole game or pause. I don't know why no one paused.
Best of a performance as they could there, but it just did not make a difference. Shout out to Satam though, 5 final hits, going 5 and 2 on Adam Warlock was very nicely done. But just
did he rage quit or are we trolling? We're trolling, chat. I don't think he rage quit in the middle of a 50k tournament, or not 50k, but like a 100k tournament or something.
Just because Tanuki was like, well, there's only one person up
I'm
here.
pretty sure maybe his power went out or his computer crashed. You don't know, but they do have a pause feature in the game.
14.
So it's crazy that they didn't pause.
The power of the Mantis, like, I honestly, moving forward for this next map,
was it 50k total? I thought first place gets 50k.
Because Heretics have used it to brutal effect these last 2 maps. Like, Tanuki was able to get as much as he was doing there off of, yes, player skill, but also the fact that he almost constantly had that 12% damage boost, being able to win out the Alsamira versus Zerx.
That was a crazy right click.
Very impressive, but not enough to hold on out here. Actually, was able to keep up with Tanuki throughout that game.
Wait, it was a display issue. Zerx was 11 and 4. It just showed that he wasn't playing. Really? Even it even showed that he had 0 ult charge. Aww. You know, we're still gonna go with the fact that he rage quit. I think it's funnier, and that Vision almost held a 5v6. I'm gonna give Vision the fact that they almost 5v6 a pro team.
Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. So stealthy. Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
That's crazy. Yo, how you doing, DTK's dad? You excited? Did that guy DC or quit? Oh, he got mad. He said he typed in the text chat, GG's no heals, and left. I don't know what that means. I've never seen anything like that. No, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it was just a visual bug, if anything. Are you excited? 100 Thieves plays today. 100 Thieves.
I bet everything on them.
True. Same here. 100 Thieves plays against Space Station Gaming. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's going to be fun. Can't wait for Heart Attack playoffs. Oh, he's fine. He'll be good. Is he coming back? Oh, I'm pretty sure the guy's already back, chat. They're not going to start the next round down a player, bro. There's no way. It's a best of 5, chat. So first 2, 3. First 2, 3. Yeah. First 2, 3. Someone on the main broadcast says these are the best of the best, the ones that rage quit in the middle of an official tournament. What a joke.
Moments, I suppose, again, where that attack could look like it could string together, but Heretics, when they were on Citadel, Navi before, 5v6, 4v6 against them, Tetcher.
I'm pretty sure it was a visual bug, and this guy is getting really fucking mad for no reason.
So a little bit like earlier on, they made sure that Vision weren't really getting that far outside the first point.
Yeah, that was just Heretics taking so much space control. It's something we saw Vision try to replicate on their defense. but it was the opportunities found by Heretics when they were on attack, just able to take that high ground away from the Magneto at one point, take control, and just was able to bully so effectively. We also saw some great stuff. Moxie pointed out the incredible use of It's Jeff as a counter to the Groot struggling prison, meaning that only one person went down when 3 people were caught. Just very nice to see. Also, just some incredible White Fox play, including some backline dives and the ability to teleport out of danger when nearly getting isolated. Was just absolutely insane performance from Heretics. While Vision looked good, it's Heretics. This is what we've been seeing from them. They're just that good.
I mean, I think the problem for me was that it was a full hold, right? So when we saw them give up so much space that they did within the first few moments of their defense, including all of the high ground. Like, normally, if you're playing the Loki Adam, you want to be able to just, like, take a fight, stall it out for as long as possible. You've got Soul Bond, you've got Regeneration Domain. You should at least be able to absorb some of the incoming pressure in neutral phase against the attack, so that when the fight kicks off again, you're actually close to, like, a Karmic Revival or having that God of Mischief to be able to copy one. The problem for them was that they gave up so much space that they lost one of those places that you kite back to when you lose corner control, because it's usually you hold your position inside room,
awake or
then
not.
when that is given up, you kite back to ambulance, and you have your frontline anchor on ambulance so that your backline can play safer towards main route.
I could like pick up a whole cow and just like swallow it whole, chat, like a cartoon.
That goes away the moment that Tanuki is unleashed on the high ground, because he gets full high ground control. You can put pressure on both of the vanguards who are trying to use ambulances sort of cover when they don't have their cooldowns and resources to keep them active, or if their strategists have to reload, or they're being overwhelmed by the amount of incoming damage. And then he breaks past the vanguards even before the vanguards drop to go.
You know what sounds really good right now?
And put pressure on the backline to force Regeneration Domain early.
Waffle. No pancakes, because pancakes are an L. Why get a pancake when you can get a nice crispy soft waffle?
Just know, okay, well, we'll lose one person.
You know what I'm saying?
But we force out the Loki ult. We only have to go through one Karmic Revival. We can play outside of the Cosmic Icon Amplifier. They won't overextend because they don't want to risk having to trade someone and instantly pulling out that Adam res. We can just bide our time and wait for a moment, because they give them so much space. It was one fight win.
Pretty much was down to
waffles
that,
make me choke.
And
well,
just how quickly Tanuki took the high ground.
Maybe you're just not ready for waffles then. I've never choked on a waffle.
In that time, we did.
I don't choke on anything.
Central Park being chosen. I think Vision wanted to go for Symbiotic Service, but it's kind of like the first full answer that they gave. So they are hopping across. But I do think it's an interesting map to be looking at from like Heretics' POV.
Pancakes are not superior, chat. You guys have bad takes. Also, when you put syrup or like toppings on your pancake, it's just gonna roll the fuck off and fall off. That's boring. At least waffles have those grooves, so if you put syrup, it gets trapped in those grooves, or like blueberries or whatever you want. That's good.
Convergence map of Central Park.
Dive.
Nah,
honestly,
man.
like that's how you're going to be able to attack Central Park. Like, dive. You have to address things like the Daredevil, the Venom, anything that can literally, from attacker's side, split around the map, split the defense's attention so that they can't just guard one lane of main and stop the attacks from taking like the side angles, the high ground positions. But I think like crucially for me, it does not matter which map that we go to or which map mode unless Vision
I like what Bird just typed in chat.
A
8 out of 10 waffle is better than a pancake.
Like, okay, does it get to the point that
but then he said a 10 out of 10
pancake
is unbeatable. No.
Because you just don't have enough band
a
slots
5 out of 10 waffle still beats a 10 out of 10
pancake. You're still going to
pancake.
be able to get a hypercarry Phoenix through, or a Namor, or potentially a Hela, or even, as we've been talking about, Tanuki Psylocke too.
I want to highlight some good sportsmanship that came from Heretics, because Heretics were like, we're fine with playing Symbiotic Service. Like, they came out, like, it seemed like Vision wanted to go for that, went to Central Park instead, wanted to change it back, and Heretics were like, we're okay with them if they want to change it to Clintar. So, it does look like we're potentially going there, but I think it's kind of like what Moxie said, 2 birds, 1 stone. Address me, the bug-eyed girl says, and it's how much she brings together. It does feel like a bit more of a curveball, because I think Tetra, Symbiotic Service, we've seen the least, I think, out of all of the Convergence maps, and that includes Heart of Heaven, which we
no matter what. I always know whatever Jay's take is, the opposite is true. Thanks, Jay3.
long that walk up to the actual point is, where you can
Jay has very
so
short
much
hair.
damage, and how the point has beautiful places.
That means-
like that rebirth beacon.
Oh,
Great
thank you,
flanking
chat. I
position.
appreciate
There
it.
are wraparound points, but you can in theory take damage on the way there. Portal play you'll almost certainly see on this map if it's not banned off, because being able to get behind your opponents and like try and break through that very tight choke point onto the objective is big, or to try and displace your opponents from the high ground if they try and set up on that left-hand side defense side to try and just stop your opponents going for that left-hand wraparound. It's a tough situation it's a tough map to push into. With some of the more chaotic strategies we've seen throughout time as well. Once we get to those later points, this is the map where we first saw stuff.
Wait, that doesn't
like
make any
the
that doesn't make any
Hulk
sense.
combo
Steak
to
and
try and
eggs
take
are better than a
flyers, which you
waffle.
sometimes see on this map due to the vertical
Well, you're
output
comparing
one,
steak
giving
and
flyers a little bit of
eggs
cover
to
they can
just a
try and
what?
enter into the objective. This map is just a little bit. It's like this and Shin Shibuya are maps that teams are a little potentially not less prepared for, but it doesn't.
Oh
fit
shit,
as
yeah, my dad.
cleanly into some
Ooh,
of
I
the
forgot.
other conversions.
Yo, good
Well, what Tetsu
morning,
means to say
Dad.
basically
How
is it's
are
defense coded.
you?
It's so heavily
Appreciate it.
defense coded. Like it's not just first that's the problem. First is where your problems start, and then you go into second. And if you lose any fight, even one fight,
Can we
on
all
the
come
attack,
to
you
an
lose
agreement,
all
though,
of the
that turkey
momentum,
bacon
and the
is not
defense gets
bacon?
full ability
It's
to
just not good.
hold high ground. Their backlane can be playing in a position which you don't get to see, so you don't get to put pressure on them when they get to put all of the pressure on you. And then we go into third, we get to see the stall potential as well, with the
Hold up,
defense
my
being
did
able
is,
to funnel
outside
player
your
after
house
player
waiting
after
to
player
see if
from
this guy
spawn
shows
onto
up.
the point itself. They win one fight, they can hold up close, they can force you to have to burn ults, just being able to get through those chokes. You're fighting in open space as well, which means against things like dive compositions or poke compositions, open space, zero places for you to be able to kite out of both the damage or the incoming vanguards hitting the
Hold up, my
backline.
dad is apparently
It's just an
outside, so I'm
amount
telling him
of
to come in if he
time
wants.
that you're going to be burning, even if you manage to complete the full push.
And time is we're waiting for these players as well to get into the server as well. So it's just for Vicious.
I said my dad. I
but
told my
at the
dad,
very
hey,
least,
I'm
we get to
streaming.
see
If
some
you
of
want
the
to come
Heretics
instairs and
I
say
think one
hi.
of the early things, Tetsu, real quick, is like Enzo
let me
said,
know, and he
we
says,
just need
no, I'm
reps.
good.
We need to practice these matchups, these compositions. We know that we can play everything. It's just about getting experience. And to be fair, even if this is a 3-0 one-sided towards Heretics, they are getting that. They're getting a lot of reps on characters that we haven't seen them play in officials as of yet this season.
Like you said, they're adjusting, they're moving different strategies around, they're trying different stuff. We know how flexible this team can be.
Oh, my bad.
And they've
End
got
Flames.
the
Appreciate Massive Prime sub, my friend. Sorry. I was texting my dad.
In terms of how they want to play this, it's not about close-up door defenses. It's about holding onto the actual objective itself, and then of course moving backwards, slowly not giving your opponents as much space as needed. So yeah, I'm excited to see how they adjust into this. There is of course the opportunity.
Oh,
as well
that sounds
where fast
good.
characters are extremely good on this map just due to walking distance in a lot of cases.
Wait, I think I hear my dad.
Well, here we go, getting ready to head into
Hold on, give me 1
Symbiotic
second.
Surface. And I mean, like, honestly, with how often Heretics have been able to go for the save onto Mantis, I feel like the only way that Vision will be able to remove it is if they instant ban it. But that then creates a large problem of like, okay, well, does Elsa get through? Does Gambit get through? Like, is Mantis worth the address? I say yes, to be honest. I think like Elsa is problematic, but much more so is the Mantis composition that Heretics are running, because it wins you the neutral, it wins you the ult cycle as well, having the Mantis ult to both aggress forward to take first turn or potentially use it defensively to play for recontest.
We'll see exactly how it's going to happen. If Heretics are going to take the series 3-0, if Vision can make Clintar a saving grace for them to come back into it. But I guess, like you guys mentioned, it's where this Mantis is going to be in a draft. Either a first protect for Heretics or a first ban for Vision. So we'll see exactly how they want to go. Take it away, guys.
Ready to null for Vision here.
What's it to be? Oh, that's a Mantis hover.
Do it. Do it. Do it. It's enabling so much. There we go. Mantis is taken away. Heretics, they're going to stick with the Gambit ban out for themselves here. And Vision, they will prioritize an Elsa on their own side here. So Heretics, they can guarantee themselves, if they want here, a one-sided Gambit.
Yeah, they can ban Mantis here, honestly, I think would be the play. You can address the Loki a little bit later in your next ban, right? Vision don't get the opportunity to save it before then. Much more important is removing that Mantis so that that Elsa is not as problematic as Tanuki's has been. As we get the Gambit save coming through from Heretics, which now sets in motion the chain of bans. Loki having to be removed so we don't get 2 casts of Raging Roar Flush. Vision will secure a one-sided Elsa, it appears, if they want to go for this. Heretics not yet showing, so there's a little bit of debate about where they want to use this ban. And actually, Vision swerve away from the Elsa and go for the Invisible Woman instead, because I think like both of these teams, breaking open Symbiotic Surface is going to come from one of your Vanguards splitting from main and trying to hit the backline. Be it the Venom, be it the Captain America, and Invisible Woman literally stands in the way of that.
Having the knockback, having the Psionic Vortex for pulling people in and slowing them down when they dive you, and of course the ability to jump away and turn invisible makes you very hard to pin down, so a solid takeaway from both sides here. Vanguard Deadpool for one of our first non-strategist bans in 2 games. We're going to see that taken away by Vision. If Elsa's on the board, maybe remove at least one of the other characters, remove the characters that can enable her. We've already taken out Mantis for the damage boost, now taking out the Vanguard Deadpool to remove even more percentage damage capabilities, and even securing it one-sided. Vision really trying to just make sure that their Elsa is the most powerful in the server.
Yeah, but Elsa gets through for both sides.
Yes,
Heretics don't have the Elsa banned, it's the Invisible Woman instead, so they'll be able to secure that one-sided save. I think as well, like, Vision feel a little bit safer going for the Vanguard Deadpool ban out here because they know that Gambit
Sorry, I had to go say hi to my dad.
And when Heretics ran the Strategist Deadpool, it was
Sorry, chat.
Alex. Alex has been playing the Gambit for Heretics, so if he's left between the option of Strategist Deadpool
Team
versus
Heretics
Gambit, well,
saved
Gambit will be one that you
Gambit
take every
and
day of the
saved
week, especially
Elsa?
because Heretics didn't
GG's.
just get the Gambit through. Vision, in terms of having to address things like the Mantis, the Loki, the Vanguard Deadpool, have let
GG's.
slip both the Star-Lord for the Raging Roar Flush synergy with Galactic Legend, the Mac to be able to bubble the Star-Lord so that he is the safest at being able to build that ultimate as quickly as possible, but the Rogue as well. So we have full Hearts as One team up for neutral and synergy with the Gambit ult.
That's a huge amount of long distance damage from the Magneto to try and break through.
That guy's mic is very low.
They're also going to be able to ping from long
Oh,
distance.
and Team Heretics has the Star-Lord, so they have Gambit Star-Lord, and they have Gambit with Rogue.
They have gone extremely aggressive. Daredevil and Elsa with a Venom and Vanguard Deadpool. This is an extremely aggressive setup here. Rex on the rocket is really hovering a little bit far back just in case anyone gets caught.
What's up, Boba?
Yeah, I like the rocket Jeff here coming on through from Vision. You know that Heretics have liked to hold close on their defenses so far this series, so you're thinking that they're going to go for early points of contact. You don't want to lose someone early on to poke coming on through from that Elsa. If you do, you've got the Battle Recall Beacon, and in the meantime, you've got your Daredevil to give you all of the information from where Heretics are playing to set up the dive. Trades come through, but as we've talked about, that's benefiting Vision in the long run because they just trade BRB as opposed to an actual player, and Heretics down a Vanguard have to pull back.
Yeah, I don't
Just dueling beautifully right now. Everyone's trying to dive onto the point. Vision are going hyper aggressive, and they have finally been able to take him down. They're getting a little bit of percentage here. The aggression of Vision forcing Heretics.
If Team Heretics loses this round with this team comp, chat, I will.
On that Rogue, we saw them really debut it a little bit earlier, and it's already scary. But Vision are like a wall here, and once again, we can see.
I will.
First fight
I don't know. I'll be very lost.
Really coming into play here on Symbiotic Surface.
Daredevil one-sided information buff. That's what it is. Like, Saddam's just perfectly calling where exactly Heretics are, and when they're too split away from being able to help the Vanguards, if they can find those hits onto the front line, we saw what a big step backwards the rest of Team Heretics have to make. But Heretics, they're going to be coming up to some good ults to be able to open up this fight. QB, though, with the It's Jeff, could potentially go for the same play that we saw, using the Jeff ult to grab people outside of Tanuki's when we get get the Elsa ult coming through. Alex instigates with the Gambit ult, allowing Tanuki to take prime high ground control, though the Vision are still finding trades.
Wait,
forcing
they
now
didn't
Heretics
combo
to have
their-
to go and solid ult too.
Wait.
QB's going to be dropping.
Wait. They did what?
As well, Enzo portaling back in because Vision keep
He
getting just
used-
momentum here. That'll force to back up. Oasis dropping a little bit, trying to keep Tanuki healed up, but Tanuki will still
Predictions, Jay.
fall.
The predictions are for the whole series, man. I already did predictions like an hour ago. If you don't get to the predictions in time, chat, I'm sorry, but you gotta wait till the next one.
Through the hole into the portal, coming on in. The Devil's been let out from Satan. Tanuki onto the Daredevil themselves to try and counter it out, but the momentum is heavy right now for Vision, making it 3 for 2, 4 for 2. Tanuki's on the run to try and escape.
Oh my God.
Tanuki actually gets away.
Ew.
There is no one touching that essence of null right now.
Ew.
Continue their incredible push.
There's the expected swap. So Tanuki is actually going to go onto the Daredevil.
Yo, that was disgusting. Can we get a nerf on Spider-Man?
Lane fights. Oasis goes to the White Fox as well. Players have literally said on tape that it's very problematic. It's almost impossible for the Venom Daredevil to be able to dive into the amount of CC that this team comp brings. But Gaina's already been able to just jump onto Heretics, coming on through with a Banhammer to kickstart things and rip through the team despite Beetle's Heartbreaker coming on through. Trades are in play. Heretics might be able to hold off of the stabilization of the Rogue ult, plus just the Elsa damage alone in neutral, shredding Vision's health bars.
Lovely trade there, Vision. They're actually able to keep it
huge.
But Heretics' momentum worked out in their favor, pushing back in. Rex on the White Fox, giving themselves a little bit of anti-dive as well. But in terms of ultimates, we're seeing Oasis with a small lead when it comes to those potential Kumihos. Enzo 93% towards that Meteor M for quick blow-up. Zerx though, Galatrox, Naga, Galatrox, both with Apex Predator just around the corner, looking for their opportunity to push on in. Right now, it's just trying to keep the pressure onto those diving characters like Beta, who gets bullied off the point for just daring to step up.
Yeah, this is the problems that we were talking about, right? You lose one fight, you lose the momentum, and now Heretics are on a heavily anti-dive composition. You've got the White Fox for the charm, you've got the Daredevil to read when Vision want to try to hit and where they're going to hit, so you can absorb the dive and potentially even get eliminations off onto it. Like, Tanuki does not have to go aggressive, you can literally just play to contain the dive. You can make your first turn now, though, with one side of Gambit ult and just run on top of Vision before they got the opportunity to try to stabilize. They'll let it happen, they'll lose the fight fast, they'll try to come back into the next one with all of the ults in play to overwhelm Heretics.
Alex with the chase, making sure that Saturn isn't able to stick nearby and see where those defensive positions were. They knew it was low, don't give him a chance to reset, pick them off, force them to regroup with the rest of the team. With 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining, Heretics hold the point and continue to fire down range, making advantage of just how long these approach routes are. Exactly what we said before the game here, as Kyubi is trying to keep the healing going. Bad Hammer into the backline. Beta this time is able to get out after nearly getting focused down onto the point. Oasis forced to bring out the Kumiho to keep the healing output going and force Vision to reset for a moment. Beta not healed back to full yet, may need a Kumiho of their own to keep that fight going. Beautiful pickup from Tanuki onto Saturn, meaning numbers advantage is going to be traded out evenly as Gainer takes down Tanuki, keeping that going. Beautiful pickup from Naga though, as Enzo is still holding the choke point, getting the chase and forcing them back another time, Moxie.
Yeah, Vision trying to just conserve as many ultimates as possible. They know that they have to win this fight and then the next before they get more time bank. So Heretics just chased. They've got Tanuki's information. They win the lane fight against the Daredevil, and Vision lose players, forcing them now down to 23 seconds. Their hand will be forced. They have ults, but they've got to use them. And for Heretics, you can now afford to force the ultimates out from your opponents, lose the fight, come into the next one with your engagement of one-sided Gambit ult in OT when you can't disengage it. But they don't even have to do that, as Alex is able to find the elimination onto Gainer, survive the dive coming through onto his backline, and Heretics, they lose Tanuki, but they still think that this is winnable. Beetle comes through with the Heartbreaker. All of the ults that Vision had are being drained away. It's OT. They can't kite out the Rogue. Alex with the Gambit ult. You've even got the Elsa ult thrown on top just to be able to sweep Vision away.
Gator's stuck with the Deadpool because they know they can make it back to the point in time to keep that fight going. Beetle taken out by Zerx with the kite back. Rex barely surviving that fight. Devil's been unleashed from both sides, but the hit points are not looking great for Vision. But they're holding. It's Jeff for the healing. Zerx and Gator are both down. Portal is available, so they can swap to bring it back or try and rush back in. Gator's over to the Strange as overtime is starting to tick down, but Vision are holding the point. Heretics with the dual Saturn trying to get onto that backline, take out the Sustain, but Kumiho comes out for Oasis to keep it going. Portal for Gator to keep this delay going, but they just lost 4 members. No one to touch, and that's a hold by Heretics.
Oh, those symbiotes. Oh, those symbiotes. The walls.
Oh shit, I was muted that whole time?
Strike again.
Fuck!
The elimination on
I was
Oasis
just saying,
crucial. He
dude,
was
what the
so
hell were my
close to
lawyers
Kumiho
doing? And I was trying to
They
say,
absolutely
I was
had
trying to
take
say,
the White Fox down before
I don't know if you
they
guys
took
feel
that
this way when
fight
you play in
afterwards,
your
because
games,
Oasis
but like,
just gets
I feel like
the ult
White
off,
Fox
gets
doesn't
the
really have a
whole
good
health
ult.
reset as well to be able to come through.
And
can
I was
use
really
position,
surprised to
let
see
Heretics regroup,
White Fox
and
actually
Vision
get
have
value out of
nothing
her
to
ult.
be
I
able
feel
to
like her ult's
instantly
not
knock
good.
through it, nor can they just get out of the range so that Oasis loses the opportunity to heal. And we have a line
I feel like they
drawn
could make
in
her
the
ult
sand.
somehow.
As
I
we
don't know
talked about,
how
like,
they
it's
would make
not
it better, but
just
somehow they need to
capturing
make it
first
better.
on symbiotic surface is problematic. No, like, honestly, a lot of teams have gotten really, really good at being able to cap this map within 2 minutes of their attack. Where it becomes problematic is what happens next.
Being able to defend yourself here. Vision looking at their composition, they're actually...
I mean, it's really good when they're... I think it's really good in overtime when the other team has to come to point and you pop your ult and you're on point and they have to come to you and you're just slamming the ground. That's good, but...
Backline, the Rocket Raccoon and the Jeff the Land Shark to get as much healing up
I think when you have other support ults in the game,
Enzo looking to potentially bring us out.
I don't think her ult is really good.
Deal with that Jeff.
I mean, Heretics here get attack advantage, though, because what they can do is they can scout out the comp that Vision are on and decide if they actually want to commit to the counter dive backline of having Oasis on this White Fox, which has proved very problematic for both the Venom and Daredevil to have to deal with. But like you said, Enzo will be on that Hulk. He's going to be able to have those bubbles to be able to block off the Jeff ult. As we're going to see, like, Heretics, they'll try to walk high ground. Vision will let them. They're looking to try and hit the backline and the front line at the same time, buying space for Zerx to be able to apply pressure onto those isolated behind. But Enzo, with the Hulk mobility, just wraps back around, peels his backline, and then makes a play to take Vision's high ground.
A little bit isolated net right now. Will of course be able to leap back, but with no bubble. Beautiful focus there. Rex and Satan both fall. Kyubi down as well, and now Vision, they just got wiped off the board, and that means...
Yeah, I think we need more nerfs to Daredevil. Chat thoughts?
Or Satan trying to literally rush the point to give them time to try and re-engage. But with the objective on this map being very difficult to actually portal onto this point because of the way the building's set up.
You can't.
Exit through the left door. There's no way you're reaching in time.
Listen, if we're going to nerf Bucky and take away his CC, his grounding effect, that's not his CC, his grounding effect,
like for Vision right
on his
now,
uppercut for 1
is
second,
high ground, get an
we can do more
elimination
changes.
off
Oh,
them.
nice
Zerx
shot by
potentially coming
Alex.
on through, maybe both Gaina's ults up. They lose the Elsa, the BRB brings them back, but like they've lost so much space. They're still being split. We can see that attempts are having to be made with the team understanding we've lost the fight. We've got to have one person on point so that Heretics at least get stalled somewhat out of just having that push the distance. We get an opportunity to take a fight afterwards, but they're just being staggered continuously. Oh my goodness. They've been able to isolate Satan fully behind enemy lines. The Daredevil goes down now, which means that Vision have absolutely no information on where Heretics are playing.
Heretics already pushing over halfway through to the finish line, keeping some pressure, trying to force them off the high ground, with Enzo just leaping up there with Tanuki, putting the pressure on. Here comes the Apex Predator to try and isolate people outside of that symbiotic shenanigans healing from Jeff.
Wait, did he just use the Apex Predator to solo ult a Jeff?
But their health bars are so low.
I could fuck with that.
But they've got to be
I could fuck with that, chat.
Because that objective is already touching that finish line. You gotta make it through. They will dive through with Satan Satab and Vader being the only hope onto the board right now. The rest of the team will respawn to try and contest this with
Nah, I think this is a roll. I mean, Team Heretics has all their ults.
Lock them down, prevent Satab from getting
Yeah, I think this is a GG's chat. Just seeing the ban phase and what Team Heretics is playing against what Vision's playing, I think it's obvious to say that Team Heretics is going to win this.
Try and buy time, gets a couple, but is deleted by Tanuki.
Nice play.
To ensure they could not get forced off the point, and that is Team Heretics grabbing the point, grabbing the map, and grabbing the series in a 3.
Well,
I mean, Vision just did not get a team fight.
3-0 for the beginning of for our first game of the
look at the
playoffs,
ult
chat.
economy, they
Team
have nothing to
Heretics
say
with
about it. They're not even
93% and
close to
2.3
ultimates
million
because had
to
split,
Vision's
they were spread
7%
by
with
the
38
Hulk
people and
showing up on the side of
168,000.
Heretics. The Daredevil that they had to deal with, the Vanguard Deadpool that they had to deal with, the Rogue, like everything that Vision had was basically just a case of, okay, well, we're not getting to regroup, we're not getting to stabilize, we're not getting to battery for a strategist, even if we're losing the fight, we're not getting our duelists doing damage at the lead up to said fights, so we don't have an ultimate that forces Heretics to have to give space in respect to what we could use to try to put pressure on them. And then when we get to that last fight, like Team Heretics, they know, okay, they're through the portal, but if we just use everything in one go before Vision hit anything that they have to be able to rebuff that, we'll just sweep the fight and win. And it was one of the cleanest attack runs that we've seen from Symbiotic Surface.
Like, we were talking about just how good Vision's attack round was themselves when they were taking point number 1. They're hyper-aggression with their dive composition, but it feels like they just unlocked.
They need to turn up this guy's mic, bro.
Like, okay, let's just try
also, I'm pretty sure we're going to do player interviews maybe like they were doing last week, so we'll see.
Oasis on that White Fox, bringing out the Daredevil, bringing out Beetle on that Rogue. They just came right back into it, and like you say,
will they play on the new patch tomorrow? No, chat.
Once they moved on to attack.
I mean, you can see here in the replays, right? Vision are just not getting to fight 6v6 because Heretics, Heretics are then able.
Why would they play on a new patch in the middle of a tournament when they have no practice with the new patch? Chat, it makes no sense. Imagine if you were playing for money in a tournament and then the people were like, hey, you know what? we're dropping we're changing everything in the middle of a tournament. Good luck. You wouldn't like that. Come on, chat.
Jumps to the backline, peels it, and then blink and you'll miss it. He's already taking Vision's high ground.
It was pretty much as expected for Heretics, but I do think that they wanted to get the stress test.
Stacky, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
The winner of Shikigami versus Rad, the best of 5 that's coming after this series, to decide if they're going to be going up in the upper bracket tomorrow, or if they're going to meet other teams like Vision that are fighting for their lives tomorrow in the losers bracket. So it is a tough go for Vision here. You had a lot of good moments, but it felt like the drafts texture.
Yes, this is playoff with double elimination. So yes, there is double elimination. Even though Vision did lose, they are going to be dropping to the lower bracket, which we'll be also seeing, I think, probably tomorrow.
Actually playing some Elsa today, which they haven't had the opportunity to. And both of the duelists playing the Elsa too.
What's up?
If they don't get the opportunity to normally, doesn't mean they don't.
You good?
And that's the scary thing about a team.
How are
like
you feeling
Heretics.
today? Better?
Their draft pool is so deep because they have all these options, all played at an incredibly high level, and also with the fact that all these dive characters are so strong right now, and you've got players like Enzo and Tanuki on your team who can just make it happen. And Oasis, we were talking him up, arriving for the first time here.
I think, in his car. He's just waiting for someone to come over and give it an estimate, I think.
With some great counters, great positioning, not going to take down that.
I asked him if he wanted to come in. Do you want to go talk to him? Go say hi?
Win. I'm excited to see what more to come from them.
So much like positive stuff really for Heretics.
Yeah, no problem. I mean,
these players mostly from Citadel, the ones that didn't go over to Americas at the very least, and some other new additions.
Good morning.
From various rosters, including Beetle, who is going to be our interview very shortly. Like I think
I was gonna order breakfast so you didn't have to do it this morning.
Unless we saw a little bit of it from previous like MRCs that he might have played. But honestly, Moxie, it does feel like everybody's so capable.
I really want to see Team Heretics for against Virtus Pro. I think that's going to be a really good game.
Who was playing which strategist didn't seem to mire Team Heretics in the slightest. They were ready for it.
Well, I mean, they got Gambit through. If you get Gambit through, there's no way that you pass up the opportunity of playing Rogue, Magneto, and Star-Lord. There's like literally no way, because you have the strongest ult combo to be able to eliminate through strategist ults, if Vision even have them up in time, and then you also have
Yo,
that team up to be
Jen
able to
Bunny!
constantly have that
Appreciate the
neutral
massive Prime
damage
sub.
burst,
Welcome.
being able to hit so that the Rogue is so
Welcome to
lethal,
the
as opposed
best
to what she is
community
sometimes
on
a
Twitch
little bit,
chat,
where
right?
you can absorb that
Best.
damage if you have a triple strat
We are
line
the
and just
tallest.
sort of
We
bat
have the
her
most
off.
hair.
And I think like that was really, really crucial to just Heretics having so much space. But I think like in the future, what a lot
Most
of teams
jacked.
are probably going to be looking at is White Fox might have to be used and addressed in ban line, purely because she directly counters both the Venom and the Daredevil. In the same way that we see
Most
like, teams
abs,
wanting
too.
to
That is
remove
true.
the
We also
Daredevil
do
and
have the most abs.
one-sided
I have a
Daredevil,
24
because
pack.
You can take other elements of Dive out, but Daredevil is the
In the fridge.
only character in the game before Black Cat is added, because we're not playing with Black Cat added, who has that passive, who is able to see all of that information, and that allows you to just have so much read of when to hit, where to hit, and just have it constant applications of threat, and not letting you be able to just like sit back in your space and adjust, because you're constantly having to be like, is he here yet? Is he there yet? Is he behind me? He's already behind me. And you have zero time to adjust. Like White Fox is very similar in that we see so many strategists having resources that can deal with dive, but up against the Venom and the Daredevil, White Fox has the
I
most
love Tetcher, but it
survivability
feels like
in
Tetcher
that
is
you can
streaming
still
from
punish
either
things
the
like Venom,
heavens or
even if you
he's
have
like in a
invisible
jail
woman
cell.
bandit.
I think, Tetra, I remember casting a lot of Citadel last year with you, and we looked at the likes of Enzo and stuff. I remember there being like Spider Islands, for example. Every time it seemed that Citadel, Enzo's team at that point were a little bit sort of counted out, they were very quick to make the adjustments, right, compositionally.
I would be a good Marvel Rivals caster. Hey, casting is really hard. I'm pretty sure if you think you're good,
Light Vision were in control when they were running it.
I'm sure they're always looking for people to hire or
made a
whatnot.
lot of sense that they were able
Well, not
to
probably
do
not
so
now
well.
because
But
the
as soon
season
as
started. But
that change came in, it was a big deal for them. But we do have Beetle on the line, so we can ask him a couple of these questions ourselves. And I think the first one, Beetle, is because we haven't had much of a chance to talk to you in a Heretics jersey. What was the process of joining the team like? It seemed like Enzo was really keen on picking you and Naga up in particular, but how did that discussion go from your end?
So basically, they were looking for an off tank, and it wasn't really sure if I could even play. But I was like their first option for sure.
So looking now at your performance in the playoffs as opposed to the group stages, obviously there was a little bit of time for the meta to somewhat stabilize. Do you think the meta has actually stabilized, or do you think that teams are still working out what exactly is strong in terms of both composition being played, but also ban lines too?
I think like the start of preseason, everybody was banning whatever, like maybe Gambit first, maybe Elsa first. Right now it shifted more into a Gambit first ban and then Elsa first save.
What do you think about Psylocke right now? I think Psylocke's busted.
Bans are like they can change.
No, not busted, but she's a good character right now. I've been playing a lot more Psylocke
to
lately.
go a little bit deeper into that then, because you were actually one of the teams who had a 100% instant ban rate on Elsa.
Playing from home and
Why
trusting
do you
they are
think
not cheating
teams
is
have moved away
wild.
from the
Oh,
Elsa
trust
instant
me.
ban
I
and
think
are
if you
instead
were
looking at the
cheating in
Gambit?
this tournament, not only are you ruining your reputation to
if the
never
other
get
team
picked
is
up again
Elsa,
from
you can
any
ban, like,
team or any
supports that
game,
can
you're
help the
probably
Elsa,
also
like
going to be
Antis,
ruining
like
your
Invis,
team's reputation
and then
because they're
basically you wanna
probably going to
cut
be
off,
kicked
like,
out of the
any help
tournament.
for their Elsa, so you have a winning matchup.
And they have people
How much
spectating
would
you
like
and
Raw
all
in
this stuff
particular
and
with
whatnot.
The previous
So
seasons before characters like Rogue, for example, were added, we saw you were very often on Captain America and characters like that. How have you been enjoying Rogue coming into it, as that's one of the more recent heroes to be added?
I think
that's like
Rogue
saying
without the Gambit team up
oh, can you steal
not
something
really
from your
playable. It
job?
really
Well, yeah,
depends,
you could
like,
probably
any
steal
team
something
has
from your
full
job.
dive, maybe
Is your
go
job
low,
gonna
like
be there when you
rapid
come back and they
dive,
catch you?
maybe
Probably
shift
not,
them.
but I mean, hey,
But yeah,
to
with the
each their
Gambit
own,
team,
I guess.
Just jump on them, hit everyone. They all take infinite damage. You can also hit your teammate, like heal.
There
your
has been
teammates.
people cheating in
Super strong.
tournaments, chat. I'm not saying that is
I think Enzo said on the
that
first
is
interview that he had
not a
with
thing.
him
They
that
used
the
to there,
key
there
thing
used to
for
be
you
people
guys as a
cheating
team
in
was just
Fortnite
reps.
tournaments. You know
Get
what
in as
happened to the
many
people who were
matches as
cheating in
possible,
Fortnite
get as much
tournaments?
practice, hit
Well,
gates,
Fortnite
hit
actually
certain
took them to
positions as
court
possible.
and demanded an apology on the cheater person's social media and all that stuff.
Did you feel like this was a good chance to be?
So I mean, hey, if you want to if you want to go to court against a big gaming studio, hey, you're more than welcome to.
Was there a lot of stuff?
Are you gonna win? Probably not.
By surprise that you had to adjust to, or did you expect it all?
You know, hey, I'm gonna say this is why. What is it, chat? What country is it? South Korea. They take gaming very seriously. If you cheat in a video game or like all that stuff, you get punished, bro. You get punished. We need that. We need that.
And I guess the final question for me is, a lot of these early playoff games, like VP versus Peps, Na'Vi versus Fire, they're very much favorites. But your opponent next is either going to be Shikigami or Rad. Seems the closest series out of these first four.
Yo, what's up, Bex? How you doing? How you doing?
Like winning in that, because you've had played up against Shikigami in your group. Do you think
well,
Rad is
Birkin,
the favorite in that one?
that's a whole different, that's a whole total. We're talking about gaming and cheating. That guy is. That guy's a piece of shit, isn't he?
Rad have the upper edge here, definitely. And about
what's scary about
fear, it's probably Na'Vi. Rad can just pull out everything, I think. But I'm not too worried about them. It should be fine still.
Also,
I think there's gonna be, if it is Rad,
Emily made food. I gotta get
interesting drafts between you, because you're both the same, right? You both play a lot of different compositions. That there's only so much you can take out, right?
I mean, I just expect everything. They can do anything they want, and it would be fine.
Well, we'll get on to that series now, but thanks again, Beetle. Nice to see you in the Team Heretics jersey, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
That was Team Heretics' Beetle. Started to see him show up a lot on different vanguards now, and I mean, Enzo said it, they're ahead of the meta, is what he said in the last interview, and it seemed, Tetcher, that was kind of the case in this one. Vision and a couple of good ideas, but Heretics had the right responses, albeit maybe a little bit later than you would have assumed.
Yeah, like, you say later than they would have assumed. Every single time Heretics lost a fight, if they needed to adjust, they did. The times they didn't adjust, they would just come back and win.
Why did my dad leave? I don't know. Maybe the person wasn't coming today.
For example, they realized their
I could text him right now.
They adjusted it right away. It was just too late to stop the first point being taken, as Moxie brought up early. There's not much you can do. You need to take the high ground. The portal's hard to do. You might as well just give that up and just adjust your composition as needed.
That's a perfect way to sort of go into the second series. Shikigami versus Rad. Full best of 5 on who's going to be meeting Team Heretics later on tomorrow. But after
Coyote for 7 months. Appreciate it. Tier 3 for 7 months. Absolutely crazy. Oh, we have 5 minutes. Are you talking to me? Nice. 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 Yeah. Anyways, chat. If we have enough time today, I really want to do this variety game with you guys. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, bro. It's actually really fun. I want to try to get Emily in it. Winrose. It is such a fun game, dude. I played it a little off stream yesterday. I might want to play with you guys. Yeah, it's a pirate game. It's pretty fun. How many players does Winrose have? It's doing pretty, I think it's doing pretty well right now. 86,000 people. It's not a PvP game, so 86,000 really doesn't matter, but you can get to play with your friends. It's pretty fucking fun. I could probably try to play with a few friends on stream with you guys. Basically, you're a pirate and you're trying to plunder other people and get their booty. Or you could plunder your friend's booty, maybe. I don't know, whatever you guys want, but a pretty fun thing. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Plundering boot, yeah. Pretty fun, man. Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. You build your own base. I don't know. It's kind of weird saying this. I am an FPS, like, you know, multiplayer person and all this stuff, but I actually really do love games where, like, castle defense games. Like, have you guys ever played like castle defense on your phone or whatever? where you or games like Wrath or other stuff where you just go out, you scavenge for some stuff, you build your own base however way you want, and then like I love that.
Better solo duelist than Winter Soldier, Storm, Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, Human Torch, Punisher, Hela, Duelist Deadpool.
Oh, gambling. Yep, chat. Okay, you guys ready? We are going to gamble. You have red against Shikigami, chat. Get your... This is the only time you're ever allowed to gamble. So get your money, put it on the line.
All day.
As solo duelist.
Yeah, solo. He take 1v6 for all I care.
I would have said Punisher for solo duelist.
All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11 in reality. He's got this.
All right, Matsy's been stressing, but still holding out. Wolverine.
I don't know, Jedi. I have no idea. I have a lot of games to play, but if you have a recommendation for a game to play, throw it in my Discord. I have no problem with that.
It can really enable fights in comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know, but I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements, and I think one of the same. Wolverine with the what is it, Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine just a solo ult, tons of strategies. Or
wow, a lot of people are not believing in Shikigami. 23% chat. Shikigami. Did I say it? Shikigami.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park.
Thank you.
Manhattan. Spider Islands.
Oh, I haven't tried it yet, but the
Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah.
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 Ooh.
Yeah.
Why am I blanking on this name?
After today, yeah.
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 Avocado's good. Why?
That hurt teams today. That's that was morally crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
Man. Stay on the point. Stay on the point.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
The final
Pretty
area.
even here, though.
Yeah, I'd say.
Oh shit, we're okay. We're back in
some
26
ways
seconds,
the
chat.
first and last part of the map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last sixth specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like okay around the corner, but when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there.
You
There's
can have a
really
really
good blind
stacked
sight
team,
to
by
protect
the way.
yourself.
You can have a really stacked team, but it comes down to team coordination and team cohesion and all that stuff. You have to play well as a team.
Shikigami are going to be playing up now, and it's best of 5 as we move through the playoffs for preseason. I think for both of these, start Moxie as well. Like these are two teams that have like.
Saintless for 4 months. Appreciate it. How you doing?
Various
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Enjoy your
Last year in
breakfast.
2025. They are actually now in these jerseys, on these teams for Rad and Shikigami, and looking to prove that they're some of the top talent in the top region.
Yeah, and we don't really know which way it will go, right? I
Is
think
it similar to
we're all
Sea of
split. We
Thieves? It's a
heard
little
even
different
just
than Sea
then
of
from
Thieves, but
Beetle, where he
almost
said
like the
he
same
doesn't
stuff,
know
yeah.
Which team will walk away with the win? He's sort of leaning towards Rad, which is also what yourself and myself are, Ryan, with Tetcha being the outlier thinking Shikigami. But I think we're under no illusion, right? This has the opportunity and should be going to a 5-map series, given how close.
Wait, who
both
does
of these
Virtus Pro
teams
play
are
today?
on
Virtus
paper.
Pro plays.
Yeah.
Oh, Team Peps. I think that's going to be a
Especially
roll.
because they were in
Never mind.
different groups, Tetcha. It feels
No
like,
offense,
yeah, sure,
Team
Rad
Peps.
have the better run of form. They were 4-1 when it came to their groups, only losing to Virtus Pro and beating everybody else in Group B. And Shikigami, 3-2, losing to the likes of Na'Vi and Heretics. Did take a map off of Na'Vi, though, which is probably something that we'll come back to. But ultimately, I guess people would assume that Rad are the
Oh,
favorites
okay.
here 'cause
Emily
they've lost
made
less
breakfast,
games,
chat,
right?
but what she made is basically like
Probably
homemade
the kind of
pizza
ratio of,
bagels,
like, which group.
but with actual like
This is where
natural
people get a little
ingredients. You know what I'm
bit.
saying?
Like you say, Rad
Those
is the
pizza
leading
bagels.
event
I've
of
tried
everything.
eating
They
them
have a
since when I was a kid.
Virtus Pro.
I tried eating them now. They
World
taste like
champions.
chemicals.
Shikigami have only lost to the former world champions in the form of Na'Vi, which they took a map off of, and the team that beat Na'Vi. So it's pretty solid performance either way. This is a top 5 team in Europe right now against another top 5 team in Europe right now. The question just is where they land. And for me, I'm just delighted to be here because this is going to be great. We've talked about the fact that a lot of people are leaning in the direction of Brad. I'm leaning ever so slightly in the direction of
Yo,
Shikigami,
Zach
but
Nielsen,
we have a lot of my
you
players who have
okay
been
in
my
life, brother,
favourites
on
for a
YouTube?
long time, who have stuck together since the end of stage 2 for
This guy, I think, is going through a midlife crisis over here, chat, playing Marvel Rivals. And Saintless, appreciate the massive 4 months. He said,
absolutely magnificent. It's like
this
having
game
to
has the
choose
most
between
toxic,
your bugs.
brain-dead people in the world and has made me hate this game with a passion.
I mean, it's gonna
A
be
few
interesting to
words
see how these
misspelled,
teams
and
do
then
with how
it
Netflix
says, in the
release
people
both
that play
teams
it,
have a couple
enjoy
of
your
ideas
toddler
if they try
Overwatch
to
Pro
establish
League.
themselves.
Well,
we do, however, have a special
you
guest.
might
from
call this a
entirely
toddler
from the
Overwatch
Team Heretics
league,
camp.
but
Watch Parties is going to be joining us.
this money has
very
this
soon,
league
probably
has
get to
more
the
money
second
than Overwatch
series.
has ever
So
had
his
in
team
it.
is gonna be
This
the
is a
case of
$3
who's
million
gonna be
tournament,
this
brother.
whole best of 5. So be curious to get his impression of it.
That ain't no toddler money.
There's 2 players that I love, one on each team, and it's Crazy Kitty and Leoless. Like, they are the 2 duelists that have impressed me the most.
And I don't know
also
about
have
you,
to,
but
like,
winning
go
$3
towards
million
Cross
by
Mountain.
playing video
On the
game
side of Shikigami, he
every
was a
year?
player that was not a storm one trick, but he did play
That's a
Storm
rich ass, yeah, that's a rich ass
but he's
toddler, I
managed to
guess.
not only flex onto characters like the Human Torch and show a lot of promise there in the Central Park composition, Moxie, but his Daredevil looks really strong, and he just seems to be very much on par with some of the more eccentric duelists that we have in this region.
Yeah,
also,
I mean, there's an absence of talking about the Vanguard line, which we'll come back to because Shikigami and Rad both have
Someone
very
probably
strong
he was probably
Vanguard
playing
lines,
support
but
chat and
I
he was
believe,
probably not
Tetra,
healing
your
and someone said
hosting
GG's no
duties
heals and he
are
got
calling
mad
you,
and
as
probably
is
quit the
someone
game.
else.
Not for me this time. Ryan's hosting.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
and as a duelist Vanguard player, like
went everywhere.
Hero shooter
Don't
experience,
forget to
certainly
do your
push
daily
I
squats.
think we've got him on the line available.
Emily
if you could
coming
hear
in
us,
here
we
with a
blink
massive
twice.
tier 3
First and
for
foremost, Team Heretics, you've been watching them,
32
supporting them.
months.
Are you
Absolutely
pleased and
insane.
happy
Oh,
with how
1
the
second.
series went, or did it stress you out a little bit more?
Protect your
considering
bald king.
Heretics were expected to be the winners.
I wanna hear what
Preseason had a
Craggy
couple of
says.
good moments, no?
They had a few good moments, a few good hiccups, but for the most part, Team
Bro forgot
Heretics
it wasn't to
dominated
airport.
that match.
Just
We
leave
played
it's
absolutely
okay.
out of our minds, I'd say, and there will definitely be more 3-0s coming from Team Heretics in the next couple of days.
Who are we voting for the next Hellfire
Have
Gala
you been
skin?
watching two
Oh,
of these?
I have
Sorry,
no
real quick,
idea,
have you
man.
been
Probably Black
watching
Cat
much
for
of,
me,
like,
man.
Rad and Shikigami
Ian
as well?
and
'Cause I know
Hug,
that you've
appreciate
been
the massive
watching
donos, my
mostly,
friends.
but I'm pretty sure you've
And
been
also
watching
Worm
all
with
of
the massive
action
tier
in here.
1.
Like, first and foremost, who have you got for this upcoming series? Because Rad and Shikigami both look good, but they've just been in separate groups, so we don't know how really they're going to fare against each other.
Yeah, so I saw it was pretty one-sided to Rad. I think it was Tetra, the one that went with the Shikigami. I'm gonna go with Shikigami as well. I think they're gonna win. I think I think they have the better roster, but it'll definitely be a close match. I mean, it can go both ways, but I think Shiki's gonna take it.
Going back to your statement just there about many free O's in Team Heretics' future, are you alluding perhaps to Na'Vi VP? Do you think that they're also going to be able to go flawless against those 2 teams?
Yeah, so I think the way my prediction went was VP is going to beat Na'Vi, and then Team Heretics is going to beat VP. They've already beat Na'Vi 2-0, and I think they can definitely do it again. I think the 3 strongest team in the world right now is Team Heretics, Na'Vi, and VP. So it can go either way depending on the day between those teams. But I think Team Heretics is looking really strong. They got some really strong players. They're very flexible, especially their DPS players, which is what is needed in this meta. I think with triple support
Tired
being,
Salmon, appreciate massive 7 months.
so
How you doing?
strong, and sometimes you have to play 2-2-2, maybe even put a DPS on tank.
Oh, this guy says, bro, why are you
Naga
spamming
is
ads?
probably the best
Because I
player
want to
to
make sure
flex
the ads are
onto
not being
all the
played in the
different
middle of a
roles that they
game.
need.
But okay,
And I think
I'll stop making sure. I'll stop
meta
doing the
for
ads manually,
DPS
and I'll let the
is
ads
fit for
run in the
TP
middle of the
as well. I
matches.
mean,
My
I
bad,
think
chat.
it's the best Daredevil, so I think they got a good shot.
Instead of the yapping, I'll
Very
run it
simple
in the middle of the
question for me.
matches.
What's been your favorite game from Heretics so far? What's been your favorite performance?
Ooh, I think when they played against Na'Vi, I think a lot of people was doubting Team Heretics' ability because it's a new team, it's a new org and a new
No
team,
one was downing Team Heretics.
against
Who was
some
downing
teams that
Team
have been
Heretics?
Playing together for very, very long, and I think them being able to go 2-0 against them really showed what they're capable of and that they do have a chance at beating the best teams. So I think that showing really solidified their spot as one of the top teams.
So it's nice to see that you know we've got Team Heretics for the first time involved in Marvel Rivals. It's great that they've picked you up to be the contractually obligated support of them, but still, like, you've also got experience like playing in these tournaments with like Shmongus and stuff yourself. So is there part of it like when you're watching these guys, you're like, just put me in the server, like, please, like, you're itching to get back to compete, or are you more happy to just sit back and let the pros play and just give them some guidance if they ask for it, right? Like, how are you enjoying the watch partying versus playing?
Watching them play is definitely giving me the itch to play pro. I mean, we never know what's gonna happen in the future, but you know, at the same time, I'm also an old man. My reflexes aren't quite what they used to be.
I'm an old man.
I think I saw some stats about like the average age of a team, and some teams are below 20. So I've definitely been older than some of these players.
Yeah, got a couple of 17, 18-year-olds coming through the wings as well.
That's good, Emily.
Final question, like, obviously, again, like, are there other teams that you have been watching that have impressed you, or you're sort of supporting when Heretics aren't playing? Because there's so much, like, promising talent and new organizations involved as well. Like, I do wonder if some teams have caught your eye of, like, definitely pay attention to X team.
Kaigon, you're too nice. Appreciate the massive gift and sub, my friend.
Like, what teams are catching your eye outside of Heretics?
I know the old man feeling.
Yeah, so I haven't watched too much NA, but I think the one that we're all surprised about is Swamp Gaming, how well they've been playing. And then, but I did expect TLC to do really well, and they did also do really well. But yeah, Swamp Gaming is definitely one I wasn't expecting. But yeah, I mean, for EU, since I'm so familiar with the region, I had a good idea of where everybody was. I think the biggest game will be Team Heretics or Navi versus VP, to see how well VP still is, how good they still are. So being able to compete against having those teams play against each other, I think will be a good watch.
It's going to be an exciting next couple of days, and you're going to be watch partying all of it, I'm pretty sure, Craggy. So where can people watch you?
Well, they can watch me on twitch.tv/Craggy with 2 E's. We'll be cheering on for Team Heretics whenever they're playing, and then just seeing which team will be the winner of the other games. I think this next game is definitely going to be close.
Yeah. It definitely it's the one that I think the casters are the most excited. So we'll let you go. We'll get into this next series. But thanks again, Craggy.
Thank you very much.
Protect your bald king.
So we get to see a little bit more gloating from the Team Heretics camp, but it is due deserved. But their opponent is the ones that are coming up here of Rad versus Shikigami, and much because
yo, Master Shank from 2 months. Appreciate it.
These are two teams that a lot of
How you doing?
various players from various rosters in EMEA, they're putting Shikigami and Rad in the top 5 teams in the region.
Yo,
Like,
you know what we
the
should
upper
do? Me
echelon.
and
Just
Craggy and I
maybe,
should start a team
obviously not quite the same level as
to
like
raise the
Navi
age
and Team Heretics.
average of all the teams.
Yeah, there's potential.
We should make a
There's
30
really strong
plus
potential for both of these teams, as we talked about. Like we talked about
group.
the duelists, we've talked about the strategists. We have to talk about the vanguards because
Apparently,
like, Kai has been
I'm
a
31.
standout
Craggy,
Venom
I don't know if
player,
Craggy's over
and
30.
Ducky has been a
You can have
standout group
Flats
player
just
from
hit
day
30,
one,
so
but
there you
he's
go.
been
We already
looking
have 3
really
people.
Good, flexing onto things like
The
the
unks,
Magneto now
exactly.
as well. Took a little bit of a
Oh,
break.
Craggy's
He only was a
27? Oh, he's
substitute
not
in
even
stage 2 of
old!
2025 Ignite last year, but he has come back and hit the ground running. His Groot is insane. He's had some whole rounds of domination where he has yet to go back into that respawn point. And I think, like, for me, that's what gives Rad the edge. The fact that they have such an extent of their hero pools. They've got the Groot compositions. Crazy Kitty can play a absolute stunning Ultron as well.
Craggy is faking being
like,
an old man.
Shikigami, it's always been the dive
Come on.
composition. We have to really see if they can move outside of just being a dive identity team, especially now that we're seeing more counter dive comps with the Luna, with the White Fox, really establishing a counter for Venom.
I think that's a really funny point as well, Tetcha, because I feel like the same thing happened to Vision, where they had a really good first week, and they were like, yeah, the meta really suits us, it's dive. And then it's like, the meta was in fact not dive, it was a lot more triple strategist, and they had a horrid week too because of it. It seemed to be a thing that caught some of the teams out. So yeah, Shikigami want to try to dictate the game the way that they want to play. It's just that Rad are so open with the meta that they can play anything they want.
It's not an issue for Rad, like you say. They are so flexible, not just in terms of, as Cracky mentioned, it's so important that your duelists are so flexible because sometimes you have to triple strategize.
I want Rad to win.
If you're
I'm going to be biased here, chat. I want Rad to win because Mash and Lugia Goat were on our team for the Boger Bash, and we won the Boger Bash with them. So
in right now. Shikigami,
I am
I'm
I'm a little biased here, bro. I want Rad to win. What's the bet looking like right here? How's chat betting?
One of the things that Shikigami said,
2.7 million on Rad with 171 people, and Shikigami has 1.7 million with 143 people. It was a close bet in terms of people, but not money.
They struggled against teams that really sort of banked up the ultimates to make advantage for it. So at least that works in their favor, that they can play more in the neutral. The problem is that you have Rad on the other side saying that you can't play honest against us when it comes to drafts. So I do wonder how the drafts especially are going to look.
Yeah, I mean, we have both teams here basically playing a whole host of different compositions through the group stages. Like we said, like Shikigami, dive composition have been like stand out, lights out, but they also play it so disciplined to the point that their backline does not have to be dive.
Play MRC, you get to MRI, you
force
win.
them into having to play the
Make a
Jeff
name for
Rocket.
yourself.
No, they've been able to play things like the Luna and the White Fox themselves, and they just know that when their backline's being pressured, the rest of their team can't be as aggressive as searching for those dive moments. Although I will say, if Frost Mountain gets the opportunity to spawn camp someone on Daredevil, he absolutely will, and he has done in the past.
He's not afraid for any of the action that he's about to run into. But I think real quick, if we're looking at a play to highlight on Rad Moxie, it's Ducky, right? Like, Ducky has been phenomenal, not only just as a vanguard on this team, but the Groot especially. He's had maps that have been fully played out that he hasn't had an elimination against him. With the focus on Mantis, there's a pretty good team up there between the two of them, no? And then you got Loki alongside. It just feels like Ducky could get a lot done.
I think you claim the drops in the top right where your profile picture is, but I think you don't have to claim it. I think if you watch the stream, don't you just get them automatically?
Is there enough room to actually look at the group, which a lot of the time
don't you just Dev, by the way, appreciate massive prime sub. I'm pretty sure you just
really starting off with it. But if we do see things like the Elsa come through,
okay, you know, I'm gonna teach you guys a little life hack right here. Download something, I think it's called 7TV or BTTV. If you download BTTV, it has FFZ, right? Anyways, it's a Chrome extension. You literally can claim channel points for free, and you can also claim drops for free. Hey, there you go. And you get to unlock thousands and thousands of other emotes to use in chat as well. So if someone types, "Why can't this fucking be me, goddammit?" and you only see that huge word, well, you're not going to see the emote, and it does kind of suck. So
love with them as a duo together. From the very first game, we really saw them, where we got the interview with Ducky at the end. After they went a solo
exactly.
Magneto,
why can't this fucking be me, goddammit?
The triple duelist setup. And the way they described it, it's not the composition that excited me, it's how the interview went afterwards, where Ducky just said, well, he's the best tank in the world. I just want to let him do what he wants. And that's the level of trust that you want in your front line.
Wait, what did my dad say?
Synergy, and I love watching these two anytime they're together.
Yeah, but going on the side of like your prediction for Shikigami, if we're focusing on Ducky as being one of the main benefactors of Rad that's going to give them the victory here, who is it for Shikigami, do you think? Who's the player you think that people should be keeping an eye on to perform?
As much as I usually will glaze Leolaz, this time I'm going to lean into a twofold here.
Do you get emotes from drops? Emotes from drops on Twitch? I'm pretty sure you have to look at the Twitch drops. I'm pretty sure you get a nameplate, an emote, and a skin.
They're so flexible. They're a player who brought out Storm more than anyone else last year in compositions where you didn't expect it, because they will be practicing stuff that you might not expect, but still play all the meta heroes to the level that you want. This is a team with two massive playmakers and then everyone else has just been playing together long enough and to play.
I think the next match is starting here soon, chat.
They are difference makers. This is a team.
They just gotta talk until the players are ready.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Certainly for like the first map being Hell's Heaven, it's a map that we have seen Shikigami play on once and lose against Team Heretics. It was a bit of a fight back there. Brad haven't played.
Trust me,
Since we saw the highlight,
these
everyone
guys
else, the strategists
are
back lines
paid
for
to
both teams,
talk.
some of the more experienced ones
The
have
reason
played
that they
major
probably
teams,
talk
like
a
you've
little
got
too much is
Mash,
because the players are delaying the
and
game.
then Vertigo on the side of Rad, and then you've got Lindstrom
So-
and Ave that are on Shikigami, all of which have played pretty much since the Invitational, or at the very least the first stage of 2025, right? These are guys that have a lot of experience playing with each other as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the depth of their hero pool as well supports that because they've been playing literally since the start of the game. They have so much experience on all of the strategists who were meta for all of the different parts of the game. We've seen like
What's after this,
Invisible
chat?
Woman,
Bid-
we've seen now the Luna, the White Fox, the
Navi
Gambit,
against
the Jet,
Fire.
the Loki,
Navi-
the CD. They've had to do literally all of it. So there's not really a lot that you can do in terms of just like banning them out of a comfort pick. They all have their comfort picks open. I think much more so, as we heard from Beetle, it's going to be about looking at that first instant save from the enemy team and working out, okay, what is going to be the most costly.
Why are
cost to
they delaying the
remove that
game?
could support that.
Chat, you guys only see the surface. There's a lot going on in the background. Maybe one of the players decided to get Taco Bell before their match, and now they're having explosive diarrhea. Anything is possible.
I think it was Mash on the side of Brad. Feels that there is like maybe some ideas here, but it does look. I'd say for both teams.
Doc Cruz for 53 months.
You do
Appreciate it.
have
Appreciate it.
Very good duelists, Ketchup, but at the same time, they're very flexible. Crazy Kitty and Frost Mountain, not afraid to go and switch to a triple strategist lineup if they need to.
This is not, like, hero pools are not really an issue for these teams in most cases. There may be like the odd weakness you could find here and there if you were to dive exceptionally deep, but you'd be hard pressed to pick one out. For now, though, I'm just not too worried about having weak spots for stuff like a Mantis, stuff that's incredibly important right now.
We should be getting into the game soon. Again, this isn't us. Like, I know somebody sort of put like it's only into 4 maps out of potential. What? How many maps do we potentially have? 14 left potentially if these best of 5s go full distance. But it's more the fact that this is the one.
Greg, Preseason Massive Prime Sub, my friend. How you doing?
Guys, that is going to be the one that. It would be more of a shock if it was a 3-0 to either team, right? That's generally what we're assuming. There are going to be traded maps either way, especially now that we get into some full best of 5s. And I guess it's a good chance to explain, Tetra, like, we do see these game modes play out. It's going to be domination first, as it always is. Then it has to be convergence and convoy, and then it does reset later on, right?
Yes, we start off, like you say, domination every time, which is predetermined. The teams know what map they're going to play on far in advance for their first map, so no need to worry about that.
Are you guys getting an influx of scam calls?
To have the opportunity to practice that, and it's why domination is, especially in best of 5s, an extremely important map type.
I don't know why I'm getting it.
But then you can choose between convoy or convergence, and then the last map in the 3 rotation has to be the last game mode that you have.
Like, what's going on right now? I just got called by 20 different numbers in the span of like 45 minutes of no one I know.
You can't then play convergence again, but you can convoy on top.
So we'll see where it's going to start with domination and where exactly this series is going to take us. Guys, I know you've been itching to cast this series.
I get a lot of texts on people's.
I mean, yeah,
they text me an address and they're saying, "Hey, are you ready to sell?" And I'm like, "I don't fucking. Who owns this address? Why are you texting me? I don't fucking know." So I reply back, "Yeah, 300,000 or some random price." And they're all like, let's buy. And I'm like, okay, good luck.
Ready to go into that first ban draft. And this is what we're talking about, right? We don't really think that you can ban out both of these teams. I think like it's much more about using the ban draft, forcing them onto a specific composition, and then being able to react around the composition that you put them onto.
So we're going to find out which direction they go in, and that is to head on in and
yeah,
start
it's funny.
off. Already, we're seeing more traditional to start. Nothing wild. We're looking at Gambit in these early...
Okay, chat, let's see this.
Bans. Starting off.
Are we going to see an Elsa ban?
So nothing
Elsa ban.
yet, but there's plenty of time.
Also save potentially coming through from Rad into, I'm guessing, a Loki or Mantis ban coming through from the side of Shikigami before they go into their own.
Oh, that's
Let's be
crazy. I had to
honest,
change my number
Elsa
after
save,
15 years of
we don't
spam
have
calls.
to be a
Oh
fortune
my
teller
god.
to be able to see that one coming. As, yep, there's the Elsa save.
Yeah, one of the
Now,
people
both
keep
teams
calling
will likely
me.
take the mirror for the Loki, or potentially Rad go for Mantis here, seeing that Shikigami
I have caller
took
ID.
it out earlier.
So one of the people keep calling me. I don't know whose name is Iris. Do you guys know an Iris?
So far from the
It's how's it spelled? I think it's spelled like IRS. I keep putting them on block.
So far, this could be the draft from last series as well, Moxie, as we're sticking very.
I don't know. I have never been to school or known anyone named Iris.
We've been seeing so far all of today, with only really Vanguard Deadpool sneaking in outside, and there he is as a protect, not in the ban phase this time.
Breaking the fourth wall. It's very Wade Wilson, isn't it? You say his
Sorry,
name, and just like Beetlejuice, you've summoned him into existence. Oh, Rad's going to be removing.
Wait,
the
what? I get
Daredevil from the side
Viagra
of
calls a
Frost
lot, and I'm
Mountain.
a
This
woman.
means that
What?
Shikigami
Wait,
might
what?
feel like they have to go for a ban onto Daredevil themselves.
Sometimes,
or
what's wrong with
we
being a
could
woman
see the
and
split come
getting
through. If they
Viagra
go for this ban here,
calls?
there's like debate. If they want to run the dive with the Venom, they know that the Luna White Fox team up is going to be problematic, so they actually remove the Luna and leave the Loki open. And I think this is maybe something that we're actually going to start to see more and more of. Taking out the Mantis so that the Elsa doesn't get the 12% damage boost also then means that if Loki makes it through, he doesn't have to team up with the Mantis, but in terms of weighing Loki up with Invisible Woman gives much more resources to the Elsa to be able to take an off-angle fight, as opposed to the Loki, who's going to be wanting to group up with the team.
We are going to see Loki allowed through for both teams, so it is still available if either one wants to pick it up, as we're going to be heading on into Hell's Heaven for our first game in this best of 5 series. There's a whole lot of weird hovers in the spawn rooms. We'll see how many of these actually make it out, so we won't go too much.
Okay, let's see this.
Here. But overall, the one thing I want to really point out,
I think this game is going to be much closer than the previous game that we just watched, chat. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Oh, by the way, you guys are saying Twitch drops. Don't forget, tomorrow are new Twitch drops. I think it's Daredevil, if I'm not mistaken. Daredevil Will of Galactica skin?
It's there if they want to go for it, but they don't have to use it. I think it's more important that they take it away from Shikigami, because Shikigami, like we said, they're a dive team. They've been playing mostly Daredevil with that dive.
It is Daredevil? Okay, so it is. I have to redo the...
have to take the time to...
What the
where Rad will be, as opposed to just being like, okay, we'll send this amount of players to this exact position at this amount of timing and be able to find that first elimination. As we're actually going to get a Hulk mirror coming on for Isidore.
Hey, Hulk mirror! I love it, bro. Watching Hulk gameplay is so satisfying.
But oh, the wolf grab from Frost Mountain delivers Ducky right into the clutching claws of Shikigami's crew, and they find the first elimination, make that the second. That will be a point cap unlocked right to Shikigami's side. Rad have nothing to be able to contest this.
Vertigo will be able to get away thanks to that White Fox teleport to make sure that they don't get caught out here. But
I don't.
wow,
Who's saving?
lovely start by
Saving?
Shikigami.
I don't know who that is. I don't think I've ever seen that person. No. They show you everyone that's on the team before they play.
Lock down Lugia to keep them off their team, and then giving full freedom to Frost Mountain to isolate that Deadpool and capitalize for that first pickup of the game. As such, Shikigami can start to build up that charge. In the meantime,
this cat, Tetra needs to do his mic a little bit, man. He's a little too quiet.
From that cosmic fast ball.
Unless that's just me, but if he seems like a very quiet caster.
They're going to try and push out with the thing. Lugia looking to try and put some pressure onto those mobile characters, but gets locked down again.
Yeah, great exile so that Lugia can't follow up now.
Oh! Punched in the face by a rock when you're ulting.
But also having both Emma and Thing in play means that Frost Mountain loses these grab opportunities on the Vanguards. As Kai is actually coming back on this range. Lindstrom uses God of Mischief to copy onto Nami, having Eternal Bond, which will delay Rad from getting the split.
Oh, Spice! Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
Even further into delay territory because Isidore commits the World Breaker, and this is buying time for Nami to be able to hit an ultimate and force Mash to have to mirror.
Mash coming on in with that Eternal Bond here for a little bit of extra healing. Glass rocks from Crazy Kitty. The Apex Predator is able to isolate onto the Wolverine. Tries to barrel leap away, but will get picked off by Ducky. Counter from Leo to kite them backwards. Picks off Mash. Removes at least some of the healers.
Wow, Shikigami is looking really strong right now. Oh.
Longer, but all this is doing is trying to allow Rad for an eventual flip because we're at 92%. Shikigami's delay is paying off dividends here.
Yeah, this is a huge delay by Shikigami.
But it's at 99%, Moxie, and that's exactly what you want to see on Dom. If you can get the flip to happen when you're already on your ball.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what
nice. Good hold by Shikigami. Someone said L portal as well. I don't think that was an L portal. You teleported back because you were the first one died. You teleported back. You helped your team. You delay the point to 99, and now all you have to do is win one fight, chat. You might have used your portal a little early, but if Rad does get to 99%, I'm pretty sure the portal might come back online, and you could use it again. So you could use 2 portals. Tremors, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing?
Heal opportunities since Shiki aren't poking at the moment outside of that Moon Knight. Mash has no one to heal to be able to match Lindstrom's ult. The moment Shikigami hit Loki, they're just gonna go in with God of Mischief coffee.
Sammy as well with the massive prime sub. Appreciate it. How you doing? That's popping off today. Oh wait, the Moon Knight, something we haven't seen in a very long time, chat. They have the moon. The goon.
Right off the bat, taking out Lugia, forcing out the Apex Predator to try and take them down, but a beautiful wall to allow the retreat. And once again, overtime starts to tick down. Here comes the dive as Emma touches.
I am doing fantastic. Appreciate you. I'm glad that the watch parties are back, bro. I have a lot of fun with you guys when we do watch parties. And Justin with the new membership on YouTube. Appreciate it. How you doing, Justin?
They're so disciplined. They're so content with like not looking for more if they don't have to do more.
I did tell you guys that I like Rad winning this, and I'm very biased because they have Lugia and Mash. Also, you can't go wrong with someone named Ducky when we have Ducks literally right here, right? So Shikigami
Mash is going to be able to just
doing really well.
That damage, channel it
I still think Rad's going to win, chat. Even if you lose the first game, it's a best of 5. First to 3 wins. So Rad can still bring this back. It's not the J3 curse. Stop. There's no such thing as a J3 curse. Before I start cursing you guys.
Which Rad, as I said, it's unmatched. They can't afford to meet it. They have to give up the space and make a play for a clutch Elsa ult, which
look. You guys are about to say, I'm sorry, J3. Once you see Rad win this next round, watch. It's not a best of 3, it's a best of 5. So it's a first 2-3. First to 3 wins.
Simple, not a gank attempt to a portal, but just a high ground.
Watch, I guarantee you guys right now. I guarantee you guys Rad wins. I'll even go ahead and say that Rad wins the first fight.
Off the back, it's a massacre, Moxie! Rad are deleted off the board. The charge up from last round not needed thanks to the isolation of Kaya and Isidore, preventing any need for the wombo, so they drop it right off the bat. And that's Shikigami taking full control again to start building that percentage.
Yeah, it's one of those ults that you can go aggressive.
Yo, let's go Shikigami! I knew this team was gonna win, chat. I was a little biased. I knew Shikigami had this all along.
Is just going to shred through the runestones before Rad can live it. They do have Mash's ult here to make a move, but if they use first, and you can already see Layla's posted up with the Apex Predator wanting to grab people out of the path of Eternal Bond to set up for the eliminations on Shikigami, who still have not given flip, and they'll hold on to it longer yet since Name has later Eternal Bond, and Rad's whole ultimate economy might be torched just finding the flip the same way we saw previously.
We lose the Moon Knight, but here comes second Eternal Bond. Lindstrom once again, they're just trying to buy as much time as they can. No portal re-engage this time. Vertigo's going to mirror it, so it's all about Shikigami just delaying as long as they can. Frostbound to try and roll back in as quick as they can, but
nice.
For Rad. They will take control, and this time quite a bit quicker. 51% no portal re-engage available for Shiki, so it's time to potentially adjust a bit. They're going to move off of the Doctor Strange.
Nice. That's what I'm talking about.
But they will keep with that Moon Knight Groot combo, especially with the fact that
Jay3 Curses live and we are seeing the consequences. Rad is about to get 3-0 dime sad.
No. If Rad loses 3-0, I would actually be very surprised, chat. I think both of these teams are really close in terms of skill.
Clearing all of the corners to
A
make
dub.
sure the
Appreciate
Crazy
the massive
Kitty
dono
is
on
not
YouTube, my
around
friend.
one of them. Looking to grab
I really do
out
think
the
they're
Vandal or
on even footing.
potentially that Groot as well, as they're actually going to invade closer into now Rad's own position. We can see Shikigami wanting to just play the high ground, have Lindstrom up posted up there safely, out of the way of the Thing's clobbering time so that you can react to it with the regeneration domain. Smashness though, currently uncontested, takes out Leolaz, strangling Prisons and Fetch from Eastall, but there's no follow-up from the hand of Khonshu. Frost Mountain is having to duelite Smashness instead, and Rad will be able to hold on to the fight as Elsa is let loose.
Rad are taking so much of an advantage over how this particular setup.
See? Game's not over till it's over, chat.
And those those back room areas in order to try and just sustain, keep control, and not get caught, most importantly. That way they can just make sure they're split enough to not get capitalized. The Frost Mountain may have to drop some non-advantageous ultimates. There's a great Wolverine catch after being thrown around from one side. Last stand, enough to take out Kaya.
Yeah, that was solo ult. Onto the Vanguard Deadpool through the Banhammer. Mash, though, has allowed the inroad to come.
Why not ban Elsa?
I
say the same thing, man. I think teams have a big ego, and they're always like, hey, we have the better Elsa. No, we have the better Elsa. And then they let Elsa stay through, and guess what? They end up realizing that they do not have the better Elsa. Or maybe that, you know, they don't think they're as good as they thought they were, and they lose.
Waiting for the CC immunity to be done. Huge Apex Predator from Leolaz. Smashness tries to equalize.
Jay, is it one-sided bans? Yes.
The CD.
When you ban, you're banning for the other team, and you're saving for your team. So even if, let's say, your team bans Luna Snow, your team can still play Luna Snow, but the other team cannot play Luna Snow.
They didn't have the
Hey, where are you guys now? Where are you guys now? Saying, where are you guys? You're quiet now. Quiet. You guys always forgot. When you win the first round of King of the Hill, you always lose the map. Always. Always. If you, this is how King of the Hill goes, chat. I'm gonna break down the statistics of King of the Hill. If you win the first map and you lose and you win the second map, you win the game. But if you win the first map and you lose the second map, you are typically probably going to lose also the third map, and you're going to lose the series. No team ever wins the first round, loses the second, and then wins the third. No team ever does that. They always lose. And listen, I have the house, I have the kids, I have the cats, I have the cars, I have my hair all on Rad right now to prove that I'm right. Watch. If I'm right, I'm stealing everyone's channel points, and I'm not giving it to any winner.
He did not use it in that overtime fight, but that does mean that Name has to be very cautious about how he invests this Eternal Bond. The immunity CC frames only last for the actual dashes themselves.
Caught out, locked down, or even caught out before you could ultimate. Here comes the immediate pickup. Crazy Kitty getting to lose the attempt to grab battle versus Frost Mountain, but is able to escape thanks to Ducky, who will drop that silent seduction early, trying to take advantage. Shikigami, they will take the point with that pickup here, and they once again absolutely massacre Rad. This is what we've seen so far every single time, but last match, Rad were able to take this back a little bit
my god, they're bullying the Thing. Oh, they're playing with the Thing, bro. They're not... Oh, he lived! Oh, he didn't live. Oh, they played with him.
Yeah, it was a brutal play from Shikigami's side. Like, Name gets to use Eternal Bond, and then Rad have to position in anticipation of
I'll do it after.
Afterwards.
Actually, I need to
catches the disengage when they're all stacked up.
I need to do my spots. It's okay, I got it.
Very little to be able to actually catch it with the shield. Ducky still using Silent Seduction, so can't use the Aegis. And then the follow-up is just there with Leolaz. and melts through those players from Red when they don't have strategist ults. Speaking about strategist ults, though, we are approaching Mashes, so they'll have second strategist ult cast here. Currently got the high ground too, but Isidore taking a little bit of damage, is just absorbing it, funneling it over. So Lindstrom has match, actually gets the Groot wall to interfere with Mash's trajectory of the Eternal Bond.
Oh my god, the map's moving! The map's moving! That is the dumbest thing in my opinion, chat. When the map starts moving, your Cloak and Dagger ult starts moving as well. It is so dumb, dude. I'm pretty sure a lot of support players here probably had their ults ruined because the map starts moving.
As they're chased off the point once again. Rad said hacking here. Once again, we're looking at more similar to round 1 than round 2. We're up to 77% Moxie.
Yeah, that's a rough one. If they use Vertigo's ult as well to engage, Name just gets Eternal Bond unmatched. Crazy Kitty goes down early too, which means that Rad have to make a play because it's about to be OT. Eternal Bond, but like you said, the Groot will come through from Eastdoor. The dashes do get onto point. Terror Cape as well, forcing out the regeneration domain early on the side of Lindstrom. So
I still believe in Rad. Rad's gonna win this.
Cooldown, but they lose Smashness before the Elsa can ult, and Eastdoor has been an absolute
Rad still wins this.
Groot.
Straggling Prison holds them off the objective. No one can touch, no portal, and Shikigami take control and claim map number 1.
Oof, big plays coming on through from Shikigami. Like I said, like they're a very predominant dive team, but the discipline that they have when they played that dive, when you apply it to other compositions, the potential level is there, and we're really starting to see that potential come through. Isidore,
babe, pack your bags. We just lost the house. We just lost the cats.
When called for, but now we're getting to see a little bit more out of him in terms of playing.
We just
like
lost everything.
Groot. And he was putting the work in.
Pack your bags and make sure you don't put it in the car. We lost the car too.
The Moon Knight, when they moved away from it, were so good at grabbing multiple players on the side of Rad. Despite the fact that Rad had the cloak, they potentially could have used the Dark Teleportation to fade out of the CC connection, but he's so good at catching them just when it's used up.
Also, Isidore with just some of the best walls since China, blocking off the fade, but the Eternal Bonds from the Cloak and Dagger, blocking off an attempted retreat from Lugia as he just tried to escape after being staggered for
Bro!
by just blocking him in the Yanzi Street charge. The isolations onto multiple people, blocked one Glatrox, just art. Beautiful performance there by Isidore. We love to see.
I mean, the fact as well that he got the elimination on Smash in that last fight on Frozen
Chat, hear me
Airfield
out.
when Smashness had Elsa.
Just because you lost King of the Hill doesn't mean you're going to lose the series.
Able to win them that fight.
Hear me
and
out.
Then they lose Elsa
Just because you lost, you still have. It's a best of 5. It's a best of 5, chat. It's a best of 5.
That's going to be it for this first match. Shikigami take the lead, but it's a best of 5. Plenty of opportunity for Rad to come back in, but we'll be back with map number 2 very shortly.
They're going on a break. Okay. Okay, chat, just as a heads up, we are doing ads while they're going on a break because nothing is happening. So trust me, you guys are not missing the games. You're not missing anything if you get an ad. I'm just making sure the ads are not being ran in the middle of a game. I cannot control what Twitch does. Twitch needs their stuff. Ow, I did legs yesterday. Oh, my legs are sore. I would buy this skin if it wasn't tennis. I'm still probably gonna get it in Psylocke, but I would love this skin if it was paddle. Or pickleball. I'm an old man, Chad. I like pickleball. I'm not a big, like, racket person. I'm not a big racket person, man. What's pickleball? I feel a pickleball. Pickleball is basically tennis, but on a much smaller court, and it's like a wiffle ball. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I like it. I do it because well, Emily got me into it, but I also like bought some paddles and some balls so I can do a little bit of exercise with my family. You know, you gotta do some exercise with your parents, chat. Get them out of the house, make sure they're healthy. You know. Oh, badminton is fun. I used to play badminton actually. I like badminton. Especially, what is it? Slapping the cock around. Ooh. It's pretty fun. Especially when you slap the cock around with your friends. It's pretty good. It's pretty fun. What? It's a shuttlecock, chat. That's what they call it.
More of an interesting development here as Shikigami winning out on Hell's Heaven to bring us to the second map in this best of 5. And we go to Central Park, which is not really too much of a surprise, Moxie, because it
also,
is
yes,
somewhere that we have seen
I'm pretty sure a lot of them were in ads. Listen, chat.
The problem, however, is that it's also
I cannot control what Twitch does, but I can run the ads during the breaks where nothing is going on, so you guys don't get the ads in the actual matches. I got you guys, okay? Z Myers, appreciate the massive prime sub. I got you guys.
So I think, like, while we're going to
the only thing that you guys are going to be missing is yapping.
We might actually get the head-to-head of
and or the only other thing that you're going to be missing other than yapping is probably them promoting their skins that you should buy. So don't worry, guys. You're not missing anything. I'll save the twerking when I'm not when there's no ads.
He was forced off of it because we know how good his Groot can be. Want me to be on the Emma because it's less barriers, but like for Central Park in particular,
just got into the game and you've been a big help in my development. Oh, hey, appreciate it, my friend. Hey, Z Myers. Welcome to Marvel Rivals, bro. Being a part of this community is not only going to make you a better player, but also a better teammate. There are some risk factors. You are probably going to be losing your hair a little bit, but listen, when you take, you also got to give.
Damage boost, AoE, as much control as you need, with some burst when needed. This pre-torch, we're going to call it adjustment, because it's the jury's still out as to how effective that change will be with the new dash movement. But the fact is, it makes approach exceptionally hard because everything's on fire now.
It's and this
I don't think Rogue is going to be cooked.
But I guess the problem, however,
why are people thinking Rogue is going to be cooked?
Shikigami might have shown their hand quite early with trying to get that win against Na'Vi. I think it was Frostmountain that said in the interview that, like, as soon as the draft came through, they knew that they had won that
Ooh,
map.
Central Park. I like Central Park. Central Park's a good map.
Against Rad, I don't think it's going to be that clear cut. And Rad know about this composition now, so they have probably got a couple of ideas on how they want to try and deal with it.
Wait, the CC update fries Rogue, but what CC does Rogue have other than, like, pinning someone down and stealing their abilities? She has no other CC. I think what Marvel Rivals needs to do as well is they need to not cater to the pull-in. I don't think a pull is a CC, though. That's a displacement effect.
So
I think that's where Marvel Rivals does really bad on. They take displacement effects as CC. I don't think it's a CC.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one's going to go realistically.
I don't think displacement is CC,
a little
chat.
bit more expensive Rad playing on this map in particular. I think they picked
something that makes your character.
There were some moments that
no, chat. A push, like an Inviswoman push, is not a CC. It's a displacement. What is considered DC is like a sleep. You cannot control your character. A stun. You cannot control your character. A charm. That's a CC. It's a very fast CC, but that's a CC.
saying about like
displacement should not be CC in Marvel Rivals. It's not.
Polishing the team players.
It is
opposed
not.
to their understanding of it, making sure that these teams are as coordinated as they can.
A Thor push is not a CC. He is kidnapping you and pushing you around a corner as a displacement ability. Are you? It's not a. It's not a CC.
Towards Shikigami, they've simply been playing together that little bit longer. They've had that more time to polish. Whereas the members of Team Rad, a lot of them have played together individually, but as at least a mostly unit.
Also, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm pretty sure this is the beginning of their changes. If you guys give feedback, I'm sure Marvel Rivals is going to hear it and be like, okay, wow, maybe we change it.
As time goes on.
Maybe we change it, or maybe we tweak the system. I don't know. Let's test it. Everyone go on Twitter right now and say, you killed Bucky. Change Bucky. Buff Bucky. Give him back his CC ability. His grounding effect.
But this is expected them to be leading the line. Shikigami hoping to have a stalwart defense and a good attack inside themselves. We'll see how they do and whether we see that torch fly in the sky again.
Okay, we've already sort of laid the sort of foundations for what we can expect in the band.
Why did someone say the
Gambit
jiggle
instant ban
physics is
will
cooked
continue,
too?
And I feel like that's a no-brainer, especially if you're wanting like a triple
How do you
set line.
notice
If you
this stuff?
are at some point wanting the Ultron, you don't want Gambit plus Star-Lord because Galactic Legend on its own normally beats Rage of Ultron. Galactic
I can't
Legend
imagine that, bro.
plus
I
Rage
can't
of
imagine
Ultron,
someone in
well,
their
that's a whole
room
new
playing the new
powerhouse.
update. My jiggle physics on my boobs are not the same. God, unplayable. God damn it.
Mantis, Gambit, see you later. Elsa, welcome to the map. And if we're gonna
I want my character to be able to run forward and her boobs bounce so much that they bounce back into her face and blind me and knock me out and give me a concussion. This is unplayable. God damn it.
It's these last two, this one protect, this one ban for each team where we've seen any adjustments so far.
Yeah, I mean, this could be like the Vanguard Deadpool. Well, there we go again. He's really good at breaking the fourth wall, isn't he? A timely man is Mr. Wade Wilson. So what did Rad go for here?
Yo,
Did they go for
Ian, with the massive 8-month
they're gonna continue going for this.
Absolutely
Luna.
insane. I appreciate it.
Again, I feel like
CC does not mean push-pull.
You know that there'll be
Displacement abilities should not be
the attacker able
CC,
to
in my opinion.
circumvent having to be funneled into one main route on the attack. You can split off, and having that Luna for the CC, having the Fate of both worlds as well for the potential damage boost, or even the CC immunity that it grants the Luna, so she can actually go
NT Lime,
with
appreciate the
the
massive
Elsa
prime sub, my friend.
Squatrock's path, as opposed to some of these other strategists who are a little bit more static and where they can use their ultimate is still something that you want to remove from play, as is, despite the Mantis being banned, the risk of Ultron showing up at any point. So Shikigami secure one-sided Ultron, but not one-sided Star-Lord.
Very interesting. So this can give them the capability now to not have to worry about dealing with multiple flyers when they head onto the point, but like you already mentioned, damage boost has been removed, at least from that Mantis, meaning your damage boost sources are a little bit lesser now. While Ultron does offer a very slight amount himself, the other option is basically Storm, and we've not been seeing a lot of that other than some more fun hovers.
Yo, Storm is a low-key slept-on character, bro. One of the lowest win rate characters. Sorry, not one of the lowest pick rate characters, but also one of the highest win rates.
Shikigami are looking at more static defense. They are pulling out the group as we were hoping, and we are seeing them going into Wolverines again. Isolate, wall off, pick off.
Not just that, but like Wolf can play many different ways. He can play for first turn Wolf, where you're trying to be more proactive and picking up Vanguards from Rad's own front line, but you can also play Peel Wolverine against things like the Venom, the Captain America. There's a lot actually that Frost Mountain can do, and it will all basically be determined by Rad's front line
appreciate the massive dono, my friend.
Aren't going for the Venom, aren't going for the Captain America, aren't
Good.
going for the Angela.
Steak is almost Steak is always going to be 9 times out of 10. Well, not even 9 times out of 10. Steak is always going to be 10 times out of 10. A lot better than lasagna. If you have a big fat piece of meat in front of you, or lasagna, you're going to pick the big fat piece of meat.
Beautifully though, Vertigo and Mash keeps them topped up onto the board as Crazy Kitty is looking for any kind of opening. Lugia on the thing once again, making the most of it before these tenacity buffs that are coming in the next season. As the pressure onto the board, Crazy Kitty gets dropped low as they try and set up something into the backline, but unable to find a finishing blow. The regeneration domain will expire as Isidore looks to trap the retreating members. Dive on in, Mash falls down.
I really do like.
Frost Mountain found a beautiful angle there to allow that first pickup.
Ooh. I really do like what Rad banned for Shikigami, though. They banned 4 supports, Luna, Invisible Mantis, and also the Gambit. But what I really don't like that both teams are doing, chat, is they're allowing Elsa in. I'm sorry, but Elsa is too much of a problem. You gotta ban her, bro.
It's taking a lot of time, and it's risky, too.
Mother is gonna make lasagna tonight. Yeah, tell her the best lasagna is the one that you throw away.
Goes for an early copy onto the Cloak and Dagger. Isidore already getting ready with the walls to just block off the disengagement opportunity so that they can just take Mash down.
Oh! Holy shit! That was fatter than my ass!
Look at the Loki, but the true god of magic is behind them all along.
Oh my god, that was a lot of people, bro.
Everyone. And Shikigami's solid defense just turned into nothing. And look at this aggressive portal. Don't give them a
Dude, that was insane. Also, I really like this portal. I really like this portal because if you are able, wow, Mash got 2 kills on the Loki.
Yeah, it has
That's funny.
regeneration
If
domain
you are
as
able,
well.
because
Like,
I think
this
we
is one
saw
of the
this against
trade-offs of
TSM,
Portal.
remember?
You have 0
If
map
you are
control
able to
when
win
you
this
actually
team fight
decide
and
to
hold
use
them
the
in this
server
little
map,
part of the
perfectly
map,
split
that
the
is a
players,
very
half the
good
fight and take
defensive
multiple
spot.
angles against
A
Shikigami.
very
So
good
if they lose
defensive
one
spot, which I
person,
think a
they
lot
can
of teams
still
actually
keep the
don't
rest
really
of the team
hold.
active. Crucially as well, they've still got point control. If Shikigami had been able to complete the full map flip and get the objective, and then actually get those crucial eliminations onto the attack, then split the team, with Rad having to play on the defense side and losing their players to half the team still being stuck on attack, you could be looking at a much more problematic time bank. Now, though, they've got both the objective moving as well as all of the map space that Shikigami now have to walk back into,
Stephanie,
which
appreciate the
again
7
will
months.
come
Hope you're
off
having a
of
great
something
day.
like the Loki. God of
I know
Mischief
you're
being
having
used
a great
early,
day.
so
You're on a
Rad will get
J3
second
stream.
cast.
Trude, right, chat?
Straggling Prison comes on out from Ducky, enough to finish off Leolas nice and quickly. This is going to give Rad the opportunity to try and make an opening here. Kaya's taken down as well. Lindstrom going for the Eternal Bond with the God of Mischief. Just to buy time. Give time for a reinforced Straggling Prison from Isidore. They're down numbers.
Wait, did he miss? How did he miss his... Wait, what?
So Shikigami, they just burnt everything, and Rad is still at full HP. They can't find a target. Crazy Kitty.
Oh!
With another fantastic last stand. And
Okay,
this is
Crazy
Rad
Kitty.
Perfectly countering these
Okay.
things, perfectly dealing with the stragglers.
Hey.
And they are able to guarantee that second point early and already set up Crazy Kitty with a Cosmic Fastball.
Look what Rad's
Which
doing,
means
chat.
that,
I'm telling
we're
you,
playing
bro.
for
Rad's
we're playing
looking,
to scout,
they're
we're
looking
trying
awake.
to just deal with the Wolverine. It's been very problematic for our front line to have to deal with. Going as well for Leolas with the solo Strangling Prison before Eastor could ult, now means that Leolas was not there with the follow-up Apex Predator. They've also been able to find an isolated Isidore by forcing the issue. And get both.
Wait, what's Shikigami doing, bro? They're just dying one by one.
This fight is done. It's time to just go on to the objective and stall it out for as long as
Bro,
possible. so you can
Shikigami's
go to
looking like my
respawns
ranked teammates.
and
Regroup?
one
No,
more
no, no, no.
fight.
I don't know what that
Leolas has
is.
been
Run
holding
forward
his
and die
Elsa
one
ult
by
for
one and
so
stagger and
long,
lose
too.
the game?
Smashness, honestly,
I like that
could
one.
just go
What
for
are
the
they
second
doing?
turn Elsa ult, so that when Leolas uses his, he doesn't get the opportunity to follow up on the Glartrox.
Healing up, Mash goes for the Eternal Bond copy right off the bat to make sure that they can just get the first initial engage. Look for Leo. Can they get that ult off quick enough? Smash this is going to pull the trigger first. Enough to take down Isidore, straggling Prison. Leo.
Oh, wow. Dude, this is a roll. Chat, this is a roll, bro. Cut the tape, bro. Cut the tape. Oh, man. Oh, man. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of a hiccup in the first few engagements on the Walker, but that was what we were expecting, right? When you're not playing dive characters, it's going to take fights for you to be able to build up an ult battery, walk into the defensive side, use the Eternal Bond aggressively to set your path so you can have the Terror
That's
Cape. Everyone from
crazy, bro.
Shikigami
That is
tries to go like, okay,
crazy.
this cloak so massively overextended. Easter's going to be able to wall off. They're not going to be able to escape. We all just jump on them. We burn through Eternal Bond. Rad loses their engagement opportunity. Smashnez passes the stealth check with a nat 20 and then hits the agility check with a follow-up natural 20 for the Elsa Apex Predator. And from there, like, Shikigami just never really got the full regroup after the portal fight. They lost so much time on second. They didn't gain first corner control too, which is usually where the defense is able to stall out the attacker's time economy, and it just melted into free as well, where they lost players. They weren't able to get a full 6 versus 6 regroup to force Rad back and to respect the space of the defense, and they lost the opportunity to go first.
The prophecy of Rad versus VP, where they were able to take the triple cat in their push last time as well, has come to pass. Can they break that prophecy though and actually not get triple push themselves? As Shikigami, they are starting on Storm with Mantis taken away. We're talking about what few options there are left.
Oh, they're on the Storm. Okay, I like this. I like this. I like this. Like I've been saying, chat, I think Storm is a really good. I think people need to put more respect on Storm's name.
Wolverine wants uppies. And Frost Mountain does not want to be anywhere near. As Easter's
I think you guys, a lot of people don't understand that Storm and Mantis, which is actually really crazy when I tell chat, hey, yo, if I do a tier list, Mantis is going to be really high on the tier list, and people are going to be like, what? Mantis sucks. No, Mantis does not suck. Storm does not suck. And when you have a Mantis and a Storm, that you do extra, you know, the extra damage boost, you do a lot of extra damage, chat. With that extra damage, you get more ult charge. With more ult charge, you're going to get your ult faster. Bro, she is a really good character. Both of them, Mantis and Storm, are really good characters. There's a reason why they have very high win rates.
He just leaps through the portal and teleports to the new spawn. Absolutely love that, but rough times for Rad. Another resource taken away as Shikigami make incredible time. 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock for them to push on into the second point. A lot of damage is coming in from that low-key high ground positioning and a bit of stun coming on out as we do see the Phoenix from Smashnez to try and deal with all these group walls and low-key clones.
I wouldn't say Mantis is very playable on 2-2-2 because you do have a little with Mantis has not that much healing because you're doing a lot of damage boosting, but if you hit a lot of headshots, probably. But no, I think Mantis is better in a 2-1-3 or a 3 support team comp.
Now we get the Loki coming on through, which means that you'll instantly lose the Banhammer taunt coming on through from Lugia. And Shikigami think that it's go time. They've got the Terror Cape, they've got the Elsa ultimate. Smashnez detonates it at least with the end song Inferno, but Shikigami still have sustainability with the Eternal Bond coming through from Name's end now.
That's no one even died.
As well, preventing the Meteor M from landing the fall with the Terror Cape for the little bit of damage it did.
This is a $1 million question. Why do pro players sleep on Squirrel Girl? I don't think the pro players know how to master Squirrel Girl, in my opinion. Also, Shikigami for almost 6 minutes on third phase, bro. I thought Rad was doing well. Yo.
Maybe it's time to adjust. That Phoenix came on out. It seemed like a solid.
I'm telling you, chat, the Storm. People sleep on Storm. They switched off a Storm. They swap off a Storm.
So they lose the one.
Now they're gonna lose. I'm calling it right now. Shikigami should have stayed Storm. Now I think they're gonna lose.
It now looks like Rad might be able to stabilize their hold. They just find one elimination, one fight win on third. They haven't lost someone early to this engagement yet, so they still have the space. They're poking away. They're trying to destroy the terrain so that Shikigami get less opportunity to hide. But with all of the incoming poke and no eliminations off of the back of it, what Rad are actually doing right now is battering Lindstrom's ult to be able to match Vertigo's.
Crazy Kitty is not fully stacked yet on that. Well, that will help be able to take down Isidore on that instant.
Nice.
Able to get the first pickups. They try to push on back and force Shikigami off the point. If they can get some stack and pickups, that would be huge.
Bro, I feel like Squirrel Girl doesn't have a playstyle. Squirrel Girl definitely has a playstyle. What are you guys talking about?
They're able to counter and get pickups of their own.
It's called get food, eat it, tape down your mouse 1, and leave your character standing still at a choke and spam down the choke and get kills.
But Kaya with the jewel of the century there.
Yeah, I mean, forcing as well that Eternal Bond from Rad now means that Shikigami go into this next fight double strategist advantage. Mash has to stretch one God of Mischief copy against being able to mirror both Name's and Lindstrom's.
Oh,
and
nice
live
shot.
The Apex Predator, the Groot cast. Because the Shikigami, they're down the Elsa, but they still want to burn Rad's bank. They think that this is winnable. Eternal Bond comes on through from Lindstrom. Crazy Kitty tries to circumvent the path of it with the Apex Predator coming through from his.
I think Squirrel Girl's more of a like noob stomper. When you Squirrel Girl ult, especially in higher ranks, I feel like, especially coordinated ranks like coordinated games like this, when you Squirrel Girl ult, people will focus it and shoot it down. I feel like in lower ranks, if you Squirrel Girl ult, no one's gonna look at it and they're just gonna kill everyone. So.
And Rad, they finished this point with 3 minutes 4 on the clock, and they've managed to hold.
Also, I do think in lower ranks, a lot of tank players or even players in general don't really know how to play their walls, so they stand out in the open in a choke. And if a Squirrel Girl spams down that choke, well, she's gonna do a lot of damage and probably get some kills.
Not just that, but Meteor M is a threat to Eastor as well. Strangling Prison is a projectile. We've seen multiple mag ults be used to eat the Groots. And Shikigami do not want to see Eastor's ult gone the wayside. Name, though, has to be, like you said, so careful, so cautious about that one-shot potential. Ensong Inferno held for as long as possible. Forces out the dark teleportation. Frost Mountain gets the last time connection onto Mash, but doesn't complete the elimination. So Mash does get the God of Mischief off. Nama
Nice.
uses
Uh-oh. Where is it? Oh! Yo, Shikigami was looking real good, chat. Remember, they almost had 6 minutes. It's going down, bro. It's going down. And also, yes, 2 players jumped off the map, chat. It is not ha. What are these pro players doing? Pro, by the way, XD. No, they jumped off the map, so the other team didn't shoot them, so they don't stagger as well. And if they don't get shot by the other team, they're not feeding ult charge, so... It is an actual strat. You are regrouping with your team there. Oh, Lindstrom, you can't die there though.
Take it down early though, so no defensive ultimate here with a fade of both with a Eternal Bond here. So they have to regroup and make their way back to the rest of the team. And Shikigami, they keep losing people in these neutrals.
Oh no. Rad of map flips.
Such a cope mechanism.
When Lindstrom comes back
jumping off the map is a cope mechanism.
Pick up the Loki a second time to delay
so you think, just let me understand this. So you think it is better not to jump off the map and feed extra ult charge to an enemy team and not stagger yourself? You think it's better to stagger yourself, feed ult charge, and not be able to regroup with your team?
Phoenix to react to Shikigami wanting to make a play forward. Lindstrom's going to use the Eternal Bond. Smash gets low enough, 37 HP, has to go for the Ensong for the health reset, as Frost Mountain gets to use the environment against Rad. Feral Lunge grabs one off the map, and Shikigami are making up for lost ground.
Teleport attempt from Smash.
Ooh,
they get picked off
nice tracking.
The push comes on in. Wolverines are desperately trying to send people off the side. Frost Mountain's doing so much work to hold this together for Shikigami. Name's at 90% for their Eternal Bond to try and buy as much time as possible. Kai is committing onto it, but no one touches. That's going to be Shikigami.
Pro players, by the way.
3-3.
Pro players, by the way. They all just stood there like my ranked teammates. Do you want to get on point? Hell no. They're like TTK out there. No, why would I want to die, chat? Gotta save my stats. Why would I want to play to win the game and play as a teammate when I could just save my stats?
With the pickups onto Shikigami, they get
Bro!
as well as that group, which means that Shikigami never get to stabilize their team, never get to sync their ultimates into one fight, guarantee win it, and then take all of the map control to eke out the attack. Ultimate economy.
That is crazy, man. That is crazy. It really makes you think that we live in a society.
Actually kicking off. That's what we got to see Rad just avoid entirely by coming on through with some of those picks onto Shikigami. Shikigami, though, they fall prey to it. They're able to just like go for the full regroup. They lose a lot of time. They're not able to just like push Rad into being able to bully them throughout the whole duration of third, which means, Tatcha, they have 1 minute in comparison to 3:15. The difference for them, though, was that it took Rad a little bit of time to unlock first. Shikigami did it in the first go, and you can tell that Rad, they're already thinking about a potential Storm attack comp because Smash Des is rolling out on the Maw.
a way to deal with potential flanks on the backline. Shikigami have been known to play multiple flyers and just wrap around with both flyers and dive, like for example that Daredevil.
I like the Namor pick. The Namor pick, especially on this high ground, and you just throw squids behind them and they basically give back shots. It's a really good strat. I like it.
Don't have stuff like a group to combo with for a Horn of Proteus, but it's not about that. You might not even make it to ults with this little time on the board. It's all about buying time, slowing the assault, and preventing a loss from a flank.
Yeah, Ducky not being on Groot as well, despite being on defense on Central Park. This is so that you have more to react to the pressure coming on through from Kaya getting Banhammer up early. You can just bubble with Bulwark your team, or you can bubble yourself with your own Bulwark. But unfortunately, he still gets grabbed by Frost Mountain, taken down, and Rad now sans that Magneto. Might have to swap to
I feel like both of these teams don't know how to play first point. Like no one knows how to defend this point.
So they're trying to make people get to the point in time, but once again, Portal comes out not in time with a second on the board.
Damn, that actually sucks.
And now it's that overtime counter. Someone's got to be touching Ratatoska at all times.
I know you're a Rivals watcher, but what are your thoughts on the new Valorant format? Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, man. I don't know anything about Valorant. I don't know what the new format looks like. I don't.
Pushed up in terms
You're
of
asking the wrong person.
Frost
I'm sorry,
the
man.
silhouette that is on the opposing high ground, waiting to set up a grab onto the Vanguard. Ducky's able to pull off his self-bulwark though, does not get picked through, and this time Rad can keep that mag on the front line to stabilize it and hold the space for Crazy Kitty to get to work.
Ducky's on the flank, trying not to get zoned off by those group walls, takes a lot of damage. He's able to wrap around without getting picked off though. Lindstrom creeping forward with these Loki clones. So
come on, Rad. Come on, Rad. I need you guys to win this, bro. They have.
Glatrox comes on out, grabs one, tries to take them out of position here, but it's mostly Loki clones that are being focused down off the point here. Eternal Bond, full mash.
What do I think about
right around the corner as it's for the Proteus.
Emily? I want you to play Windrose with me, please. Please.
Right on top.
Oh! Fat whale! God damn! That's looking like Jay3 out there. Oh, wait, they're losing the round. No, there's no way they lose this. Rad! Rad, step it the flark up!
Isidore is using balls. He's made himself a house, and he's trying to make it a home.
Why? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Why was the Namor floating when there was a Cloak and Dagger on the ground? Play the ground so you can get healed. What are we doing?
As Rad are just falling to pieces at the moment.
What are we doing? Rad Pro, by the way.
Opportune times, they're not able to get this regroup, and they have to concede second.
Oh my.
Shikigami completes the push, goes to third. It's OT, so no extension of time. But Layla's just extended the distance they'll be able to pick up with a crucial late elimination going down onto Crazy Kitty. No Elsa in play, no Vanguard's getting poked down early. Eastor is going to have such a safer time of setting things up as Ducky is onto the Emma. He's had enough. He wants to just brute force Rad forward.
Jay, there's a reason why you're not a pro. Oh, trust me. I am perfectly fine being a content creator, bro. Oh, man. Shit, I will never be a pro, bro. Damn it. Nice shot. Ooh!
Kaya takes out Lugia, and Rad, even with numbers advantage, they're getting picked up on the flanks, but it's the whole staircase.
Rad is how you say they're panicking, chat. They're panicking. They're shaking right now. Their knees are trembling.
Pushing into the spawn room to try and just zone them out, to try and hold them. But Luki is coming back in on that Deadpool to buy every second they can. Eternal Bond from Mash. They're throwing everything they can at this Moxie.
Yeah, but Leolas with the Elsa ult just carries the rest of Mash's team outside of the Eternal Bond healing. Still, Rad closer.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Shikigami has both support ults, and not only just both support ults, they also have another support ult with Captain America. Oh,
They've still got the ults. Nami's about to come through with another cast of that Eternal Bond, but Ducky with the Emma ult might be able to get the
oh!
onto the CD.
Oh my god, it's a big pick. they kill Cloak and Dagger with their ult. Oh! Huge back shots.
Down via Ensong. Rad still just trying to stop Shikigami from getting
Uh-oh, if that person comes back. Wait, they...
line, but that means that the cap is not there to sustain
Bro.
position on point. And
Bro,
finally,
this is going to be really hard for Rad. Rad did have 3 minutes, mind you, chat, but Shikigami only had 1 minute, and they pushed that far.
They got to third.
They got to third. They got to the entrance to the throne.
Even if they have 3 minutes, chat, they could still get full hold on first, bro.
This team can be with dive-style compositions, but the flexibility of others there, just with a Groot Wolverine once again showing the combos between Lindstrom and Frost Mountain here. Isolation. Now there's a wall. No one can heal you. You're gone.
You know.
It's
You know Shikigami, when they lost their Cloak and Dagger ult because she got flanked and died, you know they're typing GG no heals, bro.
Like, I know we have the argument about, like, what constitutes a sandwich. Like, is a hot dog a sandwich? That was a Groot wall sandwich. And you just, like, you could not get through the walls. You could not get to the Groot. Shikigami had all of the stall to be able to get the strange teleport.
Is hot dog a sandwich?
And it fell apart from there because Rad were just so
Is cereal
out of tempo.
soup?
Like, their players were scattered all around second. They weren't able to complete the regroup. They lost Crazy Kitty way too late before Shikigami even started pushing that point through third. And it just meant that they gave so much
Is a hot dog
space.
a taco?
3:15. This is going to be a
Is it?
Herculean task to be able to pull off to match the distance Shikigami were able to put up.
The Herculean task was completed by Hercules and Heracles, depending on your pantheon of choice here. But that does mean it is possible already. We can see Crazy Kitty was looking to see if anyone was in position. Didn't find anyone,
A soup has to have broth.
If they can grab someone, which they do. Jump pad, Frost Mountain, taken out early.
I mean, does it? Does it really need to have broth, chat? I'm pretty sure there are some soups that don't have broth.
Frost Mountain not going to the strange. They think their team can hold this and they can make it back. Phoenix is a quick rotator to make it back to the point, but already several points lost onto the board here. Isidor's isolated, sent off the edge beautifully, and Crazy Kitty is showing the power of the Wolverine on their side this time.
Yeah, so it's not just the fact that they think it's holdable, why they're not going for
Oh
the
my
range,
god,
it's
8
also the
HP.
understanding of, well, if Rat cap first, they don't get an extension of time, right?
Okay, let's see this.
It's
Let's see this.
actually better for Shikigami because of how much distance that they were able to get in their OT attack that they hold
Okay,
off
chat.
and look
Oh,
to
they're
now
trying to
use
set up for the
portal
portal. They're
fight
trying to set up for the
here
portal
to
already.
run directly on top of Rad. And set up a Terror Cape vulnerability with Eastor just...
Oh, they teleport. Oh! This is the first time we're seeing Bucky as well today.
Maximum delay, maximum disruption onto the point to try and deal with that Wolverine.
This is the last time we're probably going to see Bucky as well until they murdered our boy.
From Ducky comes on out enough to finish off Isidore. You can only stop being displaced. You can't stop being captured by the group. Smash is on the flank. Dark Force teleport, allowing Nami to hold, but it's only delaying here as Rad are once again dominating the fight, but that time bank is ticking down.
This is what Shikigami is doing, right? When you're defending in overtime, you take as many fights as you possibly can to wear down both the time bank and the ultimate economy.
Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh, yeah, but Rad does have all 5 ults now. Now, Rad... If Rad goes into this next fight and pops all 5 ults, I think it might be a GG for Rad. They need to, Nice. Good stagger. Good stagger. That's a huge pick. That's a huge pick. Get the cart moving. Get the cart moving. Shikigami right now doesn't have all their ults, chat. Rad, they're sitting on a huge ult economy.
Deep into the back line to see if they can catch someone out of position, but Crazy Kitty is going to get dropped low, but will be able to tank on through corners. Marcus comes on out. Clobbering time from Lugia.
Oh, huge. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Shikigami are back to spawn.
Oh my god!
Seconds remaining.
Oh!
Breakpoint 2.
Sorry, if you were just listening to this stream with just sound, probably turn it down a little bit, especially if you're on speakers right now. But oh my god, yo, Dub, Preacher Massive don't know again, my friend. They are. That was delicious.
They've still got Apex Predator. They've got environmental drop-off potentials here with the staircase right there, and we're about to hit overtime.
That
This
is a
in the
crazy
fight
kitty,
that
chat,
Shikigami
yep.
have literally been waiting for, and they've got the ults to go first and get the eliminations to just take Rad's chances away.
But just going deep into the back level to see if they can take out Loki. If they can, that removes so much healing. Won't be able to find the right target. Catches Frost mounted on the flank, though, who's onto the Star-Lord. Built up full ultimate here as they forced back onto the point, sending out that Dagger Storm for the healing bubble. Keep the team topped up. Lugia's on Spider-Man to try and get environmental.
Oh my god! That's their tank player! Their tank player! Oh my god!
By some time onto the point here. Leo
That's
takes
another
down
huge
Vertigo,
ult!
removing the healing. Mash is bought as much time as they can with that Eternal Bond as Frost Mountain is being focused by Spider-Man. Flips it, chases them down and picks them off. That overtime starting to look a little bit lower, Moxie, but they're delaying it. They're holding
Good
Nucky
wall.
set up his own private domicile.
Chat,
He
this
will
might be
not
GG's. This
harassed.
might be
He's
GG's.
buying as much time on
If
the point as he can.
Shikigami might win this.
The portal back in. Lugi has moved over to the Cloak and Dagger just to make sure they can
No
keep
way, they got the
onto
portal down. They got the
point.
portal down. This is huge. This is huge. Oh my god, what a game, chat. What a game. What a game. What a game. 20.22.
Eternal Bond gets to the point in time. We're down to the last few seconds. Everyone has portaled. Everyone has reinforced.
Oh no, no, they add runes. You let your Ducky die.
Wolverine looking for the isolation. Vertigo.
Why you let Ducky die?
Keep the shield up. If they get displaced, it could be huge. Vertigo's down.
Oh my god, they're close. They're close. They're close to support ult. They're close to support. They didn't get their support ult.
Masterclass and how to play OG.
Bro, Rad almost had both support ults and they had greens, but I don't know if it was on cooldowns, but that split second let your Groot die.
Well, because it derails the whole plan. The Shikigami
No fucking way, bro.
We get to see as well the pressure coming on for Star-Lord.
0.22 meters.
Because of being able to use the iframe.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look, this is why stats never show you the whole picture, chat. Look at Shikigami's stats. If you looked at these stats, you'd be like, wow, Shikigami probably got fucking rolled. Look at this. 20 finals, 19 finals, 23 finals, but Shikigami actually won that round. 46 and 8. 49 and 7, 50 and 8, and you still lost. 62,000 healing, 70,000 healing.
What an insane.
Oh
match.
my
You talked
god,
about that.
dude.
That was a masterclass on how to play overtime, but honestly, from both teams.
Yes.
That we wanted a close series, and while this is currently sitting at 2-0, could we possibly ask for more? Could we be spoiled? Such a close matchup between these two.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna go on a break right now, chat. So
Could have taken that. Shikigami did take that, but they fought tooth and nail to get.
I actually
anything here.
cannot
This
believe
was a
that is
masterclass from
how
both teams.
insane that match
Just
went, bro.
When to reinforce,
That is
when to take these fights,
insane.
When to come back in, but also when to swap, bringing out the thing, bringing out the Wolverine.
That is
adjusting those when
insane,
needed.
chat.
The adjustments off the Groots at times, just when needed, and wow, just I'm shooketh. That was art from these teams. This
Wow.
is
Yo,
legit
Rash
the
for
best
15
of
months.
them all.
Appreciate. Oh wait, going back to the money. Yeah, what is the
fight
money looking
is
like?
going to go down in
Rad
history.
had
For sure,
61%,
but we'll see if there's
$2.7
more
million.
monumental historic events. We'll be back
Shikigami
with
has
Mercury after
a
this break.
39%. If Shikigami wins this, chat, that's a big payout. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick. I think they're going on a little break. I'm gonna go pee, chat. Don't go anywhere. Get your popcorn, get your water. Can Shikigami finish this, or can Rad come back and reverse sweep? If Rad reverse sweeps, cinema. Okay, I gotta go pee real quick though. Ugh.
Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Admiral.
Eat your heart out, strange.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Here's a pretty crazy stat from that last map. 40 eliminations total that Shikigami were able to get. Rad at 77.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm
Rad
back.
Almost eliminated Shikigami twice as much as their opponents. And
King
lost.
Breakfast,
On a
appreciate the
map
massive new
choice
membership
that
on
it's the
YouTube, my
same
friend.
thing as when they
Absolutely
lost against
insane.
Virtus
Appreciate
Pro.
it.
Pushed to the end of the map, as did VP, and then VP pushing in OT pretty much towards the end. Cost Rad here. We're going to Arako Techa, and it feels like things could easily unravel.
Arako?
They've not been
Isn't it
pushed like
Arako?
this against an opponent that most of us assumed would be.
I don't know. I'm Florida, so I'm probably wrong.
The fact is, these two teams, we talked about it, are so close, and it's going to come down to who's able to deal with a high-pressure situation. And once again, Shikigami have been playing together as at least a 5, now a 6, for quite a while. They're going to have a potential mental here where it comes to dealing with these tougher matches that go to the limit, whereas Rad, they are all individually like that because we've got players from 0 to
Damn, your mods are thirsty.
separate, incredible players coming together, but we talked about it before. The same
Do they
thing
want some
happens to
water?
Versus Virtus Pro. They've just had the triple push over.
I don't give my mods water though. That's something they have to get on their on their shift themselves.
On your
I don't
map
supply
choice as well,
water.
Moxie, it just feels like Rad.
I only give them bread with a very dry bread, but I give them no water.
Shikigami, who it's their most played. They've played it 3 times, won twice, lost once. It feels like Rad sort of throwing caution to the wind, and maybe they feel like there's something exploitable here on Arako against Shikigami.
I mean, it feels like for both of these teams, they're just stronger on attack than defense, right? Something that we got to see on Central Park. Both teams very quickly caved open first. Both teams got to play snowball momentum to be able to secure second, and then
Popeye's
Rad
biscuits,
also able
exactly,
to just
bro.
Secure more eliminations.
You know what's
later
something
on
that's
to pick
slept
apart
on that a lot of
Shikigami
people
to
don't
secure
like?
third. And I feel like that's something that Rad are going to try to take
Cornbread.
advantage of. Because like if you can
Cornbread
get a
is
full push on Arako, then
delicious,
you're already
man.
doing much better.
Oh,
than a lot of
I
the teams that
love
we
me some
actually get to see
cornbread, bro.
Play this map because of, again, it has the same sort of
Nah,
like,
see, look
problems
how
as
many
something
people are
like
saying
Symbiotic
ill to
Surface.
cornbread in my
If you
chat. You
lose
guys
one
have
fight on
no
second, you
taste.
lose all
Cornbread
of
is
the momentum. It takes
delicious.
a very long time to be able to take map space on first as well, since now a lot of teams have wised up to the flanking routes of things like Psylocks, Daredevils, anything that would try to get behind and split your attention, and that gets dealt with very, very quickly while still being able to maintain a solid
Damn,
front
I
line.
want some cornbread
It
now.
feels as well like I remember Ash was saying in one of the interviews that it's hard to play honest against them because they're so good at exploiting the draft. But Tetra, the drafts have been almost identical outside of a couple of characters towards the end, and more notably, Elsa being protected on both sides every game so far. This is a long sightline map, so Elsa's going to be really good. But we have seen a lot
Yeah,
more
cornbread with a
2-2-2.
little bit of
Wolverine
honey.
especially very good on this first point. Crazy Kitty and Frost Mountain have been playing it a ton and finding success. It really does feel like this is the most honest type of Marvel Rivals that we've seen Rad have to play because of the Elsa being in the game and the 2-2-2 lineups.
Honestly, yeah, we've seen them just being forced into the... We even saw the singular ban on Ultron really trying to commit to, nope, you're going to play 2-2-2. You're not
I
gonna
tagged
play
you on
triple
Discord,
practice.
babe.
Shikigami tried to drive...
Nima asked a question.
And incredible Marvel Rivals from Rad, but right now, they still need to recover. They are on the point of being sent to the lower bracket here. If there's any team that can do it, it's
Oh,
Rad.
that's cute,
They
King.
are
That's
one
cute.
of the best in EMEA. And have continued to
Cornbread
grow
is
after
disgusting?
coming up from MRC.
Of course you would say that. You're a Daredevil player, bro. You have no taste.
Literally every
Oh,
game.
oops.
We talked
Oops, I
about
didn't mean to hit that
potentially
button.
seeing this go to a 5-mapper. I would not be surprised, especially with how good they are on Elsa,
whoops.
Wolverine, all these characters that excel on point 1.
Okay, so on that subject, sorry Moxie to put you on the spot because it's like you predicted Rad which player do you
Ooh,
think is the
Mr.
one
J, a
that's
few
going to
days ago
bring
I
back
presented
this
my
reverse sweep?
professional exam, and I'm already a doctor and a medical journal
that you think
accepted.
Brad needs
A
to
paper
rely
I
on
was
for
working on.
I
Hey,
think, like, honestly, depending on
WW.
how band draft goes. If you get Elsa, then obviously Elsa
Damn,
has to
if
be
you
the one
are
that's
a
coming
doctor
through a lot of
already and you
eliminations.
also are
But
like
for
doing
me,
medical journals, that must
they
mean
just
you're
need to work on the
probably like, you know,
coordination. It wasn't
you know
about,
what
like,
I'm
one
saying?
player
Can I get 100
individually
gifted?
there. It was that multiple times they
I'm
just
j- I'm
weren't able to
joking.
regroup,
That's-
weren't able
that's
to get
shameless.
the timing right
I'm
on
joking.
things like setting up the
I'm
strange portal
joking.
to contest first, which then led to second snowballing so massively out of control.
I'm joking.
And more, like, less so about what Rad are doing, more so about what Shikigami are doing, shutting down Isidore. Because we talked about, like, the roster of Shikigami coming into this. We talked about, you know, like, Kaya's being a standout.
Congratulations,
was on
though.
the
That's
ground.
awesome.
We didn't really talk that much about Isidore, but he's
Okay, chat, let's go. Map 3.
Career-defining match so far today. He's been unstoppable.
So they need to shut the easy door essentially.
Yeah,
but,
Doctor,
I guess
what do you
that's
call
the
it?
direction maybe
Doctor
of their
school
winning
loans are
position
not
if they wanna
not a
make this
joke,
free
dude.
now. I'll leave it to
That's
you
a lot
guys
of
to
money.
debate as we go for the draft, seeing if it's
You
gonna
know,
be
to
any
be
different
honest
from
with
the
you
last
as well,
Ryan's running away before we can criticize him.
I
for
did
that
2
comment.
years of community college, and I was going to go do my nursing degree, but I never got to that point because I did gaming, and gaming blew up for me.
Well,
Um,
let's head into what
I'm
could
ki-
potentially be the
I'm
last
kind of
game
glad I
in
didn't
this
have to go
best
into
of 5 series,
like
or it
that
could
whole
open the door
debt.
for a potential reverse sweep as we begin. where
Like the
we
student
always
loans,
begin,
bro.
it
Student
seems,
loans
in
are a
playoffs at least, with a
bitch, and
gambit
I feel
instance.
bad for anyone that has those.
Not too surprising here. We're going to see a Mantis, and then we're going to see an Elsa, then we're going to see another Mantis, then we're probably going to see Invisible Woman. These teams have locked down the start of the draft again. It's when we start to get a little bit further in where we start to see more adjustments as time has gone on.
Wait, I don't get that. Imagine you're in the middle of a surgery and J3 comes in as your nurse. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
You would certainly hear us react, but so far,
All your
everything's
blood would be
following
going to different parts of your body, but like that's good.
Yep,
That means
in
your
this
blood's pumping.
mirror,
You're
man,
alive.
right?
Good.
There's one from Shikigami.
It's hovered.
Do Rad equalize with the invisible woman being unseen? Yep, there we go.
There we go.
And now what's the save coming on for? Like, previously we got to see a little bit of focus go out onto the Vanguard Deadpool. Very, very strong, honestly, on Arako having a Vanguard who can take some of those off angles, put pressure. Also, who
Graduated with a
range
nursing degree
as
10
well,
years ago and just
without
paid it
being
off
heavily
all the
reliant
loans. It's
on
been a
melee,
bitch.
but
Yeah,
it
okay,
looks like we're gonna see
congratulations
a
though. That must feel
deviation
like a
this time.
huge
Rad will be
weight
securing
off your
themselves
shoulders.
the
Congratulations.
low
That's
key.
awesome.
So they'll be able to have like low key
I
cloak and dagger
never had to go into
potentially.
debt
Adam Warlock
for
is going to be
school,
the instant
but
reaction ban coming out from Shikigami. This is a
I
convoy
do
map
obviously have a
after all,
mortgage
and
for a house,
low-key
and
Adam
it's like
is
a dark
surefire
cloud over
way
me,
of
bro.
burning
I'm
off
scared.
a lot of time on an attacking first point, or even securing a full hold, which now means do Rad go for the Adam ban? Likewise, no. They go for the cloak and dagger, so potential struggle through first, but when we branch out into the rest of the map, that cloak and dagger ban will be coming through in full.
Shikigami do have the possibility of going double reses here if they did want to bring in Adam themselves after taking it away from Brad. That would obviously be on
Another 4 support bands, chat. Another 4 support bands. Invisible Woman, Gambit, and Mantis are the 3 of the same bands.
They have been given access to the Ultron, and Smashman is thinking about it. There's a lot of options here for them to try and break out of the first spawn, and as usual, these teams are giving us some spicy hovers. We'll see about any of those as we begin it.
I mean, a lot of people are just taking out the good supports. If you take out the good supports, you're forcing the other team to go on the bad supports, and well, if you do that, then like they're not gonna have good defensive ults. Yeah.
Popular on this map to try and catch you out of your defensive positions here. So Rad, they are looking at an Ultron and a White Fox here with Lunar Snow to really counteract anyone who's trying to get onto that backline.
Yeah, good CC immunity, and also like you're going to have Lugia going to the Captain America, so basically being able to drive into Shikigami's backline, but also still have presence on the objective itself to stall out for as much push as possible, allowing the rest of Rad's team to anchor their positions around actual map space as opposed to the objective itself.
Okay, let's see this, chat.
Kitty tries to chase down Frost Mountain, who grabs Lugia and actually takes Ducky down, so that means no mag.
Come on, Rad. You guys gotta win a map, bro. You guys gotta win a map. You guys don't want to go out 3-0?
So Lugia makes the
Come on,
decision
Rad.
to
Get your shit
self-sacrifice
together, bro.
onto the
I was
point,
rooting
go
for you
down,
guys.
still alive for a
You
little bit
guys
of push,
are
and also
the
opportunity
you guys
to
are the
swap onto
J3
the Thing
teammates,
to counterplay the
winners
Wolverine,
of the
which
Boger Bash.
already, as we talked about, these teams both looking stronger
Wait,
on the
chat,
attack,
if they're losing
secured the first
2-0
fight win
right
for
now,
Shikigami with
and
very
I'm not on the
little Rad could
team,
do,
does that
and it
mean
reads
low-key
in
I'm the
ultimate
difference
commentary.
maker?
I hope Lugia likes the Thing because Shikigami have
Thoughts?
forced him to it basically every single game so far.
Maybe you need J3 to win?
Look for an opportunity to try and isolate someone. Bad hammer onto the back line, but Kaya's dropped incredibly low.
I'm gonna go
We
ahead and
have a
believe that's
rocket
true.
low-key backline, so potential close onto a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier or even aggressive copies with Lynch stealing from their opponents. But Kaya is going to be sniped off by Smash. There's brought back in the Battle Rebirth Beacon. It's not going to be a permanent sticking elimination, but it is enough to force a repositioning regroup out of Shikigami.
Smashnez has to be very careful about his positioning. You can see that Lugia actually is having to mark that right lane to make sure that Shikigami don't take an off angle and put the pressure on the Ultron.
I actually really do like the Ultron pick though, because the Ultron pick, who's gonna shoot you besides maybe the tank Deadpool or you know Leolaz? Frost Mountain can't really get you. The Groot can't really get you. So you're doing really good.
That they lost on the first fight loss.
Shikigami going to be sticking with the same composition, not going to be adjusting.
NA does play later today, yes. It always starts with EMEA first because, well, EMEA is, it's already much later for them.
It's going to be the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for Lindstrom, so damage boost. Here is the commitment onto the point. Smash is immediately pulled down to the low ground. Can't afford to get picked out of position here, so it's a retreat. They can give up a little bit of space here as long as they don't lose the objective as they push onto the point. Duffy looking for an opening to try and isolate people on the point and will find Frost Mountain, utilizing the Iron Root Wall to make sure they don't get locked down. Finds the high ground, keeping the team isolated, keeping them separated by Fox Teleport. Isidore with Dragon Prison off their own second.
Oh no.
Amplifier is allowing Shikigami to at least take a slight advantage, but Rad not giving up the space as they bring out Kumiho.
Oh, it's cost them both Kumiho and Rage of Ultron, which is why Vertigo had to commit the ult. Smashnez down in his ult, swaps to the Strange for the teleport, wants to be able to refresh the players with Crazy Kitty coming back into the fold so close to that Apex
They
Predator.
kidnapped their own
Shikigami
thing.
not wanting to get
Oh,
caught
bro,
out,
he was just
pulling back
punching and
around
he
the
went to a
corner,
portal. He was
utilizing
so
his cover,
confused. That's
waiting for the
funny.
Strange portal to drop before they decide to make a play with their own Elsa ult. And Lindstrom having the regeneration domain. First turn comes out onto Crazy.
Oh!
Onto half of Shikigami.
There we go, Rad.
That will be fight one for Rad. Shikigami get one more crack at first point, or we see a full hold.
45 seconds on the board. They haven't used Strange yet, so there is Portal available for Shikigami where it will not be available for Rad. They've regrouped, they've reset. Crazy Kitty retreating
the storm.
back to move away. And
They've swapped to the storm,
like you say,
It's the Central
potential.
Park damage boost. They're just going to try to steamroll onto Rad directly. Like you've got the storm to be able to set up Leolaz. You've got Easter as well, potentially be able to come on for a late strangling prison. Lindstrom will kick things off with Cosmic Gun Amplifier too, which means that Shikigami will be stocking up their ults like crazy.
Amplifier number one, Isidore building up towards the straggling prisoner, trying to isolate the team, traps the thing for at least a moment. Duffy's taking so much damage, he can't create a root, so it's just focused down. Bad hammer into the backline as well, trying to focus them down.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Finished off by Lindstrom through a fatal.
They got shredded through that ult.
Damage boost pays off dividends. No
like they said, the damage boost did dividends. Bro, Storm is so good. People are sleeping on Storm. I always put Storm very high in my tier list because I think Storm is so good, but people just don't play Storm. It's like Mantis. I keep telling you guys, Storm and Mantis, the damage boost, chat, so good.
Of the full hold yet
So
again
good.
with Frost Mountains. Swap onto the Storm, which he is so known for. Ducky comes on for the Strangling Prison. The walls from Easter, though, and there's very little follow-up outside of Rad being able to secure themselves a little bit of more high ground push, but they still can't commit fully to it, as they also have to control corner at the same time.
Oh no, that was a blind. Oh, still got two somehow.
And once again, Rad, they're able to take yet another fight. But it's always in these last seconds where Shikigami seems to be finding value. We have the Omega Hurricane at the ready. Leo rejoins to see if they can continue to build up towards their own Apex Predator here. But smash this. Rage of Ultron, Vertigo, Kumiho. They have a lot of tools to try and tank through this. But will they have enough to stay to deal with that storm?
Yo, all good. I hope you're all good, bro. Appreciate the massive prime sub. Welcome, welcome. Gordo, appreciate the 2 months as well.
With Ducky on that Gru, who's going to get walled up, going to get focused down, trying to finish him off with the Omega Hurricane coming on out. Down goes Lugia Gold. The backline, they're just trying to blow it up with Ultron, and it's enough. They tanked on through that beautifully.
Wow.
Smash this.
Yeah, but they've lost Lugia with the clobbering time. He's going to swap to the Strange to portal back into this fight instead. Banhammer, as Kaya goes deep, trying to force out the Kumiho unleashed from Vertigo. They just don't commit.
Wow, Shikigami kind of just rolled right there. I'm pretty sure they're going to get second point here now.
Teleport and jump out with the Luna ult to be able to stabilize it. But if they get body blocked, this could be very dangerous. No, they get through. Fate of Bifrost comes out. Shikigami try to just disengage the fight before Rat can get on top of them with one-sided Luna ult, utilizing the regeneration domain as stepping stones to buy their path out and then back in. But Vertigo still has that White Fox ult ready to go to brawl through and keep the team sustained.
Strangling Prison comes on out from Ducky, locks down Kaya, who's just getting healed so well by Name. Here comes the Cosmic Guard Amplify around the corner, blocked off by the portal so they can use a little bit of cover, but the Eye of Agamotto is huge from Brad. Lugia sets them up, they burn the Kumiho and the Apex Predator, but it's enough to take
Hey, good hold by Rad, bro. I thought they were losing the second point. Wow. Good hold, man. I thought they were losing that. I thought Shikigami was looking like an overtime team, capping all the points in overtime.
Very true.
So now do we see like the continuation where both of these teams looked so much better on the offense? Shikigami with the Storm coming on out, and I think that's going to be something that a lot of these teams in the future are now going to have to be very aware of, that this is a swap that Shikigami will do in these last fights to make sure that they
I think Rad could do this.
I
think Rad could win this if they don't spend a lot of time on first point.
You have to start out with something on your defense that could counterplay that Storm. But this was my concern. Tetcha. Shikigami, they got the Adam, they got the Loki through. And like Rad now have to go up against the litmus test of, can you avoid a full hold against a double res composition?
And not just that, they've gone for what might be, outside of if they maybe had Rocket instead of Lunar Snow, they've gone for what could be one of the most irritating compositions of all time to try and push into. Oh, you're trying to push it, you try to push it, you get some pickups. Okay, there's Reed vibes. Oh, you try and push it, you want to burst. There's Greens and the Fate of Both Worlds in this case. Oh, you try and push it, and you get around the first corner. Surprise! There's a Groot and an Angela who both would like to introduce you to their friend, the Pit. It's a rough composition to push into, and Rad are going to have their work cut out for them. Crazy Kitty is going to have to get some big pickups here.
Yeah, and for Shikigami, since they're going for the Angela instead of like the Cap or the Venom, there's less opportunity for Rad to be able to punish the Angela's position, right? Like, you've got Crazy Kitty on the Wolverine, but you're not really going to have those grab opportunities.
I think it's going to be, if this fight does take a very long time to cap first point, chat, and Shikigami does get the double res,
having to take a turn,
that's going to be a problem.
Then use for the grab. Attempted freeze comes out. Lindstrom unfortunately does not find the connection, but regeneration domain is in play. Vanguard will be recovered, and we go right back into the neutral with Crazy Kitty now down.
Now they've got the corner as a little bit of cover to try and deal with Rad as they make their way in, but Rad take advantage with the high ground if they needed to. But now they're going to back up, reset. They've already managed to get themselves a little bit of distance. Name sets up some clones, continuing with the Loki firing squad to just pressure everyone who tries to step on up. You can see the flying Angelas, Wolverines, things, everything to try to take to the sky, to take any high ground to see if they can isolate anyone. Kaya needs a little bit of healing here, but for now, Mash is going to pull the trigger first. Coming on in with an Eternal Bond. Kaya unable to find, gets locked down and crashes into the thing. Unable to get anyone into the pit, finished off, meaning that numbers advantage in favor of Rad as they push them all the way back to the
pit.
Crucially as well, Name does not have Karmic Revival just yet. You'll have it up soon. The moment someone takes a little bit too much poke, and you can see that sort of fishing.
Yeah, that was
at
a pretty
the same
fast.
Time, fishing to wait out Shikigami, committing one of their players a little bit too fast.
Ooh, that's a big pick.
Set up the elimination. Like you said, they get Frost Mountain, but Frost Mountain does have.
That's also another huge pick by killing the Glartrox.
Available. Doesn't look like he uses it now. He actually goes for the copy on
Oh!
instead. As we get Apex Predator from Smashness, still finding the eliminations through Name's Alteration. Strangling Prism from Ducky. Good regeneration domain so that Rad can capitalize as well on the aggressive position of it. Means that they can go for more eliminations onto Shikigami. Crucially getting
I think Rad's gonna probably win this, chat.
And it's up to Kaya to stall things out instead, coming back on the Venom, looking to keep this point in play for Frost Mountain to get a Comic Revival cast.
Yeah, I think they win this. They have 4 minutes for this. I think they got this.
They burnt time and they built up ultimate charge, but now it's about that distance. There's the finish line at the very end of that.
I think they got this.
4
minutes. 4 minutes per second. They should be able to.
Just around the corner, but has no cocoon. If they get taken down, that's huge distance that could be gained by Rad.
Oh, poor guy gets killed instantly from the portal, dude. That's bad.
Oh no, Rad again, just not prepared for the strange teleport.
Oh, dying in front of your spawn door again. That's bad.
So doesn't even get the opportunity to react with the dark teleportation. Mash 2 not able to use the regeneration domain in time to save his fellow strategist. And now Shikigami have all of the map space back. They've got the objective in control. Crucially for them too, Frost Mountain can be set up behind the whole team so that Rat just don't get an opportunity to get on top of the res position. Like, you can play far forward, you can hold the objective, you can trade your players. You're happy taking those trades because you know that you can buy them all back with the cost of the Animal.
Trying to get an isolation on the smash this. He's able to dash away before getting caught out by Isidor's walls. Slow moving forward here by Rad. They are able to take space onto the objective. They're able to get knocked down onto
Crazy Kitty, you cannot die again, bro. You literally, oh my god, chat. Crazy Kitty was popping off earlier, but he died first. Came back when his team, because he died first. He came back to his team, and then he died again first, bro.
This means that Rad are going to be.
That's what I call a J3 play, man. You're not supposed to do that.
Opening eliminations, and then Shikigami will have 2 reses to be able to stabilize the team. Aya Agamotto catches onto Smashness, leaves the Elsa vulnerable. We have Mash having to come through the God of Mischief to just kickstart Rad's position forward into Shikigami's space. They've been able to take out the Doctor's range, but crucially, not the Loki, not the Adam. Late Fate of both worlds comes on through from Nami, holding their space so that the Comic Revival comes through. Frost Mountain falls, but he's still got self-res, so those reses will still continue through this fight as late Elsa ultimate from the Apex Predator is used from Smashness once the ultimate's done.
I don't know why you would use your Glartrox inside a support ult still, but I mean, it didn't really do much, but
they just used everything they have outside of Apex Predator, which just came off cooldown. Rad, the same, except for Last Stand. Immediately Frost Mountain staying on the Adam. It's just trying to get some.
What the hell? What the hell is my Adam Warlock doing, bro? He's in the enemy team's backline. I didn't know I was queued with a backline Adam Warlock.
They can't lose that Loki to the Adam. Smashness had to turn and deal with it, so we get the Apex Predator coming through from Layla's. Last time from Crazy Kitty lands onto the backline, secures the elimination, and gets the summon to Nami, but he's got the regeneration domain and stabilizes the rest of the team the moment that the CC has ended. Rad still wanting to make a play forward. Mash has the ultimate, but they're down both the Groot and the Wolverine, and this is not the fight to commit to it.
Rad have a huge amount of momentum here, but Shikigami hold one more time. Rad, they have the God of Mischief and nearly have clobbering time. That's a lot of.
Okay, he got off the Adam flank lock, chat. He's on Bucky now.
Just more crowd control while
he got off the Adam flank lock in a $50,000 tournament.
Without being caught out of position, that could be massive. But Mash is going to pull the trigger on the high ground to create the opening, create the pathway to push on in. Big diving into the backline, clobbering time comes on out, stuns out the entire backline. Ice Gallant, huge amounts of healing output as Kaya gets the Eye of Agamotto with the fate of both worlds from Nami with the God of Mischief. Apex Predator from Smashness. Nothing.
Chat, bro, we might have a 3-0 here for Shikigami. There's no way.
Maybe a freeze, but I don't think they'll reach in time. They're looking to try
combo,
and delay
though.
and force them off the point for overtime.
The combo. Like, Vertigo has to use Dark Teleportation to avoid Strangling Prison, or you're all getting caught by Gru. Oh, with follow-up Kraken Impacts. You've got the Loki clones, too. If you use those, free resets for Frost Mountain, and here we go. Again. Immobilization does come through. Ducky's able to come through with a Strangling Prison onto Frost Mountain, but they haven't been able to find the elimination onto the Winter Soldier, and Shikigami are pouring out Rad's chances of being able to flip this map. They're down. Lugia goes down. Smashness. Ducky's desperately trying to touch in time on the Venom, but Shikigami have cleaned up their team. The Venom is hit.
Not over yet, chat. It's not over yet.
CC. He's held for Eternal Bond from Vertigo.
It's not over yet.
Lugia's coming back on a desperation Spider-Man. Trooper's Fist does still apply Earthbound status on this phase of this patch, and Rad lose the CD.
Oh my god, dude.
Series.
I cannot believe that Rad lost this match.
What a beautiful series. The numbers do not say what the actual result of that was, because that
Show me the stats. Hold up. I gotta see the stats before you do the predictions, chat. I gotta see the stats. Show me the stats. Jarvis!
Being able to push on in there. Literally
Jarvis!
Everything at it. Venom, rush it. Spider-Man, rush it. Just touch the point. Don't.
That was a really good game from both sides.
Shikigami with one more hold.
Wow, Leolaz did 40,000 damage. That's crazy. 40,000 damage, but only 7 final hits. It was a low final hit game from both teams.
Frost Mountain showing just why they're so scary. That versatility. We saw them play.
It was a great game. It might be a 3-0, but it was a really close game between, I think, all these all these rounds have been close, chat.
Incredible performance by them.
But I think you guys are here for the big money shift. Rad just lost almost $3 million.
Into the fight meant that they lost the activation of it to have the CC immunity to dodge Eye of Agamotto. So when Shikigami just like disengage, understand that Rad will be walking up the one side as Eternal Bond, and then they come through.
If you put $250,000 on Shikigami, you just won almost $650,000.
And clean up that fight. That's the flip, basically, that allows Shikigami to be able to just complete the hold, because then Rad have to go in with like the Strange Teleport. They're going into Strangling Prison, Kraken Impact. They have no strategist to be able to survive it. But without Shikigami going for the Storm to break the full hold potential, we don't get to see second even come into play.
Damn.
It's a vindication, isn't it, really? A lot of predictions going a very different way, but the most unexpected aspect, I think, of this series, guys, is that it was a 3-0. Like, sure, there was a lot of...
That is crazy, bro. That is crazy.
But Shikigami, I think Tetra doing well to just keep their heads above water, keeping drafts very similar, pound for pound, just showing up in those final moments a little bit stronger than Rad, right? It really did come down to the wire.
It came down to overtimes basically every single time, and when it came down to that, Shikigami are the team that came out ahead. They seem to be able to control these high-pressure fights a little bit more effectively, whether that was when to use their portals, because they would use them early on second points, like Moxie.
Who's playing next? Navi against Fire.
Just portal onto your opponents after the point has been taken to pick someone off quickly, and then you've taken a point right next to your opponent's spawn, meaning you have a lot more time to reinforce. If you lose that, you can try and pick them off as they come out, and you get a advantageous.
Oh shit! Yeah, sorry.
Shikigami.
Probably should move my face cam.
Shikigami just seems to be able to catch Rad off guard almost every single time from those portal engages.
We don't really have like a set MVP for series. We did do one obviously for Heretics versus Vision that we saw earlier, but like Moxie, it feels like Isido's probably one of the main frontrunners, I think, for Shikigami's performance of like an MVP across the series, but quite frankly, it could go to any of the 6 players. I feel like front to back, they played tremendous amounts of on-the-nose, like, Marvel rivals.
Yeah, I mean, literally, every time that Shikigami, like, you look at
I voted Shikigami because I like the name. They did not disappoint.
They all had clutch moments. You can straight up just, like, go back and be like,
I think Rad...
the Eye of Agamotto that we talked about.
Rad
running Isidore that we pointed out as well.
Rad let me down today.
Being able to use the Storm as well with the swap from Shikigami to stop the full hold, because if Shikigami had been full held, Rad broke first very, very quickly. We didn't even really get to see the relay race of the comic revival come through, to the point that Name was having to use Loki copy onto Lindstrom, God of Mischief, instead of the comic revival. Like, Rad were really well rehearsed in being able to deal with that aspect of Shikigami's comp.
Can I get a
But
loan
when
on
it went
channel
to
points?
the
I wish
longer
I can,
fights, when it
chat. I
went to
wish I
neutral,
can.
When we went into second and they lost all of the map space thanks to the portal play coming on through, Shikigami's macro, I think, as opposed to micro, was the thing that allowed
Well,
them to
I'll
come
talk
out
about the
with
next
such a
game and the next
decisive
bets that you guys
lead
should do at
in
when
the
they go on
series.
break. Pretty sure they're going to do an interview,
Backline as
all
well.
this
Looking
stuff.
for some of the stats just across the three
And,
maps.
yeah.
Lindstrom only getting eliminated once in that first map, 10 times on the second, but then here again, only twice on Ariko. That's crazy for, like, you're being eliminated 3 times in 2 maps. I mean, he's got the experience of being on VP. I think the positioning, the backline, how him and Name played in particular, like we sort of mentioned at the start of the series,
The interest rate
those
for
two
channel
versus
loans,
Max
chat.
Vertical is a very close matchup, and it wasn't even like down to triple strategist a lot of the time, right, Tetra? It was a lot of 2-2.
75%.
We have an interview coming with my favorite guy, Layla, so I'm excited for that.
Not
one,
a
but
year,
I would say that the
not a
backline
month,
is
75%
often
per week.
appreciated with how much they did, notably how little they went down on the side of Shikigami.
Yeah, quite frankly, there was a lot of times where the backline actually just threw themselves at the objective just to buy time, because as Moxie mentioned,
And
it's
every
macro
week
time when it comes to Shikigami.
that you don't pay
They would throw a
it off,
Worlds, just
I
try
come
and
over
delay with a
with
clone
some
of God.
pliers,
These 2 players, they barely
and I
went
take
down,
one
but
of your
every
nails
felt
off
impactful.
per
They were
week.
always
You have,
making
hey
sure
chat,
that
you have
if they
20.
were getting taken out, it was valuable.
Don't
There was
miss out
very
on 20
little
weeks.
waste when it came to Shikigami, and that, especially in that last map. They lost Luna at one point. It was on the objective where the whole team went down together because they were buying time and resetting for that portal. They would be taken down from a couple attempts from Smash This with the Apex Predators. There's not a lot you can do about that. That's, again, a whole team situation where you're regrouping. These 2 together are really starting to impress, and they're trying to make a name for themselves in some of those top strategist duos alongside, of course, Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, where we see some of our favorites over there.
For sure. I think a question I have for both of you, I'll ask Moxie first and then you can follow up, Tetra, is like, how, it's such a tricky question, man. How much of this is like Shikigami performing well versus Rad letting it slip out of their hands? Because it felt that they had the advantage both on the last 2 maps in particular. It was a
Good
bit of a
question.
lockdown Hell's Heaven. They lost every first
I'm gonna do the bets when it gets closer to the game, chat. There's no reason for me to do the bets right now. They have to do an interview, they have to go on break, and then they come back. So I'm gonna do it when it gets a little closer to the actual match.
I mean, like you said, it's a very hard question to actually like answer, because I think honestly it's a bit of both. I think like Shikigami, in terms of macro, they understood that they would be the favorite in certain fights, and that they didn't necessarily have to play to win the fights that they weren't the favorite in. They just had to get to a point where they could stop Rad from having snowball potential when they did win theirs. And then when they hit that peak, when they hit that win
I think
streak
Rad
on that
tilted, bro.
composition,
I
they
think Rad
snowballed
definitely
from that.
tilted, and they
And then,
made
like,
it.
on
They
Rad's
lost
end,
it themselves,
felt
man.
like, yeah, they
There's
had, like, a
no
really
way.
good handle
There's
in
no
terms
way
of
you
the
lose the
full
first
potential,
game.
but the moment that
The
the
second
storm
game, you
comp
come back
came
and
through,
you
it sort of
roll the
slipped away from
shit
them, and it was very
out of the
similar
other
actually to
team,
when we saw
and then
Shikigami
you
change
get
things
rolled and
in
then
the
end up
rest of the
losing that
series.
game, and then
Rad
you
had
go
a
into your
really good
third
handle at the
game.
start of the
I
range,
think
but
they
the
were
moment that
tilted.
Shikigami were able to break through with something a little bit unexpected that changed the
I'm pretty sure
tempo,
they were tilted,
that
chat.
was when Rad fell a little bit behind.
I'd love to be able to give a more one side, like a more definitive answer as to one side or the other than that. But
Also, on this next break, I'll start you guys your prediction, but I gotta get water. I'm out of water.
A little bit of both.
Chat, make sure you guys are drinking water. Stay hydrated. A lot of people are actually dehydrated, chat. Drink water.
Second opportunity. Moxie brought it up perfectly in the cast. It was a neutral where your opponents aren't pinging you from range. You know that they've been portaling you in the past, and you stay in dagger form. That's risky. You're taking the risk that you're waiting for someone to potentially get focused down by, say, like an Elsa from a flank, than the portal play that you know your opponents might be doing. It's a risky situation, but then you look on the other side and just see how effectively Shikigami were playing those late game fights, how they were able to reinforce. We saw a lot less like desperate random swaps to stuff like the Spider-Man from Shikigami, when they were giving up points in those overtimes, because they knew who could reach the objective quick enough, who would be playing what when it came to who went down, and who to be moving on to strategists and which ones. It's both. It's got to be both.
Yeah, and I think Shikigami's like main composition when it came to the team was the Alcatia one. And I remember Alcatia doing a lot of those like tempo portal plays if they lose the first point on like Central Park, going for a very quick portal to just be able to contest it and buy a little bit more time. They were doing that on the last 2 maps here. I think the reason why I ask it is because like seeing people in chat, it's a very knee-jerk reaction to be like, that was a massive choke from Rad. And I don't think that's inherently fair. I think the main thing is that Rad play proper Marvel rivals. Like they try to draft in the same way that the VPs and Navis and Team Heretics of the world would be. I think the thing about this series, Tetra, is just that Shikigami are just more of a wild card. Just being able to pull out the storm in those moments. When you got players like Frostmount and happy to be creative in those instances, it felt that just in the flying by the seat of your pants moments, Shikigami were a little bit more comfortable than Rad were, where Rad were trying to play a little bit more structured, perhaps. I don't know. I'm curious on what both of you guys think, but we'll start with Tetra.
We saw a lot more of Rad reacting to Shikigami than Shikigami reacting to Rad in terms of the picks. It always seemed to start with Shikigami playing the Wolverine, resulting in Rad going to the Thing, and then we'd see that swapped in terms of map number 1, for example. Quick adjustment over to the Moon Knight, capitalize on the fact that your opponents have the Thing, swap back over to something else, and it just felt a lot like Rad were chasing Shikigami.
The second half of the Gambit drops are the 19th. There are new drops tomorrow, though. The new drops are Daredevil, Galactic skin or whatever.
You can't swap unless you want to run.
Yeah. Big Daddy 1238829. Appreciate the Master Prime sub, my friend. How you doing?
I mean, it's the same as like what Tetra is saying, right? Especially on Araka, where we saw Rad try to run the Captain America to have as much stall potential as time. To try and just be able to like split the team.
And D-Phase for 64 months. That's a long time, man. Appreciate it. How you doing?
But like Tetra said, the fact that Shiki came out with the Wolverine to start meant that the Captain America survived one fight and then swapped. But that one fight that you lost already meant that when you're walking back into the second one, Shikigami have so much map space, and it cost Rad in terms of having to just like take time, build up ultimate economy to get that back.
Well, we'll see what the perspective was like with the boots on the ground as we speak to Laylis from Shikigami. And I think
the Elsa player. Interesting. Let's see this.
How do you prepare for a series like this, right? Like Rad had a pretty good run of show in their groups. The draft seemed to be really impactful, right? Fairly similar up until the very end. How do you prepare for an opponent like Rad, and how did you guys come out on top?
We scrimmed them a lot. We scrimmed them a lot during the group stage.
Yo, production, so wrong screen.
We know, like, we have a good idea of how they play and what they like to play. But then, yeah, that's pretty much it. And also, we had a lot of prep, of course. We learned different comps that we didn't really know before. Yeah.
So talk to us a little bit about Central Park, because obviously when you're coming in with 1 minute for your overtime round, and they're coming in with plus 3 minutes, that's got to be a grueling task, but you were able to not just unlock first and second, but pretty much all the way through third as well.
Wait, I guess the guy doesn't have a face cam.
Or were you more sort of capitalizing
or production
on the
is not showing the face,
left
the
there
guy.
for you to take advantage of?
Well, they capped with 3 minutes, so we thought like we need to do something crazy, so we went Storm, and
Chat,
then
be
we
nice, bro.
snowballed them to third points, and then eventually we just managed to cap.
Which doesn't really make any sense, because if you don't want to show your face, but you keep on winning,
the overtime defense.
Imagine if you do make it to a LAN event where you are going to have to show your face because you have to go on LAN.
Who's doing a lot of that shot calling in those high pressure situations? Who's keeping you?
So eventually, if you keep doing really well, you're going to have to show yourself. Or maybe, yeah, his face cam is probably broken. Chat, stop being mean, bro.
I would say it's all of us have our own input, but Kaya and Frost Mountain, they talk a lot. They do a lot of most of the calls, and then the rest back up.
I have another question on top of that. Frost Mountain is playing a lot of stuff that we haven't seen in these cases, like the Storm, which is something we did see him play last season, but how much of it is just freedom of just we know he could do well and just let him play what he wants, and how much of it is specific compositions that you have all been practicing?
We haven't really played Storm once in like this whole season, or even the last season.
Yo, we don't play Storm, but we whipped it out in one, so GG's.
He just said I could go Storm here, and we were like, you know what? Let's try it. So, and it worked.
Love that.
I mean, he does love his Storm anyway. I think he'd want to do that at any given point if he could help it. I do want to talk a little bit about like something that Frost Mountain said before, like when you guys played Na'Vi in your groups, he said that you kind of ran out of plans. Like you did win on Central Park, but outside of that, you seemed to just run out of options, and stuff like Trust Me's Venom really started to show up against you. Was there many plans in this series? Did you have a lot of good game plans? Because there was so many like overtime fights and moments. It felt like it was very chaotic, which suited you guys more. Or did you just feel like you came in very prepared on how you wanted to take fights and what maps you were expected to go to as well?
Yeah, we were expecting them to pick Central Park, but I would say the main difference between the Na'Vi game and this game was that we were playing more for the meta and not doing our own like draft, kind of. Like we weren't that good at Gambit comps, and so we spent a lot of time playing Gambit since group stage, and now we are very comfortable on both Gambit comps and Elsa comps.
I think Frostman said as well, like you focused a lot on comfort then as well. But your next opponent is Team Heretics, who you also just recently lost to. It's your final game of groups. I guess
Team Heretics.
What went wrong in that series?
It's gonna be a tough game.
What have you guys been working on, like to prepare for an opponent like Heretics, like tomorrow? That's a tough opponent, right?
Yeah, they are good, but I would say it's the same thing as the Na'Vi game. Like we're playing for the meta. We have a comp in mind every time we start the game, and we know how to draft. We know what to play. So I think we're just better at the meta than we were before, I would say. And I think it's going to be a good game tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully you get the revenge, and Heretics haven't dropped a map yet. It would be nice to see you guys really challenge them in the rematch. But I'll let you go for now so you can enjoy the next two best of fives. But thanks again, Laylis. Awesome to talk to you.
Two more best of fives, chat.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And then we get to NA.
I mean, yeah, for the kind of game that you'd want to expect, like a lot of teams.
Who is next? Next is Na'Vi against Fire. Gonna be a good game. I gotta go get water though when we go on a break.
The shock is that it was a
I have no more
series win in a best of five. Wasn't necessarily one-sided, mind. It was just the scoreline, but like Moxie really did feel like Shikigami starting to really come into their own and show that they are a top team.
Yo, MK
Infra,
or is that how you say MK Infra? Appreciate the massive.
Like that was
or
the concern that I had.
Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
Are they going to get held back by the fact
that's
that
a big jug for a small man? You're supposed to drink a lot of water, bro. Chat. You guys need to understand something. When it comes to streaming, I love streaming, but I am also very health conscious. I love going to the gym. I love making my body feel good. You know, I love, you know, you gotta stay healthy. The health is wealth, chat. Health is wealth. Stay healthy, bro.
Ourselves again tomorrow, I guess.
No, other than despite that not being a best of five, that was one of the most fun games I've cast this season. So I'm very
health
glad to be
is
here
wealth, bro.
I mean, it's more action to come for sure.
I sub because I got tired of the ads. Hey, welcome. Hey, to be honest with you, if you are seeing ads, chat, don't worry. You're not missing anything. The only thing you're missing is the casters yapping for 45 minutes. Nothing really is going on. And also breaks like this that you're about to see right now. We're going on a 10-minute break. Woo! I love breaks. But that means you could go to the bathroom, get your water, chat, stretch your legs. Hey, sitting is the new smoking, chat. Stretch your legs. I know people who stream who get blood clots in their legs. Very bad. Health is very important. Okay, I'm gonna go get my water though. I'll be right back. Once I get my water, I'm gonna start predictions, so don't go anywhere, chat. We are starting the predictions when I come back.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising resistance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Okay, chat, you guys ready?
Talk when you hear a better team-up than Symbiotic Shenanigans. These are team-ups that are currently in the game, not old ones. Arcane Order. Gamma Charge. Cosmic Cyclone. Rocket Network. Stark Protocol. Chilling Assault. Vibrant Vitality.
Yeah.
Vibrant Vitality?
I think Vibrant Vitality. I can't say it. It's that good. It's too hard to say.
Okay, chat, starting your guys' predictions.
Yeah, like, you get so much out
Good
of it.
luck.
It's like 3
Have fun.
meta-heroes
You
all at the
have
same time.
Navi against Fire. Don't worry. It's a 10-minute, like we do all our other bets. It's 10 minutes. If you don't know who's on what team, you could wait until they show the brackets. But if you guys want my honest opinion, professional J3 opinion,
Sword of Duality.
go Navi.
Bestial Hunt.
There's no way Navi loses.
First Steps. Divine Armory.
There's no way.
Stars Aligned. Planet X Pals.
Yo, there is no way Navi loses this, chat. I'm putting all my money on Navi.
Explosive Entanglement. Blade of Khonshu. Bless of the Kumiho. Dan, you believe that Symbiotic Shenanigans is the best team up in the game?
I mean, it enables Jeff, right? You can either play him really far back, that's what he's usually doing, but with Symbiotic Shenanigans, you can really play up close. You can even facilitate dive with it. But, like, I got so close to talking over Vibrant Vitality. I was like, oh, maybe it's stronger. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it does get pick banned a lot, but...
Did you consider that the Vibrant Vitality makes the regen domain real big?
That is true, yes.
$2.4 million, sorry, $3 million on Navi right now, chat, with almost 200 people voting, and Fire has only 53 people voting with only 250K. $3 million against 250K. Now imagine if Fire actually does win this. It is a 1-to-11 return ratio. So if you bet, let's say 100,000, you win like 1.1 million. So
yeah, we lost. Pirates.
Yeah, I'm going back to we lost.
Yep.
Because it's not will they, it's that they can, and I do think that we lost can beat anybody. Will they? Probably not. But they are they are capable.
It's the flashbang strat. You can kind of beat anyone if you catch them off guard enough.
Yeah, that's their whole thing. Like, they win by attrition, and, if they just wear the other team out, I think they could do it.
All right, we'll keep going for Dan. Pirates.
Or you could ask him. What do you mean by that?
I think Pirates can beat Genji.
Yeah, I think that's what.
I think they have
not
the
so
chance.
sure.
They are looking, concerned that they're an MRC team. Yeah, they're an MRC team, but
chat, get your bets in.
So many.
Also, if you're on YouTube and you want to come over and just bet, you can do that as well with your channel points on Twitch.
Really strong.
Also, there are drops on
I
Twitch,
honestly
just as a
am
heads up.
excited if
And there are also going to be
Pirates
new drops
versus
tomorrow
G,
on
but,
Twitch.
oh my God, that is
Sadly,
gonna be
there's no
absolute
drops on YouTube, so...
If I didn't speak up for We Lost, I would have also spoken up.
Also,
for
just a lot of people are asking, how do I vote? Some countries do not allow gambling, so if you're in a country that doesn't allow gambling, chat, you cannot
We've been watching Pirates just
bet your channel
dog-walk
points.
the entire Asia region for the past 2 weeks. I think, like, you know, I think they're ready for Gen G.
There are gambling laws in there. Yep. 4 million on Navi though, and only almost 750,000 on Fire.
Alicia's here to steal a win.
Nice, nice. Look at that though. Well, look at this. Almost 300 people on Navi, 100 people on Fire. This is a chat. Let's get more voters in here, bro. Put your money on the line.
Me, ouch. Let's make a deal.
Put your money on the line. If you guys want to make a safe bet, put your money on Navi. Navi, I think Navi is looking like maybe, if not, I think Navi is looking like the top 3 strongest team right now. If you guys were asking me, hey, J3, what are the top 3 teams in the EMEA? I would say Virtus Pro number 1, Team Heretics number 2, and probably Navi being number 3.
Now's the perfect time to strike.
I can't roll my R's like that. How do you chat? Can you guys roll your R's?
Meow.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. Ooh, different casters.
Playoffs for EMEA of Ignite.
I didn't know they were having
We got
that surprised
Lemon
me.
And at leg day here to close out the show. Give our other casting crew a
Just
bit of a
vibrate
rest
the back of your
into
tongue
the
against your
action
throat.
for the
Yeah,
latter
I
half
ain't that
of the
good, bro.
day.
I'm sorry.
We just saw an insane series here, Lemon. We felt like it would be the
I
distance
ain't that
versus
good, bro. I'm
Super
sorry.
Shikigami.
Like, what is going on? It's day 1 and my bracket's already ruined. Respectfully, I did not expect that. I mean, we all kind of thought that was going to be the upset match of the day, and it pulled it out. And also the fact that it was a sweep, like, Shikigami are peaking today.
They're looking really good. Leg day, I mean, I think you're looking pretty good too, but what about these teams as well that we can see here on the side of the bracket? We have 4 great powerhouses, but 2 maybe a little bit more one-sided matchups.
Yeah, mate. I mean, this is what happens when our side of the bracket has 2 world champions in it, right? Like, we have our mid-season champions in Navi and our grand finals champions in Virtus Pro. Like, EMEA is just the most stacked region. It's a shame, but it's real and it's true. And even now, after that last match, I can hear the echoing smugness of Tetcha's laugh. The only correct Predator amongst us all. Like, bro's red for tea leaves, so I'm trusting their predictions from here on out. Navi and VP definitely taking it.
He's the Apex predictor at this point. That's what his new name's going to be as a title. We'll give it to him in the Discord or something like that. But no, we have.
Okay, here we go, chat. You guys got Navi. Looking like a really strong team, by the way. They do have Terra. They have Jerky, level 1 Crow. This is the team that won the mid-season playoffs last year in China.
Glory we saw from them.
And this team is the clear third. Like, Heretics and VP have been going at it, and Navi have shown more cracks in the armor.
Fate,
but
the
very
guy that we
small.
duo with,
They
the
lost
Jeff
that
player,
one map to
they have a
Shikigami that
sweet
was
looking
also
jersey
kind of
as
a
well.
niche torch comp that we've never seen before, but we're realizing that Heretics really got to this team. I think Navi struggled to adapt when push comes to shove, but not a lot of teams force them to that breaking point. And it's like some of the swaps that they do, that's where I struggle to see the ideas from the Iron Fist, the Bucky, the triple Vanguard. Like, Navi
Can it be an
swapped
upset?
so much to try and beat Heretics that it all just didn't seem cohesive.
If Navi loses
But Navi can
to
stomp any other team
Fire,
besides
I would be
Heretics
very
minus that one
surprised. I mean,
Shikigami
look, they
map.
even
So
have
I'm still really hyped up on
KQZ on their team, which is literally
had the
Phoenix.
time of, like,
How can
almost
you
2
lose
weeks
if you
to
have the
prepare
real
themselves
Phoenix
for
on your
leg
team?
day, and
Like,
we
think about it,
saw
chat.
a lot of great work put in from that series against Heretics to the one against.
And then
Pulsar,
after
but we do
this
have to
game is
talk
going to be
about
what?
this team in
After this game
Fire
is going to be
Strays. Who are the main ones to
Virtus
look at,
Pro,
though?
I'd say for Fire Strays, the big players you want to be zooming in on here is probably this Vanguard line of Blackzo and Binary. Because Blackzo has been like one of the forerunners of the current like pseudo-meta is Doctor Strange with the Invisible Woman team-up just being a frontline absolute, like, in the chess, he's the queen, you know, can handle it all, can play defensively, can play offensively, can wipe the board with a well-timed ultimate, and has great CC due to the team up. But Binary really is like a je ne sais quoi for this roster, being able to bring out that Hulk, which a lot of teams are struggling to adapt to. Like when we saw Na'Vi go down in the most thorough means we've seen so far, it was the Team Heretics where Enzo was playing the Hulk. So I'm wondering if Fire Strays are going to look to ape that composition a little bit here as we go to Domination Fair.
But Fire Strays have gone through such an evolution from the 5 matches that we saw. At the beginning, they're losing to Reason Gaming. If you laugh, you lose to Reason Gaming rebuild roster. So that kind of loss kind of put a lot of red flags out there for Fire Strays. But then near the end of the regular
When is the next game? Oh, we're starting here in a few minutes.
Those matches, they're starting to be competitive against Virtus.
They're talking about the teams and the background of the teams. They're gonna be starting here in a second.
Sloppo is a huge win condition for them. The way he's able
Predictions almost done, chat. Predictions almost done. Almost 6 million. 6 million on Na'Vi. 1.1 million on Fire. Almost 400 people against 150.
Fire Strays have really gotten to
Get your predictions in, because you guys will not be able to predict when this series is going on, chat.
Themselves in the interviews on week 1, and then they completely changed the script and found what worked for them. I'm excited to see Blackzo as well on the Doctor Strange, potentially the Groot. We might see some team-ups around that from the Mantis. They've been prioritizing a lot. Elsa seems to be like their #1 pick here as well. And speaking of picks we've seen from them, Burn T'Challa was the first ever map that Fire Strays debuted upon against Rad, and it went the distance. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them. So Leg Day, in terms of what we might see composition-wise from this Fire Strays team, what do they need to bring out to take down the former world champions in Na'Vi?
This is J3 bucks, not money. Oh no, this is money. This is real money, chat. This is real money. Don't let any other person like tell you otherwise.
Very keen to try and mirror that. I do wonder if we're going to see much leaning on the Jeffs here. Like Na'Vi, probably some of the best original Jeff players ever. Like I think that Fate.
No, chat. There's not millions of dollars in my chat being thrown around every single game, chat. Come on, guys.
On the other side,
Jay got the best watch party. Hey, thank you, Brandon. Hey, thank you.
So that's still a question mark. But
wait until the NA games. I like the NA games because I think we know more of the players, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Matches because it gives a chance for the win condition not to be completely around Sloppo, because when he gets dove on, there's only so much you can do to bail the guy out. So Demon has been stepping up as that Star Lord, that good duelist secondary, which gives them more opportunities, more time to kind of go for some big playmaking opportunities. So very much like the 2-2-2 from Fire Strays when it comes to Burn T'Challa.
I mean, speaking of Burn T'Challa, last time we saw more prioritization around that Jeff, as you mentioned, the Jeff Venom team-ups working out pretty well, so maybe targeting the Venom specifically on the side of Fire Strays from Na'Vi.
It is a best of 5, yes, chat. All the matches that you will see today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday are best of 5s. The grand finals, I'm pretty sure, will be a best of 7,
way
though,
back
yes.
when in mid-season, and part of the reason why they were so successful for it. But there's a lot of different options that they can go for, and I think this benefits Na'Vi in not having showcased their full hand on this map just yet. Fire Strays, we already have the footage, but it was when they were a completely different squad way back when, a couple weeks ago, when this just started for the preseason. So win conditions here, Lemon, what are we looking for Fire Strays to pull off the upset?
I think Fire Strays, if they can protect that Elsa, that would be huge for Sloppo, but he is also just as strong on the Star.
I accidentally hit like F11 or whatever. My bad.
Flank on that too, and I
My
think him
hands are
versus
fat.
Terra is going to be such an exciting match if the Star Lord gets through. But
Remember,
there's been
Terra
so much
was looking
fireworks.
kind of
You look at
streaky
him,
though
you
last
let
time.
Elsa through. How many strategists do you want to take off the board?
Oh.
Like so much is determined.
Yeah,
in
I'm a
that
hacker.
pick
Sorry,
fan,
chat. I was hacking
but
the system.
Sloppo's
My
gotten
bad.
all the prio when it comes.
Terra
to
left 100
is
Ds
Elsa
because
allowed, he
I
gets
think it was
If
because of
Star-
money.
If Elsa is out, then Star-Lord prio goes
Which
to
I mean makes
Sloppo,
sense,
and
right?
Demon
These are
kind
these
of,
these are
flexes
these
around
guys'
Sloppo.
careers, so they were probably
After the loss to
they're just going for money.
dropping the map to Shikigami, struggling a little bit against Peps here and there. based on
I think
competition
they
with
said
David
that
Output
100 Thieves doesn't pay.
What does Na'Vi need to do to silence the doubters?
Basically
here,
TLDR, I think.
Na'Vi need to not sort of
Navi pays all
shown a
year
competition
round,
they weren't expecting.
is what he said.
Like, it feels like Navi's biggest weakness at the moment is their adaptability. But I think if Navi could just come out with a strong right hook on the composition that they intend to play in the first place, whether that's off the back of like using a strange portal for a good initial position and then kind of being able to play from a defensive standpoint after capping the point, maybe that's how they do it. But for Navi, it might just come down to how they follow their game plan.
Yeah.
And who out of Terra and Trust Me takes the reins when it comes to like a full sale compositional.
Yeah, 100 Thieves took them off the contract in like December, which I mean makes sense, right? If I am paying for a team and there is no pro games happening for 4 or 5 months, doesn't really make any sense to keep playing the pro players, right? I mean, so I can understand both parties, but if you don't pay your players, they're probably gonna go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? So
Angela, that was something Rajara was rocking in the first couple of matches.
okay. Anyways,
Now
hopefully,
Trusty is
hopefully we get to the
covering that
games
more,
too.
especially against Pulsar. That was really fun to see, combined with Rajaro on the Magneto. We know how strong Angela can be overall on domination, although Burn and T'Challa is a bit more open, so maybe not as hot for that. But Na'Vi overall, the triple strat has been so strong for them, and Jerky has, I feel like, a lot of weight on his shoulders to try and figure out, does he go secondary duelist, or does he just keep giving all the resources that Terra needs? Because if Terra's not performing well, I feel like it's because he's lacking the resources, and sometimes that could be
Yeah, but that's tricky, bro. That's tricky. That's tricky. You cannot give someone. You cannot give someone all the resources in the game. That's what they did for 100 Thieves. I think giving one player all the resources makes that one person look really good. Don't get me wrong. Terra's a great player, but if you take away his resources,
I think Na'Vi.
And he starts not performing well.
They know what they need to focus on here specifically. And
I think you're supposed to play well without
specifically with Terra, though,
as many resources. And then if you play really well without the resources, and then they put more resources into you, well, you're gonna be God mode, right?
Terra's like living with Trust Me at the moment. Don't quote me on that.
That's true.
These guys need to get up and have like a hug before the match starts. You know, we got to see some real bro on bro
team bonding, please,
between the pair of these. And like Lemon said, Terra's used to getting a lot of resources. Like 100 Thieves last year, the entire team was kind of like Terra go win. You know, like we're gonna have 5 people here cheering you on, gonna give you all the resources. You've got damage push, you've got speed, you've got mag bubble. Whereas Na'Vi, I feel like they weren't a team.
What's your favorite color? My favorite color? Ooh, like a baby blue. I love baby blue, or like a cyan. I think cyan is probably gonna be the best color. Chat, how about you guys? I think, or an orange. I'm starting to like. I'm liking orange a lot, man.
Terra go win strategy that we have seen.
I'm liking orange.
Maybe they need to go to that in some capacity, right? Like we used to see Level 1 Crypt be the server admin on the Mantis, and we saw a little bit of it.
My favorite color is the color of Father's eyes. Ooh, my eyes do have a.
What else do we expect to see here, Lemon?
Beautiful color.
I really like Terra's Phoenix on Arako. We didn't get to see much of it in all 5 matches from Na'Vi, and just that Terra can have a really healthy hero pool. It's like Elsa, Star-Lord, and throwing the Phoenix in there really gives them a wealth of options, because some of the best teams can really get their ankles cut from just like all their duelists just getting taken out of the pool.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough task to fulfill for Fire Strays to try and take on the former world champions, but can Na'Vi reclaim their former glory? It's time to find out in this best of 5.
All right, let's get stuck in. The band phase is going to be very telling, Lemon.
Okay, let's see this. You guys ready?
A lot more Elsa band.
Chat.
We saw a lot more
Elsa band.
Seems like
yes or no?
We are shimmying back over towards the Elsa band to try and control some of these mega duelists like Terra and keep.
Sorry,
them
I
away
get so
from
I
the,
get
the
I
Thanos
like
era.
something in
Yeah,
me
both teams have that
just
top
fires up
Terra versus
and wakes
Sloppo's
up
gonna be
when
the
I see
thing
an
to
Elsa
watch,
band
but
first.
also
I love it.
Their styles around
Hey,
the duelists. Sloppo's
notice
a lot
how
more
these
flank heavy.
teams,
Terra
you know,
really goes in with
obviously
the team,
Na'Vi has, you
and
know,
the Invis
Terra,
is the first
great fucking
protect, which
DPS
is
player, but guess what?
not
They
something
put
you
their
see every
egos
day.
aside
This might
and they still ban Elsa.
Strange ban from Na'Vi. Like we saw that Fire. It seems that a lot of their identity in week 2 coalesced around Black So being so good on that boosted up Doctor Strange, courtesy of that Sonic Vortex team up, which really buffs the E. Which is a very short cooldown as well, only 6 seconds. I would not be surprised to see Na'Vi roll out with a Doctor Strange ban, maybe deeper into their ban phase here, but they have the one-sided Gambit, which means they're probably going to be able to pull off a 2-2-2.
I would think the Mantis would be a bigger prio for someone like Sloppo, but see.
Oh, the
how
Invis
everything
save instead of the
turns out. This was
Gambit. That's
another
what's
match
very
I predicted
interesting.
that
I like that.
if
Chat,
there
what are you guys'
could be
thoughts?
another upset besides the Shikigami match, it could be
No,
this one. Just
both
'cause
teams do
Navi
not
have-
get 6 bans. There's
has
2
shown
saves
that there's
and
cracks
4
in the
bans.
armor, and I'll
But
just
you
put
get
it
you
that way.
ban for
While
the
Fire
other team,
Strays
you don't
have
ban for your
started to
team.
really
So
find
for an
their
example,
groove
this
towards
team
the
banned
end of the
Loki.
matches,
This
being
that means
competitive
this
against the
team
top,
over here
but
can't play
still not
Loki,
winning a
but
map
this team
against
could
the
still
top.
play Loki.
So this
But
is
you
the map
cannot
where-
save
this
a
is the
character that's
series where
already
Fire
banned. You
Strays
gotta
have
save
to
it
prove
before it
themselves
gets
that they
banned.
can contend.
All right, one-sided Vanguard pool coming out now. The Fire Strays, how do they answer this? This is going to be another strategist gone. Okay, yeah, getting rid of a rogue makes a lot of sense. You do not want to see that rogue buoyed up by the Gambit team-up. And it seems like Fire Strays, they have been chasing a lot when it comes to this ban draft. Like, after Gambit gets into the pool, you're like, oh, we got to get rid of a Loki. We got to get rid of a rogue. We got to try and get rid of, like, a viable second strategist option to try and force them onto maybe a triple strat here. Na'Vi contemplating getting rid of the Loki to make sure there's none of that vibrant vitality from Mantis, and looks like that's where they're going to go.
Remember that there's tape about Fire Strays on this map, but it was the very first match of the preseason, which you can't really take much from that, because Fire Strays, I feel like, are a
I don't
completely,
think you can do that in
180
comp.
team
I think-
compared to how they started
Chat,
the season, or the preseason.
take it as a
I should
person
say.
who
While
used to play
Na'Vi
professional.
haven't been on Burden T'Challa, surprisingly,
And I'm
so
pretty
there's
sure anyone
so
in my
much yet
chat
to
can also,
discover,
who
which I
has
think
played
would give
professional, can
Na'Vi
vouch for
maybe an
this.
edge in this pick.
Your ranked games, which is random teammates, random everything, is very different from coordinated team gameplay in Marvel Rivals. It is very different. Very, very different. In ranked, no one gives a shit.
So it's kind of looking at
In ranked, you're gonna get those people who are like, "Hey guys, I'm the best Spider-Man in the world. Don't ban Spider-Man." Hey, the other team that has a Spider-Man one trick though. No, I'm better than him. And then he goes 0 and 15, and you're like, "What the fuck? You said he was better than you. You were better than him." And then he's saying, "GG, no heals." Like, you're not gonna get that in your coordinated team play.
Like everyone else, lads. Ready to roll out here at the beginning of Interstellar Spaceport.
Okay, let's see this.
And trust me on the Venom. Would have loved to see Binary on that as well. He's a fantastic Venom
Let's
player.
see this.
but
I'm
as
ready
of
for this,
late,
man.
it's
I'm
been
ready for
more
this.
of the Hulk, that style change from Fire Strays, and the teleport caught Jerky completely off guard.
Oh man, catching Jerky, didn't see that one. One of the interesting things about the portal as Daredevil is because the people are technically so far away, you can't see through the portal with your wall. Which means that Jerky was a little bit on the back foot there, and Fire Strays going to get that initial capture here as well. We talked about how important this is for Na'Vi to play from that defensive posture. CC, trust me, still trying to make a play to try and keep this one contested. Binary just chasing after them. We talked about how previously Na'Vi had struggled against that Hulk, but Jerky has no such struggles in his mind going up against the
Oh, he didn't get that kill? Wow, that Daredevil lived with 1 health?
Going underneath is no way to try and dodge out again.
Also, giving Terra Star-Lord and also letting them save Gambit to have the Star-Lord Gambit chat, that is not good.
I want to go back to bed. I want Sloppo on Star-Lord and was setting that
I like
up.
that.
This is a very different look. Demon will be that solo duelist. And you have a strat pool. That was something Alex from another team was kind of sporting. And that innovation is going to help this death ball of Fire Strays. But Na'Vi will be holding.
I'm surprised Daredevil didn't get nerfed for Season 7.5. Why would you nerf Daredevil for Season 7.5 and make him strong when you could just nerf the CC abilities and whatnot, so Dive can be stronger? Chat, why? he just dipped and ran off the map, bro.
And for one of the first ultimates to come out to be a galactic legend, like
That's
Herrick
funny, bro. They
goes for
kind of
the
just
lock-in when it
dipped.
comes to these important matches. Na'Vi have been dominant against every other team but Heretics, and I was wondering how much they were preparing for deeper into the bracket, or how much Na'Vi were going to give respect to all the teams that come in between them and the grand finals that they're obviously gunning for. And Terra,
I love Hulk, man. I love Hulk.
Difference. Now, Fire Strays, they were kind of changing things up. Now they have their first cycle of ultimates, and you'll also have some environmental eliminations that could come out from the It's Jeff, but Crook could be a victim here.
You act like Dive has been strong for 7 seasons straight, unlike Bucky. If you think Bucky has been strong the past few seasons with his 42% win rate, then I don't know what you're smoking, but please share with the class because that shit apparently is working. Please.
Releases his fellow Vanguard from the jaws of Jeff, and now Blackstone's looking for an ascension here, looking for a quick stun. On the other side, it would appear that Rajro has used a bat hammer. It might well have been onto the Jeff, just forcing Sloppo away for a second. Still Na'Vi are in control.
God forbid there's a character in the game that counters dive, chat, and they just made the character even worse.
This is the last fight before 100-0 for Na'Vi, and Terra has the Galactic Legend if he even wants to invest this, but against the invisible boundary, he'll have to take a seat. Firestrays, even with that straddle, still have it flipped.
All right, one last attempt here, coming through from Snob.
Oh, Venom. That's very interesting. The Venom. The Venom and Star-Lord combo. I like that because you're getting the anti-healing, and they did use They did use the Deadpool supportal, and they killed right through it.
Looking towards the back, it's going to be difficult for Slopper to try and survive. Black's over, last remaining.
Oh, poor guy. Poor guy was all the way in the enemy team's backline, beating up the shark, but his whole team was dead and no one was on the point,
with
bro.
an exclamation mark.
Virtus Pro plays next.
100-0 from Na'Vi in a fight that looked so winnable for Firestrays. The invisible boundary. There was an endless stall from Na'Vi, just sending the single Vanguard to deny the flip from Firestrays, who had such a good composition. They were so mobile. Firestrays were jumping on Na'Vi's backline.
What's up, Jay? Hope you had a great stream so far. Oh, I love doing watch parties, bro. Watch parties with you guys are a lot of fun. It is definitely a fun vibe.
Signs of really good composure. Of course, it is.
I feel like you guys for once. When I watch pro plays, I feel like you guys. I just laugh at all the mistakes and like shit talk. This is how you guys feel 24/7. This is fun.
As soon as you lose that first fight on domination and you can't lock down these targets, eventually it was gonna go the 99% mark, but. This first fight, very important. We'll see if Blackstone wants to go for a teleport play or a portal play like Firestrays did last time.
Yeah,
That's
but you're
how they were
even
able to get
worse.
the
How about you
jump scare
eat my
on
ass like
Jerky.
a cupcake? Thoughts?
See where they end up to this time.
Jerky is prepared to let the devil out. Question is who they're going after. Seems like this is a little bit more of a passive play. Maybe there's some try and cut off someone from Na'Vi, but you know what? Trust me, it's more than happy to just jump into there with a cellular corrosion. The devil ready to be let on out, but guess what? Big bubbles, indestructible guard coming through from the Hulk, just rebuffs Jerky instantly. And now Firestrays down on one of their doors. Don't want to go much.
I'm pretty sure Hulk players are mad for next season too with the CC changes, but
there isn't really any follow-up that could come through. Firestrays were too far back, focusing on capping the point instead, and now it has to be this rear guard.
hey, appreciate it, Starry. Always look forward to your watch parties. Thank you, thank you. They're a lot of fun, man. They're a lot of fun.
So many as they're just chomped on down. It's a fox steak for Trust Me, and they're chewing on through. The Iron Fist joining them. That's going to be Snoss down as well. Raja up close and personal.
Ooh, nice plays by Rajaro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, this is why this character is getting a change,
yeah,
chat.
you guys are all fully awake for this one, right? Iron Fist in Spider-Man. We got a photo shoot with Rajaro. Like, Navi's
also, we are
composition
seeing
is
the
hilarious,
Spider-Man. That's
and
funny.
It worked. Firestrays are putting Sloppo back on the duelist. Demon will be on that triple strategist, of course, with the strat pool, which is huge aura plays from Snoss, but not a hero we see him on every day. Firestrays losing that first fight. It's going to be tough to really win this out cleanly, so Navi could build up a serious lead, and Fate could take them all away with the It's Jeff.
It's Jeff, ready to try and find themselves a snack. Speaking of snacks, isolated closer. Don't know how they ended up there with no healing at
The
all.
Iron Fist. Oh, I love this.
From Fate on with Jeff. Needs to try and dodge some of this incoming fire, but it's difficult against the Hulk. Terror and Fate fall down to the gamma collapse of the man himself. And now when it comes to trying to control this point, it's all about, trust me, climbing around on this center pillar before it breaks and the guards of the Imperial Institute of Science rise on up. Level 1 Crook needs to dodge away. Will there be enough chase?
Oh, yeah, he's dead.
3 players on top of the Gambit.
Somehow they're still stalling. Oh, Rajaro stalling the point. Oh, they have a lot of people here to stall the point. See, this is why you stall the point, chat. Die on point. You guys don't understand how strong it is if you just die on point. Don't run away. Don't try to live. Die on
escape
point.
From the Galactic Legend from Sloppo. Like, he knows it's aimbot, right? Like, Fate kind of just stood there and was a sitting duck, and that freed the rest of Firestrays, and Navi got absolutely ruined by Sloppo. So a good flip for Firestrays at this point, and 3 strat ultimates to try and stall this out and get back into the lead. But Terra has been a menace on this Iron Fist. He is focused on these strats.
Prepare to unleash for Dragon. Has so many targets together to try and deal with it. Damon's going to try and rebuff them now by unleashing the Kumiho. But remember, that's got 900 HP, and Terra does percentage-based damage. Watching from afar, Terra falling so low. The invisible boundary means that Terra can't escape, for slow is too much to deal with. But Feast of the Abyss takes down Closer, cancels out the ultimate after it was given the damage boost by the Wayward Gambit.
I really want to know why are they running this, okay, Jerky switched, which is good, but I don't know why they're running the, I think they're just messing around with them, chat. I don't think Navi's taking this seriously.
One Crook under threat, but manages to outduel both Sloppo and de-Hulk the Hulk down into Bruce Banner form.
And Fire Strays are doing a good job of saving their cooldowns for these divers, namely the White Fox Charm for Terra. You're forcing Jerky back to the Daredevil, someone who can anchor better in and stay consistently in a fight versus a Spider-Man that uses all his cooldowns and has to leave pretty much immediately. So you got this brawl duo of Terra and Jerky. I really like this composition. Binary at big ultimate, but
I know Terra usually plays Fist, chat, but he usually whips out the Iron Fist, like,
and they need to touch soon.
All right, Devil
like when things are going bad. Like he literally rolled last round. Okay, he's rolling right now, but he literally rolled last round on Star-Lord, and he also has the Gambit Star-Lord combo.
Yeah, Binary can temporarily stall out this point, but it's easily eaten out by Fate. Jerky following over onto Znost.
I mean, hey, if it works, it works. I do think there is a team differential here between Na'Vi and Fire Strays. I think Na'Vi should go 3-0 against Fire Strays.
Na'Vi were cooking. They were in the kitchen coming up with all these different compositions. Yes, that was the real Jerky Spider-Man that you got to witness, which was fun on such an open map like the Imperial Science Center, because there's so much open space and barely any cover, and Spider-Man takes so much advantage of that. But trying to get after the strategist, you have an Invis double jump, you have a charm from the White Fox. There's so much to deter the Spider-Man. And I like that Jerky.
I think Terra and Jerky is a nasty DPS duo.
A lot better. And taking a look at these stats, you can tell
this is the third match of the day. After this one, you have one more EMEA match, and then we go into NA.
Else.
NA is
and
going to be a
Fire
lot of
Strays
fun.
were also organizing who was going to be their duelist. This is Sloppo, which I can't believe I even saw him on Jeff. That is a waste of talent. And then, you know, him and Demon kind of swapping up who was going to be.
How can there be a big skill gap between
ended
pros?
Up on this composition. They tried their best to
team chemistry
against the divers, but Na'Vi are so
I mean, you could say the same thing about any sport, right? There's NBA matches where like one NBA team is so much better than another NBA team, or any sport. I just used NBA for an example. Some teams are just better in general with individual skill, and not only individual skill, but even team skill. Also, Na'Vi has been together for a very long time. I do think they picked up a few players that are new, but I mean, their core is still really, really strong.
Na'Vi just have been really strong in these first fights.
Jay3, you're talking out of your ass. No, I am not. I did not have
Fire
Taco Bell or Chipotle today, so my ass is not talking.
Pretty insane. I think Fire Strays had the right game plan for their composition initially on Stellar Spaceport with the Hulk to kind of jump in. Instead of the Venom, Hulk is not as cooldown dependent. He can be a lot more mobile, but maybe not as explosive as a Venom can be. So Fire Strays were trying to find that consistency, just unfortunately couldn't really lock down these Na'Vi strategists.
Yeah, and it seems that the first protect on the Invis, and it's pretty good if you want to try and make sure that Black Soul can keep rolling forward with the Doctor Strange, but it's no match for a Gambit, which means you can run that double strategist very effectively and let Terra and Jerky off a leash, to be fair. And we'll see if Na'Vi are going to
Why is Leg Day mad? Chat, Leg Day is not mad, bro. That's just his... That's just his face. Stop. Why are you guys so mean, man?
Good fortune for me.
Come on, man.
Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal.
Like how Jay's resting voice is a shouty voice. Yes, I am a very loud person. When everyone could vouch for this. When I have headphones on, I can't control the level of my volume, so I'm screaming most of the time. Not my fault. Also, the game, I play with the game. Listen, I play with my game sound fairly loud. You know why? Because there's a lot of information that you get from your senses, chat. Your ears give you a lot of information. You can hear footsteps. You can hear abilities used. If you hear footsteps, you'll be like, okay, there's an enemy over there. If you hear an ability used, be like, oh, okay, they use this ability. Now it's an easier way to dive. Oh, they use this ult. I hear them use this ult. That means hide. Like, come on. Bro, there's a lot of information that you get from your senses, chat. Smell, like right here. You could probably smell something cooking over here. You could probably taste as well. You also use your eyes. Come on. Boba. I can't believe they put Boba in the game. Look at Boba! Man, I wish they came out with a smell-o-vision so you guys can actually smell through your screen, bro. Ooh, I would give you guys some awakenings. Ooh. I really do hope in the future they got smell-o-vision. So when someone complains in my chat, I was just, you know what I'm saying? Rip one right in the mic.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Hey, all I'm saying, chat, all I'm saying is that you guys should appreciate someone's farts, because there was a streamer who actually went to the hospital once because they were selling jars of their farts, and it was so popular in demand that they had to go to the hospital.
Like
they were charging like I think $1,000 per fart jar. So hey, and it was high demand. So can you imagine that?
I'm not gonna lie, Na'Vi looking very hot.
I think they went to the hospital because of like the bloating in their stomach, but they went to the hospital because their diet consisted of beans and protein shakes.
A long time before Terra was added to this
Hey.
squad, and showing that with a Daredevil in his hands, he is still a very tricky customer to try and deal with.
Can't be stopped. The devil was unleashed many times across the battlefield there. And Lemon, it felt like this team of Fire Strays, you know, they talked about it when they were going up against VP, like to have these exotic compositions. They took some notes from Heretics, but experimented on their own, having the Invisible Woman and the Doctor Strange. It just felt like it wasn't enough of a synergistic composition for this specific roster.
How much you charging for a friend?
Yeah,
Well, technically speaking, I do owe Chocolate a jar of bath water for 100 gifted. So
Star-Lord, and Slop will start off on Jeff, which you're already just almost changing too much if you're Fire Strays. Like, what works for you?
how do you know
was,
this? I'm a
like, your
streamer,
duelist
bro. I
line
talk to
that
you
was
guys. A lot of you
starting and
guys
kind
just
of
come and tell me
amplifying
random stuff, and that was one of the stuff.
Kind of just changing who your main carry is or who you're trying to amplify in playoffs. When I felt like Fire Strays really found their footing towards the end of this match is really surprising. I did like the whole
Jay, you're saying all this nonsense right in front of my barbecue sandwich? Oh, it's not nonsense. I'm being dead ass. Someone actually did used to sell their farts, and they go into the hospital. $1,000 per fart jar. I'm not joking.
I think Trust Me almost had top damage in the lobby with the Venom. So this is how impactful Trust Me is as a Vanguard.
I mean, this Vanguard line cannot be understated like day on Na'Vi. It just seems like they are able to create so much space, distract the back line, make it so difficult for them to even focus on the rest of their team. I mean, part of the reason why we saw so many KOs against that back line felt like it was because Rajaro and Trust Me here.
Like, Trust Me just has great timing when it comes to like cellular corrosion alongside things like the Feast of the Abyss, but also the Feast of the Abyss gets mighty fine when you boost up with the Raging Royal Flush that they had constant access to. It will just one tap. But it feels like Rajaro in the neutral is just so accurate with the dual Desert Eagles that
a Christy Lou for 7 months.
Like, if you allow
Absolutely
Rajaro
insane.
access to that
Appreciate it.
hero, I think that's one of the reasons why we saw Closar go down so much, because
There wasn't
the
even a
poke that
chat. You
happens
guys must have heard
before
about the
Trust Me
person who
goes
was
in
selling
is
their
all
bath
down to
water, right?
Rajaro's
So I mean,
accuracy
same
and doesn't
thing,
really
bro.
miss.
I mean, yeah, has the training from the Mag Days is what we come to expect with this hero specifically. But Museum of Contemplation, I, Lemon, am kind of shocked that we're going to this one. Museum was one of the maps where eventually we saw, I think it was Terra on Black Panther.
I'm gonna sell
towards
the remaining
end of
hair on
one
my
of their
head,
earlier
bro.
series
I
in
feel
the
like that is a limited
Preseason
edition
group
because
stage
it ain't
just
gonna grow
because they were
back, chat.
holding
One
so hard.
strand, $100.
Yeah, and to note that I don't think Sestroid has been subbed in, which is another note, because when this team likes to go to more open maps, usually they've picked something like Hall of Dajalia, which I think I would compare to the amount of space on Hall of Dajalia to Museum of Contemplation to really go behind this binary dive on the Venom, which they've gone now more towards the Hulk these days. But if you want to take advantage of a longer and like further away dive, then the Venom would be key here on Museum. So I'm expecting the binary Venom. But Sestroid was part of
Only
kind of taking
100? What do you
advantage
mean
of these
only
more open
100?
maps
Oh
by
shit, my
playing
bad,
the
chat. I
Adam,
didn't know
playing
you
the
guys would spend
Ultron,
more
and
money.
being part
Yo,
of
selling
the
one
Damage
strand of
Boost
J3
basket.
hair,
So the fact that he's not in tells me there's
$500.
more changes coming in from the Fire Strays camp.
They're trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink in terms of compositions at this team and see what sticks. And maybe Museum of Contemplation is the way to do it, more of a dive-centric map. But like it feels like this also just favors Na'Vi so much, especially because of how heavily they are favored in terms of Venom specifically. I feel like Terra does a really good job on that Star-Lord if the Elsa isn't available. Like, what do you think is the thought process here for this team of Fire Strays trying to go to this map as their counterpick?
I mean, I'm a little bit suspicious of Fire Strays right now. I can't help but notice that they essentially stole Heretics' composition but beat Na'Vi for domination, when we hadn't really seen Fire Strays play that much. Like, we know that they enjoy Hulk, but they hadn't been huge
Renavu,
heal
Preseason
pool
2 months, right.
enjoyers. And I'm wondering how Fire Strays seen another Vault here, but like, oh, you know what, we'll have that. That's a pretty good
Something that I really
composition.
do appreciate
Just
from the
to
casters
emphasize how good Navi are, this is one of their
that
best maps. They've
I
full
can't
held Alter
do
Esports
myself
on
is
the
look into the
defense.
camera.
They full held
I have to look
they
at
full
you
held
guys and read
Shikigami
chat, bro.
on
I
the
can't.
defense. They full held Team Pets
Hey, guys.
on the defense. Like, their defense is so strong.
It's
if I
weird.
haven't
It's not
stressed
like
that
I'm
enough.
looking into your guys'
So
eyes. I'm looking
really
into a
worried
camera.
about Fire Strays here.
Well, speaking of defense,
Hello,
that's
are you
where
guys
Na'Vi
there?
are starting for our second map of our third best of 5 of the day. They're looking to clean sweep the competition, not give up a single point to their competitors,
guys
and we'll
there?
see if that dominance continues.
All right, let's jump on in. Na'Vi 1-0 up right now, but Fire
Yo,
Strays
how's
have
my
a bit of
hairline
leverage
looking? Chat, how's
in
my
this series.
hairline?
We're into the best of 5s now. This is for all the marbles.
Look at that shit. That shit look clean, chat. On a scale 1 to 10. 10 being the cleanest hairline you've ever seen. What's that rating?
When it comes to Fire Strays,
That
who have
shit
already
looks like a
lost pretty handily
10.
to Rad, but that was during their first week, so maybe we can scrub that bit out of history if we're the victors.
Yeah, leg room, but can you actually cap point A? It's like me asking
What
for
do you
leg
mean
room,
absolutely
but I'm 5
chopped,
foot,
bro?
so
My
it's
hairline
like,
ain't chopped.
Fire Strays.
Not a great priority.
I do not care. You put me in a box somewhere. I'll be good. So Fire Strays, they could be put in a box though, because Na'Vi are starting off on defense, and that could be what really ends Fire Strays if they don't pull through here.
I'm wondering if we see any more triple Vanguard come through from Na'Vi. I think Fire Strays, they were pretty on it by getting rid of the Rogue previously, but it's felt like the second that Na'Vi had that Protect on the Gambit, that Fire Strays were playing catch-up on their bans last time, having to get rid of a Loki, having to get rid of a Rogue. And then you got to consider, like, do we let the Star-Lord go through as well? Like, we get the one-sided Vanguard pool, which is so good for Rajro. And admittedly, maybe not the worst thing in the world for Fire Strays, who are very happy to kind of let the Vanguard pool go by the wayside and have Blaxo and Binary be able to play their more specialist Vanguards.
Fire Strays just trying to keep their cards up their sleeve, and man, they kind of threw us for a loop with their ideas. And they've gone, and I've already talked about the Fire Strays evolution, but Na'Vi are throwing Spider-Man into the mix. They're throwing like all kinds of stuff at you and throwing you for a loop. And Na'Vi are a team that I think could execute on almost anything, but
Jay,
when
don't
they
cry.
have
Oh,
those
no, I'm not
strats
crying. I'm
prepared,
messaging
I'm
you. I'm
worried
gonna be
about
mad.
if Na'Vi starts to sweat, how those adaptations come out of panic and frustration or something else rather than something they've actually practiced. But right now, Na'Vi are smooth sailing. They took that first map in a 2-0.
Ooh,
So
Fire
time to see
Strays
on their best
ban
map if Na'Vi can be just as
and
consistent.
save the Elsa.
All
chat.
right, Fire Strays already making an adaptation. You know
Very
what? We're
interesting,
not
very
going to first protect the Invis again, and Na'Vi have read this. And they've been happy to say,
Oh, sorry, I
like,
had to look at my boobs real quick.
oh, hello. Well, Fire Strays they're going to get the invis taken away from them pretty quickly here because, hey, if you're going to first protect it, we know that it's pretty important to your overall plans. You really want to empower the Doctor Strange with that team up, so we're just going to take that one away as quickly as possible and get the Gambit for ourselves again, which means that we're likely to see Na'Vi run another 2-2-2, or at least have the capacity to do so, because Gambit is a very capable healer as a strategist, and that means that you generally don't need to have a tertiary strategist in order to make up the healing.
Yeah, the fact that
What does
Navi
2 times
got
drops
away
mean?
with
Do I
having
get 2
Terra
times more
on
progression to
Star-Lord
stuff? No,
with
there are
level
2
1
drops
click on
going
the
on. If you type
Gambit,
exclamation
that
mark
was
drops,
already
you
just
do
so out
have...
of hand with the Jeff Venom team up. Like such a good.
Well,
pick ban
tomorrow's
coming out of
it's
their
changing.
side.
Tomorrow's
Well,
going to be
I
Daredevil
didn't feel
drops.
like
So
Fire Trace took
tomorrow
full
you get
advantage of
Daredevil,
having
and
the
you also
Mantis
are being
protected
able to
and
get the
available to them
Gambit
with the
drops. So you have
Star-Lord that
2
was
different
being
drops
played.
going
It
on
felt
at
like
the same time.
Fire Strays' initial game plan got
You
ruined
cannot
when
open
it
up
was,
multiple
100
streamers to
0
get
in the
drops at the
first
same
round.
time.
You're like,
You
all
cannot
hell is breaking loose. You're getting
open
fire
up multiple
extinguishers,
tabs at the
you're,
same time. What you can do if you really
overcooking,
want
trying to just throw
is if
all
you're
of
like,
your
wow,
ideas
J3, you're ugly,
out
your
into
voice
the
is
trash,
stupid,
and
you
Fire
can mute
Strays
the
looked
tab
better
and
on the
walk away
second
and go do
round,
something
being able
else or
to
play something
actually
else.
reclaim the
But
point
do not
fairly
mute the stream.
swiftly,
If you mute the
but
stream,
it's,
you do not get
yeah,
drops.
a very suffocating dive to go up against.
Also, YouTube.
When it comes to Terra and Jerky,
You guys
on
can
the
also
Iron
come over to
Fist and
Twitch to get
Daredevil,
drops.
but
Free
on a map
skins.
like Museum,
I have never
I'm
seen
not
anyone ever come.
expecting
Oh,
as
actually,
the Iron
gaming
Fist,
people
to be honest,
like to
maybe
do that,
point
but
A, it's a lot more
it's free.
enclosed, but
All you gotta
this
do
could
is
be
just
the-
you don't
maybe
even
a
have to
Terra
watch.
Phoenix, 'cause we
You can
saw that
literally
on
turn on
Oracle
Twitch,
Convoy. That looks
watch the
super
stream,
good from Terra.
connect
Of
your
course, you could
accounts,
just
and
run
then
the
go back to
Star-Lord,
YouTube.
but it depends on what's available in the pick ban. The players called for a pause, so we'll jump in pretty quickly. But a one-sided Elsa could make all the difference like that.
Yeah, hopefully any ping issues have been sorted out, as we should be out of our pause very shortly. And like you said, one-sided Elsa, this is definitely a very powerful character to have in your hands, and maybe an equivalent counterweight to what Na'Vi now have with access to the Gambit. It's going to be Loki, of course, taken off the board straight away. You do not want to deal with double Raging Royal Flush, but now you have to make a choice of your Fire Strays. Do you get rid of a Star-Lord, or do you get rid of the Rogue?
And all you could think about is this Elsa. Like, you got to get rid of all the strategists that are going to fully enable that, and making sure that you have the Rogue along with the Gambit is going to be important here for Na'Vi, which is funny because Museum of Contemplation is just known as such a long and large map that there's been so much dive coming out here, but no.
You know what character I want in
Deadpool or
Marvel Rivals
Vanpool
chat?
to accompany
Cosmo.
that Rogue.
Not sure if I'm a huge fan of that. Like,
I
I
want
know
Cosmo.
that Rajaro has been very deadly on the Vanguard pool so far, but this does mean that now you have Gambit and Rogue team up.
Sorry, my
and
brain is
Raging
like
Royal
all over the
Legend
place. If you guys didn't understand that by now,
from the Star-Lord,
I'm thinking of
which
like
is
4,000
quite
things
difficult
at
to deal with,
once.
and
so
also makes
I say
for a
random
very
stuff,
viable
and I start
single
singing.
duelist composition here for Na'Vi if they want to play something that's like Ultra Bunker with a bunch of heals off the back of 3 strategists, and Fire Strays are just having their pool of available strategists get whittled down so much.
And now Slappo doesn't have to overthink it. Now he's on Elsa. He doesn't have to do like crazy geometry with the Star-Lord. I'm coming up
That's what
with
happens when you have
25
ADHD.
different flanks and when he
I think
should do
Overwatch-
it. It's a lot
I think
more simple.
Overwatch
You
and
just
Marvel
play around your
Rivals
backline,
don't really
and
help
we'll
with
see
that, man,
how
because there's so
creative
many things
Slappo
going
wants to
on, so
get,
many
but I
things,
think
it's just-
safer is
I
always
don't know,
better
man.
against a team like Na'Vi, and really taking your time to play front to back if you're Fire Strays. And if Demon stays on the Wolverine, that could be really interesting. This first corner, you can get some nice kidnaps by wrapping around through the right doorway, coming up behind the Vanguards, and taking them into your own team. It's a very offensive side corner, I would say, for Fire Strays. And trying to break that defensive hold can be really tricky. So we'll see what Fire Strays end up on, which we could also see swaps depending on what Vanguards they expect to see on the other side. And a triple Vanguard from Na'Vi is what's going to make this even harder to try and dislodge.
Jerky on the Hulk? Hulk is such a specialist character. If Jerky pounds on this character, I'm going to be thoroughly impressed. This is not an easy character to learn or to master at the pro level.
That is true
He just goes
indeed. That is
burr.
true
He just
indeed.
gets to jump and clap like a dolphin and just jump on out. I find him to be really fun. Maybe not as mechanical as others, but the triple Vanguard, this is a special cook from Na'Vi. You could tell that they've innovated a lot, but you got to be careful of where Demon could emerge as that Wolverine, as Na'Vi are already contesting and getting active.
All right, indestructible guard given over here by Jerky. That's going to be very important for bubbling off some of these Vanguards from getting grabbed by the Wolverine and that leap. However, a little bit deeper in his trust me, and well, that's some great walls brought up by Black Soda, cut off the healing, and now Sloppo is able to carve through the remainder of
I think
the
a lot of
Vanguards.
DPS players are
This
trying to
is why
learn
you
Hulk.
protect the Elsa,
I
especially
think
when
that's
you
why he's probably
might
on
think
Hulk
you're gonna
chat.
go and
I mean,
face
have
up
you
against
guys
triple
seen
Vanguard.
Gale on Hulk? I mean,
Trust
that
me,
guy
trying to
is
figure out
kind of
the backup
scary on Hulk.
plan was on the Venom, now back to the
So-
Rogue, and Fire Strays had a fantastic punish onto that Deadpool, and Na'Vi are a bit floundering now. The first plan did not work out, and you have to try and retake against a Groot, and you pointed it out, Blackso denied the resources at a critical time, and that got the picks for Fire Strays.
I love watching good Hulk players play, bro. Good Hulk players are very fun to watch.
Actually gets taken down by the smoke demon, laying down by Elsa.
When they
now.
start
Demon getting
juggling
up
people
close
and hitting all those
personal.
like stuns and
Vanguard's
right
just
clicks and
suffering
all that
so much
stuff, man, it really
damage.
makes me wish that was
Between
me.
the Wolverine and the Elsa, there are no easy outs here, and Terra's going to find themselves staggered behind. It's going to make it harder for Na'Vi to meet the car early.
Such a momentum run too for Fire Strays, again being able to defend the end of that point with a Gru, and you have an Elsa lined up who didn't even have to use the Apex Predator. Sloppo's ahead of the game, and this is going to be a lot of long lanes, but also different sections of the lanes that Na'Vi can play on. Rajaro's on the Captain America, along with Trust Me on the Rogue. This is such a run it down anchor Vanguard line that Fire Strays could try and dislodge, but also really chunk down at a distance. So look at Sloppo to farm this.
Rajo just doing his best to troll the objective progress at the moment. That's a huge anti coming through from the Gambit. Great connection from the side of level 1 Crook, but it seems like for now it's mostly bloodless. Trust me, bit off more than they could chew. Gets bonked with
Oh, I like that. They add. Oh, they added player face cams. I love this. Oh my god, that is a very dark room, but I love it, bro. They're locked in, chat. They're locked in.
Claws are out. Fire Strays are not kidding around. An absolute collapse as Na'Vi got chunked down on the approach, but Terra hits to help them stabilize.
Yeah, Blackso's already down. It's going to be answered here from Closer.
Hey, chat, people play video games in the dark. There's nothing wrong with that.
So he's not doing as much damage. The sparks are building up.
I used to do video games in the dark, but as I got older, I actually really do appreciate the light. I hate being in the dark. So I stream with all my lights on now.
Loki's skin is not going to be able to get out of this one.
Yes, Terra on the Phoenix. This is what was promised. I loved him on Morocco Convoy, just playing that ranged duelist. You need something to contend against Sloppo. All melee might not be the answer here for Na'Vi, but now playing this corner, it's a lot easier, but do they see this push, this rotation from Fire Strays coming around the backside? Strangling Prison from Blackso is what they really want to set up.
Apex Predator, ready to go. You can already hear the Bam has been deployed by Binary. Kumiho has to be unleashed. A big freeze on the other side. Sloppo now works the margins, looking around the outside. Does have the smoke demon ready to go. Someone can be dragged into a more precarious position. Jerky's falling low, demands for healing, and Fate's there to give it. But now you've got to start worrying about the objective if you're Fire Strays. You can't hope after a map flip for long.
Still plenty of time for Fire Strays. They flip the map, still looking for that Strangling Prison. Demon and Binary in trouble, able to be healed back up. There's no straddles. Xenos is 5% away, and they need to survive until that.
Rajray caught around the outside.
Did he hit anyone with that?
Demon. I'm not sure where Blackso's ult went in the midst of all of that, and it's
Yeah, yo.
A pair of ultimates expended for not
Looking like Tony Snell out here with our Groot ults, chat. Whoa, what are we doing?
This could be massive here for Fire Strays, able to match up to what level 1 Crook was bringing to the table, but a Freedom Charge is going to temporarily rebuff them. An Ironwood Wall, the Glartrox as well. Trust me, he's grabbed, and Rajray is going to be lucky to escape with his life as Freedom lives to fight another day. In towards Terra, a 2-man dive to try and cut down the off-angle DPS. The duelist is going to be able to.
Oh my god, there's so many things going on right now, bro. I don't even know what's going on.
Can they get fire onto this Ultron? It seems like for now the pocket's going to be good.
I really do like how some of these players do use their face cam. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who don't use face cams, like as you guys can see, but I really do respect the players who do use the face cams. It adds a little extra touch and personality to the game.
But now they
I like
take to
it.
the skies, and there are some hostages behind for Na'Vi.
Oh, and Sloppo's on the hunt, and this stagger is gonna ruin Na'Vi, and they're gonna pop the Royal Flush to bail them out, but it's too late.
All right, winning hand now. Raging Royal flush. Level 1 Crook means that everyone gets to do so much damage, and with Closer down, Firestray is going to be lacking in that healing. It's only Znost here with the Doppelgangers. Brings up the regeneration domains, trying to have this little bit of stability purchased for Firestrays.
Jerky is so good with his decision making. I mean, he had a great imperative patch to help the team with that extra health when Demon's Wolverine ult came out and was about to completely dismantle Na'Vi. Speaking of Demon, he's now in the white box. Still have the triple strat now for Firestrays, investing into Sloppo. He's been that huge playmaker, and these flyers from Na'Vi better be careful.
All right, attempts at a charm. Damon tries to get involved now.
I
Into
take
melee
everything!
form, doing so
I
much
take
damage.
everything!
Rajro forced to flee away. The Heartbreaker's here, so too is the Endsong Inferno up close and personal. Zost has fallen down, and trust me, well on the chase. The team up serving them well as Sloppo tries to disengage, but all they can do is watch their tree
Ooh,
get cut
good
down
plays
in
by
their way.
Firestrays, though,
Grabbing
but...
two on the exit, 30 seconds remain.
30 seconds, chat.
And this is one of the few teams, if not the only team, to even get past point A on their attack against a Na'Vi. They have had to change their comp so many times. The triple strat now from Na'Vi
I have
instead
no
of the
idea,
triple
Deebert. That is a
Vanguard.
great
It's
question.
just about trying
I
to
would
keep
not be
their
the one to,
distance and damage boost Terra as much as possible.
Yeah.
Firestrays, they're on their way in.
The music has started now, harkening the end of this one. One player grabbed inside of a strangling prison is going to be, trust me, it's a big opening early. Going to give a lot of favor. Oh, the feel, the absolute steal. The New York Thieves Guild is so happy with this one, getting a hold of the Raging Royal Flush. What a play from Snost off the back of their duplicitous exchange. In comes the portal from Trust Me. It's quick to get onto the cart. Can they debark in time? 357 centimeters separate Firestrays from third, and they're able to get it as those overtime spawns take so long.
And late eliminations means Firestrays build momentum from here on out. And
That's what I'm
quite
talking
a nice highway here for a very hungry Apex Predator, but Na'Vi have really prioritized the high ground. Any nooks and crannies, they can try to get a jump on Firestrays, but Navi's rotation seems so uncomfortable because they've been hostages. We pointed out how
I don't know if
sometimes
I'm a
they are
sorry.
divided
I
from
don't
each
know if
other
I'm a
and not
nosy
able to
person or
conquer
not, but I
Firestrays
love
in these
looking at
moments.
what other
Fantastic
gamers'
awareness from this
setups look
attack,
like and what their
it's
cameras have in
Firestrays
their
in the
room.
driver's seat.
I'm very nosy. I'm
Shot
sorry.
Going through from Damon, going up against these Vanguards. A momentary CC could be everything. You can see Fate doing their best Oasis cosplay in the back, just keeping that very annoying angle. Moving towards the back closer, needs to be bailed out here as the Spectral Surges move on forward from the White Fox. Blackstone needs to be bailed, and so it's going to be the fate of both worlds to try and drag Na'Vi into a fight they cannot win. Jerky falling low, give himself some extra HP, and Raja is going to be the one to deliver it. Freedom charge towards the back. They really want the Luna. A mid-air collision for Terra means not much has been gained off the back of their ultimate, and here comes the Gladrox. A pair of
Yo,
Vanguards
Firestrays is actually doing
captured,
really
and
well,
Fate
though.
finds himself out
I'm proud of them.
help, really.
Even though I
Couldn't
do
chase
think
down that
Navi's
one
going to win,
player
and
within them, I believe.
I do like
Trust me,
rooting
is
for the
gonna have
underdogs,
a hard
chat.
time. More swaps are coming out of Na'Vi. I mean,
Like,
you're
it
gonna get
must
frozen
really-
by the Luna, charmed
I
by
can't
the White Fox,
imagine being like a
walled in by
weaker
the
team
Groot.
in
Could be
this
tough
case
for
and being
Trust Me
like,
to
oh,
get
okay, we're
value,
going
but as
against
long
one of the
as you get a
strongest
good ultimate,
teams.
you can combo
Let's
it
see
with
what we can
something
do. And
else.
then,
With
like, you're
Raging
doing really
Royal
well
Flushes,
against them.
what's
It's
on the
good to
menu.
see.
Rajaro on the Emma, just any kind of shield to block some of this damage. But here's the Raging Royal Flush.
4 players buffed up. Crook already heading towards the back. A great anti placed onto the strategist. However, the regeneration domain is going to give them a moment of stability. Terra falling low as Jerky looks for a target, and Binary's the only one that presents himself at the moment. Doctor Strange is going to be difficult to keep contested as Blackstone stands on business. 3 players grabbed inside of the ultimate.
Oh, no, bro. Good ult, but, like, no one's dying, man.
Grab Rajara on the other side of duplicity exchange from Snost to get away from their angry sister. The Angela needs to be dealt with, and Fate's still around in the back, but so long as you can keep the Elsa up, everything's going to be hunky-dory for now.
Na'Vi just need to win one fight. Why is this so difficult? Level 1 Crook now has to just feel for themselves and try to rejoin the team.
I think Firestrays might win this.
These are the type of macro decisions that Na'Vi have been really punished on, and Firestrays have slowed delivering all the big eliminations.
They have to go down. Level 1 Crook has the full commit for it still. Doctor Strange has made it so deep into third point. Damon going to be the next big target as in comes the Endsong Inferno. A coup de grace from Terra as they set the offense alight.
They might have not actually fully capped this map, but that is a very... I think this is one of the...
themselves from fully bleeding
I think this is one of the
out.
hardest
Level 1
maps to
Crook,
cap,
I was
chat.
worried about how they
Fully
were gonna
cap,
get
this is
punished
one
in
of the hardest
off
maps to cap.
angle, but to be the one to assassinate Sloppo is a massive play. Na'Vi were
is the
able
sound
to
not in
keep their
sync?
heads
You sure?
above water after swapping from triple and Terra were able to at least really output that damage at a distance at point C,
Yeah.
but Fire Strays
Bro,
carried so much momentum.
someone asked that question earlier. Someone was like, "Hey, what do you think is the hardest map to cap?" I think this is one of the hardest map to cap. Full caps.
He provides a lot of nice AoE.
I'm not including the new map that just came out, chat, because there's not a huge sample size. But I think this is one of the most difficult maps to fully cap.
So Fire Strays, this is a really nice performance, a very far push for this map.
Is the sound better though?
Okay. Looks like
I
we
can't
might
really
have a slight
control
connection issue here. So, hello, Vod. Well, welcome back.
Hello.
You know what? We're in halftime, so you can come and chat with us during our brief pause here. Fire Strays might get Lemon was pointing out that there are a lot of hostage scenarios with Na'Vi. Fire Strays managing to turn their off angles against them.
Oh man, I feel like they are, and what's so interesting too is like they went to the map that Na'Vi has so much confidence on, and I feel like maybe they were overconfident in this. Maybe they weren't practicing.
The
it
new
as
map
much,
is
and
not in the playoffs.
showing
Chat.
a little
No,
bit here based on the compositions
the
we're
new
seeing
stuff
coming
that's
out
coming
from
out
Fire
on
Strays.
Friday
They studied all the footage because there's
is
so
not
much of
coming
it,
to
and have
pro
used
play,
that to
chat.
their
These
advantage
guys
against
practice
Na'Vi,
weeks
which
and
I
weeks
think
and
is
weeks
a
on a
brilliant move
specific
here
patch to get their
specifically.
team ready.
Hopefully
It makes
that'll be
no
enough
sense
for
for them to
Fire Strays
practice for weeks to be like, hey, you know what? We're changing the whole. We're changing everything that you just practiced for the match. It doesn't make any sense.
We're seeing a little bit of a change potentially coming out from Rajaro if once they get reconnected. I think they were the ones.
Wait, they're in a
disconnected
break
here,
because
so
of technical issues,
I don't
sound
know.
and
I mean,
cams, etc.
Jen, specifically for Na'Vi to change things around.
Hot take. I would actually prefer them taking away the players' cameras, take away the players' cams, and actually add player team comms. I don't like have you guys watched my tournament or the college Alienware tournament that we just went to? Bro, team comms is the best thing that I think you could do for esports, bro. Hearing the players, communicate or be happy when they win, or the teams be, sadly sad when they lose. I think that adds personality, or maybe even shit talking. Maybe one team says, wow, this other team plays like bots. And to be honest with you, I think that's a very insane insult that you could do to someone. Can you imagine playing against a streamer and someone, can you imagine playing against someone and someone kills you? And they're like, wow, that guy was so bad. I think that was probably AI. And that's a horrible insult. That's a horrible insult, chat.
How they can kind of best.
Wow, this guy was like AI. Is that guy AI?
All right, thanks for the input, Vodable. We'll see you in a couple of minutes, depending on how well Na'Vi do with their push here. Getting stuck back in, it's Na'Vi's turn to attack.
Fire Strays got very far on this map. To break that first corner is not easy to do. They've had some good punishes. Black's on one of his best heroes here of the group.
Not face cams. I don't want face cams. I don't think I've ever said I want to play face cams. Voice comms. Voice comms is what I always vouch for.
You can break down those walls quite
Voice comms
quickly,
is
and Fire Strays are
so
taking
awesome.
a lot of poke though.
I think Blackstone might actually be aiming to catch a bunch of this poke, knowing that they have 3 strategists behind them. It can
it's
be a
Mr.
little
Legs
bit
for 7
difficult to try
months.
and
Appreciate it,
keep
my
up
friend.
when
How
it
you
comes
doing?
to the generation of strategist
And,
ultimates. Seems
by
like
the way,
Turkey hasn't got too much off the back of their
for
first
Zerk,
lead, but don't forget they
fly
got
by
that
for
Primal
32 months.
Flame
Appreciate
team
it.
up. Trust me, gets isolated by a moving wall that was placed on the front of the Batsmobile there, and Fire Strays have no mercy in their heart. They're chasing down all of these players.
Oh shit!
What a
yeah, sorry,
sailboat.
my bad.
I gotta write that one down. Groot Walls can move with the bus. Nice plays from Fire Strays. And winning that first fight means you've built up towards that first ultimate. The banhammer from Binary to be able to take someone out of the fight, and because you really don't want to shoot or do anything at all once that banhammer hits you. And if you stall long enough, Blackstone's gonna have a strangling prison before any strat ults could come out. So Na'Vi are in trouble.
And Sloppo is just going to run this town when it comes to this long line here. If you move down here as a Vanguard, you are going to be eating so many monster piercers. Terra ready to go with the Ensong Inferno. All in onto Binary. A follow-up is good. Strangling Prison. Around a nice dodge from the Glassrocks too, but Fate still gets caught within. Still while players are low, level 1 Crook learns to feast. Black So is not going to be able to make any progress on towards the car, and it's going to have to be a TP back here for Fire.
Terra's using all these Ensong Infernos to just get himself out of strangling prisons and ultimates that could trap him, but it's not turning fights, it's saving him. But there is a reemergence here from Na'Vi to contest.
Oh, Black So coming back out as well on the on the Wolverine. Raging Royal Flush from level 1 Croak. Just try and shut this one down before it begins, and getting Sloppo first is certainly going to be ideal. Strangling Prison.
Wow, Navi is looking really strong right now.
Pretty important ultimates here to try and make this one work. And still there's going to be a little grab from Jerky. Has the last stand. Is he brave enough to try and use it? Has already taken out Black So, and so it's not going to be necessary.
Imagine when Black Cat
4.5
comes
minutes,
in
chat.
later on,
4
he's gonna
minutes
have
and 20
so many
seconds.
claws
Nice.
out, like Wolverine on
For a
Wolverine
second phase.
and everything. Like in the Jerky versus, well, no more Wolverine on Firestray's side. Navi knowing
Rainbow
if they
Six
could
Pro League
kidnap
does
Black
add
So,
voice
that'll really
comms and those
destabilize
voice
the
comms that
front
feel
line.
like
You
a
just
different
have to
vibe.
know,
Hey, Apex
that
does
he's not
it.
gonna be
I think it's a
anti-CC'd in
great
that
thing to do.
condition with his bigger wall. Now Navi, they feel like they've gathered some momentum. They got that point cap after all, after some initial ult cycling trouble. Now Jerky to look for a final stand here as they take the high ground. Firestrays are going to try and counter position into shelter.
All right, Sloppo, up close and personal. The Monster Pierce can do so much damage here. To trust me, who's gone deep amongst all of this. Jerky ready to go with the last stand, but do you want to use it inside? It could be a little bit more difficult to hit, but Terra's getting up close and personal. Not a single ounce of fear is seen within the Canadian's heart as they run down the members of Fire Strays.
Wow, yeah, Navi trapped Firestrays. You thought you were safe, but no, you're trapped in there with Navi. And to defend now this last point with a Groot, with close to a strangling prison, Rajaro's gonna have
Yeah,
an
no,
important
Navi's
role
gonna
here.
roll this,
He
bro.
has
They
found
have
his
some. They have a
footing
lot
in
of
this
ults.
map, but
Navi
Jerky's looking for
definitely
the
rolls this,
back
man.
line.
Raging Royal Flush already forced out those ultimates as well.
Oh my god, dude! Like that's what I meant when someone said earlier. How is there so much difference in pro play?
Iron Fist
Team
Daredevil
coordination,
duo,
man.
the
Team
deadly duo
synergy,
from
the combinations
Vernon
and
T'Challa
everything.
enter Wolverine Phoenix supremacy from Navi. What a sick combo. To ignore that Vanguard line, to go after the strategist, that was the win condition of Navi. Now the wind is in their sails. They have not lost a fight for that point B, so they have a big time advantage going into this final part, and if they can keep on going, they'll go up to match point.
Wait, what?
Back onto
The drama
Vanguard
would be
Deadpool.
insane. What do you mean? Comms get shown, most pros will get flamed or even canceled. We are talking about antisocial introverts who do nothing but play their game all day, and they would cancel themselves near immediately. That's not true at all. First of all, if you're in the middle of a pro match and you're saying some bad shit, you shouldn't even have a pro career in the first place. So, second of all, they do player comms a lot in different games. So I don't.
Closer and Znost
That is
were
one
trying
of the
to
worst
coordinate
takes
who
I've
was
ever
gonna ult
seen.
First, they thought they could take the initiative with Znost, and Closer had to be the one to react quickly to the last stand of Jerky. So Closer not able to save Flaxo, and just when it rains, it pours. Firestrays have now not won a fight in quite a while, and Terra is just heating up, and all the ults are on Navi's side. They have all 6 pretty much.
6 ticks to try and play with. Raging Royal Flush, I believe, was copied over by Znost here. This might be a moment of stability that can be found. Can they grab? Trust me. Rajaro already down.
Okay, come on, show up, Firestrays. If I want to see Firestrays take a map off of them, and this is the map to do it. 3 minutes is a long time, but doable on this map.
The 2 versus 1, but with Terror already falling down, it's going to have to be a reset for Na'Vi.
Sigh of relief. I like that angle from Sloppo to be on the high ground to try and target these backliners. That's what Navi has been doing to them this whole time, and Firestrays can really take advantage of that weakness. So it's going to be important for Navi to get vision here because Sloppo's going undetected.
Sloppo not noticed. That Apex Predator.
Where is Sloppo?
Have been momentarily stunned. Multiple players inside of.
Oh!
What you think the CC is over? You could not be more wrong, my friend. There's
But
even more on top of that as Firestrays expend 2 important ultimates.
That is 2 huge
Navi
ults from
didn't panic,
Firestrays.
though, so they didn't have to
Navi
really
only
use
used
much.
1.
Firestrays, I mean, Navi go into this point with 4 minutes. Half of that is gone. They just need a really good Strangling Prison into Endsong Inferno. Firestrays, you probably aren't sure if Closer has the Fate of Both Worlds, if you're ult tracking for Navi. So that's going to be the big question mark if that comes out in time.
Occupying the high ground here has been so important for the side of Fire Strays as well, forcing Na'Vi to make these movements. in order to
Also,
try and
you guys are
kick the
complaining about
launch.
player comms if
These
someone gets
poking
frustrated
characters
against
from
another
the
player or
top
another
lane
team.
as
Chat, that's
Access once
called
again to their ultimate
a
from the
rivalry,
back. He
and that
gets a
adds
massive
personality
grab
to the
onto Black
esports.
Soul,
So
and
let's
there's
just say,
nothing
for an
to try and
example, if
save him
Terra
now.
shit
This has
talks
to be Binary
Sloppo on the other team, and then you know they hate each other, well, you're going to want to watch that match again when they play because you want to see the rivalry. Like, it's
The
good.
attention of the ban hammer from Binary as Fire Strays needs to try and figure out how to make this
To a
defense
certain
work when they're
extent,
down on
professionalism,
Vanguard for low on
obviously,
time.
but like,
Now you're going towards the end of the finish line. You got the Royal Flush versus the Fate of Both Worlds. This is the last stand for Fire Strays. They have respawn advantage.
oh, that's a huge hole. No, is anyone dying through that? No one died through that. Wow.
A couple of seconds left on that Fate of Both Worlds. A critical mistiming from Rajro, and now Znost amongst all his doppelgangers can get a trick over onto Trust Me. And suddenly for Na'Vi, they are starting to worry about the time.
Uh-oh. Hey, like I said, this was a great push by Fire, and it would be huge if they take a round off Na'Vi.
If they could take their first map against Na'Vi, this would be insane. Only Shikigami and Heretics have been able to shake
J3 doesn't
Na'Vi
get it
this
at all. Now he
much.
defends it,
And
but
Na'Vi
in
now
a
have
weird way.
Jerky on the
Okay,
Star-Lord.
no offense.
Terran will
You
stick to
guys
his
might be
guns,
delusional.
stick to
I
the
don't know.
fire. That has
I'm not even
brought so
defending
much
it in a
life
weird
to
People are
Na'Vi.
weird,
Now we'll
bro.
bring the fight to Fire Strays.
Looking in towards the back, wants a quick charge, but Damon unable to connect still. While they look towards the back, they're not looking towards Rajro, and Binary's able to gun them down with the dual Desert Eagles. Unleashing the Kumiho. Na'Vi say that it's now or never, and they need to get another one crook up towards that Raging Royal Flush. Towards the back, there are no options for Terra. Just has to flee away.
That is actually really funny. Your response is brain dead, bud, because it happened in COD. Sometimes people get heated. Losing your career because you misspoke is the most left take ever. So now you're considering this as politics, when I'm just talking about having voice comms in the game. Second of all, you're comparing Call of Duty when everyone knows who has played Call of Duty knows that communication in Call of Duty is never good. Oh my god.
And they were on
That is
fire
fucking crazy.
doing
Good
this.
shit by
I
Fire
can't
Strays,
believe
though.
it. They were getting bulldozed through.
You are
pretty much from
stupid
point
if you
B
think
to
you're bringing
this
politics
point of
into
the
this.
map.
Sorry,
I
bud.
was worried because
That's
there was
fucking
4
crazy.
minutes for Na'Vi to just win the one fight, and it was because
You
of
can
Fire
literally
Strays'
trash
positioning.
talk
They were
someone.
so
Oh,
scared
I
that it
think
was
you're
hard for
shit.
Na'Vi
Oh, the other
to
team
get a
is
good
bad.
strangling
But if you
prison to
start
kinda
becoming
go off of the main
racist
win
or
conditions. So they
homophobic or
kinda
all
had to
that
go
stuff, you
off play.
do
They had to
deserve to
start
lose your
contesting the high
career.
ground. Terra was able to fly up
What
there
kind of
along with
fucking
Rajaro
take is
and
that?
everybody else. So Na'Vi had to adapt to Fire Strays
What a
much,
dumbass.
But Fire Strays were so elusive and
Like,
hard to lock down throughout that.
If
An
you
amazing
lose your
job in
ghoul to the
macro
fact where you have to
department
be
from Fire Strays on the
that
defensive
bad of a
front and
person,
leveraging
good,
Sloppo where
yes,
they could.
good.
20
You don't
final
deserve
blows
it.
from that Elsa, by the way, at 34,000 damage.
These
Sloppo
takes are.
reimagined. This is unbelievable.
I swear these guys don't even actually
and being able
think.
to win out against a one-sided Gambit as well was something we needed to see from Fire Strays here in this series after what happened over on Domination. You know what? My shout out for this match is not.
That's a self-report. That guy's probably mad that he can't say slurs on the internet, and there's consequences because a player said probably something bad online. Like,
it
what
have worked as
an
well as it
idiot.
did, but I love to see innovation, and that's a little bit of innovation right there.
And Closer gets MVP from Fire Strays, and I think a lot of it is from the utility. You pretty much were single-handedly forcing Na'Vi off of melee characters, because Closer was hitting like every freeze on anyone that came nearby, and also 46,000 healing, doubling pretty much like Demon, and Znost was up there in the healing too. Like, Closer was so pivotal at healing for the backline, forcing Na'Vi to have to play more of ranged duelists.
That guy got mad in my unbanned chat, saying that I'm a Marvel Rivals player.
So much. At least we were fans of the hero choices this time, but Na'Vi, they lost their best map and their map pick. This is crazy.
What a fucking idiot.
Well, Fire Strays, evidently they knew something was in the water when they decided to go to Museum of Contemplation, because we were all like, what
Wow, what a fucking idiot, bro.
I'm kind of flabbergasted. That was a crazy performance as well. Binary showing us that the Vanguard pool does demand that ban as well. I would love to see Na'Vi.
I guess I'm stupid Marvel Rivals player because I think saying slurs and being
really
very
was.
mean
Fire
on the
Strays, this
internet
was
is
their
a
map
bad
pick.
thing,
Na'Vi,
chat.
That was their playground, but
My
our series
bad.
is tied 1-1.
I'm
now
sorry.
It's Na'Vi's choice and where we're gonna go to next. So we're gonna give them some time. We'll see you after this.
Ay, ay, ay.
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune
That is funny, man. That's like getting hired for a job and then you get to be racist to like your fellow like co-workers. I want to know how that's gonna work with you in your job. You're probably gonna get fired. Ay, ay, ay. People are so sometimes their Brian is not there, man. Ay, ay, ay. Anyways, hey, this is actually really cool to see that it's not a 3-0. This is the first time we're actually at a tied series, chat, so that's really good.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed 5 paths. Good boy.
Oh.
Meow.
I'm sorry, but dude, that is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen in my life, bro. Ooh, voice comms. Sorry, chat. I'm done after this. Voice comms in a video game are really bad because people can lose their career because the person doesn't know how to control themselves because when they get angry, they say bad words. Oh, man. Anyways, okay, I'm done. Moving on, chat. That is wild to me. Oh. Virtus Pro is playing after this game. Yes, they are all the teams played today. So far, this is the third match. Virtus Pro and Peps is the last match for EMEA. Also, Emily is going to have to take over the stream for a few minutes, chat, because we might be going on the Marvel Rivals broadcast for NA. Whoa, what do you mean you prefer her anyways? Yo! What the flark, man?
What an insane series of events we have had so far today. Shikigami getting the 3-0 sweep over Rad. Now we have Fire Strays tying things up against the former world champions in Navi. Lemon, talk to me, break it down. It feels like there's a bit of a different this time in the Vanguard lineups.
Oh my god, you know what's actually really funny that comes back to my point? Have you guys ever seen that thread? It was a very funny thread. Some person was like, "Oh my god, I got an internship at NASA. Let's fucking go." And then the person was like, "Hey, please don't use that language." And then the person replied, "Ah, fuck you, man." And the person was like, "Well, yeah, I happen to be the board director of NASA, so you just lost your shit." That shit is funny, but I think they end up like forgiving her and they got her job or something.
What they did against Heretics.
Well, I don't know if we can call it success necessarily because they got through with without a ban happening at the end. I know, like Day, you talked about that in the interview afterwards. You're like, how did this happen? And you guys still won. It seemed a bit sloppy on their side. They weren't as confident. And Heretics even said that like Venom might not be the best for this map. I mean, what do we expect after Navi going to a map that they should have rightfully won last time and need to this time?
I'm wondering if they have an answer for the White Fox Luna. Like, we heard the whisperings amongst the scene. The streets were saying that Luna White Fox is a very good anti-dive duo with that Kumiho team up, allowing for 2 charges.
What are other tanks I should add to my pool of Cat Venom? It seems like you play a lot of dive.
Making ingress,
Hulk?
whether that's a rogue or a Venom.
If you like melee dive characters, Hulk.
But trust me, I have to be a little bit more conservative with how their dives are going, as well as pulling Jerky off of the Wolverine, which I think was really creating a lot of instability for Fire Strays.
It's a tough spot to find yourself in if you are
Thor
not here
could be good.
because you're
I
like,
think
okay,
if you want to be
didn't
consistent,
expect to have to
go
counterpick this point,
Magneto.
especially
Magneto
going
is a
Museum of
very
Contemplation.
consistent
You're saying
tank
it,
player that
Levin,
you'll
like,
see a
that was
lot.
their comfort
Also,
zone. They
Doctor
looked so
Strange
good
is
before,
in
and
good
then
hands.
They are in a nightmare currently in this series. It's no longer Fire Strays. The fear has come back instead. But talking about this specific matchup, what we can expect to see from Fire Strays now that we've seen that Luna and White Fox, do we see maybe a priority in terms of protection so that they can keep that going here against more of the dive mindset that Navi's typically known for this map?
I think Na'Vi just need to feel comfortable with their Vanguard line. You saw kind of how much it affected them to not have the Van pool available for Rajaro and how he was swapping from Groot to Cap to whatever else that he was hoping to help the team with. And trust me, he's played Venom on this before. I still think despite them losing this map to Heretics, they still almost completed the map. They almost got to the 3rd point, which not a lot of teams can say they've pushed Heretics to that edge. And Terra on the Star-Lord is ever so dominant, and I think if you have Crook or Jerky on the Mantis, if that gets through all the eggs in the Terra basket, I think he was trying to make a lot of plays on Museum. A lot of the picks went Terra's way, but you need a team around Terra, and you need everyone on their comfort picks.
We'll have to see exactly how it goes down for this next map, specifically what the compositions are going to look like. If it is going to be Fire Strays taking the advantage, Na'Vi having to bounce it back here after being dished another map.
You know, I had Na'Vi being one of the top three teams for EMEA, but
this is the best of 5. It's a different
they're showing a lot of weakness right now, chat.
Series, so we'll see how this one goes.
I thought they would be dominating this game in a 3-0.
Fate is in their hands. A map pick now going to Hall of Jalia, one of their most iconic maps, where they first took a map off of Virtus Pro. Some would say that was the beginning of the end for the mid-season run for Virtus Pro.
Jay3 just self-reported himself that he doesn't watch any combat sports. He would break in 1 minute from the trash talk and cry on Twitter.
Dump into our bands again. We'll see if Elsa
like I said, trash talk and shit talking is perfectly fine. I am pretty sure in these combat sports, they don't say anything racist and they don't say anything homophobic or anything like that.
I hate to keep bringing up a substitute, but
is this guy okay on
how much have they scripted
YouTube?
without him? That was a lot of the triple strat. They even brought out a really fun Iron Man comp. Like Fire Strays.
Trash talk is not the same as being racist.
Of the preseason.
Are you okay?
But now it's how is this Elsa keep getting by?
I don't think you're okay, bro.
Terra that'll get to enjoy that, not Sloppo, because you saw how much of a difference it made for Fire Strays.
Hey, get off the internet, bro. I'm gonna be your dad for the day. Take yourself off the internet. Go outside. Go play with some rocks or something. Get off the internet, bro.
Reban that to
get
make
off the
sure
internet.
Gambit stays off the table, but the one-sided Mantis here
Get off the internet, man.
To try and match up towards a Terra Elsa.
I'd really like a Sloppo Star-Lord 2 worst case scenario, and how that gets paired up with all the strategists that, and I think when you have such a mobile hero like a Star-Lord, it also appeals well against, you would say that it's an attacking duelist, but also a very good duelist at peeling against Venom, because a Star-Lord being one of the most mobile duelists can chase down a lot of these characters that run out of cooldowns and are trying to escape, and so a Star-Lord can try and chase that down. But the Loki Mantis is going to be a fun backline for Fire Strays to play with.
Especially knowing that Blackstone would love to
I completely agree.
That could
True.
Be a ban that's on
My Twitch chat saying some hot takes, bro.
I wouldn't mind seeing them take the Vanguard Deadpool away from Binary, considering how much he did on that previous map, being able to knock some players down. Yep, it is going to be Vanguard Deadpool taken away from everybody.
Which
no, this is the same ban order.
I don't know how much that really
this
affected
is
Rajara. I don't know
you might be watching
but that is
MRC.
his
MRC
best
has a
hero
different
by far.
ban
I would
order
say
than
the best
MRI.
ban pool in EMEA, like he puts out numbers that would rival any Elsa on a Vanguard. So we'll see how he'll adapt on a very open map. He swapped to anything, I think even including the Emma at some point. Like Fire Strays or Na'Vi, I should say, felt like their Vanguards were so frantic to find a solution. So hopefully Na'Vi can settle in comfortably, because they had so much time to finish the map. I thought Na'Vi was gonna win Museum of Contemplation, but it came down to execution and better macro from Fire Strays. And Na'Vi, through that chaos, was quite frantic on how they were trying to figure things out.
I love this last ban on the Venom here for Fire Strays. actually opens up their options for a backline quite a bit, as it means that they don't have to try and play for that White Fox Luna, when they really want to instead be playing for the Mantis and the Loki together, and the additional damage boost that Damon can give over with that Imperative patch onto Sloppo. So I think that getting rid of the Venom there means that they can be a lot more kind of stationary, a lot like lower mobility with their backline, as well as taking away all potential team-ups from Fate, which means that you're not getting as much out of that Jeff.
Can't underestimate how nice that
Yeah,
sleep was
Navi-
too
Navi
from the
lost
Mantis,
around.
because I mean Closer was fantastic on the Luna, getting these freezes to peel, but
We are
Mantis sleep
tied
a little bit
1-1
easier to
right
hit
now.
than a Luna freeze at times, and if Navi are gonna run it down with the very well-known Trust Me Captain America, this is gonna be fun. But I think Rojaro is gonna help with the gap close. We'll see if there's a portal play from Navi out the gates.
It could be an instant portal indeed. The layers of
Also,
shields,
keep
the
in mind,
onion of
chat,
defense
they have to play all the
is
game
wrapped up
modes,
around
so
Rojaro, and they would love to just get
this is why
directly
you
on top
are
of these
seeing
strategists, try and
this
cut them off
map.
from
But
healing.
after they
It's a
play all the
perfect
game
angle
modes,
here.
they
The
could go
sandwich.
back and pick whatever
Maybe
game mode they
is.
want.
Can they escape fast enough? Nope. Instant pull from level 1. Crit means Nost has nowhere to go. This one might be curtains already.
And Navi are already going to pressure the point and start that capture, and Fire Stray's completely caught off guard, and to adapt it in the blink of an eye, I don't think even Virtus Pro can do that. Like, very good call from Rojaro on the Doctor Strange, but there will be a portal recontest from Fire Strays, who will be able to stop that full cap.
Yeah, unfortunately, Faye actually
Messified,
fumbled one
yes.
of their joyful splashes, meaning they couldn't triple CC them back. Oh, Blackso's coming over on the Thor. Someone's going to make a fan out of me today. You know what? When you're going up against a Doctor Strange and a Captain America, it's not the worst thing in the world, but Blackso does overextend with not much healing behind
I mean,
them, and so
they
that
might
is
have
an
not
opening
won
now
that team
game
fight
for
yet,
the side
but
of
they got
Navi.
two fucking
Rush, we're going
2
in with a
points,
fully charged up
2 ticks on the
team.
point in a 1
Of course,
minute.
have
That's
the
that's
invisible
insane.
team up behind them, throwing the shield for Sentinel strikes from Trust Me. Knows that it's time to make in towards the backline, while Binary will have to fight alone.
You talking to
for
me?
The objective, and on his lonesome, he can't do much.
Wow, Rojaro is fragging today on the Doctor Strange of all things. Pairs so well with the Invisible Woman. It's gonna be the team up that you would want to play Doctor Strange with. Otherwise, it's a portal simulator. Navi, I think we're very happy for Fire Strays to recontest, because that means they got to build up towards some ults, which are going to be strong win conditions to go towards the end. Oh,
Yo,
slap
Big
them
Cam
toes
Daddy.
and Binary
Appreciate
on
the massive Prime
Venom,
sub, my
so
friend.
you just got to keep watching.
Welcome,
Have
welcome.
Terra appeal for if needed.
So there are grippers on my radar.
Jarvis. I'm not gonna say it, but Eye of Agamotto, Apex Predator.
Yeah, they can fill that one in. Binary has already used their symbiotic resilience. Lots of damage going over onto Terra.
Nav, I think Fire Strays, you guys are saying, why is Terra on Elsa? I think that's because Fire Strays banned Gambit first. You have to take a pick. Do you guys want to ban Gambit first, or do you guys want to ban Elsa first? If you ban Elsa, the other team gets Gambit. If you ban Gambit, the other team gets Elsa. Which one do you want to play against?
Wait a minute, Rojaro trying to go for a big play.
I would rather play against a Gambit, and so I would ban Elsa. I think Elsa is more of a problem in this game than Gambit. Don't get me wrong, Gambit is really strong.
With the ultimate coming through. Oh, so many stuns. Does grab them out of the Glatrox, mind you, which might not be ideal, but Rajra is going to be there to close anyway, as Closar is going to fall on down. The remainder of Fire Stray is going to have trouble getting out of this one, as Elsa's on the chase with full Hunter's Instinct.
Fire Strays are realizing they have to keep putting pressure on Navi so this Elsa doesn't just free fire. There's a lot of options to answer to the Eye of Agamotto, and man, it's tough to lock down people when it's Loki doppelgangers that you have to try and sift through, and Rojaro still was able to punish 2 strategists. He is having an
I don't know how to say that
incredible
name.
turnaround compared to Museum of
Fun?
Contemplation,
Appreciate the massive
and
Prime
Navi are
sub, my
about
friend.
to cap.
Oh, very close to getting that cap indeed. Had to be the last second touch coming through from Binary. Closes already down. That's a major source of healing now missing for Fire Strays. They're just going to be sipping at the healing that was given over by his Nost with that Soul Resurgence. Binary's attempted disengagement could be stopped by the Force Physics. Regeneration Domain is once again brought out by Closer. A close respawns of Fire Strays are serving them well here, but they still need to remain on the cart at all times. 2 players quickly stand up by Sloppo. There's not really any follow-up to come on through. Terra's building up once
Is
again.
Groot meta?
taking out
Groot is is a very strong tank character, yes. He has a very fast ult and also a very strong ult. A scone! Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend.
All the Vanguards grabbed on off, and they're easily cut on through by the Elsa. No wonder she's banned over time. She just makes absolute mincemeat out of them.
Oh, that cap went through, and Closer thought it was still winnable, so you're not going to have that. I guess you stabilize if you really want to cope, but the Apex Predator from Terra
Appreciate
to
you modding, by the way, Bree.
away from the LOS of their strategist was huge. Blackso also self-bubbled to save himself from the Apex Predator, making that only a one-man Apex Predator, and Na'Vi maybe didn't get full value of all these ultimates, but they still capped, and they're on a roll. 3.5 minutes for the final point, and Fire Strays used Closer's strat ult. So this is going to be really tough. They're relying on Snos to build up towards that Soul Resurgence, and then is that going to be enough to stop Na'Vi? They're looking incredible.
Sloppo needs an early pick here. They just need a mechanical outplay to try and buy a little bit of stability, and now you've got to worry about Trust Me in the back. The Paranoia cap. That's going to be constantly taxing your comms, taxing your information. Terra just bit off a little bit more.
Ooh, Sloppo is actually going off right now.
Through the Huntress, and so Jerky's not going to have anywhere to really go. Disengagement.
Alyssa, appreciate the massive 2 months. How you doing? How you doing? The first 3 maps are
entering a fortress for the defenders, and
the first map, which it always starts on a King of the Hill. The King of the Hill is predetermined already, so the teams can practice and know what map they're playing on.
Now for Fire Strays.
After that,
prison, Blackso has been
after
on
that
it, and now they have to try and defend against it. They got shields, they got ways to get around
is
it.
up to the teams. They have a selected. They have like 5 maps in a pool, and they picked. Oh my God, what a block! I think Terra actually took that for his team. Terra just risked his life for his team. Oh my God. So you have a predetermined map, which is Koth. When you lose that, the loser picks the map from like a map pool, and then let's just say you pick a payload. Since Koth and payload were picked, the next map will have to be a hybrid. You cannot play the same game mode twice unless all the game modes have already been played.
For now, just going to play a little bit more slowly. Snot's going to answer here with a Soul Resurgence. Extra speed for everybody on Fire Strays, and you can see that they are going after Na'Vi with no mercy. Trust Me's Freedom Charge already has been expended. A great dodge on the Glass Rocks there coming on through, and the healing solid as well. They've dealt with the Apex Predator. Fate can't get inside of the invisible boundary. Was too quick to go underwater. Oh, what a stun from Rajaro, though. All 3 of the strategists, they thought they saw an opening, but Na'Vi simply flipped their trap card, and the pot of green.
I am very happy to see how Strange is in this season.
Because there's no invisible woman to push Rajaro away.
I think, in my opinion, Strange is the most fun tank
fight so easy.
I think I've ever played in any game.
A minute left, but Na'Vi are gonna pull the trigger first.
So Resurgence, copied over from Snost by the God of Mischief and Rajaro. Good moves here, but Disengage is very strong. And Rajaro's still living. This is some excellent pocket.
I love Strange, man.
Blackstone needs to be careful. You are a Groot, not a shield haver. You kind of need to play around your fortress.
Big ol'.
Okay, one player grabbed on in. Don't think there's going to be too much in the way of follow-up after.
He threw that ult in there and ran away, bro. No one capitalized on that. I mean, I think he only had one person, but
on the
fuck was that?
Don't want to move too far forward. It's going to be Jeff moving in towards the back. Snost and Damon are already down. Only the Loki remains for healing, but might well be inside of the fish. Blackso plays for their life, just wiggling around like a little tree should, and the remainder of the Vanguard.
I think he had one person in it. I'm not so sure. Or maybe it was a Loki clone. I don't know what he got, but
it was just a distraction.
No, not a Loki clone.
As Na'Vi win with 007 in the time bank.
Yeah, kids, don't write that down. Groot is not a flanking Vanguard, okay? It looked cool on paper, but it didn't turn the fight for Fire.
I think flanking with your Groot ult is still good. You could get behind the shields and still ult the enemy team's backline, but I don't know what. I think it was poorly executed there.
Play behind the card, play for stall, and I think Blackstone was trying to go for a Hail Mary play with a
5 months, and also
Cargo prison. Just the issue is that no one was able to follow it up. So yeah, you got targets in prison, but they had a key. Na'Vi broke out, and then you had kind of Fire Strays all destabilized, even with respawn advantage. Na'Vi drove the truck straight through them. The cap on this map is fantastic. 7 seconds to whatever. It's the fact that you capped, and Fire Strays have to try and match that. And I thought Fire Strays were going to pull out some miracle, more conservative defense like they did on Museum of Contemplation, but I think Fire Strays tried to do too much, and sometimes you just have to play defense and not have to always make a big play.
I mean, I said that Rajra needs to keep having this Vanguard Deadpool banned away from him, but after seeing what Man achieved with the Eye of Agamotto, like, is Rajra bannable? Is the big question. This guy's having a standout game so far today. And
this is why it pays to know a lot of characters.
To be a top tier team.
This is why it pays to be a very good player on a lot of characters. If you were a one trick and you get your character banned, you are useless to your team and yourself.
To really push these Vanguards away, not going to be able to interrupt the portal. So here comes, okay, whoop.
Oh.
Fire Strays are now on the platform.
Yeah, a little bit gate capture away from that one. Damon has not gone too much off of the Feral Leaf. Ivor has already expended their passive. The healing factor is gone, and Fire Strays have lost their initiative. That was far less aggressive than we saw from Na'Vi.
I don't even know if everyone from Fire Strays went through the portal. Like, it was kind of
Yo, I think they just added face cams again, and it ended up doing some horrible audio, and now they just took it off again. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing right there. They're trying something, they're attempting it. I appreciate that, but I don't know what they're doing wrong.
Compared to the Hulk that has shorter leaps, and Na'Vi are in control, and they have so much pushback having an invisible woman who can heal so many people at once. So Fire Strays need a committed and focused push against this.
Dude, Face is so difficult to deal with here. Just excellent angles to try and play with. Unlimited healing, essentially. Is this going to be an attempt to try and rebuff Binary's push on
Jay, I don't want to hear it from you, you Bucky OTP. Yeah, man, you caught me. I'm a Bucky OTP, bro.
Going down this corridor, you can
what will I ever do?
Boundary so quickly, as well as, of course, rescue
caught.
should things go.
Chat, can I get the emote caught?
Yeah, playing stack like this is going to be good for level 1 Crook, but here comes Fire Strays. You made them angry, and now they got straddles.
And indeed, there it is for Soul Resurgence, driving all the members of Fire Strays forward. They want to get on top of Fate, but for now, the kiting's good. Sloppo denied that frag, and Closar deep inside of Invisible Boundary is absolutely skinned alive by Na'Vi. Out comes Damon, trying to make something happen off the back of the Rage of Ultron, but I think that Na'Vi are far too well supplied to try and fall down to this one. Terra's just domineering in the neutral.
Half the time bank is gone for Fire Strays.
Oh, YouTube, I can't. I don't know if I can add emotes to YouTube. I have 7TV connected to YouTube, but I don't know. Let me see.
Win, but you have to access someone like Terra, who has had fantastic spacing, trying to be as far away from the action, far away from a Venom as he can. And Fire Strays have triple strats to support the upcoming attack, and Na'Vi have triple strategists to protect Terra. So it's going to be an Eye of Agamotto play from Rajaro. He's been on point with this, and Fire Strays will just hopefully try to sleep it and try to back away from it. Not really much you can do to defend it in terms of utility.
Fire Strays need to see Sloppo get some neutral picks here if they're going to put this much value into their duelists. Actually, Sloppo falling low, having to use the End Song Inferno just to try and rebuff some of this initial damage that was brought out here by Jerky. Now Fire Strays with their double duelist could potentially find something in the back of Cellular Corrosion. They want the Doctor Strange so badly, and yet Rajaro refuses to fall, clinging to life as everyone's caught by the Hell's Descent in the back. Heaven has been brought to earth by Trust Me, and Na'Vi are looking so strong on the defense.
Fire Strays are trying to go for these zoning fights where they just collect ticks and they kind of just chip away at this defense. And this stall is going to ruin things. Fire Strays only have 40 seconds and they never confirmed that second tick. This is disastrous, and they invested so many ults. Emergency Psylocke is coming out. Demon is 40% away from the Galactic Legend. There's no clear win condition from Fire Strays.
I wish I could do that in my ranked games.
How are they going to do it without it? It's going to take a massive mistake from
But
Na'Vi
sadly, people want the elimination.
for them to give up this defense.
People want the elimination to pad their stats, so you're never gonna get a stall like that.
This is going to be a little bit substandard. Terra's already scouting out the approach here of Black So, just sticking close to this Doctor Strange Big Shield. There's constantly that Shield of a Seraphim available to stop any over-aggression coming their way. Jerky's already been taken down, though. Dare managed to catch them by surprise. And now level 1 Croak has to play a little bit more conservatively. Doesn't want to expose themselves to too much. Not ready to do too much. Binary's already going to use their Symbiotic Resilience and the Cellular Corrosion as well. How do you deal with this one? In towards the back of Stun onto Snost. Closar down as well. Fire Strays find themselves torn to pieces.
Well, this was a complete, total opposite of what happened last game. I thought this was going to be a good series. Fire Strays won the previous map, and now
I can't believe it. On their map choice, the work that they did to turn around their composition and execution from the time they encountered Heretics, that loss made them mad. And Terra, when he's mad, he plays even better. Your MVP on the Elsa. You should have never
show me the
let
stats.
this guy get the Elsa. Let's
and
even
this
look
is
at
exactly
the stats.
why I say you should never let a team get Elsa.
Hits.
Oh my goodness.
That, you were doing so much for Fire Strays to commit to trying to eliminate this guy. Binary was trying to do it solo. Fire Strays were just trying to get on the point and zone Na'Vi away from it. And it still was not enough to collect the second tick and to even get anything going for themselves. That was an unbelievable defense from Na'Vi.
Like, when I look at this scorecard here, this is kind of a Na'Vi that was promised, right? When we first heard that Terra might be trialing for Na'Vi, we're like, okay, we give them a real powerhouse duelist player.
42-5 with 23 final hits.
Times where it did seem like Na'Vi were playing a bit more of that 100 Thieves style, but like give everything to
I
Terra,
don't
like, Terra
understand.
go in and, well,
Chat, I'm going to say it
go
again.
win.
Stop fucking banning
also
Gambit
was a big win
first.
For this team. I was wondering
Ban
how he was going to
Elsa
adapt when that
first.
Fanpool was banned out yet
I'm not,
again.
bro.
And
I don't know
he has a
who's.
healthy
I don't know
hero
who
board, but I
these
just
guys
wanted
have
to
as
see
coaches
how confident he looked on
or
other
what
picks.
they're doing, but
How
I
confident
think
is
someone
only one
needs
death on
to. I think someone
Dr.
needs to do their
Strange
homework or
with
probably
25,000 damage, second most damage in the lobby. Rajara was
People
doing
need to start
everything,
realizing
100
that
getting
Elsa
in the
is a
middle
lot
of
worse
6
than
people with
Gambit.
Fire Strays and hitting a Maelstrom that would always be getting eliminations. He was hunting down strategists as a Doctor Strange. Rajara was doing everything, including jump scaring Znost on the initial entry from Na'Vi. So they brought their own portal plans, and Na'Vi look amazing.
I'm thoroughly impressed. Like, Na'Vi, I don't know, like, I was trying to sell
It doesn't make any sense, bro. Stop egoing.
In their second week looked very strong, and
Instead
they've
of
also been able to,
trying to pretend that you have a better, like, Elsa, just ban
It
Elsa.
feels like they are constantly behind on their drafts. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of the Mantis First Protect when you don't have access to the Elsa. But aside from that, like, Fire Strays, they're finding their openings, but Na'Vi, like, if you give Terra Elsa, what can you expect?
Fire Strays look good on Museum of Contemplation and fell through, getting full held. Will this be Na'Vi going to the upper or continuing through the upper bracket, or do Fire Strays have something else up their sleeve? Their map pick is next, and you won't want to miss it.
I was the voice actor for that cat chat. Did you guys like it? Yeah, I don't know why people just don't ban Elsa first. It just doesn't make any sense. To be honest with you, try to find that person's main account because they're ban evading and just ban their main. I think their main account was actually timed out for 14 days. You should just ban that person's main, or I could. I'll do it. There you go. WWW. I'm pretty sure I have a YouTube video on the Bucky that I played yesterday, chat. See, my problem with the Bucky thing is that they are saying that Bucky is not supposed to be a bodyguard when he really is supposed to be a bodyguard. He has a hook, he has an uppercut. It's supposed to be a grounding effect. When someone dives you, you are supposed to, or dives your supports, you are supposed to turn around and protect your supports. This is wild to say, right? Wow, DPS players have to protect their backline. How many times do you guys get a DPS player or a tank player that never turns around for the backline? You guys die because you don't get any help, and guess what? Your team complains, GG, no heals. Well, guess what? You're supposed to help your team because it is a team-based game, and they're taking away that, like, team-based mechanic away from the game. In my opinion, they're making him more offensive instead of, like, the bodyguard that he is. So, that's my opinion. So, I always played Bucky when the other team is playing dive because I use my hook and all that stuff to counter the divers, uppercut, make sure I could, like, guarantee that kill, protect my backline. But when you uppercut someone now or hook them, well, your hook is on a 15-second cooldown now, and when you uppercut someone, they're just going to be able to use a movement ability and just live.
Navi are now hoping that we're our regularly scheduled programming with that 3-0 victory on Hall of the Jalia. What we probably should have seen from them necessarily against Heretics way back when, but they have clutched things up here, proven the differences was, hey, if we get Rosario some help and make it so he can lock things down on Strange with the Invis team up, might be enough there, Lemon, for them to get the victory.
Rajara on this Doctor Strange was incredible, from the portal plays to just getting aggressive. That's what we loved about Navi. It kind of replaced the N with the W. That's all they did, was just hold down the W key. Sometimes at their own demise, just trying to push into the defender's spawn at the third point. Like, Navi at some points need to let go of the W key. But that was what the big problem was. And I don't think you can just send just binary on the Venom from Fire Strays to deal with a protected Elsa of Terra. So you cannot be letting this team have the Elsa. I think Fire Strays would do a better job.
Where can I find the stats or individual games of these esports games? You can literally look at this in the game client itself, which is crazy. It's really cool. You can actually watch these games back and see what, if you are a support player, you could go into Marvel Rivals, click on the game that just happened, and watch how the support players play in these games, and also see all their stats and whatnot. It's a really cool feature, chat. You guys should definitely take advantage of that.
Might be a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, Midtown could be a bit of a different story. I feel like for now, Navi are in this position, like, it's a no-loss scenario to ban Elsa, right? Because, like, you leave Gambit open, but Fire Strays has shown an unwillingness to play Gambit. So you're always winning the first part of the ban phase, because you might be going up against
Hey, can you ask 100 Thieves to ban Elsa?
You likely have
Terra
on Elsa, who doesn't really
I don't know what
need the
100 Thieves is doing right now.
Like, they were getting away with just the Ultron damage boost and the raw mechanics behind, like, Terra, like, Fate and Co. just laying
Wait,
down
what
the
happened?
damage.
Why do you say that, Evan? I don't know why
Looking
you're
at
saying
this
that.
map specifically, Lemon, I mean,
It is best of 5, yes.
Favor-wise, do you think that Fire Strays have it in them to force that map 5, or are we feeling like that now we're just going to kind of
NA does play today,
And
they
we've
played
just
later.
never seen this map, I believe, Midtown, when it comes to this team, but I think it fits their style and their composition well. Like, Blackso being so good at the Groot, this is a very strong Groot map in terms of just how narrow these streets can be and how you can section off the paths. And they also have been trying to run Demon on the Wolverine to not so great success on previous Hall of the Jalia, but I could see it on a smaller map like Midtown that you can maybe grab some people and close them in with the Groot, and you have a strong neutral win condition. But I did feel like Demon really struggled to find his place on Hall of the Jalia, and it kind of was the Sloppo show, but it just can't be all about him, or at least it has to be triple strategist around Sloppo to make that work.
My biggest worry here is many teams have said, we saw from Rad into Vision, we saw a little bit of it in Midtown at the start, that this team in Fire Strays doesn't really have the best answer into triple Vanguard. And, well, if you get the Gambit and you triple Vanguard, we've seen that hold happen so many times on Midtown. It might happen here again. Could be a viewing into one of the possibilities from Doctor Strange. And maybe we'll see more Doctor Strange if it gets through the ban draft. But it's going to be Navi versus Fire Strays. Fire Strays are looking to bounce back and force our first map 5 of the preseason playoffs. Can they do it? Time to find out.
All right, students, ban phase.
Any tips for Wolverine? Ooh, I'm not the best Wolverine, but I would say claw some people. Kidnap the tanks and make the tanks cry. Sorry, tank players.
And this is something Fire Strays have scrimmed and they have a plan for. We haven't. There's no tape on Navi on Midtown either, but you can kind of extrapolate based on other maps that are similar to it. Like if you want to say Central Park and how like narrow it can be at that
Bro,
point.
not cool,
But
J3.
it's
I'm
so
sorry,
much
tank
about
players.
the macro here. There's a very important high ground that you have to take.
There's already a
and
very
some
few
teams,
of you. I don't mean to
Cryo
piss
will
you guys
send all
off.
6 to that first high ground. Others will play the main and have people tackle them into their own team. So Fire Strays, I could see them
Ooh,
really running a strong brawl
Navi
here, and
is now
we'll see how
giving
the pick
Fire
goes with the
Strays
one-sided
Elsa. I don't know how I feel about this, but maybe they think that Gambit is probably better on this map with the
no double Raging Royal Flush. Would love to play
maybe what's that
themselves,
character
but
chat?
Navi knows that they
Star
don't
Lord.
want having access to
I
any
don't
more
know
of
how
those
I feel about this,
sneaky
but we're gonna watch
copies
this.
of
They're probably
Raging
gonna
Royal
save Star
Flush.
Lord or
Navi,
Daredevil, one
they
of the two.
Want one of two things: the Elsa or the Gambit, and you saw how
Or
important
Rogue.
Crook
Rogue
was,
with
level 1
Gambit,
Crook
very
was
good
on
tank.
Museum of Contemplation and just the team play around it, but also his solo playmaking ability. It was so hard to dive Croak even
Oh,
on
neither.
Burning
They
Patrol,
went
and
with
he dashes
tank
at the perfect
Deadpool.
time, provides a very important anti-heal, which is already an expensive
They went
utility
with
to
tank
use for
Deadpool.
a
I
Gambit,
think
and it gave a strong neutral win condition for Navi because you know
They
how
have to-
quickly they pounce on those.
they have to
anti-heals
ban
once they're
Star-Lord,
thrown out.
right?
So
How-
I'm liking this so far from Navi.
Oh,
The,
Venom ban.
having
Okay.
that Vanguard Deadpool back for Rajaro once more means that he can continue to be that mid-range threat of poking that really butters things up for Trust Me to make a dive afterwards. And well, it's going to be the damage
Wow.
versus
Okay,
Elsa,
so
which
Navi is
a
getting
real contender
Rogue
for most
Gambit,
dangerous thing in the
and they're
lobby.
also getting
Hey, it's Slapo's turn to.
they're also
deliver
getting a
in the
Mantis
biggest of
boost,
ways
and they're
go
also
back to
getting
their
Star-Lord.
tried and true.
Uh-oh, I think
Invest in him, and it will pay off. And now, how do you kind of accompany that? Well, the
Uh-oh.
Groot is free, and you have the
Uh-oh.
Mantis for that team up
Uh-oh.
as well. If Flaxo goes to that.
Okay, pivot here into the Luna final ban. I like it from Na'Vi. The real struggles happened when Fire Strays were able to play the Mantis alongside the White Fox and the Luna Snow, meaning that any attempted dives from Na'Vi were getting rebuffed super well with those Charm CCs.
Yeah, you don't want anything to stop your dive once you get it going. Fire Strays. See, it's the Vanguard line that I'm most interested in. It's very much brawl heavy in this first section, but we can focus on the defense because once they leave, they're pretty locked in. As a Thing player, I hate Thing because you really lack range and you lack huge playmaking abilities unless you get your ultimate online. You can farm those up, but you also allow the enemy team to farm up their ults off of you. But the best way to play Thing is being a corner holder. And just maybe being a chaos distributor, running everybody down, popping them up like popcorn is a very fun way to set up your team for success. But is that really the best brawl Vanguard that we've seen from Trust Me? Probably not.
Cosmic Fastball, ready to go. The question is, where
let's
is
see this.
Binary going to throw Damon here? Wholehearted hold of a high ground doesn't seem to be on the cards here for Na'Vi as they quickly surrender it. And this is going to mean that Jerky could be a little bit easy to try and poke down for this pair of hit scans that are approaching high ground.
And to cope for Trust Me, maybe distributing that damage resist amongst the 3 Vanguards that Na'Vi are running
Appreciate it,
once
Aim.
again will be enough. They ran that on Museum of Contemplation first point, and it doesn't matter. And Elsa's going to chunk through all of that.
That is a lot of walls, and Fate found that most of their Ice Arts claps were rebuffed by the greenery that was erected. Na'Vi, are they going to go for a quick recontest here? No, they're actually going to swap over onto the Angela instead.
Man, and you get to just set up on the Groot.
Wait, this is like a-
Isolations are going to be key here. Black's over
Boba.
40% away from the Strangling
This is like a
Prison.
free, like,
and
walk
Demon's
in
going to
the
maybe
park right
force
now.
them into a fight that they are not ready for. Watch out for if Demon wraps around this left room and forces somebody into the line of fire. But, okay, Na'Vi, we're not ready for that.
The perfect pick straight away. Level 1 Crook is down. Now Trust Me has to try and put their life on the line. On the point does not last for long when faced with this many weapons. And Damon may not have been able to connect with the Feral Leap. However, the damage has already been done. Fire Strays looking very good here.
And Trust Me tried to fly in and do his impression of the Wolverine, but just got immediately spotted. Fire Strays had their eyes peeled. There's a lot of good counters to Angela here, too, when you have the sleep. And, of course, a Wolverine that can just counterpin you and kind of take you out of that flight. So Trust Me has to be very economical with how he uses the shield, and that way he's going to bail himself out. He's going to try and maybe take someone off this high ground. Good disengage from Binary. That got real close.
Yeah, the information came through that Trust Me was rapidly approaching his location and attempted to
Boba.
turn this around with the Van Hammer here. I believe that was from Binary. I'm
Boba.
not sure onto whom. Seems like
He's
it
laying
might
on my
have been
computer.
the
He better not
Gambit,
turn off my
but
computer.
Just hiding away in the bar for now. Na'Vi are able to recenter themselves and heal up all of their injured members. Out comes the Strangling Prison. I'm not sure onto whom, but it seems like a follow-up's not going to be there.
Yes,
because
best
a
of 5,
great
chat.
angle's
Best
been
of 5.
found by Na'Vi. Blackso must have been completely shut down with that one.
A nice high ground take from Na'Vi. I was worried about how much progression Fire Strays were getting absolutely for free, because when you run an Angela, you're kind of running a solo Vanguard a lot of the time when it comes to the objective. Like, Trust Me is trying to get a position where he can tackle somebody, so Rajaro's kind of by himself.
Stop trying to bite
So
everything.
that's why Na'Vi lacked so much cart presence,
Stop trying
but
to
then
bite
once
everything.
they had that power position, they executed. So very good job from Na'Vi to take the time for that to pay off. Now Fire Strays have to fight them for that position, and Blackso does deny that CC from the Angela with the wall.
Good Ironwood wall usage. Level 1 Croak already forced to disengage here due to Binary's accuracy, but needs to move their way out through the fire and the woods. Jerky was a little bit too low though. Couldn't really get much in the way of help. Level 1 Croak falling low as well, and this means that now it's time for Fire Strays to begin chasing, but they can't go too far because Binary's fallen low in their own right. An attempt to try and charm. Terra above it all with the damage boost onto that Phoenix. But they can't really find much in the way of final hits. Terra going to be chased down now by Sloppo, and the rescue can't come through. Fate was too far away, even with the fate of both worlds. It's not just Ice Ace on the other
Oh,
side.
that's a big
Big
ult.
grabs. I think that's 2 Vanguards within, and soon everything is going to be over.
That-
A big
that
crunch
character.
From Glatrox was himself a nice lunch, and Jerky's going to try and follow in here as well. Letting the Devil out on top of the Heaven's Retribution. 2 of the strategists are down.
Nah,
All of the
bro.
heals are
Nah,
gone.
nah,
Only
nah,
Jerky
nah. I'm
remains,
glad
and
that
it
we're
seems like
nerfing
this
Bucky.
drive
I'm
is
glad that
more
we're
than enough
nerfing a
to
counter
try
to
and
these
keep
dive
going.
characters, so
Fire is
this
gonna
so
chase
this
down the
character
remainder
can
of
continue to
Na'Vi.
do
What a
that.
messy
Also, I like the ring around the rosy that
What's so
that Fate was
chaotic
doing.
from Sloppo denying Terra to Jerky, giving a really good refight for Na'Vi, but also that was expensive as hell for Na'Vi. They have nothing left to defend this final point with, and maybe it's also, well, let's see if Trust Me has a good flank angle. You see Fire Strays are watching for this Angela at all times, and if Trust Me lacks impact, it could just be a straight up 6v5 for Fire Strays. They also have 2 old Strangling Prison available with no straddles to contest. So Fire Strays, though, have to go to the end, and they're still on Angela watch.
Blackstone would love to go first here, claim the initiative. No one grabbed by the... Oh, that's a real stinker of a Strangling Prison right there. Blackstone's going to be kicking himself for that one, trying to get max range. Instead, it's going to be Rajro trying to turn this one around. Already is debuffed the enemy. Elsa going in with all this Eagles. Slopper looking towards the back. Wants Terra, who tries to fly away, and Fate's going to have to flee into the ether as well. Trust Me, laid vulnerable. Jerky towards the back. A Righteous cross to carve through the Mantis. The bug
When I
can't
watch
stand
Daredevil
up to the
gameplay,
Billy
I
Clubs
feel
of
like
Matt Murdock.
Daredevil players
And
don't know what
Mirage
they're
will
doing.
be able to stand alone
They're
with
just
the
literally
quick
like
dashes.
smashing
Won't be
buttons
able
and
to
it's
keep this
working.
one sustained for long. A last chance saloon potentially, but no,
I
Jerky
swear,
can't
where's my
contest from the
Daredevil
back.
players
That's
in
gonna be
chat?
the
I'm
third
pretty
point
sure you
opened.
guys are just slamming buttons and thinking
Fire
it's
Strays were very good at watching the flank angles, and as soon as they sensed that Angela was low, Fire Strays pedaled to the metal, and yeah, the Strangling Prison wasn't great. It did force out a lot of cooldowns, like the
Boba.
Rajaro bubble, and for Na'Vi to just kind of back away from the momentum push from Fire Strays. You go into the final point now with
I
3
can't read
minutes.
YouTube chat
You got
right
an
now.
Apex
Boba's ass
Predator,
is in the
but
way.
it's Crook with the initiative, the Raging Royal Flush. When does that get pulled? You may not even need it if Binary's going to be overextended.
Oh, the damage boost onto Terra. Absolutely brutal to try and deal with. Jerky with a selfless swap.
You know,
away from the
a
Devil
great
onto
question would
Mantis,
you
realizing
guys,
we need to
what you
fight
guys would probably
fire
like.
with even bigger fire.
Binary's trying to play the Vanpool like a Venom.
What do
Like,
you
gotta
guys
go in
like
with
to
the
do
team.
first?
Like,
Do you
Deadpool
guys
is-
like to play offense
is
and
a
set the tempo
Vanguard that
first,
doesn't
or do
always
you like
have
to
the
play
best protection,
defense
so
first?
You need an umbrella against the storm.
I prefer
of a
defense.
Phoenix.
Oh, we all forgot our spacing, and suddenly the sparks are just chain reacting. and
I
fire
prefer
straight
defense
falls
because if you
in
hold a
from
team,
limb.
let's
What
say
is
at
that?
first
Fate
point, then
zone
you're
for
like,
that?
oh, okay, since we held the team at first point, now
Must
it's
have
our
been the
turn to
win.
do offense, and we just now we only know we need to win one team fight, so let's save
Fire
up all our
Strays now,
ults
they're
and go
starting
in
to
there
look
and win.
panicked from
I
the-
like defense first.
Wait, 1 or 0 man Strangling Prison to kind of a panic. It's Jeff, or Na'Vi on Na'Vi's side, but they're sitting pretty. Like, they're winning neutral fights just off of Terra picks. Like, Fire Strays need to not overextend. They need to communicate.
Dude, Terry's just standing here doing aim training. He's having a game of his life right now. And closer. Oh, no. Lost their ultimate as well.
I just like attacking and then I type FF when I don't get healed.
Absolutely devastating. Na'Vi right now.
Wait, Emily, I think you're supposed to take over my stream for a
Terra's
second.
hitting his peak. I'm so glad he's on the Phoenix.
I have to
How do you
try
break out of spawn
the
when the defenders
thingamajiggy.
can watch you leave out the gates? And you
Chat,
can't even
I'm gonna have to leave you with Emily real quick. I know, wow, J3, don't leave. We love your hair.
That is
But
incredible.
Emily has to take over because we are doing an interview on the main broadcast for NA.
All right,
So I just have to go make sure it works, okay? What's up?
For now, an Apex Predator. Oh, they're so tight again. They're spacing.
No, I just need to do it on the website.
Fate only 29% of the way.
I've done it before.
Okay, does get one. Does get one. That's Terror. That's a good
yeah.
pickup for now.
Is your
Still
camera
Fire Street's
on?
not in control of the car. They're getting in close and personal off the back of that Soul Resurgence. No one grabbed thus far by the Glartrox on the callback. It will grab a Vanguard, but it seems like a punishment's going to take a while. It's
I thought you said it was
Rafa
already
gets
set
taken
up.
down now, and the disengagement from Na'Vi is far from clean. They invested multiple ultimates in that one, but didn't actually get anything. What a reversal of fortunes.
I don't mind Fire Strays doing the one-man strangling prison.
So if
like,
it's already
Terra
set
would be
up,
win
can you come
condition
take
for
my
Na'Vi,
stream?
and you also executed him before the Ensong Inferno came out, which could have bailed Terra out, just like he's been doing through Museum of Contemplation, but that sets momentum in Fire Stray's favor.
Living Bullet is everything. Coming up close to Terra now. This is the important 1 versus 1, and Rajra is here to make sure that it's not a fair fight. Everyone tries to make a play over to the high ground. Terra still has the Ensong Inferno.
Ooh, almost one-shot that guy.
Who manages to get away using the Bayou Bash, and now you've got to look towards, trust me, in the back on the Angela. The shotgun's more than enough. Fate's in no man's land towards the back, but you can't spare the time to chase him right now because of your Fire Strays. You need to stay on the cart no matter what. A Living Bullet ready to go. Sloppo looking for some kind of entry here as Fate is ready to start things. A bad hammer over onto the members of Fire Strays, and Terra hangs above it, ready to strike down onto Terra Firma. No health bars go too low. Who does Fate have within them? Trying to split someone off of the map, but the punishment is already there. Level 1 Crook has fallen on down. Rajaro inside of the internal bond is still doing the damage and bouncing for his life and the life of Na'Vi. Deep into overtime. The Apex Predator's good. Moves towards the back. They want to get the Mantis. Slams them into a wall. Jerky's been made into a green paste where a Mantis used to be. And now Sloppo just manages to reign over it all. Finds their counterpart in Terra.
Wait,
Trust me,
Fire
it's all that remains.
Strays
Flies daintily
pushed
about
it all
point,
the
but it's
way
ready
to the
sting like a
end.
bee as well.
OKW.
Inside of a strangling prison once more, Terra finds himself to be the #1 target of Black Soul. Despite the Raging Royal Flush, it seems like Na'Vi's running out of steam. Their respawn times get longer and longer, and trust me, has
so I
ran
don't
out of
want
faith
to
from the remainder of the roster.
bother all the
Fire
other
Strays finish.
viewers.
A full cap on this map is unbelievable. From getting spawn camp to Fire Strays thriving in those moments. First, you got that first pick onto a strat. Na'Vi tried to defend Terra. That was a big win condition for them. I like that Rajaro bubble on the high ground. That just helps them have any kind of footing in this map. But Fire Strays, they just full sent it, and it paid off. Sloppo stepping up big time and punishing Na'Vi in those moments and kind of giving them a taste of their own medicine after Closer lost the ult. Just trying to get out of spawn there for Fire Strays. I like that Fire Strays just stayed composed in a moment where you would start to give up when you're looking at down at a series like this and you're getting spawn camp by one of the best teams here. Fire Strays managed to break out and kick Na'Vi in the dirt. And even just the Apex Predator on the high ground was crazy from Sloppo. And you denied Fate from the It's Jeff from claiming too many people. Binary
Boba?
hunted that Jeff all the way down to the defender's spot.
Boba's
Like,
actually
Fire
over-
Strays, they didn't give up and they did not surrender.
I mean, like, it's such a bit of discipline as well to have denied that much from Fate's ultimate when you had to be on the cart for overtime. What a massively handled dodge from remainder of Fire Strays. And like you said, Binary was 100% committed to hunting down that Jeff afterwards.
Giving me a wedgie.
Na'Vi have to try to go towards all the way to the end of the map. Not an easy feat. And Fire Strays, there's a strong chance they force a game 5 here, but it starts with this defense. The first point, I think one of the most difficult parts of the map to get through. A lot of teams get full health here, and Na'Vi, not with the triple strat this time.
Big for them now.
Or not with the triple Vanguard, but with the triple strat this time. Trying to pressure the high ground while Fire Strays create shelter around their Groot, and I think Na'Vi are in control here.
We're cosplaying as
Navi,
Emily
They
today.
have the ability to go for these triple sieges onto high ground. They need to displace
Hey,
Slopper. They
Cargo, hope you're
can't
feeling
allow
better.
Slopper to just sit pretty up there and farm towards the Apex Predator, but great usage of the antis coming through from level 1 Crook does mean that Blackso is constantly
What's my
forcing
favorite
to give up the
Coachella
space.
performance? I actually haven't paid
Rajari
attention
farmed
to
it
that.
towards the ultimate. You have Fire Strays on the back foot. Navi is
was
pedal
just
to the
paying
metal.
attention
You
to
have
the
Fire
Cat
Strays
drama.
sweating.
I
It's
I
time
love all
to
K-pop
prove it.
drama. If a band is about to disband, I become their biggest fan.
Level 1 Crook though, coming close to that Raging Royal Flush. 70% at the moment.
Do I think Manana's gonna go
They're
solo?
not gonna have much in the way of amplification for this ultimate. But
I
Blackstone's
think she
falling low,
wants
and
to. I
Damon
think
was
all the
overextended to try and get
girls
the healing over
do,
onto
but
that
they're
brute. And look at this,
kind of like
Fire Strays
Blackpink
disengaged.
individually. I don't think they can do solos, but like as a whole, they're stronger.
Yeah, and Rajaro is leveling up in record time. We're getting the whole photo shoot over here once again on one of his best heroes, one of the first ultimates to
You should do
come out.
audiobooks.
I mean,
You know,
Fire Strays
Evan, it's
played
funny.
Split and
How
thought
come
they
no
could
one ever asks
converge
Jay to
and
do
pinch
audiobooks?
Navi from all sides, but Navi just took advantage and pushed
Doesn't
one
he call
side,
himself
and
the
they weren't even
songbird
fully
of the
aggressive.
century?
They just zoned Fire Strays, and speaking of zoning, oh my god, Fire Strays got caught off guard there.
Once again, their spacing is being turned against them by Terra. Speaking of which, Terra's falling low, can't quite afford to
Jay
peek into
sounds
this
like
one.
Mickey
Fire Strays
Mouse.
need to reclaim this space. This was disastrous first point. What a snipe off the back of a strangling pigeon. Trust me, just weaves it through. This boy's got motion on the group.
Oh god, you're in prison, all right. Not getting
Okay,
bailed out.
Navi
Fire
needs to
Strays, they need to
relax.
react. They need to counter.
Relax.
Okay, one inside.
I think they're
This is gonna be
probably
level
gonna
one
win.
Focus fire coming through from Fire Strays to try and turn this one around. Akumi How Unleashed up against the Soul Resurgence from Jerky. And Terra still has something in the back pocket if they need it. It's going to save their own life. Using the
You
end
heard him
song
saying
Inferno, but can't make any direct impacts happen. And so it's a little bit less damage than you'd like. Fate decides to bring out their own Kumiho now as level 1 Crook is finally back into the fray. But Sloppo needs to be watched out for here. Has access to the Apex Predator against this many group walls. It can be a little bit difficult to get the value, but grabs two strategists. Fate level 1 Crook are down. And now Sloppo feels the blood in the water and the sharks are circling.
He sounds like a hummingbird.
And
with
Blackso
half
sets
its
up that
voice
fight
box
perfectly
ripped out.
with the group walls.
Jeez,
You were
Lottie,
able to
thank
kind
you
of
for the
push Terra
visual.
out of this fight just based off of that. A lot less damage comes out of Navi, and Fire Strays
Emily,
throughout
can
the
we see the
Apex
mug
Predator
again?
and
Yeah.
profit. That's all you need to do is sustain and retaliate. And I love that out of Fire Strays. Strangling Prison up next.
Game time,
with
bitches.
Not a strat ultimate to spare for Navi. And there's the initiative.
Emily, which team do you
once again,
support?
an early go sign.
Well,
This time Blackso gets a little bit more
realistically
value off it, but trust me,
speaking,
still have
I
that
do think
iron
Navi's
wall.
gonna win.
So the peel is good.
They're
Back to the
just
drawing board.
stupid
Navi
strong.
just have one less
But
ultimate to worry about.
ever since the beginning of
Prison on
this
the high ground.
tournament,
Okay, Navi,
I've
kind of
always
trying to jump
rooted
scare them.
for the
All again?
underdogs.
Oh my goodness, both these groups just got having a bit of a patty cake on the counter utility.
I'm gonna have to
Binary's
say
overextending
Fire
again. He
Strays.
does get bailed out. Fire
I
Strays
did
are down
pray
to
that
clown,
they'll
but
take
then
at least
need to
one
actually
map
get
off of
back
Navi, and they
heal
did that,
back
so
up. This
I'm
is
pretty
scary.
happy.
Navi are pushing them down.
Momentary heal will put on up with Vitality. Terra
Hi there,
doesn't know.
CJ. Hi everyone, welcome in.
For critical
And if
information,
you're
now Fate needs to be given
just
some
joining the
attention
stream
in the back,
and
just a
you're
second swap
wondering,
over towards you,
whoa,
you are
Jay,
deeply in danger.
you're so
But
tall and have
Damon
hair all of a
cannot get
sudden.
inside of the ultimate that came
Yes,
through from
your
the
eyes
cloak
do
and
not
dagger, though
deceive
the
you.
Eternal Bond had one less occupant than it otherwise would have liked. Fate has access to
But
their
how
own as
crazy
well.
would it be, guys?
Such a
if
huge
Fire
defense from
Strays
Fire Strays,
actually
and they're
won
not
this
done yet.
one?
Apex Predator claims
Oh,
for
but then we'll
Jaro.
be in for a
Navi are going
very
to fight
long
through
night,
with an
huh?
Eternal Bond. Both strat ultimates now exchanged.
With the Apex Predator used,
I'm
though.
conflicted. I don't know what I
Hangs
want.
out above it. That's a huge purple, and so the
Hi,
vulnerability
Gen
is
X.
acted upon. The backline falls apart, but Sloppo's in
Emily's
your
voice
backline
reminds
as
me of
well.
the
And
Calm app. Do I
Sloppo's
really?
and manages to quickly get
Thank
away
you.
while the Kumiho is being unleashed by Damon. Vulnerability
Thank
applied
you,
onto it.
Paris.
900 HP will not last for long. Sloppo discovered on the backline.
Wait,
Jerky with a
do we
quick
have any
creep to turn this one around. And this should be
meditators?
Navi able to make something happen.
Any,
apart from this one portal.
I guess yoga
Using that portal
practitioners or
as
people
cover.
who
Fire
use
Strays have
those
no
apps for
ults and now
meditation.
no Vanguards. This is cooked.
Oh yeah, this one's cooked beyond belief, and Ratra is going to be able to level up even further off the back of all of these selfies available.
Emily,
from
can
the
you
final
tell Jay to
hits
stop
to
gooning over
Ratra just
Black
watching
Cat?
The desperate escapes from the portal. It has to be a
But Jay
reset
is
here
Black Cat.
from Fire
Haven't you guys
Strays.
seen
It's gonna all come
his
down to third.
cosplays?
It was so funny watching the sleeves from Znost, and you just have people coming, or from Jerky, I should say, as Fire Strays
thank you, y'all
came in. They
break.
came and slept, so they just kind of were bodies,
Emily, when are the new
barely
IRL
warm
videos
bodies
dropping?
at that point.
Oh, thank
and
you,
those are bodies
Seppo.
that feed old charge
I'm
to
actually gonna
Navi, who
drop
hope to go
one
to the
either
very end. They still have to
tonight or
cap,
tomorrow.
fully cap this
I'm
map,
just,
and they have
working
less
on the
time than
YouTube
Fire
thumbnail.
Strays to do it.
It's a very
and it's gonna
late
take every ounce
VOD,
of effort out of
but it's
Navi, and it
basically,
starts with a good
some of the
strangling
behind the
prison,
scenes
where
from
there's
the
been good
J3
counters from both
tournament.
sides.
Look at the grouping there once again.
It's
Trust me,
late
might be
because
able to try
originally I
and punish
thought,
this
you know
one with an early
what?
strangling
I
prison
don't know
of
if
their
there's
own.
like
Terra
that
gets
much
exchanged,
drama
Binary already
going
down
on.
inside of this corridor.
Oh
It's a
damn!
free flight
It's
for
okay. Fire
Terra.
Strays can still
And
hold
while the
this.
remainder
It's
of
only
Fire Strays
2
have to
more
reset
minutes.
on the cart, they can't afford to lose
Anything
any
could
more free
happen.
distance.
Like Fire Strays are trying to play around binary in these
But then
flank engages, seeing
I
if
made
you can
this,
just
you know,
catch
rough
Navi
edit
lacking.
for the
Because sometimes they
J3
don't react
tournament's
in time.
vlog, and then I
Fire
had
Strays
Jay
have had
take a
big
look at it,
wins
and
on
we're
the
like, you know
second
what?
point off of these surprises.
We were
But
proud of
Navi,
this,
they watched it all
so
happen. A
we're,
big
yeah,
terror
we're gonna
cape came
put that
out
out
from
very
Fate. Now
soon.
Navi have the royal flush to get a big time
You
bank
need to
here.
tell Jay to stop being so mean. I tell him all the time.
Binary, the Apex Predator might have something to deal with this one, but it's already been gunned down. Everyone just does so much damage. Rexo cannot stand
Ooh,
up against all
Fire
of the
Strays
damage
not looking
coming their
too
way.
hot.
A momentary
Ooh, okay.
caesura.
You know
But
what?
trust me, as they lay
It's
down
only a
the
minute and
strangling
43
prison onto
seconds
one
more.
member of Fire Strays, and that is quite the time bank.
Yeah, you almost have a 2-minute advantage if you're Navi, and they made quick work of the first point, but the lesser time bank will be attacking first, so Fire Strays, again, have had really good macro. This was a team that really struggled at the start of the season, but put
Hi
in
there,
so
Vox.
much work to try and contend against the best. I mean,
That's
not
funny
a lot
because
of
I
teams can
think
say
Vox
they've even
means
taken a
voice
map
in
off
Latin.
of Navi, let alone potentially go to a game 5. So this is still winnable for Fire Strays. I mean,
thank
look what
you,
Shikigami
baby.
did in their matchup
my
when it came down to the
glasses
extra
are
round.
actually
So don't always look at the time banks
blue light
and sign off
glasses
from
that
there.
I got from
Fire Strays
Amazon.
can go the
No
distance.
particular
We'll have to see
brand.
just if they're going to change the
I'm
game
extremely
plan from
cheap,
their
so I
first
just
round of attacks.
was on
I thought it
Amazon
was gonna have been an
and
equal time blank
I
if, Fire Strays
found
had played
these
first
for
better. Getting only one fight out of first
like
point
2 in
midtown
1.
is, not
Just
good.
something
They-
cheap but works.
I think they just played too much to live. They were doing too many disengagements. I would love to see Fire Strays on their second defense actually commit to a couple more fights.
Jay
and maybe get 2
bullies
fights
you.
Out of one of the easiest to hold
Well,
points in the
first of
game.
all,
The defense of Fire Strays is defense.
He-
Is that they were split, but
he's
on
gonna
the
deny
attack,
this,
it
but
needs to be
if
decisive,
he
and they're
is
starting to look towards
mean
Terra,
to you
and
guys,
if you can get
you
rid
guys
of
can be
him,
mean back to
you
him.
have a better chance of taking
within
the fight.
reason,
That is
right?
a huge part of the carry potential of Navi. The double Vanguards and Rajaro on the thing. Not expecting to see that in a double Vanguard setup, but with the triple strats.
Thank you,
you're hoping to just
Greasy.
farm up as much of the straddle charge as you can off of this thing.
Now level 1 Croak just put into these very messy positions by things like the raising of the walls. Rajrobe manages to get through those rather quickly, but remember, is less
Hi,
vulnerable
Shannon.
to the Wolverine than other Vanguards by being unmovable in so many of these cases. Sloppo just tries to take the one
Yeah,
on the
Jays
high ground,
are
and Na'Vi
Jays are a
actually
little
keep it up
dum
to the 1
dum.
versus
He
2. They
can
commit so
he can
much
take a
respect
beating
to that
from you
Elsa
guys.
before Terra flies back up after being resupplied.
And Demon is getting marked, so he can't have as much value in flank with the Wolverine. Navi, this whole comp is designed around stalling, and it's working out perfectly.
Oh, Terra now has the angle, has the damage boost, goes up against Sloppo. Oh, a little bit of an alley-oop.
Oh my
Nice
God.
dodging coming from the other
Are you
side,
done?
And here comes the end song in
Is it? Is that why everything is
away
like?
the chances of Fire Strays taking this one. Yeah, it's
No, I had to
close,
come
but
back at
who's
3
gonna be
moves.
there to catch them?
okay.
A quick
Your headset
sleep,
was
but it's a
backwards.
nightmare that's given over to Fire
Do you know how to
Strays.
use
The
that
remainder
headset?
can't make it to the point, and Navi have a very
Wait, I just
easy
want to say
win
because I think
condition
Shannon
before
wrote something
themselves.
about Jay being short
Yeah, this
and
was
bald.
not the Shikigami
I think
level
you get
push
that a
we
lot,
thought was
but I
going to
think
happen
you
from
guys
Fire
also
Strays with these
have to
single
remember,
minute, but it was
like,
Navi being
he's
so,
a Bucky one trick.
like such an ironclad defense, playing around their ironwood
okay.
walls,
Why do you
marking
put the
Demon
best
on the
up?
flanks with the Wolverine, being very predictable in that case, having
But I'm
Terra
not a
on the
Bucky
high
one
ground, pretty much untouchable, while
I could
Fire
beat you with
Strays were
any
playing
character.
more of, okay, let's scale
Anyone.
binary,
I
get
could beat
the
anyone
Deadpool
with
ult
any
as fast as
character.
possible,
comfortable and
Wha-
see if we can have early
in your
win
room, I
conditions.
left the
But
camera
no
on, so
high
don't
ground
go in
pressure
there.
meant that Terra was free
Yeah,
flowing.
I have
He
the
was in
camera
that
on. I
flow
gotta go back
state,
in
and you
15
really have
minutes,
reached that
and-
point. You have 3 minutes for this attack. You only need to win
okay.
one fight, and you're gonna get several ult cycles out of those 3 minutes.
Come
And it's
back,
probably
Emily.
only gonna
No,
take
Chad,
one.
you have someone
so
with a lot
best
more
of luck to
hair
Fire Strays.
on the stream.
Navi
Sorry I had
are
to leave
looking
you
to close it
guys.
out.
This would be a monumental hold if it could happen.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if that's
You
going to be
also
the
just
case.
you also just not even need the ultimates. You could just run a triple Vanguard if you're Navi. We've seen that before. If they just wanted to run Rajaro Thing down the lane and kind of force Fire Strays off the objective and out of the way. They could almost just win without eliminations if they really wanted to. That's how threatening Navi can
Mickey
be in
Mouse
these
is
neutrals.
back. Why would you say such a thing?
Honestly, I'm kind of gobsmacked by the fact
That hurts
Terra's
my
been, like,
feelings.
bringing it to Slocko in like the damage boosted duelist versus damage boosted duelist as Phoenix versus Elsa. Jerky just going to roll on out here for maximum damage on the Moon Knight, knowing that it's going to be very difficult to stay on cart for most of Fire Strays here. Already a huge amount of damage brought out by the Terror Cape, but Vanguards are just suffering at the hands of all
Okay,
this.
chat,
And
what did I
Terra's just
miss?
chilling in the background,
Wow,
waiting for
I
everything
saw
to come on
Fire
first.
Stray.
Not
Wait,
chance up
Navi
to the
actually.
multiple sparks, but
Wait,
it says
Fire
that
Strays
away.
capped
Rajaro
everything?
just laying
Navi
down a
capped
fist upon
everything
the
back, and this is where we are?
competition.
Wow, I
But
missed so
after trying to
much.
deal with
This was a
the
great
Wells, everyone
game.
just scatters to the 4 wins. It's easy for Joker to try and find isolated targets to knock them off. Binary going to be the first to fall. Next up is going to be Znost. Out comes the Ban Hammer, but inside of the talons of Khonshu, there's no chance to contest. Navi take the series.
Big congratulations to Navi.
Wow,
They don't
I'm
do it
actually
in a
really
sweep,
surprised
but they do
that-
it in commanding fashion there at the
Fire
end.
Strays is
And
doing a great
good
job,
choice
and
of
I
the
wish
Moon Knight
they
once you get
took
the
another
overs, no
round,
one
but sadly,
contesting
chat,
that, and when you're in one
that
fight, basically
is
zoning territory.
GG's,
That was huge.
and
The respawn
we
advantage
have
is massive for the attackers as well.
Navi
Terra
winning with
another
7
MVP
million, bro. If
performance.
Fire Strays won,
Once this guy
7
peaks,
million.
There's just no stopping. You have to throw the whole army at him to try and stop a guy like Terra. Almost 50,000 damage going into extra innings with 20 final hits. This guy is no joke. And you,
Yeah,
the way
but
he can play
Sloppo
Elsa,
did
Phoenix,
really well as
Sloppo,
well. He
whatever
went
that's
34 and 9
demanded,
with almost the same.
will
He had the
deliver
same final hits.
consistently,
Sure,
and that's what I want to
7,000
see
damage
out of
less,
Navi.
but he still did pretty good for the Elsa.
Yeah, right there. Captain Canada has come through very strong, and honestly, Fire Strays, like they had a very spirited series, but you could tell that like the length of it was starting to get to them a little bit on Midtown. They had a very sloppy first point defense. They didn't run down the second lane, getting onto third either. They just kept going into the aimbot Terror down mid. I would have liked to have seen them get on that flank a little bit earlier to make sure they weren't feeding over quite so much charge and so many.
I can
sparks.
see why people are addicted to gambling. I can't wait for the next predictions. Hey,
I know he was between strategist and duelist, but
channel
being marked
points,
on the Wolverine,
not
that has
real
to be
money,
insta
chat.
Swap, and
In this
he has
in this
a
community, I
particular
say it's
style
real
that-
money, but
that
no,
can
chat,
be
don't do it real money. It's a
predictable, and I
dangerous,
think
dangerous thing,
triple
man.
strategist has been what worked so well for Fire Strays because Sloppo could rival talents of Terra with his own mechanics, and being on the one-sided Elsa was huge for Sloppo, but Fire Strays needed to fire on every single one of their cylinders to try and punch Navi in the gut, and it was competitive.
All right, let's welcome Vodable back in here to break down the series. That one was fun to watch, bud.
Yeah, it was fun to watch, and it reminded everyone that Terra is still Thanos. We saw it happen. The 2 MVPs on the hit scan with the Phoenix. Yes, you might not give them the Elsa. It does not matter because they still have all the accuracy to boot and are able to log
Okay,
in.
last
And that's what we
EMEA
saw.
game,
Not
chat.
just from
Last
Terra, but the
EMEA
entire
game.
team
We
itself. Like,
have
trust me, at the
Peps
start, especially when
against
Fire Strays were
Virtus
pushing on
Pro,
attack,
chat.
felt kind of lost a little bit. Then locked in once we saw them move towards the group. Rajaro, of course, was just consistent throughout all
Peps
of it.
against
and then the
Virtus
backline,
Pro.
great
I think
work.
that's going to be a
Jerky,
pretty
I
quick
would say,
game. Not to
I
sound
love the
disrespectful or
adaptability
anything,
that we've been
but
seeing, right, swapping into the triple strategist when needed.
I think it's going to be a pretty quick
going
game.
into the Moon Knight towards the end here just to secure the victory 100%. This flexibility is what was missing, it felt like, Lemon, from Navi in the first couple of weeks, and now they've come to show this is what to expect from them from here on out.
Yeah, Jerky fills those shoes so well. Whatever is demanded of him, he will deliver. If it's the
Yo,
okay,
what's
the double
up, Dad?
duelist
How
doesn't
you
work
doing?
out,
How you
pocket
doing?
Terra. Like, he'll accept that and do whatever it takes to win, including even a triple Vanguard setup from Navi. They brought out
Imagine
so
if
many
Team
different looks
Team
today,
Peps
to the
reverse
point where it made
sweeps
us
or just
nervous that
sweeps
it's
in
like,
general,
okay, how
Virtus
deep
Pro.
into the
That would be
scrapbook are we going?
crazy.
Is this panic? Is this predetermined? And yeah, Museum of Contemplation didn't go their way. It was
I'm
like
not
a
starting the
4-minute
vote until we get
defense
closer
from
to the
Fire
match time,
Strays,
chat.
So that was a tough one.
I'm not
but
starting the vote right now.
Navi, I mean, they pulled through.
They're gonna do this. They're gonna talk for a little bit. Then they're gonna go do an interview. Then they're gonna go on a break, and then
crumbling under that pressure. And that was the big question.
and then the
going
matches
into playoffs
are
for
start.
Navi.
Like, Day, I feel like if this was a best of 3, we could have seen Fire Strays come out with the victory. This seems to be more of the benefit for these teams who have
Hope you're having a great day, Dad.
Played throughout these kind of competitions and show the experience of, okay, you know, as the series progresses, we know what to target, ban, and protect wise. And what does Fire Strays need to do in the lower bracket now to take some of that experience that they got from this series into their next one?
I'd love to see continual protection of the Elsa. I think Sloppo does have the talent on that hero to make things work. Maybe not the generational talent that Terra is, but Terra's kind of like a once in a generation duelist talent. This guy John Aim, to not overstate it. I think that Fire Strays, they're on the right path. I would love to see them clean up their calling when it comes to their defenses. Like, I got to keep harping on it. Giving up Midtown A in one fight is kind of
yes, sir. Fixing the fence. Get PJ
to
to help you.
You need to burn the time bank there because if
Virtus Pro is swept, I will start an OnlyFans. Chat. Remember the name Pablo524. Keep and make sure he's a man of his word.
We would have seen a much tighter time bank for Na'Vi as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I felt like
hear
Na'Vi, they had their W key like bound down, taped down on Museum of Contemplation. I was worried about if that overaggression would ever bite them in the behind. And then Na'Vi went to like a full stall comp into extra innings.
Even,
so
oh my god, my dad even just said Pablo524.
Find that balance.
No.
And he spoke about Vaudable. What does Fire Strays have to do in the lower bracket? Well, they're facing the loser of Peps versus Virtus Pro. So I think they would rather face Peps in that moment. So they're going to be watching this next match very carefully to study up for their next match.
Speaking of like these next matches that are coming up, Na'Vi after this performance having to play against Virtus Pro, likely if Peps don't get the upset on the other side of things. After kind of the shakiness from this leg day, how do they lock in even more so against the team you have to basically play perfect against?
I feel like Na'Vi, they're just going to learn to trust each other. Like, the more that they can rebound from bad situations, the more the trust builds in this roster, right? Like, Terra's a little bit newer here, very, very vocal guy, used to being a leader, used to getting all the resources. And as Na'Vi, like, start to see rewards
big tournament, yes,
from that
Dad.
investment into Terra, which wasn't their previous style. They were never like we dump everything into one.
Yo, Jay, I was Damage Farmer from Quick Play yesterday. That spawn camp clip had me laughing my ass off. Hey, you were a very down-to-earth person. Usually people get very mad, but I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, this is why we picked up Terra.
Well, we'll be hearing from Terra in mere moments. When we
oh
get
my
this
god,
interview
wait a
going
minute.
as well.
This guy's a legend. Hey, Jay, I've been... Chat, stop talking real quick. I can't read this. Hey, Jay, I've been downloading your... Chat, stop talking. Okay, I gotta do this. Hey, Jay, I've been downloading your YouTube videos of spectating pro teams because the internet has been shut down here for 50 days. Wow, I can't imagine living my life with 50 days of no internet. And the only way for me to watch YouTube is to download them over several hours, low quality as well. If the internet gets back to normal, I'll give them a like. You making these videos is the only reason I can watch Ignite. Hope you're not bothered by this. Yo, that is a awesome message to see, and I hope you are having a great... well, I mean, you have no internet, but I hope you're having a great day, man. Hey, it's Terra doing the interview.
Game plan when we don't want to just do that. So, I mean, that's the only thing that we messed up on. People
Is he
think a
playing in
different
a
game plan
robe?
when the game plan that we used for 4 minutes just got thrown out the window, I suppose.
On Midtown,
Appreciate the support, man. That's awesome. Nubbly for 9 months. Appreciate it. Wood Poseidon for 23 months. Appreciate it.
When faced with the Thanos tier Elsa.
I mean, like any character is just terrible compared to Phoenix. I mean Elsa, and like Elsa's getting gutted, so like it's just gonna be more oppressive triple support. But you just kind of have to find a way to like not just get insta killed by a one-shot combo with Elsa and with the triple support, because so playing against like non-damage boosted Elsa or even like a non-pocket Elsa is like doable, but like if they just have any resources for their Elsa, it just kind of becomes unplayable. You just have to like never peek the guy ever and never peek supports, just take outrageous off angles, I suppose.
My next question is going to be further down the bracket. So that's the first match. This was very exciting. We got to see UP.
Chat, this doesn't look like a basement, bro. This looks like an attic.
Face like some of the teams in the other groups. I
think he's visiting.
VP
He's
went against
NA,
Peps,
so I think he's
that'll be
living
your
with
next
Trust Me.
opponent. So what do you think about your match against VP potentially.
I mean, the VP match is gonna be good. I mean, at the end of the day, we've both all taken maps off each other in scrims and all that stuff like that. They can say it, we can say it. It's just whoever shows up on match day and whoever wants it more. At the end of the day, we both know each other, like close as both people and different teams and all that stuff, and we all know what each result can go either way.
Talking about that and what we saw from the group stage now going into the playoffs, has the prep for you guys changed at all going into this stage of the competition where it feels like as a team, for the most part, there's been more synergy than we saw in that group stage?
I'd say so, yeah. I mean, group stage is kind of like whatever half the time. Like, you don't lose anything or you don't gain anything as soon as you make playoffs. So, I mean, if you lose a match, it's like whatever. Not really an upset, but people can call it an upset, whatever. But if you qualify, you qualify. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. This is when everything really matters. So, yeah, I think everyone's taking it way more serious and everyone's bonding way more than like.
Well, speaking of that too, Tara, final question for you here. Any words that you have to the fans or the doubters out there? The floor is yours.
I mean, anything can happen in this meta. This is like one of the metas that like can just anything happen. It's just triple support stall and you have to play the game perfectly with alt cycles, so anyone can lose a map and it's just only gonna get not changed next patch. So I mean, it's gonna be the exact same thing of who can play the game more perfect.
Well, we hope to see some more perfect play because that's what we witnessed.
I
from
was
you
expecting
today.
Tara
Thank
to
you,
be like,
Tara,
"Hey,
for joining
man,
us. Enjoy your break and good luck tomorrow."
I think good luck to the enemies. They're gonna need it. We're the best. That was a very.
I'm personally hoping that that
was a very calm interview.
Let's go have a team dinner. You know, like apparently we're not getting out of that attic very much.
Yeah, at least get him out of the attic.
We need a free-range terror. Get that boy some vitamin D.
Nah,
Rose
bro,
cooped
ain't
up,
no
has
way.
the high ground. He's trying to, you know, get the essence of the Phoenix, just in like some sort of roost in the flat itself. I don't know. Either way, it seemed like the pressure is on for all these teams, right? He said it himself. You have to play perfect in this meta. So there's a lot to look forward to, but we do have one final series for EMEA. It's Virtus Pro, the world champions, facing off against Team Peps after this.
Okay. Oh, it's a quick little 4-minute break, chat. Oh, which I need to go. Okay, so there's a 4-minute break right now. I need to go do that interview thing again so I can bring Emily, I guess, if you really want, back on camera. But before I go, I am going to start the predictions for you guys. What do you mean, get out? Why are you guys cheering for me to leave, bro? What? Are you guys not entertained? We are the best watch party. And you guys want me to leave? Nah, that's fucked up, man. I'm new here. Who's Emily? Emily is the boss. She's the manager. She's the wife. She also happens to be my sister. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna start the predictions for you guys, and I'm gonna go. She's not my sister. I don't have a sister, bro. Relax. You know, funny enough, I think people are new to my stream and they're gonna be like, "What the fuck, Jay3? What are you doing?" Yeah, it's a joke. I have one brother. That's my other.
Talk when you hear a better solo.
Okay, I'm starting the predictions here. We have Virtus Pro against Team. Actually, I think it's just Peps. I am starting the prediction, chat. Enjoy, have fun. I'll be back. Emily, do you want to come over and take over the stream?
Groot. Thor. Magneto.
Okay. Gotta speak here. I feel like Magneto is like the 9 to 5 solo Vanguard that is out there, right?
What's up?
Like, you clock in, you clock out. It's
My interview is not till the NA games though.
you don't get
So
very often, but
yeah. So chat, just as a heads up, I will be leaving again so I could do the interview. I just don't want to do the interview here in my room because if I do that, then you guys aren't going to be able to see my interview or see me. So I am going to go do it in Emily's room. Okay? Okay, be right back, chat.
Emma Frost.
No, don't do that. I think that it's bad for the...
The Thing. Gaskin, you believe that Doctor Strange is the best solo Vanguard?
I think he is. I think whenever, well, I have the solo Vanguard a lot because no one ever wants to do it in my ranked games. But
we're all here with you.
I just think
Hey guys.
the solo Vanguard. I think if you're struggling, if everyone's playing duelist in ranked games, you just need to go onto a Strange.
Thank you guys.
Magneto is a great
Much appreciated.
as well. Just seems to make Strange.
Jay gave you guys your points, right? I don't have to
flair. So yeah, I'll go for Strange.
end predictions for you. Are you guys good on that? Because I'll be honest, I still don't know how to do predictions. Thank you, Reina. I appreciate it. I'm cosplaying as Jay today.
Talk when you hear a team that you think could beat 100 Thieves.
What interview is he going to? Okay, so you guys know sometimes as fillers, audio.
Black Cat. TSM.
Oh. Sorry. Oh my god. Sorry.
Say OUG at this point. I mean, they are the best team in China for a reason, and unfortunately, 100.
Did he always have it like this? Did he have YouTube chat on stream? I don't think so. I think it was like this. But you know, sometimes as fillers for long tournaments, between matches, right? It's a little too much if you guys just see the same ads for the skins over and over again. So what Rivals is doing, they're sprinkling in these interviews with content creators, and they're going to put Jay later on in the stream during the NA matches. Yay! I forgot to help him media prep. I hope he says all the right things. Can you make it louder? Wait, do you guys actually want to make this louder? I can make it louder. It's just, I think they play this over and over again, right? Don't mess with the sound setting, he says? Okay. Oh, I didn't mess with the sound settings because I don't know how. I just can't, I can't think and listen to three people talk at the same time. But that's just me. Yes, MP. Welcome back.
Against this team, like they go to you on
I
this.
can't think in general, not gonna lie. Once they actually start, this doesn't seem like it's pre-recorded, then I will kick up the volume.
Like, this is a first seed versus a fourth seed. I'm not gonna lie to you. Virtus Pro, in theory, should be walking away from this 3-0. I think if they don't walk away from this 3-0, EMEA is exploding.
Couldn't imagine Emily yelling at Jay. I don't really yell, but I can project if needed.
Before, but Jen, specifically talking about
Thank you,
players to look
Sega.
out for peps. We can talk all day about Virtus Pro. We've seen them. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about
Virtus
Never mind
Pro.
on this one. Sparker, still the best duelist in the
This
game.
is a very seasoned team. I think age-wise, they're a little bit older. Us old people, we know how to go into battle. We've seen war. Have I watched Heated Rivalry? Oh my gosh, Speed Racer. I've only watched the first episode.
Enabling Sparker for success.
Because I really want to get Jay into it, you know?
Of duelists that he can bring out, and the weakest we've seen.
Emily, my edible is kicking, and I appreciate you. Yo!
Like, that's what kind of,
You have enough to share with the class?
Went up against Fire Strays. You have to see Sparker on the Punisher, which I'm starting to be a Punisher believer myself. But if he can even make Punisher look good, what can this team not?
Wait,
do?
Emily has 2.1 million channel points and spending it all.
Gambit, they have a really good rogue player. Whenever they're first, they have the
Ooh,
Elsa available
Virtus
for some
Pro
reason. Sparker
versus
is just
Team
unleashed,
Peps.
But we got to talk about
So
this Peps
it's-
team. Frankie Boxing, we've heard from the most.
We got basically one of those strongest EU teams, and then we have a French team.
Frankie Boxing is an exemplary Angela player, also very good.
I mean, Team Peps does have
a surprising amount of playoff.
quite a bit of a community. They have a lot of
Frankie Boxing is a
Jay finally has hair. Hi there, YouTube chat. Team Peps does have a lot of.
Vanguard Deadpool as well, which
They've got-
seemed to be something that was missing. From a
They
Team
have
Peps
moments
roster, but if IMOK and
that
Frankie
are
Boxing brought out
absolutely
Vanguard Deadpool,
brilliant.
I don't think it looked like quite
But I
as,
think
like,
consistency
top tier as
wise,
other teams in their hands.
if I were you guys, and if I did not have a lot of cash monies on you, I might also vote for Virtus Pro. But I, specifically, I like to root for the underdogs. Yes, nous sommes les Français. Oui, oui. I would probably have to vote for
Like, yes,
the
there's a lot of highlights around this Vanguard line, but someone like Pink has certainly stepped up.
The
especially
underdogs,
in
the
more
Team Peps.
Range duelist department. Like, he's bringing out more of the Phoenix than the Daredevil
Désolé.
Wolverine. I think the floor for
Désolé,
Peps
French
can be
people.
quite low because of decision making. Sometimes they chase.
Hi there,
they
Alexi.
chase
Welcome
eliminations,
in.
or they're a little too aggressive. At
It
times
doesn't
when they
matter what you
shouldn't.
predict, you
So
will be
I
wrong.
really need Peps to be on the same
That
page
is
and be
true.
locked in and not
If
make any
you,
mistakes, because Virtus Pro will punish you.
I think the first game that was kind of a shocker.
Experience, at least in the preseason, on this map. And Peps, it's the exact opposite. They've gone to every single sub map possible. The most times
Emily,
that they
can
have
you
played
use
it.
your channel
Unfortunately, they
points
lost
on
the first
Peps?
time against Heretics, but
Okay.
They won the second time that we saw against
If
Ultra
Jay's
Esports to clutch
listening,
their spot
I don't
in
think Jay's
the
listening.
very
He's I can hear him
big
talking.
difference,
He's on the
we saw,
interview
like,
right now.
Jay,
But if he wants to go all in on Team Peps, so that you Virtus Pro people can earn more cash, you're more than welcome to. You guys can take my cash.
Feel like this potential like triple strategist with 6 on the Ultron with the like
'Cause I
boxing, strange, invisible
have
woman, baby bat.
a second Twitch account.
Play here for all the damage possible for this team, or is there like a different strategy we might see here?
I think Baby Bat is a respectable invisible woman player. And
My coworker is a bum, and I had to do all his work. Who won the Navi matchup? Definitely
I wouldn't be surprised to see Team Peps
Navi.
run that triple strategist.
Well, we'll have to see if Team Peps can be the team to take the first
Yes, you're
match
welcome,
against Virtus
guys.
Pro one
Listen, if
more
I
time in
was
history, or
balling
if
like
TP will
crazy
continue
in
their
real
reign
life,
of
as I am on
terror
Twitch,
through the preseason,
I would
undefeated and looking to
share all my
scoop up a
monies.
3-0 finish. We'll see how it goes on Burn T'Challa.
I would be even more generous than Mr. Beast.
From our reigning champions, and presumably the best team.
Hi, Benzie. Welcome in. Emily exactly laughed like Boger? How does Boger laugh?
Yeah,
Wait, how do I
it's
laugh?
interesting because when I looked at Peps initially,
don't believe
like,
you.
6 looked like the most mechanical player on this
Emily,
team. He was
coffee or tea
incredible
or
on
hot
Phoenix and just
chocolate?
any character
I
delivering
love
a
coffee
massive
and
amount of
tea
damage.
equally.
Phoenix
I do
seems to be
coffee in the
specializing
daytime and then
these
tea
kind of
in the
melee dive characters, whether it's
late
Psylocke or
evening.
Wolverine or Daredevil, and that's where melee characters are going to be the most punishable type. But
Where is the
this
interview
team
happening?
was
It is
really
happening.
supporting
Oh,
Pink in
Cornbread.
all
That's a
of
funny
their
name. We were just
ideas,
talking about
and
cornbread
Six is
earlier
taking a
today.
backseat and
The
being
interview
that
is
third
happening right
strategist, 'cause
now.
Six
So
is
they're
probably has that more
recording Jay,
extensive hero pool compared to
and
so
I
been liking
believe
kind of
it's
the
going
evolution
to
of this
be
Peps roster.
played later in the broadcast. So if you guys are missing out on this, that's totally fine. Go, take your breaks, take your naps, and then we're gonna be back for the NA matches. I think when there's like usually a break between the teams, how they have to like do some not tech rehearsals, but
And
like
yeah, I think Peps
when they're
has
just waiting for
that
the next
identity around
team
Angelo.
to
I think
show
we're so
up
strong
and make
on
sure that
domination
everyone's
because of
cameras,
that.
mics, and mouse and keyboard are
But
doing okay, like
Virtus Pro,
that's
now
when
that you know
Jay's
that
gonna
that's on the
fill.
menu, there are so many counters to Angelo.
Ooh,
Even
my
just starting
favorite
at the
tea.
strat line, anything from a White Fox Luna is gonna ruin Frankie's life.
I like
to
those
anything
those
else in
Chinese
between that
teas.
could happen or even
I would have to
isolate
say like a
Angela.
nice
And as
light
long as
green
you have
tea,
eyes in your face, you could
Dragonwell
also
tea.
just see the
Yeah,
Angelo
what about
dominance.
you guys?
Virtus Pro are a very aware team.
I wouldn't mind seeing a counter protect here onto the Vanguard Deadpool from Virtus Pro. Just make sure that Jojo has everything they need on the jet.
Oh, okay. So, did you guys know Virtus Pro changed its name? It's Virtus Pro now. Chai's a good one.
Likely be probably 6 on the Phoenix or Pink on the.
Jay will be right back. He is doing an interview that you guys are gonna see later.
On Celestial Husk, but I'm not sure if Burning T'Challa is quite as accommodating for such compositions.
Ginger peach
And I think
sounds
even Virtus Pro
yummy.
said in their interviews that like domination is so centered around the first fight, and if It's a triple strat team that's
Oh,
winning that first fight.
masala
It is so
tea.
hard to
I've
take
never
away
had
from
that.
them. So just really focusing a lot
Oh,
of these
London
fans
Fog
on
is
the
good
strategists
too.
to make this lineup as big as it
I
can and
love
to
Virtus
maybe
Pro.
sway teams to running more of
Any
a
Virtus
2-2
Pro
is
fans
always
out there?
great, but Virtus Pro now have the Daredevil for Fi.
Emily, you look like a 7x7.
already.
What, like a 49?
I mean,
What?
I don't want to.
What does that mean?
She's out of line, but she's right.
Chamomile. Tea tastes like grass. Yeah, I mean, some would say tea is really just salad water. And I would agree.
I think Team Peps, they definitely have something to work with here.
My mom loves butterfly PT. It's so beautiful.
Value in our previous Museum of Contemplation in our previous matchup, so it's not off.
Hojicha, I have, okay, well, I haven't tried hojicha specifically, but I've had it in like this ice cream from this cute little matcha tea shop before.
I don't love
There's not a tea that I don't like.
You can make a case for it. It's just such an open part of the map. And
Is this Jay's girlfriend? I knew. Sister
Especially when you're
life.
running- If you were to run an Angela into
We're joking, right? Chat, we're joking.
miserable that is. And Frankie was able to put up like 30,000 damage on Doctor Strange in his last match, so this is a very strong secondary for him. But they don't have the invis and.
Yeah, that's right, Kat. I remember.
Relying on the massive amount of healing you can get out of that Cloak and Dagger Loki combination, but Cloaky an early attempt to kidnap, but it seems to be a little bit out of time. Virtus Pro have already
Have you ever tried cold brew tea? Well, I drink a lot of yerba mate, so sometimes, I mean, if you let it go cold and you put some ice in it, that's cold brew, right?
And then Sparker with first blood.
Yep, Protoss the first to fall. Now you're relying just on the Cloak and Dagger for your healing, and Baybats for next to go down. The Devil's Chain is wrapped around the throat of Team Peps, and they've tugged upon it.
And Virtus Pro and Domination are so relentless. Winning that first fight is very important as well, but last time I saw Virtus Pro, and even something like Krakoa, when Nevix is on Venom, as soon as they pounce, the whole team is on the same page. It's like they don't even have to speak. Like, they're just synchronized mentally. Virtus Pro, they've done this for years, from even beyond Marvel Rivals, so it's going to take the best to beat the best. And Team Peps now have Frankie on Angela.
I don't know if you guys heard, but Lemon Kiwi was basically saying that Virtus Pro has been here a lot. They've done this for a very long time. AKA, they're old.
Ready to roll on down, and once again,
Damn.
instantly annihilated a second, but anything happens.
This is definitely a little discouraging if I was on Team Peps, but you know, you just gotta stay strong. And like Jay says, sometimes when you're on King of the Hill and you win the first round, doesn't necessarily mean you'll win the entire match, right? So
kind of were the victim of their own game plan. Now it's over 60% from Virtus
maybe Team Peps can actually reverse this.
Team Peps are
No, you don't think Team Peps will win one game? Ouch.
But can you even access the backline of Virtus Pro? They're the
Also,
ones who are just
Dark Unicorn, thank you so much for the 6 months. Good afternoon to you too, and thank you. We love having you here.
on the Psylocke, so a lot of different choices. Team Peps at least have played this
Tomato tea, it's the worst. Oh my God, I've never tried tomato tea. I like my tomatoes solid. Yeah, I like it in solid form. We love Juan's here, right? We. I love baguettes.
A little more than they could chew. Vinci keeping this point contested on the outside. Doesn't have Deadpool in your area.
So Jay will be commentating. Jay's being interviewed. It's really cool what NetEase is doing. They invite content creators from the Rivals community, and I think probably just talking about the tournament, maybe how he feels about Black Cat, I hope. What is Team Peps doing? I think they're just throwing a bunch of spaghetti. They're just throwing a bunch of spaghetti on the wall and seeing what sticks.
explosive dive prowess of the remainder of the Bears. And well, it seems that melee core can't stand up to a Glatrox either, who feasts upon the
Oh,
souls
boy.
of Team Peps. Frankie Boxing stands on business within the Heavens Retribution, continually generating that overhealth for themselves. But there's so little time left on the overtime ticks that Frankie Boxing just has to try and rely on the Jeff to stand here and face the doom.
Listen, I'm rooting for Team Peps. I just want them to get at least one map.
Another portal, Team Peps. I mean, they're running out of gas.
Opinion on boba? Oh, we love boba.
For the next round.
The cat or the drink? Emily, what is the new IRL video
Very hard for Team Peps
behind the scenes
lock
about?
down just how fluid this a lot of focus goes into Nevix.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
Resilience at the
The
perfect time,
J3
and
one?
in the blink of an eye, he's just gone. So it's so hard, and you want to. I
might have to ban you for putting ketchup on your baguettes.
You think they're weak. You think there's fear in their eyes, and what's waiting for you is an apex predator, courtesy of Sparger, the best Elsa in the world. So it's very tough to have this push and pull with Team Peps when there's such a strong backline.
Yeah, is the audio too low? YouTube saying is low.
Appreciate all the different swaps that Team Peps have done. It also sets them behind on the ult economy, which, speaking of which, pretty even going into Warrior Falls here, but Nevix being so close to the feast of the
Oh
abyss,
no,
that's gonna hit
Casey,
people
Toby,
so,
not
so low
yet.
for trying
I'm
to
working on
finish
that
off.
today.
Okay, I don't mind the baby bat swap here. To the White Fox to try and counteract some of this fast dive that's coming through from Virtus Pro. Team Peps have made themselves a little bit more elusive when it comes
Oh,
to
I'm above
early
the
game
audio?
control.
Okay, sorry. I'll just...
Constantly ganked early on.
I'll stop talking.
First fight important, Virtus Pro. Not very low ceilings for the Venom. We'll see if Nevix has fun and fire unleashes.
Oh yeah, the Devil's being let out towards the back, wants to take out their counterpart here. Can you double blind Matt Murdoch? The questions that Science is afraid to answer. I am okay, frozen up in front of a back line, but still manages to use their symbolic resilience for a little bit of additional staying power. Fincy looking to try and capture the point early. Pink and Six have fallen down, so Team Peps will find themselves toothless and evacuated from the objective for Virtus Pro. There should be a cap.
And Nevix was like tickling the backline, and maybe it doesn't result in eliminations, but it forces out cooldowns, and he got even frozen. But it gets the Team Peps backline attention towards Nevix and not the rest of the team. And there's so much health to chunk through along with that symbiotic resilience and 5 stackers
Thank you,
out
Roy.
Pink. What a hunt down!
On top of Sparker, then he's trying to shut down this Elsa, but here come the shenanigans from Jeff, giving over extra bonus health to that backline. The Apex Predator sends Frankie Boxing towards a briny grave, and indeed he will be filling it from 6 feet under. 6 inside of a healing pool given over by It's Jeff. Can there be a
Ooh, this is
counterplay
tough.
coming through from Protoss? It seems
I
like there's
just
a couple of
realized
players
Team
who might
Peps
well be caught inside. Is there gonna
was
be enough
unable
room,
to
though,
save
try and
Elsa.
punish this one is the question. Next to the White Fox, Fi feeling undeterred by the drawn-out claws of the Kumiho herself, and Sparker make sure that I am okay will not be reporting any survivors.
This fight already didn't start off on a good foot for Peps when you lost Pink so early. You also have 2 Vanguards on
Wow. Okay, so Team Peps is not allowed to play Elsa, Gambit, or Invis.
And Frankie Boxing, not a ton of Van.
I mean, they just...
but they're gonna do their
They're just
best
playing with
to
handcuffs
try and
on.
work
That's
around
tough.
Each other's comforts, and Virtus Pro now have It's
My
Jeff. and on a
favorite
map
fast
like
food
this, if you
store,
take
it would
the fight towards
probably
the point,
be,
there's a very nice environmental cliff to throw everybody off of.
like-
and if things get bad, Side Bay's always there.
Inside of a fog, Matt Murdoch sees everything, and Protoss did not see him coming. Righteous Cross.
I like a good McDonald's, but not American McDonald's. It has to be like an Asian or European McDonald's. Our McDonald's tastes like ass.
In a 2 versus 1, it's not exactly fair, but when did Matthew Murdoch ever play fair?
Emily, how much do you bench press?
Not scared of the HP pool of the Vanguards. Is ready to
I haven't benched in a long time. Let me go back to you on that. I usually just use my own body weight.
Pink has been isolated so many times.
I started playing Penny after I saw you play Penny. She's so fun, right? Thank you.
Time. One last second touch, and we'll talk about that later. Can they make the 0 to 100 comeback?
Who doesn't like the taste of
already halfway, so what the eye go? Oh, goodbye. They're off the map.
Ass Donalds.
The Glatrox double. The Vanguards have been sent down to see if the
Ooh, Jollibee is good. Unfortunately, we just don't have any. We don't have any here around us.
Wow.
Well,
that's a Virtus Pro
AW.
map for you. 100 to 0 on Warrior Falls. Only
Oh, we would
6
love to go to
warriors remain
London.
on the orange side. And it's
Emily,
the
what
season
rank
for
are
the
you?
Polar Bears. I think
I haven't played ranked in a long time, but the last I think my peak was plat, and the last time I checked, I was hovering in gold.
Virtus Pro are not going to let you go tell Cersei it was you. Like, Pink was a victim initially in so many of these fights, and the best looks from Peps have been when they work around Pink, but Pink also needs to work around his team. 9 deaths, that's just how much.
Okay, yeah, let's see what happened with Team
Pi
Peps.
is going to be a top Daredevil.
I think it was Pink. Pink was the Daredevil. Ooh, he died a lot.
7 deaths in total.
One
from
final
Virtus Pro.
hit.
This is them not missing a beat in playoffs.
I mean, Virtus Pro just so hard to play and.
Oh, that's wild.
You're probably
And you
gonna
know,
get with your pushing your
I don't know how
your nose, like, why would you let
French Marvel Rivals fans are, but I do know that in the Overwatch world, French fans are hardcore.
Yeah, it's like, do you want to go up against
Hey, thank you so much, FNAF Gods. Hey, thank you. It's nice to see you too.
And not surprisingly, but yeah, you would rather face the Gambit.
Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Cracks, and again, Team Peps are not just
Taipei,
playing
no
for
final
staying in the
hits.
upper
My
bracket,
code
but
is
to
washed.
really set themselves up for the future, because this is not gonna.
Listen, I'm sure Taipei could have easily played DPS Luna, but the way that his duelists were playing, I don't think they left any crumbs.
Resilient as a team, even when Virtus Pro punches.
Hi there, Snowkage.
See Team Peps here.
Do you guys like rubber chickens?
They got any use out of the Mantis
Who doesn't
First
like
Protect?
rubber chickens?
Like, if you're gonna play for that Mantis First Protect, that is a very clear signal that you are locked in on 1 duelist, 3 strategists. We are
London is overrated. You want to go somewhere like the Lake District? Oh, I've never heard of the Lake District. I love London. I think the next time that I visit England, I would love to visit areas outside of London. My parents suggested Bath, so yeah, I wanna go take a bath. My favorite color.
The first best of 5 that both these teams are.
Wow, there's so many colors, but
we'll get to explore, and Peps. Well, what's on the menu next? We'll find out after this.
Honestly, I like red and purple, but lately I'm trying to sound more romantic to Jay, so I'm like, my favorite colors are his cornflower blue eyes. Yeah, Jay's eyes are really pretty. Come to Liverpool or Glasgow. Leicester? Yeah, I would love to. Yes, Bath is lovely. You saw the Queen of England in person once, W. Wales. Listen, I do love the countryside. I think here, being in America, I've always lived in very metropolitan areas. So I think when I visit new countries that just have so much greenery, it is just like, it resets your soul. You know what I mean? Thank you, Shannon. A royal once came to my school in a helicopter view. What? Where was that royal from? They do that? That's a little that would make me feel very bad. Especially when the economy is on fire right now. I don't want to see rich people flying in helicopters or private jets or yachts or their Rolls Royces. Who's my favorite chatter and why is it me? Because you have a very nice torso. Welcome, Vehemence. When I was in Gifu, Japan, it was so grand. I loved it there. Yes. If you come back to Edinburgh, it's definitely the other places to see other than London. That is, Edinburgh is in Scotland, right? Or is it not? I only know that city because they host a lot of TED Talks there. Emily, do you think Black Cat will be broken? Oh. Well, the devs are smart. I think they should make her purposely broken. Hear me out. I know playing against these dive melee heroes can be annoying, but she's just so hot and she can sell so many skins. But she has to be playable, right?
That is a case study as to why you don't let the best team in the world have Elsa and Daredevil together. Maybe focusing a little
Her
bit more
butt is
on
broken,
the
exactly.
Gambit, specifically is that they play that and then maybe ban some of the
Emily, who is your favorite Jay? The third one?
the accessories like the
Emily
rose
rate
and
Jay's
then
cooking.
maybe the Star-Lord as well. We've seen a couple teams have success.
Damn,
with that,
that's
but
tough. I
unfortunately, we
haven't tasted his cooking in a long time.
players, though, that were popping off on
He
the side of
cooks
Virtus Pro. We didn't
in
mention too much
game,
here, Lemon. Finzi
not so
looked
much
insane.
IRL.
Absolutely, and it's like there's so much to highlight on the Virtus Pro side, from Nevix being able to command so much attention while surviving, to Sparker, I mean Apex Predator.
Oh,
when-
hey there,
when
Dr.
anything
Banner.
that
Welcome
comes
back.
remotely his
It's cold.
direction,
Jay will love it. Oh, I
by
do love the
continuously
cold.
hunting down Pink, to Finzi gets to sit pretty and out.
I heard Scotland is amazing.
Damage on his team, and Finzi is flexible as ever to work in tandem with Nevix. And when you have
I think it
a
would be
strong
really
Venom
cool
player, you need a strong
since
secondary that
Jay
can
and I
anchor
just finished
objectives.
watching
When you go to a
House of the
conquer map
Dragon,
like
Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, and we really love the
my question for you
whole
is, a
Game
lot
of
people in
Thrones
chat were having the same
world,
question as I was reading
and
along.
I think a
Do we
lot
focus
of
on the Mantis
just
again
various
that
parts of the
past year?
show
They did
was
last
filmed
time. They
all
faced
over
off
the
against
United
Alter
Kingdom.
Esports, and
So I
they
think it'd be
didn't really
really
play much on the
cool
last map.
if we did some type of tour where we just visit the castles, and just kind of
I just don't think it lasted for very long.
do a
Like,
Game of Thrones theme trip.
if you get the Gambit,
Emily, do you know if Jay's playing quick play today? I think he probably will. Yeah, you guys wanna Q snipe?
to the Gambit protect, you need the road to be banned.
Yes, guys. So the only reason Jay's gone right now is because he's doing some. He's being interviewed right now, by the Marvel Rivals team, and you guys will be able to see that interview later today during the NA matches. I don't know what they're talking about, but we're all gonna be here and point and laugh. Emily, do you ship Renee's?
Affects Gambit every time he misses one of his cards out of his three spreads.
Rhaenyra and Alicent? Oh gosh, I thought about it, but I'm kind of shipping Rhaenyra and Masaria.
It's so tough because if you do let the Gambit through and
Just all the neck breathing, you know what I mean? Like that was hot.
and Vinci was like the best
Hell yeah,
rogue player we have,
full
like,
crash
seen
in
out
it.
there,
Yes.
like, time and time again.
Please,
And
guys,
I'm expecting some, like, big
after
things
the
from
EU
They're not
matches,
physically
if Jay
Nevix
does do quick
on
play,
their
you
side.
guys should load
Vinci
up.
Still played pretty good on like the Doctor Strange when they needed to for their squad, so could see
You
some
can,
of that come out. But
you can do the walls of King's Landing, Croatia. Oh, we would love to do that. Hey, Bolt Up, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome
one
in.
map at a time, we'll see if they continue their tear here.
It's best of 5.
Ooh.
We've still got some legs in this
To all the
series, yet
French
teams
fans,
have time to learn and adapt.
this might be a
Here's our
stomp.
ban phase here. I wonder where we're going to see a yep.
And you know, it's not Team Pep's fault.
You know what? No,
It's I think French people are just better lovers than
Curious
fighters.
about for Peps. At what point, like, are we getting negative? Was it? Did you think you were gonna?
I love
lose
French people, by
before
the way.
the
I love
series
French
started
culture. I
at
love
this
French
point in the
food.
game, or do you accept the loss like after it happens?
I love
And
French
Idrisil's path, I like this
philosophers.
choice
I
out
just
of
truly
Peps.
think
This was the
French
last
people
map
are
that they
better
won before
lovers than
entering playoffs. It
fighters.
was
I
very good
don't
against
know if
Alter
Team Peps
Esports.
is
They said
putting
they
up a
weren't
real
Venom
fight
team,
here.
but they started to
Or
convince me with
maybe
IMLK and
they're
how
just
good he
trolling
looked
us and they're just like, you know what, we're gonna let them,
on the Phoenix.
we're gonna
They
sandbag
run
the
a lot
first
of the
round, let
triple
them
strat here
think
usually, so we'll see
that
if
our
that
mental
ends
is
up being
cooked,
the
but then
case.
they actually win the next
I
round.
mean, Peps have shown their cards.
Unlikely,
and
but
You know, I'm not gonna be mad about the man. Like I'm like a parent at Christmas right now. Like if I buy
Thank
you
you
an
guys.
expensive
Thank you,
toy and
Sola,
play with it
Sola,
consistently, I'm
Taru.
not mad.
Emily, do you like Disney?
If I get you the
I
RC
kind of
card that
do.
costs
I
$4,000 and you play
I
with it for
love the
2
Disney
weeks
that I
and
grew
you're
up with.
gonna be mad. So I better see some Mantis
I don't want to
play
make this
out of
about
the
like
Peps here.
Right.
taxes or
And there's
anything,
just
but
no
not
take
too
on DP
crazy
when it comes to
about
Idrisil's path, and,
Disney
Peps is about okay, this is
profiting
the
off
recent match
of,
we've won. Let's go back to what we know.
you know,
and
artists and all
hopefully get
that.
what we need lead out of the
but
pick
I
advantages,
don't want to
threat,
bring that
and at least
into
you
the
have,
into the
Mantis
chat
part of
right
that
now.
equation. That's what Protoss was so good at.
So I'm
And Sid, I was very surprised to see him on
I have a lot of
Ultron in that
opinions on
match
them.
against Alter Esports, 'cause he
I
was,
guess
like, the big
I guess the only thing I can do
duelist,
really is like I'll just have to enjoy it.
kind of sacrificed to the wolves.
But am I
So
going
if
to
Pink is not
try
on
to
his A
like
game, then we gotta switch who we're investing to. If
you know, throw my paycheck at them right now? Probably not. Mulan is my goat. Mulan's my goat too. I love Mulan.
The Vanguard Deadpool fan
Yeah,
count.
reverse psychology.
It's just something that they've chosen to deal with, as we've said before. with
Your
Virtus Pro,
mic,
you kind
I
of
gotta
pick
get you a
boys
new
and there's
mixer.
no-
Your
there's
mic is
no
like
real
booty
good
cheeks.
draft against
No, I like my mic.
No, Go XLR. I'm pretty sure chat will also agree.
fan
Go
over
XLR
here
is
and-
ass.
Yeah, you don't
I
get
gotta
to see
get you the
Ultron
Rodecaster.
protects too often, but
Yeah, no, Paris, you're
teams need
right.
to have a comfort
We
zone.
love Disney.
Usually they're fine at adapting, but the best.
No,
looks are
Disney
gonna
is
be
magical.
on
We
their
spent
first game
our
lane around the
last
turret.
anniversary there as
To
well.
deny any kind of Phoenix or Elsa, again, going after the duelists is a very good idea to go
Wait,
up
are you
against
done with the
VP,
interview?
so that they have to
No,
go to their
the interview's
tertiary
later.
duelist.
Oh,
like,
okay.
like a Punisher or like a Daredevil.
You'll come back
that's
later
clearly
when I'm
still
doing the
open,
interview, and
so
you get to watch it here.
It'd be funny to see VP
Yeah.
have to change it up.
That's why I want to go do it in your room, because if I did it here, I would actually have to turn off like my stream, and it would be very. Yeah.
But I meant they're done
Protect your
asking.
boss, king.
I mean, they just wanted to test my audio levels. I have to rejoin later.
My bad. I thought this was pre-recorded and they're putting you on later. Okay, sorry guys. Fake news.
Pointed out in our pre-show
Okay,
spiel,
what time do I have to
is one of the most impressive
They'll let me know.
especially when buoyed by that.
So I'll shout at you. You can go in your room. I turned off the
And
camera.
then Rogue puts it on your back. It's also very good at
they were
punishing
hungry.
teams out of position, players who are overextended.
I don't know.
So Team Pep's
I don't
gotta
know.
be able to bail each other
NA
out,
is supposed to start at
especially when you have
5.
two
It's 4
flyers
o'clock
like
right
the
now, and it's
Star-Lord and the
1-0. So
Ultron. It's gonna be
I have no
important to
idea.
have a good hit scanner, someone that can reach.
Thank
someone that
you,
can have
chat. Can we
good
get a W
back
to Emily?
throws.
Oh,
Team
you
Pep's
spilled
maybe
it all
sniping
over
the
the.
Black
No,
Widow
it's,
out
I'm
the
just joking.
gates, but not expecting that to stick.
No, you're
and
fine. I just.
If anything, we don't get to see a hella too
Boba
often.
is being
It's
really
just gonna
cute,
be the
and he's in
actual
your
rollout
room,
here
and
for
I like
Team
it if he was
Pep's.
there for the
Vinci
interview.
will be glad to greet all of these shots with his shield up, and VP can just cower around the corner. Worst case.
Oh, you had that really turned
The
down.
spawn held. Now it's the Star Lord, and of course the triple strap with Ultron.
Yeah, the triple strap with the Ultron, gonna make sure that everyone's gonna be powering
Yeah,
up
that
their
looks good.
chosen avatar. Pink versus Sparker here, but remember that Pink is gonna have a lot less strategy behind the ultimate when it comes to combining it with one of their strategists.
Just some posturing here for Team Pepsi.
What's up, chat?
You do have a bit of a split between VP
I am back. Did I miss
and,
much?
Frankie
Was the
Boxing got
first
down to
game,
half
like,
health,
was
so
the
Team
was the
Pepsi
first
couldn't
game,
really
like,
take advantage
competitive?
of the split, and if anything, Peps are getting punished.
Oh, Finty looking towards the back. The charged great sword is active. Baby Bat and Protoss both taken down by the mighty swings of a claymore of Eric Lyncher.
Team Peps walked into the trap rather than being able to punish Virtus Pro in that moment. And walking with sword, yeah, walking him like a dog. Peps got to take to the skies, and well, now the Angela
It
is
was a-
part of
it
this.
was a
There's
blowout?
Nice
Was it
flank
really
angle
a
to the
blowout?
right here from your POV. So you can push these vanguards into the line of fire.
Okay, Frankie.
Was it
Boxing
actually
finally
really
has
that
made
much
some
of a blowout,
penetration
chat?
towards the back here, just keeping Fincy's head on a swivel, consistently worrying about that assassin.
200 to 0?
The position, a damage boosted Rage of Ultron here from 6, looking towards the back, firing to try and dance out
Jesus.
in their own rage as well. And it seems like 6 has been able to gain too much off the back of that ultimate, despite the lack of real.
Peps had
responsibility
3
for much of
final
that
hits.
time.
Oh
I
my
am
god,
a little bit
200 to
overextended,
0
but
and only
taken
3
down to
kills.
the
That's
blue drop.
crazy, bro.
Virtus Pro, it's
How was the
great
prediction
spacing
looking
yet
like?
again. You see the approach of the Angela, the Venom, whatever it's gonna be.
500,000 with 87 people on Peps. Virtus Pro is almost at 10 million.
Want to reach
With almost 400
and what
people.
kind of counter does Virtus Pro have in store? Now it's the Raging Royal Flush. Virtus Pro haven't had to sweat. Now here's the Meteor M.
Okay, the Meteor M, great answer for the incoming damage. It was blocked out there by Frankie Boxing, was just standing in front of Magneto, making sure there was no target, but the shield of Angelus try and deal with this one.
Great. Virtus Pro plays so well as a team. Notice how they popped the ults, they ran into the building, they couldn't get hit, and they ran back out with their ults and cleaned up the team fight. Oh my god.
Nothing but pain to be found for
Jeez.
Pep
Okay, you know what? I feel like I'm not missing a lot here. I
Against
feel like this is Atomic Bomb
There was good
Atomic
initial
Bomb
pressure
versus
from the Galactic
Coughing
Legend
Baby.
of Pink. You
So,
had Virtus Pro in the tiny room, but you didn't see enough of a Vanguard presence to keep them there. And Angela's not exactly like the anchor Vanguard, the one that's going to sit there and tank. She's creating opportunities, not really sustaining space. And IMLK on the Venom isn't doing that either. So this is a purely engaged comp from Team Peps, but they're not fully getting clean team wipes. So now Virtus Pro are back like they've never lost the payload.
Okay, a lot of pressure here onto Fincy. It needs to be taken away by Trijo. Moving forward with a Soul Resurgence. Look at IMLK. So many tendrils attached to members of Virtus Pro, but the Heartbreaker in the midst of all of it. Nevix is trying to shut down any ultimates here.
I put Emily's channel points on Virtus Pro, so I won her a little bit of money. But her money is my money, and my money is, well,
multi-elimination
the cat's
from
money.
Finzy last fight. Now it's Fi with the Rage of Ultron. Anything
No, I'm
Virtus
joking.
Pro
I think
bring
I did
out,
win
they
a
will
win
get
her a little bit of
impact
money,
out
though.
of. And silver lining for Peps as well. They're out of ultimates. They're about to get the Meteor M, though, and it's not like there's a Galactic Legend to worry about. Team Peps got to maximize the push. Would be a long shot to try and get a cap here on the first point, but they'll do what they can.
IMLK already fairly low, but looking in towards the back. Nice dive onto Trijo. Frankie and IMLK finally get together, but 6 is going to be the casualty. The trade out for that. It won't take too much longer for 6 to respawn, though, and they are quite close to their own spawn here. So Team Peps, their reinforcements are going to allow them to win a fight of attrition. IMLK has to back out temporarily. And now
Oh, look at Sparker. Sparker's having a great time, bro. He's not even... He's laughing. He's smiling, bro. He's not even... Oh, bro. This is disrespectful, bro. Oh, this is disrespectful.
And the streets are saying that Ursa Major currently is shining in the sky.
Not much done on the offense there. Can't blame it. There's a big difference in Vanguards here just on the choices. Virtus Pro, even when things get a little hectic,
Okay, babe, can
they
you
will
take
always
over
trade.
for a
Like,
second?
like
I gotta go
Frankie,
check
okay,
the
you
mic
try to
on,
trade
in
out
your
with
stream room.
with one of the strats. That's
I'm
totally
sorry. I'm
worth
sorry,
it for
chat.
Peps. They have closer respawns, so it's gonna Peps picks matter more in that moment. But Virtus Pro just sent their Vanguards to sit on the payload, so Peps got no progress from the aggression, from the pressure they created. So despite Peps even having small wins here and there, it never really got progress from the payload. It never even got close to the end of the point. So it's just really good awareness of the Virtus Pro Vanguards, especially the trust that they have in each other, that even when they're down a strat, they're still gonna pull through.
I'm sending that to Dogman.
I get hope for the remainder of this series, though. We saw IMLK and Frankie finally
I'm not
manage to
sending it to him.
coalesce
I'm
onto a
showing him
singular
that's the
dive
thing that I
to
have.
take out Dredro.
Yeah.
They put all of their Vanguard resources into it, but like it starts with a single frag, right? You turn a frag into a
What
fight,
team are
turn a
you
fight
cheering
into a
for?
point, a point into a
well,
map.
are you
Virtus
asking
Pro,
Jay?
though,
I
for
think
now,
Jay
are
probably
looking
thinks that
very perfect on this map.
Virtus
They
Pro is
didn't
going to
even
win
play the
regardless.
console that they used to, which was a
But I
3-3
always like to
based
root for the
around,
underdog,
what's currently the
so
center of your screen,
Viva la
that side
France.
room on the
Go
left-hand side.
Team Peps.
Peps bringing out the emergency stall composition. Usually people do it with more Vanguards in tow.
Hello.
Now it's the triple strat. And it's going to be important for
You
Pink
just
now
feel
on the
bad for
Vanguard,
bad
not Oh yeah, they do have the triple
teams.
Vanguard.
Yeah,
Now Pink is
you
going to have
guys
to anchor
not?
better than ever. You're basically fighting for a flawless defense, which is going to be difficult to do against a team like Virtus Pro. At least Nevix is on the Venom, so you
Thank
can
you,
just kind of
Kat.
focus on what's in front of you and also what's in the air a little bit.
Soft dive from IMLK there, just trying to force out some manner of resources in response to their frenzied arrival. Protoss losing out on doppelgangers and losing out on the Adam Warlock as well. A massive pick onto 6 to begin with, at least for Cocoon Revival will bring him back because Team Peps know there are no second chances at defeat here. The second they lose control of a car, they're gonna be
Okay,
so
so
close
both
to
teams
being
are whipping
taken
out
down. Frankie Boxing actually catching a melee there
triple
from
support.
Fi, as he needs the remainder of the team to step up here and help alleviate some of the pressure. In and out
Neither
of
teams can
IMLK,
play
Pink wraps
Elsa.
around the
Okay,
outside
that's
as the ban hammer is delivered, and Protoss now has
not
access to the God of
bad. That's
Mischief
not
if they
bad.
want
Oh,
to try
no,
and go
wait, this is
for a
actually really
resurrection
bad for Team
courtesy of
Peps.
Adam's ultimate. It's going to be Sparker opening up though. Here we go straight away. Protoss manages to get a hold of the Eternal Bond. That should be enough for the remainder of Team Peps to survive Sparker's onslaught.
Peps don't want to overextend because any pick for Virtus Pro could spell the defeat. As Virtus Pro just need one good
foldable,
push and they
though.
will win the map.
Oh, the dance with the stellar shift.
Welcome,
in towards the back, yet
Hales.
another Eternal
Good
Bond,
seeing
but Team
you.
Peps,
Thank
can
you,
they
Jay
be shut
Latte.
down? A nice bubble goes that way, but
Wow,
Fitzy
what a
just gone
meatball.
bowling. Frankie Frankie bowling. Oh, you got to see Fincy bowling, mate. That's going to be Frankie going on down. I am okay up against the world, but it's a good knockback coming through from Saipe, instantly cleansing all of the negative effects. And Team Peps are feeling plenty of negative effects here, as Saipe didn't even need to use the Raging Royal Flush. Instead, lays his hand down and says, meet me at map 3.
For the sake of production, if Team Peps does get rolled the next round,
1 second came down, or the meteor
then we get a little
slightly
closer
above
to the
shield.
end
I
games,
just can't
but
believe
that is
Finzy still got that. Sparker, another
that's
MVP
tough to
without
watch, man.
dying once, by the way. Virtus Pro is just that team, and they'll beat you on any map pick, only suffering 1 death as a team. Virtus Pro, you're wondering if they could still bring this level of firepower into playoffs, where the underdogs gonna
Emily, what's your
step up
favorite
and
team in the
try to
playoffs
punch
so
up?
far?
And for now, Peps are looking down the barrel of a quick series, unless they got
It's a
something
really good
else
question.
up their sleeve for the
Because
next
if we're
match.
thinking of just really strong teams, I think Swamp Gaming has been absolutely dominant. That feels like the easy answer.
22-0, dropping a bunch of frags.
Underdog-wise,
being able to use the Raging Royal Legend.
I mean,
it was just so difficult to try and deal with. the
there's
strategists
teams
that
like,
had in their
I think it was a
wheelhouse there.
Sentinel
The Raging
and
Royal
100
very
Thieves that kind of just like
useless against
slid
the,
in.
The Galactic Legend.
So now
You only get 50
these
FPS. You can't really
were
direct any of your
the
healing
big
onto yourself
names
during that.
last year, and now they're kind of seen as the underdog. So like, I also feel obligated to root for them. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I am okay, and Frankie Boxing get on the same page for going after Jay3.
And whoever wins the series faces Na'Vi. Whoever loses goes up against Fire Strays. And based on that direction, it's going to be exciting to see VP versus Na'Vi.
they snuck
Na'Vi's
in.
ready to face anybody.
Yeah, like as the door was
Fire
closing.
Strays took a heavy loss.
Easy
earlier
Virtus
on,
Pro?
but
Yeah, Virtus
Team
Pro
Peps,
is super strong.
I'm gonna be excited to see if they still
I
have
also
some
like how
hope and
Na'Vi
they
looks
still have
now.
something else that we haven't seen out of them, and they have one of final
Because
map
I
pick
do
unless they
think
want to do a reverse sweep,
last
so they'll
year
go anyway.
Terra was so close to winning, but I think whether it was team synergy, communication, coaching, we don't know. We'll never know. But it just felt like Terra was so close. He could have won, could have gotten MVP, would have been in the Marvel Rivals Hall of Fame. And I do think that whatever is going on, his synergy with Na'Vi seems a lot better. Energy's also another really good team. Yeah. Sentinels are not a good team. So I have to admit, I don't remember any spectacular moment from the Sentinels, but I think it was the Sentinels that gave us one of the most Papega portal plays ever. Do you guys remember? They had a Captain America who, I don't know what they were doing, but they went through a portal and they came back, but like he kind of just fell through the portal and died. So thank you to the teams for giving us that, because if you can't give us a win, at least give us something entertaining. My husband's rooting for Shocks. Okay, so we got some NRG fans. And you know what? NRG's doing really good. I think Cafe Rose got eliminated, right? I mean, for no reason whatsoever. I remember Cafe Rose doing really well because we didn't expect them to make it that far. Cafe Rose is a cool name too, yeah. And their logo and everything. There's just something about the teams who, they're not like the top tier invited teams. I really like seeing that. YWL. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we lost is a funny team as well. Oh, Cafe Rose is out. Aw. Sad face. Right. Their fight against 100 Thieves gave my husband hope for them. It honestly surprised me. Yeah. I think NRG is very strong. And if they drop the ball anywhere, it's probably just because they're a newer team. And sometimes it takes time to get used to your teammates, right? Sometimes maybe communications aren't there. just off pure name. Shiki's my favorite. Oh yeah, Shikigami did really well. And we also can't rule out Rad Esports as well. Rad's pretty good, right?
You know, Leg Day, I feel like there's going to be some discussion in the locker room for Virtus
Hi there,
Pro
Super
for
Pops.
Dredro and saying, why did you go down? Why did you not give us the perfect map? We could have all stayed alive the entire time. I'm sure they were clowning on him in the end. I mean, all smiles all around for Virtus Pro and the player cams that we had there. Shout out to production, by the way, for adding that here for playoffs specifically. Team Peps, though, on the other
thank
side
you.
of things,
Yeah, we got
Frankie
Swamp
Boxing
versus
getting that one
Lunex.
elim, trying to lead the
SSG
charge
versus
for their
100
team. And it felt like
Thieves.
comp-wise, they still had things
NRG
going
versus
for
yeah, we
them. It's
lost.
just maybe the
Team
ban
Liquid.
protect
Oh,
base
I
still not in
forgot
their
about
favor
Team
11.
Liquid Citadel versus Sentinel.
letting the raging
Liquid
galactic
Citadel is
legend, whatever
really
you guys
strong
call it,
too.
come out. At least the one thing that has been consistent
Hi there,
has been Six. Getting
Popsicle?
the most amount of
Welcome
damage, or at
in.
least this time the second, because he went to Adam.
Emily,
But
you have to
Six has
declare a
been the
result and give
bright
us
point
channel
here
points.
of
Okay.
Peps when it comes to someone who can make the big plays. Or
I
at
don't
least
know
put out the
how,
damage.
but
Frankie,
if Bree
I mean,
or
trading out with
any
the
of the
strat was probably
mods are
the best
around,
opportunity
I'm
Peps could
sure
have
they
had.
will
But it's just the go
distribute
side,
the points.
and it's how do you approach the series mentally when things. You just don't. It's an uphill battle, but you don't even have your climbing shoes on. You know. So
Thank
Peps will
you,
choose to go
Chris.
to Central Park, where there can be some shenanigans that get pulled out on maps
Like
like this
Peps.
against top teams.
Could say they were trying to ice skate uphill or something of that sort. Central Park here specifically, though, as we were talking
Wait,
about.
Lottie,
Leg
you
Day,
actually
this
oh
is the map that we
you
saw
rooted
Rad
for
take
Team
Virtus
Peps.
Pro
Did you actually
distance
know what
all
you
the
were
way
doing? Was
into
that a
overtime.
misclick?
So I'm curious if that's the mindset that Peps have here, trying to emulate that success and maybe do a little bit better defensively.
I mean, a lot of that came down to Smash Nares absolutely popping off to no degree on like the Psylocke was crazy from Smash Nares, and I think we've seen good
Yeah,
Psylocke
the
play from
games.
Six, I believe, on
If anyone's just joining today, everything is best of 5, so we're in it for a long day.
Onto a Psylocke, I think it got some reasonable value. But this is also a map where the Flyer comp can work out as well, with the Ultron, the Johnny, and the Angela. We saw Shikigami defend against Na'Vi here using that Flyer comp, the same comp that we have seen Team Peps bring out on something like Celestial Husk. So that wouldn't be an overly surprising
I
pivot.
mean, I don't think you guys are
going
to win that much from this game. For the NA games later today, though, guys, I think a lot of them are going to be close. That's where you guys can make the big cash monies.
All right. 2-0 to Virtus Pro. Can they make it 3-0?
Oh gosh, thank you, Dragoon. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Despite some scares that were given
No,
to
but
them
like
by
I
some
said,
teams in
guys,
Group B.
I
Yeah, there's
am
a lot
rooting
of
for Team
tape, on
Peps.
Virtus
I always
Pro
root
when it
for
comes
the
to this map. When
underdogs.
they faced Vision, they went
And I
into
think
extra
Team
innings. That
Peps
Rad
needs a
versus
lot
VP
of
game
love.
was also one for the books. A lot of these Sparker Psylocke, but that only comes out when you ban like every other duelist, like Star-Lord, like Elsa, like Daredevil. The teams that have done their homework prioritize banning duelists over Virtus Pro.
Emily, you
'cause
want to be a
no matter
part of
what
our
you do,
chat
that
family,
you can't really
right?
affect this backline.
Yeah,
from Virtus
of
Pro too
course.
much
How big
besides
is the
maybe
family
deny
so
some of the
far?
Team ups. Yeah, Sparker looked just as good on the Psylocke. Whether it's secondary, tertiary duelist, he can pull it off, but we'll see what he ends up with on Central Park. 'Cause like you said, the
Sentinels seem
Flyers
to be
are
playing the
pretty strong.
meta from 2 seasons ago,
Alright,
and they
finally,
can't
Team
really
Peps.
do anything but.
Leading into the Gambit.
support.
Doesn't quite work with a Flyer comp, unfortunately. But that does mean they're
I
going to
came
have an
to a
easier
conclusion.
time running those dual strategies.
upgrading your setup.
And this might
I don't
force
think
Virtus
you
Pro
need
have a bit of
to.
chasing back.
I
Like,
don't
we see
stream
already
in
the
that
Loki
room
is
very
out.
often.
We
I
might
do,
see the
like,
Rogue
the
simultaneously
chatting
back
streams.
down
If
from
we,
both
like,
teams here.
you
I'm
and
not
me
sure
have, like, a
if
date night and we
IMLK or
play,
Frankie
like,
Boxing are particularly
Twister,
confident
but like you're doing it
on
in
the
one room
road,
and I'm
but
doing
they
it in
know
this
that
room,
Heretics is
and I
very
need to
confident on
hear
the
you.
road, so that
That
needs to
mic
be
is
taken out.
that mic got to go.
I'm worried about Virtus Pro starting on
Emily,
defense
don't
too.
forget
This
to
is a very
kiss Jay in the
defensive-sided
forehead
point
for me.
To start off on. So I mean, Peps, they chose this
He's
map
too short,
despite
and I'm a
not
very
playing it
weak
in
neck.
the
I can't
regular
reach it.
preseason matches. Probably because they cooked something up
Thank you.
special in scrims. But based on this being their
Bisous.
second map pick,
How was
this
the
is going to
second
be a
game? I
Hail
didn't get to
Mary
see it.
play
Oh,
to
full.
force the reverse sweep. So Peps are good at getting out of spawn.
Okay.
They'll have the
Thank
special
you.
picks for
You can take
that.
over.
But it's getting into the fortress
Oh,
that
okay.
is the Central
yeah, it's
Park,
not
the
yet,
convergence
but,
point. That there's so many
I
high
w-
grounds for
yeah.
the defenders. There's a choke point that
No,
favors group
it's-
players. There's a lot that Virtus Pro can throw at them to make it so Peps don't even cap the point.
Your audio
Okay,
system.
the Mantis out of rotation. This does mean that maybe there's a world where we see Fi re-emerge on the Daredevil, but they aren't
I
going to have
adjusted
access
everything.
the
I even
road.
copied Dogman's
I think that might be
settings.
IMOK's wheelhouse. I don't know if I've seen a huge amount of it thus far from Team Peps.
Yeah, it's probably something that they've
My voice is
practiced
beautiful.
And
Chat.
Like you
How's-
said,
how's
not
my
something
voice? Is
they've
my
run
voice
a
good?
ton of. I mean, their Vanguards have been fluctuating to a lot of different picks. IMLK, even from the Vanpool to the Venom to
Thank you, Emily, for
around
holding
those
down
kind of
the
more
stream. Appreciate it. Appreciate
a
it.
bit of Rogue
My
with
voice is pretty
Boxing's
good, I would say,
Angela on
right, chat?
Midtown Convoy, for example, but only if they have the Gambit. So, I think Team Peps just have to rally morally to try and get back into this and at least go out kicking and screaming.
At the risk of getting banned by the mods in chat, they need a Peps talk. Are we anti-puns here? Are we
Yeah.
yeah, I think we might be anti-puns. Lock me up.
We need
and
a bit of
throw away
humor.
the
You know
key.
what? Yeah. Throw it out.
Summer ban like day. If anyone wants a job casting Marvel Rivals Ignite,
Does it mean in this economy there's gonna be a lot of hands? Virtus Pro, I mean, this is where you got wiggle room to experiment, not even show all the cards up your sleeve when you're in this good of a position in the series, but nothing that you're like, oh my god, Virtus Pro, write that down. This is like Virtus Pro could run any composition like that you want. So right now it's gonna be the 2 Vanguards, 2 Duelists, and 2 Strats. Cool to see Sparker on the Phoenix too. It goes well with the name, right?
yeah, I'm very excited to see Team Peps roll out with this composition though. Having access to that rating
Hello,
Royal
I'm new
Legend,
here.
I think is
Hello, how are
definitely
you
gonna
doing?
give
How
them a
you
great
doing?
way of trying to hunt down Saipe. What they have to do is be very
Okay,
careful
let's get
with
this,
tracking
chat.
Saipe's cooldown on Bayou Bash to make
Start
sure
of
he
the
can't
third
get
round.
behind
I'm gonna
cover
sit down, though,
before,
'cause I've been
a
running
good
around
angle
everywhere.
is found by Pink.
This is good spacing from Virtus Pro, even from Yggdrasil's path. They know how to give up space and to retake it. They play the tug of war so well, and Brute Walls, you see that IMLK is looking for those isolations, and Virtus Pro are just playing slightly out of reach, where you're not able to fully block off or really affect Virtus Pro with this group.
So excited for the Space Station Gaming versus 100 Ds later. I think it's going to be a great
Ground has
game.
been taken here by Pink. However, may not know that the remainder of their team has already backed off here due to the damage that Spark is doing. Needs a rescue. The remainder of Team Peps move in, secure the space that was bought by
Aw,
Pink,
is
and now
Sparker
in
the
towards
only
back.
person that uses a
The
webcam?
debuff
Come
on
on,
the
guys.
coming through from the back.
Show us
The
webcam.
perfect timing from Nevix. Before Fincy was dangerous on it. Wait till you see Nevix.
Nevix didn't miss a shot on Baby Bat. Like, he just didn't even have, like, a reaction. And then when the Banhammer's on top of you, there's really not much you can do.
Wait, is
What
Saipe using a face
what
cam too?
backline pressure created there from Nevix. Just when Team Peps were trying to support Pink going in.
Okay, Spark is just having a giggle now. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Nah,
It's having a bit of fun
Sparker
with
is literally
this one.
spawn
Thank you,
camping the
boxing
other
down as
team,
well.
bro.
IMLK
This
does
is
punish fire. Like it's not that free.
this
though.
is
You
this
can't-
is
you can't
mean,
do
chat.
that.
This is
We are gonna
mean. I
punish
feel
you.
bad for Team Peps, bro. They're
Just
trying,
when Team
man.
Peps
They're
started
trying.
to have a groove, you were getting Pink into a position to attack. Team Peps was starting to take space. All of a sudden, Nevix is in your back line. And all of a sudden, Sparker is trying to clip on you. So, Protoss making the call, though.
All right, up comes the Royal Legend. Team Peps roll on forward now with the help of Protoss. Saipe still 10% away from it, and Tridro has left behind an invisible boundary. Now
He's
Sparker
laughing,
on
bro.
the
He's
angle. Does
laughing,
anyone
having a
commit to
great
this thus far?
time, dude.
Knows
Oh
that
my
that
god.
Daredevil is just playing around the backhand side. Saipe temporarily antied, ready to go
Hey,
forward now
Fincy
with the
had his
Royal
face cam a
Legend.
little
You
bit.
can
Oh,
see Saipe
Saipe
is
does
in a good
too.
position to try
Oh,
and
it's
shut this one
awesome.
down. Fincy above it all, extra damage coming.
Oh, wait, that's not Finzy. That's LeBron fucking James, bro.
Two players of Peps once stood. Virtus Pro shut down the push.
Oh, and the stagger does not help when Pink is in Narnia. And I think also, I don't know,
Hey,
Kenny
Saipe's-
didn't place the group
Saipe
walls
looks good,
at
man.
the entryways. You weren't able to fully close off the backliners. If anything, you were giving them even more cover to play around. So IMLK needs to place these walls with intention, and it's hard when
He should
Virtus Pro
stream
is
with the
just so
webcam
out
more,
of
man.
reach, just slightly out of the range of the group wall
He looks good.
isolation. Tries to create a safe base, but there is no safe space when you're going up against VP.
Yeah, VP spacing pretty sublime at the moment, just staying well out of the poke range here of Frankie boxing, so they don't get comboed. In comes the Ensong Inferno, but back down to the Sonic Pursuit of 5. Trades out for Dredro, so all's even Stevens here, as there is some play towards the back. Pink managed to take out Saipe, finally. Now coming up close and
Oh,
personal
are they
to
gonna
Maggie.
cap?
Daredevil should be able to
Chat,
win
are
off
they
that
gonna
duel.
cap?
Indeed they do, but where is the portal? Dredro is already summoning it.
All right, this is to contest the final tick. All Peps need to do is zone
I mean,
them
I don't know
off
if they're going to use
enough,
ults, but
they're
if Fi
farming
uses
this
ults, he
group.
has to
Iron
pop
Lock
off.
is in
I
trouble.
don't think they're going to use.
Sparker for the first time on Wolverine, potentially. And that's going to be the Raging Royal Flush. Saipe wins out their duel against Pink.
Wait,
Unbelievable
Saipe
stuff
gets...
from
No
the
way.
strategist player. Sparker knows that Frankie's back here and has answered the call to slay the Magneto. Tridro overwhelmed.
No
yes.
way.
Now,
There's
who's
no
gonna
way
come
Team
and keep
Peps loses
point
this team fight,
contested?
right?
It's going to be Nevix with Deadpool in your area. Give him a damage reduction.
Wow, there is no way Team Peps lost that fight, bro. They literally had Gambit.
And the gates of the Central Park will close
and
soon.
Daredevil.
And
Why
Fizzy had
didn't
to
they
play
just
Luna
combo,
just
bro?
so that you could portal in. He hits the freeze on Pink, and he could not move at all.
How did Pink
One
die
last
twice?
Rally here for Peps for the final tick.
Oh, the devil's out, chat. The devil's out. The devil's out.
Chased on down by Pink as he lets the devil out in towards the back line. The healing's going to be good, and the people is going to be
Chat, the
better.
devil's back in. What's my lawyer doing? My lawyer left the courthouse.
In place by the strangling prison. There are many players caught with him, but the freeze is good as well. Sub-Zero.
I don't know how Virtus Pro was able to come back and win this fight with almost no ults, but they did.
About
Wow.
88% captured there
I don't.
for
Team
Peps,
Peps
so you do
threw
create
that
a win
hard.
condition.
And
to
I'm
try
talking
and
about
stop the
hard,
floodgates
chat.
of
They
Virtus
threw that
Pro,
shit
who are-
hard.
Like you said, having a bit of a giggle and trying to hit clips.
Bro, can you imagine? Can you imagine being in a professional tournament? And no disrespect, chat, but the team that you're playing against is, and you rewatch the VOD, giggling and laughing. I quit. No. You would never see me on this game again.
And then Finzi hits the freeze of a lifetime, and you're just cooked at that point if you're a Daredevil getting Luna frozen. So VP, the way that they can overlap their heroes, change up to something that they've never played, at least on paper before, and still do well is so impressive.
I mean, we've seen
It's not that
Tridro
serious, bro. Let them
be
laugh.
a victim a couple of times
I'm not
now
saying
for
it's a
Virtus
problem.
Pro,
I'm
so
glad
we
they're
can only
having a
assume he's
good
getting
time. I'm
kicked
just
in
saying,
the,
if I was in their
the gap
shoes and they're
between
laughing while
Preseason
kicking
and
my
Stage
ass,
1.
I would quit.
F in the chat for my
There's
boys,
no
saluting
problem.
emoji.
Cookies _R12.
Now it's about having the kind of same perfect defense that you tried to do on Yggdrasil's path, but trying to do it on Central Park. It is more
Oh, this is a
defenders
cute skin,
heavy.
though. I like
Surprised
this.
that you don't have
I like
IMLK
Baby
on
Bat's,
the group, but
skin.
when you have the Gambit team up available, it's a no-brainer. It's not as easy of a win condition because Rogue, it's a fighting game character, so you got to pull up a lot of combos and sweat to try and get value out of Rogue sometimes, and group better in the neutral potentially here on Central Park, but see how good the team up will be for Protoss. Every fight has to be perfect here for Peps.
Team Peps, they're playing this high ground angle here, but you've got to be careful about the force physics.
Oh, look at
When
that.
you play this high ground, as you might get yourself pulled off into the mix to Virtus Pro and have no real means of disengagement. Look at those sparks occurring here.
That's
for
weird. The
Sparker,
face
which
cam
almost
doesn't
happened
really
with
match
Terror
what's going
before.
on
Oh,
in the
right on
game,
top
though.
of the Jeff. It's a great
It looked
pivot
like
from File to the second strategist.
it looked
And
like they're
there's
chilling.
Finzi.
It doesn't look like he's
Besiege has
playing
broken
right
the
now.
bash
It
of
looks like
Constantinople, and the bastion
look,
of
look,
the
that one.
Byzantine
It said
Empire
victory.
before the
It said
bear.
they're in.
Versus
It
struggling
showed
to advance.
victory
Team
already.
Peps aren't even bothering to TP.
Way! I didn't know that Virtus Pro was gonna win. They leaked it, man. They could have lost.
Yeah, they gave up. There was 2 people that respawned that did not swap to Strange when that could have been a portal play. And I think it's good. It was a good effort from Peps, but not marking Spy on the Daredevil.
low-key
How was he
Shen for
just...
8 months. Appreciate
He's
it.
not
Hope you have a
invisible.
great
He
day.
just walked in and was able to just jump on this backline. And you got to be able to mark anybody from Virtus Pro and where they are at all times. But this was not a peak day from Peps, but it was a peak day out of Finzi and friends
What
from
the
Virtus
hell,
Pro,
man?
who will advance to the next round and face
Well-
Na'Vi, which
Oh, that's
that
gonna be a good
is gonna
game,
be
chat.
a match.
That's
for
gonna be a
the
good
history
game. Oh.
books. And looking at the stats, I mean, pretty
Team
good
Peps
around the
got
board here
4,
for
5,
Virtus
6,
Pro.
7,
Suffered,
8
of
kills
course,
that whole
more
round.
deaths than Yggdrasil's path, but hey, it was nice to see Sparker on the Phoenix. He looked like he was having a lot of fun.
Hey, you know what? 6 pulling out 4 final hits as well out of 5 eliminations. Not too bad at all.
Whoever
I think
voted on
Peps
Team
are definitely a
Peps,
team with a lot of
you
potential. The Virtus Pro
I
have
think
been
you just
together
don't
for,
like money.
What? A year and a half now. It's gonna take.
I just
a
don't
long
think you
time
like
before
money.
You can catch up to their synergy and the cleanliness.
If
of their
I said
macro
put
pooling.
your money
And Team
on
Peps
Virtus
are a
Pro, they're
much
going to
newer
win
roster
100%,
that's only
and
recently
you're
been
like,
constructed,
nah,
so
I'm
there's
still
a
going to
lot of
throw my
room
money away.
for
Why
this
don't you
team
like
to
money?
grow.
I think a lot of people expected Peps versus Fire Strays in that lower bracket, and that was the most kind of tumultuous prediction to make. Half of us had Peps losing, half
J3,
of us
why
had
are you
Fire
and your chat
Strays
toxic?
losing, so
Ooh,
that's
if
going
you
to
think
be
me
a
and my
better
chat are
match.
toxic,
Perhaps
I don't
a
think the
more level
internet is
playing
actually a
field.
good
It's
place for you.
How you're
and,
taking this first
I
initial
think you
loss
should
here
pick up
for Fire
knitting.
Strays and Peps.
Knitting is pretty
Kinda
fun.
got knocked
Or
in your head pretty
crochet.
good, and
Crochet
this
is
is where
fun.
friendships and relationships between teammates are really being tested, and sign off for the night and come back the next morning with
Yo,
a
Turtle
better
with the
game
massive
plan.
100
This
bits.
all has to
Appreciate it.
happen within the weekend, so
I
there
still
is
don't know
not
how
a
to say your
huge
name.
break to try and
Boydo Boy,
get back on
appreciate
your high
massive
horse.
tier 3 for 13 months.
Let's bring
Absolutely
Volleyball back
insane.
in
Appreciate
to
it, appreciate it.
discuss this matchup. As now that it's 3-0, we have to see what old VOD is
NA
thinking about
games,
this
I think,
one.
are in 30
Are
minutes,
you
chat.
convinced that EMEA
30
is the
minutes.
best region in the world, VOD?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm convinced that Virtus Pro are still the best team in the world, especially based on what we have seen so far. VP continuing their dominance, but again, they have had not.
I literally
top
watch you
level
because many streamers have bad
competition
vibes,
faced
but
off
you're
against
usually
them. That's the
positive.
big
I'm
caveat
always
that we've
positive,
seen
man.
so far. And Navi,
I don't know
they
where
have
this guy's
some
getting the
things that they can
negativity
cook
from.
up. They've been the most recent team, a little bit of a different roster, of course, to take a map off of them. And
NA
maybe
chat, I
domination
think
might
the
be their
NA
domain to
matches
do that
are
yet
going to be
again.
so
But, looking
fun.
back at this
So
match
fun.
and this matchup specifically between
So fun.
Virtus Pro and Peps. Peps have a lot that they can take home from this.
Bree with the massive
biggest homework
100
that they
bits
can do
as
from
well.
now
Appreciate
until
it. Also, I just want to let you guys know, we're halfway done until today's stream, and it's been 8 hours. So 16 hours, chat. You can't say that I am part-time. Looks like it's about to be a 16-hour day.
I mean, it felt like, at least for the first two maps.
And
that's
guess
how it
what?
went.
We do a 16 hours again tomorrow. And guess
Absolutely.
what?
I mean,
Another
we should
16
never
the
be
next day.
seeing
You know what?
Sparker on Elsa.
Another
That
16 on
has
Sunday.
to be a permaban, and you tried to switch it up from letting him play Elsa to letting them play Gambit, and really try to test how practiced Virtus Pro are on all these different compositions and how they roll out. The win conditions are different.
I don't think the lower bracket
but
round
Peps
1
also didn't
games
feel
are
like they
happening
even
today.
knew
I think
their
that's
own
happening
win
tomorrow.
conditions. And at this point, the longer the series went, the less energy, the less hope that even the team had. And there were some players that definitely tried to step up and to create those opportunities. But when you had that small window to try and win against VP, you had to engage perfectly and at the perfect time. And not all of Peps were on the same page.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of marketable
Yo,
improvements from
Blink
this
with the
series
massive
into the
100
next
bits as
for
well.
Peps.
Appreciate it,
Talk about
appreciate it.
Virtus Pro, I mean, continuing
How are you
their
feeling, though?
dominance
16 hours to
as
take a lot from a
expected
person?
Here, leg day, we saw some great looks
We
from
make
them.
it fun.
Stand-up
There's a reason why
performance,
we're the
though,
best
I'd say at
watch
the end
party.
here it was like
Because we
Vinci.
make it
Vinci
fun.
looking
16
so
hours,
strong on the mag,
blink of an eye.
great at the
You know what they
first
say?
series too, didn't go
Time
down
flies
at
when you're
all.
having fun.
It just feels like
You guys
pick
have
one
fun in the
player
stream,
on this
right?
Team, and they all have like highlight play after highlight play after highlight moments. If you just go back into the esports aspect in game, you can watch the replays and see everything there too. There's so much to learn from this team.
Yeah, Vinci's great at like being a stable genius as well. You know,
16
like,
hours of
needs
Jay.
no
Oh my
real
god, my girlfriend would
resources
move
set
out.
his way.
She
Like, if
can't
Spark is
stand
gonna
Jay's
go
voice
play
and
a
face
wild
on
off
smart
angle
TV
or
all day.
Fine
Well,
needs
you know what?
Nevix to leave the
Maybe
other
she's doing you a
Vanguard alone
favor.
so they can go and bully a backline.
Maybe you should
Vinci's
move
very
out.
Like, okay, I'm gonna get no
Leave.
resources right now, so I'm
Or maybe
gonna-
kick
I'm
her
gonna
out.
easily rotate all of my own resources in order to just make sure that I'm not going to be a liability to the team.
How about you kick her out?
Well, speaking of someone who popped off this series and everyone before, we do have Nevix from Virtus Pro to round out our day on the interview block. So welcome into the show, Nevix. How are you guys feeling after another dominant victory in the Rolodex of wins you've had so far?
Hello, hello. I think we're feeling pretty good. The meta is a bit shaky though, so there's a couple of question marks and strategies still to figure out. But overall, we're feeling pretty good.
And you go up against this team Peps, who are, figuring out their own identity, but one strong
JPS?
part
I
is
already
this is
did.
an Angela-based team at times. So the kind of your approach to facing the
How
Angela
long did you stream
or
on the
this
day you
kind
finished
of team change at all? What was your approach to facing
SH2?
the
I
Angela?
think
or
I
just
beat
what
that
Peps
game
were
on
bringing out?
Tuesday.
Today,
Oh,
I think
it would probably
we
be
had a strong
Tuesday.
characters
Tuesday's
on
VOD.
a lot of maps, and Angela is kind of falling out of the meta a bit. She is pretty good when you have like an Ultron Mantis, but she's pretty hard to make work in this current meta. So I think we were confident through every map.
Staying on the current meta, we saw Team Peps quite a few times prioritize grabbing the Mantis as their first protect instead of a Gambit. How do you feel that
Yo,
Mantis,
Benzie with the massive
slots
gifted
into the
sub.
current
Appreciate it.
meta,
You're
and
almost
how
at
do you play against
2,000 total
Mantis
on the
to try and
channel. You're
mitigate that?
wild.
I think Mantis first protect is not that strong because you need something to like you need something to pocket, right? Like, so you need those other stronger characters for her to really be good, I think. So I'm not a big fan of that. I do think Mantis as a second secure is really strong. That's why she's banned a lot. Because if you have an Elsa pocketed by Mantis or Diddy or something else, she becomes really strong. But,
Did you just say Diddy?
I think we were confident. With the draft.
Pretty sure he said DD, but
Honestly, not too much to critique from you guys, specifically, at least on our side of things, in terms of this matchup. But going up into your semi-final matchup that you have up next, Na'Vi, they're the team who took you guys at least a map off in the grand finals last year. Now with a little bit of a different roster. What are the thoughts going into that series, the preparation? How are you guys feeling leading into that after a relatively easy run so far?
I mean, we looked at them today, like their match, and we can see they're struggling a little bit, but with the same things we do with this current meta, because there's a lot of different matchups and comps you need to.
Nevix is struggling in this meta.
And be on the same page, and
what?
You have to do quick swaps on your comps. Otherwise, you kind of just fall behind, and the game snowballs. But I think I'm pretty confident that we can beat them, and I think we're starting to figure out the meta more, which is great because there's so many strategies right now that it's hard to keep track on. Like we cannot use a one-trick dive anymore. It's pretty hard.
Shannon with the massive gifted sub.
I think
Appreciate
we're
it, Shannon.
confident
How you
going
doing? How you doing?
To that like long series.
Love to hear it, especially with how complex the meta has evolved to be. It's not as simple, cut and dry as some of the previous seasons were. Well, we're going to leave you at that, Nevix, to celebrate with your team. Congratulations again on the win, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Maddington with the massive gifted sub
Even
as
the
well.
best in the world here, like
I hope
they
you and
still
the
struggling a little bit
hope
with
you and the family
meta
are doing well.
itself, the complexities, having to swap on the fly, and having that coordination just shows communication is key at this level of competition.
I mean, it's very impressive as well that Virtus.pro throughout so many metas have been able to stay in the competition for like top 3 teams in the world, if not top 1 team in the world. It's definitely a skill set that is very valuable in a long-term competition like Ignite, being able to move between these very disparate metas and maintain dominance just through raw talent.
Beautiful performance from them. And Lemon, I mean, he's saying, oh yeah, we're struggling and all this. I didn't see any struggling personally. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a single struggle. Like, the full hold on Central Park and Yggdrasil's path doesn't get... I mean, I thought it was perfect. I guess they are aiming for A++, maybe even S+. So now, also the way that VP are already identifying what other teams are struggling with, namely Na'Vi, which is going to be their next opponent. So if they have the same weaknesses...
Tomorrow's games are going to be really good, chat. Tomorrow's games are going to be really good.
All comes down to that coordination at the end of the day. That's why this is different than just your typical solo queue ranked lobby where you actually have to talk with your teammates and you can't just mute up and lock in. So we'll have to see how these teams adjust throughout the weekend, of course. And that's what makes these competitions great, especially for playoffs, right? It's not a single day event. You have to go and change and adapt as every stage of it progresses. And some teams still alive in the lower bracket, some in the upper bracket too. We'll get that momentarily and the results as a recap for those who might just be tuning in. Americas will be happening relatively soon as well, so we'll be excited to tune into that on our end of things. But I mean, Leg Day, in terms of like favorite series you'd see
What
today,
NA team do you think can beat Virtus.pro? Ooh, I think there's a lot of teams that could beat Virtus.pro probably. I think Swamp Gaming is looking really strong on what do you call the NA side, and also maybe even Team Liquid Citadel. Both of those teams are doing really well.
Game. Apparently they're those guys, but I think that Fire Strays, that was a very close series that really could have gone the distance. I think that Team Peps is going to be a very revealing series for Fire Strays as to what kind of level they play at, as to whether or not Na'Vi maybe like fumbled a couple of things to make it that as close as it was, or if it's also going to be revealing for Team Peps in the Fire Strays one as well. But that was definitely my favorite series.
Yeah, I got a hint or like a whiff a bit in the Na'Vi interview that despite it being a win, they're still not satisfied
with how they performed and even dropping a map at all. Like Na'Vi expect perfection
Shannon
from
with the massive gift
themselves,
sub
and
as well. Appreciate it,
I could
appreciate it. Hope you're having a
appreciate
great
that level of passion as long as, you know, everyone stays friends and teammates at the end of the day. So, and now you're gonna go up against an even more difficult team of VP, which now they're gonna be a team that frustrate you even more because they're gonna swap even more than Fire Strays did. Because like Nevix was saying in the interview, they are ready to swap to whatever the occasion demands for before it's too late. So it's going to be tough to see who's going to be the more adaptable team between Na'Vi and VP.
J3, how old are
We
you?
talk about Na'Vi
I
and
just
VP, but
turned
I feel like we're leaving
21.
out one very important team with this meta in Heretics. Na'Vi and VP talking about their weaknesses so open. Heretics seems to be that perfect odd child out there, basically, that is going to be the one to capitalize on all of this chaos. They can change to whatever, and even after they were thrown for a loop by Vision, credit to them, they still managed to come out on top with whatever composition that they needed to at the time, even if they weren't as practiced on it. And I feel like that's really going to separate the best team at the end of this.
Did you tell
like
DTK to stay off the Angela today? I did not.
One of these unknown factors
I don't.
definitely could take
100 Thieves. I love 100 Thieves, but they scare me, bro. They really do scare me because I don't know what 100 Thieves I'm gonna see day by day. I don't know. Are they gonna like?
I think that Team Heretics.
I don't know if they're gonna lock in. I don't know if they're going to like, you know, maybe throw. I don't. I just don't know.
From those dive compositions where Oasis can just be a menace in the back on Jeff, playing an off angle from Timbuktu or whatever. I'm excited to see them go up against some of the higher caliber teams and really be pressed to their limits.
Well, here's the results from today's matches. If you missed them, definitely recommend going back and watching that Na'Vi Fire Strays series.
That was a good one.
Not as close in the first map. The rest of them went pretty far, and then Rad vs Shikigami here, Lemon. What does Rad really need to do to pick themselves up by their bootstraps? Because that was a series most of us thought they would
by
win.
the bootstraps.
He just fumbled it, in my opinion. Like, I predicted, like, just I think the most truthful and kindest way I could say it was a generational fumble. Like, there were times where Rad had advantages in fights that they didn't close out, and this is why the kind of what everybody's saying, like, the meta is not really solidified and people are still second guessing. Like, even a team like VP is second guessing their approach or what they have to swap to, and that you can't just one trick dive. Like, everyone is kind of changing things, especially for playoffs. Like, we saw like Spider-Man today of all things. So you kind of have to expect the unexpected when it comes to
I
this
think
bracket
tomorrow,
and what
chat, we're gonna
teams
watch
are
the
pulling
2
out,
lower
especially
bracket
for
games.
playoffs.
Honestly, I kind of
And
worry
then
a little
maybe
bit
the
for
2 upper
Rad
bracket
specifically.
games?
Vision seemed to have a good read on Heretics. They just weren't able to execute as well, so they need to be
Or
worried
maybe
a little bit.
I'm
when it
pretty sure
comes
that's what
to
we
that
watched. Yeah,
ban
we
and
watched the
protect
2
phase.
lower bracket
Vision
games
has a
first, and then the
great
2
read
upper
of the
bracket.
meta. Fire versus Peps. Peps have their work cut out for them as well in those matchups. And then on the upper side of things, like the
we'll
Heretics
probably
versus
start the
Shiki
new
and
season.
Na'Vi versus VP.
I
We
don't
are
know
set
when,
for some
though.
banger matchups tomorrow.
I do
Tomorrow's
want
gonna
to.
be one that you definitely do not want to miss. Like, every single one of these matchups has the possibility to go to 5, possibly even 6 if we see like a draw on Convergence or something.
Well, here's the exact schedule that we have for tomorrow. Same
Oh, there we go.
time,
Oh, let me take a
same
screenshot of
place
this.
As before, Vision versus Rad, Fire versus Peps. That'll be brought to you by Ryan, Central, Got Moxie, and Tetcher at the start, and then we'll be closing out the end of the show with Lemon leading the charge. Leg Day and I bring you the action for Heretics, Shikigami, and Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. The marquee matchup, you could say, the rematch from the grand finals in Atlanta. I can't wait. How about you, Lemon?
Yeah, absolutely. Because this is also going to give us a hint on what to expect for the grand final. Can Na'Vi really shake up Heretics? Heretics are looking like the favorites, at least the more ironclad team on that front, while the Fire Strays Peps was the most contested predictions when it came to all, at least the talent brackets. So that's going to be the one that could ruin things even more for our brackets if it wasn't already for the Shikigami Rad match.
Oh, when the season 7.5
there's already so much
early.
chaos going on in the brackets, but there's a lot going on in Marvel Rivals specifically. I don't know, 7.5 coming out tomorrow with the new patch and new hero. Black Cat is on the prowl, so definitely recommend logging into the game. It's free to play. You can pick them up as quickly as you want to, and they have a very interesting kit that they can play with. Black Cat can cross her path and your luck runs out. One of the world's premier thieves, Felicia Hardy, glides across the battlefield with swift precision and a dancer's grace. ever ready to purloin an opponent's
NA games
fortune.
are starting in about
Those
20
who
minutes,
meet
chat.
The Black Cat's gaze should beware, as her omens never miss their mark. I mean, she has an ability that makes it so that you're less likely to critical hit against her, which is crazy.
That's
she can
crazy.
use her own portals. She has an invisibility option too. She can have an iframe dash to confirm some KOs. There's so much to her kit that you can enjoy. Definitely recommend going to the practice range, practicing in some quick play as well before getting to rank. Please don't just pick her up if you've never played her before. It's an interesting hero, 4-star difficulty out of 5.
Don't practice the new character in ranked.
Yeah,
Do
there's
it in
so
quick
much
play and
complexity
shit.
to her kid, just like Deadpool.
Oh man, I
from
can't wait
leveling
until
up,
people
now
like
purchasing
load in the game
things,
tomorrow and be like,
speaking
oh,
of
you know what? New
purchasing,
character never played it. I'm just gonna play it in my ranked
has
games.
A skin out, Meow, Urban Predator Black Cat. You can pick it up, available on April 17th. And a guy who will be snapping some shots of Miss Beautiful Black Cat will be photographer Peter Parker. And I'm loving him out of his suit. The hair is out. And speaking of good hair, we have a Starlit Shadow
Speaking about
Blade.
good
And he
hair,
is
yeah,
looking as
I know, I'm
fresh
here.
as ever. Bit of a cowboy look. I'm liking that with the belt and everything. So every time we have a show, we always have new costumes for these amazing heroes.
What do you think about the Bucky skin?
just,
Oh, that Bucky
harass
skin
us
looks
and
really
we'll
good, but
forward
they
to
pour-
go
they-
along
they
with
murdered my
heroes
poor
you
boy.
guys want a skin for next, and a lot in the future here like that.
Yeah, if you're a more patient gamer and want to wait to save your currency for later costumes, there are plenty coming up here in our Season 7.5 roadmap, including all Gambits. I will keep my words to myself, but the Hellfire Gala Gambit...
Oh, right
looking
there, you
very
can see
good.
it.
Hellfire
That
Gala
Bucky skin? That
2026,
Bucky skin
everyone's
looks
gonna
real
get that
good.
free Emma Frost costume, but you can earn just by playing the game. We've got the classic Iron Man Mark 1 from the movies coming back, which I'm really going to enjoy that one. I love the classic, like, rustic, chunky Iron Man look.
I also love that we're getting a new PvE mode already next week, and then the week after
True.
that, we're also getting the PvP mode 1v6.
True. I can't wait for the PvE
Avengers.
chat. I
There's
really
so
want to
much
see what they
content
cook.
to enjoy in this game coming
Apparently,
up.
the last
Costumes
PvE that
as
they
well,
had
but
was like
thank you all for tuning in to
it was,
day
I think,
one of
really.
the EMEA
It was
Ignite
done really
preseason
fast.
playoffs.
This
We'll see you
time they
tomorrow,
had
but stay
time to
tuned.
work on it. I
America's
really
up
want to see what they
next.
did. Okay, now are they ending? In my opinion, I don't think they should end the stream, especially not with all their viewers that they have. How many viewers do they have on YouTube? 972 people watching on YouTube chat. Our YouTube has more viewers. But a lot of people don't watch on YouTube. Oh. I think we just gotta wait. I think they're gonna start up the NA matches. I think they're gonna stream the NA matches here in a second, chat. So we just gotta wait. I could probably potentially play a game of quick play, but I don't. It says that the matches for NA are starting at 5, so I don't know. If they don't start pretty soon here, chat, we'll go play some quick play. The Virtus Pro win, yes. 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 Okay, I guess what we could do here is let me click this button right here, and then chat. Look at this. Oh my God, we're full screen. No. We both watch. EMEA happens first, chat. Obviously, because it's much later for EMEA. It's later in EU right now. It's like what 10:47 or something. So obviously we watch EMEA first, and now we watch NA matches. And NA matches are always second because it's earlier here. NA matches are supposed to be starting in about 13 minutes. I'm just refreshing that they have going on right now to see if it's coming back. The matches for today are right here. I'll show you. The matches for today are Swamp Gaming against Lunex. I don't think that's going to be a very entertaining game because Swamp Gaming, I think, is going to 3-0. I don't know. No disrespect to Lunex. Space Station Gaming against 100 Thieves. That's going to be a great game. NRG against YWL. I think that might be a really good game as well. I do think NRG is going to probably win that. And Team Liquid Citadel against Sentinels is going to be a really good game, but I do think Team Liquid Citadel is going to win that. So, what time from now? I mean, it says 1700. 1700's 5 o'clock, which is also in about 12 minutes. So, yeah. Will Rivals be in the EWC this year? I have no idea, but that would actually be really cool. That would be really cool. I don't know if I have time for one quick play though, chat. I don't know, man. I feel like by the time I launch my quick play game, I feel like they're gonna be already playing. We could try. We could try. I would love to play Winrose. Winrose is so fun. Winrose is so fun, man. Also, I almost have 2,500 hours played in Marvel Rivals. Jeez, I am not playing a comp game, chat. So, yeah, it's too close for yeah. Okay, let's get this. Oh, yo, Techno Nerd. Appreciate as a new tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing? Not played, just open? No, it's played, bro. I don't have this game open if I'm not playing it. Just like any other game. I really don't play any games off stream. Ugh. Can you guys hear that cat, or am I crazy? What about Tarkov? I have not played Tarkov in, like, months. Months. Okay, let's see. Let's just make sure it's not live yet. Chat, bang, refresh. It is currently not live right now, so we can play a quick play game. One quick play game for Shotgun Punisher in the back line? Say less, bro. Let's get it.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
I mean, playing, it's open when you get stuck in queues, watching replays, etc. But that's still playing the game. So waiting for a queue is still playing the game. Watching a replay is still playing the game. You're trying to get... That doesn't make any sense. That's like...
I'll fight this war against...
That's like saying I'm playing basketball. Someone got fouled. So I'm like at the free throw line. But that's not considered playing basketball because you're not playing. But you're still playing the game.
You know, you're not crazy. That would just... Eric Lenscher, Crash Eisenhut, Magnus, the master of Magnus.
False, you're not playing, you're watching someone play? Well, technically, as a content creator, I'm still making content, so I say that's playing the game.
File on you alone is longer than some entire organization.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's get this. You ready? What we're gonna do...
Got it?
What we're gonna do... Okay, chat, I have not played. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. I'm so sorry, man. That guy actually saved my life. Oh, these guys don't even know what's about to happen. Oh! I hit that!
They ain't seen nothing yet.
Yon Punisher shotgun. Yon, your DMs are still empty because no hot moms hitting you up.
Ah, look who's here.
Battlefield ready again.
Hey, shout out to Young. This guy. Ah! Young is watching the watch party. Hey, shout out to Young, bro.
This is not over.
Wait, what is that guy playing? What's that guy playing?
I'm good to go.
Wait!
Get the space.
Wait. I think that guy left the game, chat. I killed him with Punisher and he left the game. Young Hot Mom hit me up, or they're not in the game anymore. I triggered that guy so hard he left with just one kill. Uh-oh. He left the game! He wasn't on my team. Nah. Oh my god, dude. I rolled that guy so hard, that guy actually left the game, bro. I never had that before. I'm going in! You're not gonna hit me. He didn't hit me. I technically died before I got hit by the meatball. So technically, I didn't get hit. Okay, you guys ready for this? Watch this. Ready? I'm gonna. Oh wait, we can't.
Keep up the momentum.
That's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna show you guys the rollout. You guys ready? Watch this.
It's almost lights out with the cover darkness.
No! No! Damn it!
I'm not done.
Okay, ready? Watch this. I'm gonna show you guys. Bang. We'll go over here. Bang. Hit that. Oh my god, that bunny hop though. Okay, I'm gonna try to look for something. Chats. Okay, someone in my chat snitched. Someone in my chat snitched. Which one of you guys snitched? Nah, that ain't cool, bro. That ain't cool. Nah. That ain't cool.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Got me good.
Yo!
Again. It seems we have company.
Okay, chat. Watch this. My mission is to one-tap someone. You ready? Watch this. I'm gonna show you guys how to do this. Ready? You come from the heavens.
More scum scrape.
No! Heal me! Captain America's beating my ass!
Don't mess with the amazing.
Hey, at least we got the other Punisher. GG's no heals.
This is not over.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Can you make it like better?
Battlefield ready again.
Now you do the same for me, we.
Okay, watch this, watch this, watch this. We're gonna do it again. Don't try to do my... Don't try to do my... No. No, 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 no. Don't try to out-Punisher the Punisher himself. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I'll get to the watch party in a second, chat. We're just messing around right now. It wasn't live when we were here. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna go feed. Actually, I'm not gonna go feed. Ow, ow, ow.
I'm hit pretty bad.
Oh, I'm in. I'm in there.
Jury, executioner.
Ah! He lived! Okay, chat. I'm gonna show you guys how to do this. Ready? Secret J3 style.
Judge, jury.
Thank God the game ended because I was about to get judged in the face. You're telling me I did not get MVP when I went 14 final hits? This game's rigged. I'm done playing. I quit. Okay, let's get this. Oh, look, perfect timing, chat. They have a minute. How are you guys saying L streamer? What did I do wrong, bro? I just played. You guys forced me to play quick play. Some guy just probably got off his 9 to 5 before he has to cook dinner for his family. He had time for one quick play game, and you guys just made me ruin his time. And now he's gonna go make dinner for his kids very angrily. And they wanted probably chicken nuggets shaped in dinosaurs, but he's not gonna give it to them now because you guys made him mad. Hey, Bottable, you did a great job out there. Hey, appreciate it, appreciate it.
Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. So stealthy.
No, we're not gonna do practice versus AI. Actually, I kind of want... Babe, can I get some dinosaur chicken nugget?
Deliciously dangerous.
Please. Yes.
Now's the perfect
Can I get some dinosaur chicken nugget? Yes, please. I'm starving.
You crossed my path.
Thank you.
Good boy, Petey.
Grown-ass man, by the way? Fuck yeah, I'm a grown-ass man. And I'm having the time of my life, bro. You should try it. Yo, listen. Dinosaur chicken nuggets. Ooh, I like biting the head off because it feels like I'm like that.
And your luck runs
I bite the head off of dinosaurs.
Premier thieves Felicia Hardy. I've been hands-on with Black Cat personally, and I can tell you right now, she's going to shake
Whoa, whoa,
things
whoa!
up,
Did this
or should I
caster just say he's been on?
Things up, but,
He's been on
no,
Black
honestly,
Cat
her good
hands-on
job.
personally?
Insane.
Hey!
Portals for your team, take high ground and bypass walls. It's going to be absolutely nutty to watch in team play, and her ultimate is just absolutely disgusting. But I digress, folks.
Okay,
So
chat.
who
I am
Black
going to
Cat's
hit you
days
guys up with
should
some
beware,
predictions. You guys
as
ready?
her
The
omens
first
never
game
miss their
up
mark.
is going to be Swamp
Everybody
Gaming
make sure to strut your stuff, take a shot, and claim
against Loon
the stars
X.
because you can get ready for class with the new Peter Parker photographer skin alongside Black Cat's Urban Predator skin and the new Blade
Let me just make
Starlit
sure.
Shadow skin because all of these are dropping this Friday, April 17th alongside the brand new
let me just
season
make sure that's the
7.5.
first
So
matchup,
make sure
chat.
to come on
Swamp
and check
Gaming
those
against
out,
Loon X.
because whether you're chasing the
Start
ultimate
your
headline or wiping out the
predictions.
creatures
Get
lurking in the
your
deep
money
reaches of
on the
space,
line, chat. Get
Battlefield
your
is
money on the
yours to
line.
command. No matter the challenge, you can always look your best. And like I said, guys, come check this out on April 17th.
That's literally tomorrow. That's right, the roadmap for Season 7.5 has arrived as well, so dive in for a sneak peek at what's coming in the latest season of Marvel Rivals, featuring, of course, beloved new costumes, events, and so much more. Speaking of more Marvel Rivals Ignite, perhaps? Well, yes, we got you covered, fam. Welcome, everyone, to the first day of Marvel Rivals Ignite, the 2026
I think Swamp
America's
Gaming's gonna win. If you guys don't vote
preseason
Swamp Gaming, I think you guys just don't like money. And if you
My
don't
name
like
is
money,
Zoe
can I
Trim,
get
and I have
5
the utmost
gifted?
pleasure of being one of your hosts today. Yeah, that's right. Today we will be tag teaming as we got a lot of action coming our way all day long. With me on the mics for this first half are Dogman and Iron Ship. Guys, we had a week after a very intense group stage to decompress, gather our thoughts, get sick and recover, as all of us are apparently sick right now. But we're so ready for this. And any thoughts heading into the playoffs action?
Yeah, I mean, like, my main thoughts is I'm excited for this. I mean, we had like one of the most dramatic group stages that you could possibly have, and I think in Marvel Rivals history. So I can't imagine what's in store for us for the playoffs. So I mean, Shib, what were your thoughts over that last week, dude?
Yeah, I think the thing that says it best is in terms of bracket, I believe we've got the stat that 14 people got above 80% of their bracket correct. Like,
That's
that is
crazy, bro.
absolutely insane out of everybody.
Hey,
who
Hard
committed
Stuff
to that.
Platish
So
with
it
the
was just
guys giving
upset city.
memberships
Everybody had a chance at it, and I think that's still going to be the case as we go into the playoffs.
I do love that, though. I love being wrong because that means that the obvious people did not make it, as that's how I pick, right? Just like the highest percentage of win, that's my guy. But not this time around. I think America's was just like topsy-turvy all over the place. Let's talk about how we got there and look at the roadmap here, because of course we're still in the preseason, which kicked things off in a preseason group stage. We split the teams into 2 groups.
Preseason.
They had to battle it out in a round robin. The top 4 teams of each group are now moving into the preseason playoffs. So that was 2 weeks of high octane gameplay for those teams to figure out the meta, to figure out the team itself, as we had quite an adventurous
I do
offseason
think
as well, right?
you
So a
guys
lot
are
of
all
teams
like
are still
blazing
starting
the
to figure
casters.
out
I think
their own
Marvel Rivals might
identities,
have some of the best
but
casters.
I hope by now they figured it out, because
These
there is
casters
gonna
have been
it's
absolutely
gonna be a tough
amazing.
road here in the playoffs. It is a double
EMEA,
elimination
NA. I
playoff
can't.
bracket,
I
though.
haven't watched
So there is a
the
second
Asia
one,
games,
in
but
case you
I
haven't
can
figured it
guarantee
out
you
for
their
your first
casting
match.
is
Now, we're not the only ones covering
insane.
all the action.
Like
No, we also
the ones that we
once
are
again
watching.
have a Spanish language watch party. That's right. So make sure to tune in and show them some love and appreciation.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many co-streamers, dude. And like I'm definitely tuning into every single one when I can. Literally all of my browser pages, Zoe, just like all focused on the Spanish streamers. You know, I'm sure the Brazilian streamers out there, Korean, you know, Chinese, Japanese. We have all the different languages, Zoe, today. I'm not even multilingual.
But you're still watching. That's the amount of amor y apoyo we want here. Vamos, join the Spanish watch party and so many more. We just want to spread the love for Marvel Rivals Ignite. And what's it all for? Of course, not just for us to hang out, have a good time, chatting about good video games. No, for the players, it's about much more. It's about all the money. That's right.
$50,000, chat.
50K up for grabs during the preseason. Yeah, that's just for the preseason. The first place walking away with the
It's a
big
lot of
boy
money, chat.
pocket
Can I
money
borrow
of
50,000?
16K. Also, a quick reminder that in the preseason, we will also be determining the stage 1 seeding. So that can be pretty important as well.
I would love to do 1v5 or even 1v6
Yeah,
on this game, but they don't have custom
50K is
games,
nothing
so
to
I
joke
can't
about,
do.
but again, like
I
you're
can't
saying,
do that.
preseason, that's a lot of skins. You know, that's a lot of
DX Grun,
skins
appreciate
on the
massive prime
line.
sub,
But
my friend.
these teams are really just
Appreciate
getting revved up. I know we're going to be seeing a lot of roster changes and stuff like that, but $3 million on the line here for Ignite. There's just so much, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. So this is going to be that first slice, and I'm looking forward to seeing who takes it, because again, it's not just about the money, although the money is important. It's about the bragging rights. And I know just from seeing these folks on their social media, they are not afraid to brag a little bit.
Oh, no, they certainly are not. And why should they? Why should they? Now, let's take a look at our battleground, where they have to earn that fame, that glory, and that bragging right. We have, of course, a different map pool this year around. And also, we have to remind everyone that now that we are in the playoffs, we are playing in a best of 5. So we will be
Playoffs.
seeing a lot more.
It seems like the map pool is the
a lot more
same.
different approaches to
They said I
those
thought they said
maps.
they changed it. Oh, Spider Island.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like,
No, this is the
very
same
interesting, I think, to see
map pool
teams
they
like
keep using.
like
I
very
hope it's
strong on
I hope it's
domination,
different for a normal
example, and
season.
then
The
not so much on convergence
regular
and
season.
convoy, and then like also there's very specifics in terms of dive being good on certain map types and stuff. The diverse array of hero.
Who do you think you
like,
have
sort
winning
of
it all?
Heroes played on top of the different maps.
A lot.
So
I think the
there's just
top four
only,
teams that could
so many that
potentially
you
win it
can be
all:
good at. So there's
Swamp
so many,
Gaming,
like, interesting situations
Team
I
Liquid
think teams can
Citadel,
put themselves in if they pick the right
Virtus
map after
Pro,
losing their first domination.
and
Of course, the ban and lock system here, you've got to keep in mind that the MRI ban system is asymmetrical, so it's not
Team
the same as we
Heretics.
see in the
Oh,
MRC,
and
where the
maybe
bans are
Navi.
universal
Five
or
teams.
symmetrical,
2
however
from
you
NA,
call
3
that.
from EMEA.
So, of course, we're gonna see a lot more layers of strategical depth now that we're heading.
Stage
into
one
a
will
best
likely
of
be
five
different.
scenario.
Yeah,
I feel like in
W.
the best of 3, you can still get away with not quite reading your opponent, not having the deepest strategical
So if Swamp
preparation
Gaming
for
wins,
your
they have to
respective
play
opponents,
against
but
the winner
you're
of
gonna be
Space Station
exposed in
Gaming and
best of
100
five.
Thieves. That should be a really good game.
Yeah, I
And
think
then,
100% teams get to download each other a
ooh,
little bit more.
okay.
The ban faces become more impactful. The selections, the map choices, everybody's done their homework, and that is going to play a factor in. We've even heard, just from the beginning of the preseason, teams saying they can't wait for best of 5s. They feel like they wanted more opportunity to shine, and maybe they couldn't in those best of 3s. And some of these teams made it by the skin of their teeth, and they're here now.
Dang
and they
Jay
wanna
just say
prove
100
it.
Thieves
So
are ass.
You can
I
see
never
here
said-
the bracket
I named
breakdown,
5
dog. I don't
teams
know.
out of
What are your predictions for
16.
this first matchup, buddy?
I just don't think
See,
100
I
Thieves
was, like,
are
Zoe,
looking
the top
very
of the broadcast
strong. I think
mentioned
they're having
how
a
kinda
like an
everybody was,
identity
in
crisis.
shambles because of how
I don't
terrible our
know.
predictions of the group stages
I
were.
don't know
And,
what they're
like,
doing
I feel like I've just
on
reverted
every
to playing
day.
safe.
One
Like, I
day
don't know
they
about
could
you
be,
guys, but I'm going
one
back
day they
to
could be
just,
happy.
like, okay,
Say they like.
top dog kind of wins moving forward. The only thing.
One day
maybe
they
you
could say they
is,
like
yeah, we lost that
pancakes. The next day
potential
they could
to
say
upset,
waffles.
like,
I don't
NRG,
fucking know.
but
They're
also,
not
like,
consistent.
Even today, it's going to be a tough matchup for Lunex, but Lunex
Deadly
like,
for
we're
64
improving
months.
so much by the
Appreciate it.
end of week 1. There's obviously a lot more specific things we could talk about when we talk about these specific teams, but
It also depends
yeah,
on
I'm kinda just going
if
with the top
TTK
dog,
is waking
except for maybe like one
if
or two
TTK
matches,
is waking up.
considering, I think it's gonna get really interesting once we enter that lower bracket.
I think they're a good team.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
just they're
Having
just
teams
I
with
don't
the
think they're
back against their
consistent.
wall, that's when they have nothing to lose, right? So that's where they have to give it their all. This is today's match schedule, so we're going right
let's see
through
this.
all of our upper bracket quarterfinal matches with 4 matches on the docket. Our crew of 3 here will be covering the first 2 matches, and then later on we're gonna have Cozy, Gaskin, as well as Vicky tagging in to close out the day. We have so many good matches, so many good storylines coming into this. I mean, there is not a single one here on the board where I feel like it's really that clear cut. Maybe match 1, but even then, I feel like we had to eat our words in regards to Lunex. Like just 2 weeks ago, right? We felt like they were like the heavy underdog in their last match in the group stage. And then they pulled out a 2-0 victory over SSG. So we got to be careful with what we're stating here. We got to be careful. The teams have been coming here and surprised us all. Let's chat about our first match, though. Let's talk about this because technically, yes, Swamp Gaming versus Lunex Gaming, that ought to be a David versus Goliath situation, except that David has been hitting the gym.
Oh my
and he's now
God.
going by the name of Dave.
Swamp Gaming
He's
has
been
the
looking good.
real White
Swamp
Fox.
Gaming, of course, the heavy favorite, though, right? Like, this is the top dog of Group A. They only dropped 1 singular map during the group stage. And we knew that we should be
That's
excited
crazy.
about these individual players and that core that has been playing for so long. Now, with the addition of that backline, like, they've been looking really, really dominant. So stacked.
Yeah, absolutely.
How
I
are
mean,
the predictions looking for this in this chat?
On the opposite side, like you said, Dave is now coming in with Lunex. Sorry, Shib, but like Dave is looking much improved for sure. Like it's tough. I mean, is Lunex the best team out of MRC now? Alongside Iffy, Tones, Redis, Tico, Logan, Silent Blaze has looked good on White Fox and stuff too. Like this team is much improved. They did qualify for the playoffs. If Swamp Gaming only dropped a map, this has been the opposite for Lunex. It's been up and down. The first week was a bit rough, losing 3 in a row. They
If
ended up with a
Redis
-2
gets
map differential at the end of the day.
Elsa,
But,
I think
like
this
you
could be
said, Zoe,
doable.
that last day, they looked really good with that 2 over SSG. And I mean, honestly, I think I would maybe think Dave could beat Goliath.
I hear a chuckle there. Shib, is that... Can we go that far? Do you think they have what it takes to take him down? Or do they just have what it takes to meet them again in the finals after a salty lower bracket run back?
It's tricky. It's a tricky answer because I want to give you my opinion. I think that Swamp you know, does work here and takes this 3-0, that would be the idea just based on their seeding, right? But whenever me and Dog are on the mic, for some reason it gets crazy and there's upsets, so who knows? But yeah, both teams have obviously looked solid. Swamp looked great. We saw more from Lunex later on
Emily,
in these
I don't know
early
if you're
stages,
listening
so
to my
that was
stream,
good
but,
to see. It seems like they're growing.
Zoe said
and the more
hi.
time they have together, maybe the better. We showed that Swamp did
Yes.
lose a map. They do have some weakness.
When I was,
that could be an entry point, and the
doing the
entirety of
preview.
Lunex has flexibility in terms of their composition.
Yeah,
I think that's
they
super
were like,
important
"What
in the meta
room
right
are
now.
you in?" They were like, "Are you in
I feel
Emily's
like both
room?"
teams have shown a lot of flexibility, and on an individual level, especially with, you know, more up-and-coming players such as the ones
I
from
don't
Lunex,
really know her
the
like
fact
you
that they
do.
have
I don't
been
think
adding
me
such
and
a
her are
depth to their
mutuals.
hero pool, but then also like
she's
just to the way
yeah.
they play.
So
We saw
I didn't really
them
ask. I
leveling
got
up
scared.
from week 1 to week 2.
Talking to people
in week
scares
1, we
me.
knew they have the fundamentals. You know, they have the mechanical skills. In week 2, we finally saw that. You know, they're showing up with discipline, with patience, not overcommitting. The communication seemed much improved. So I just expect them to continue on that trajectory.
I think that's totally fair. Like on this first map,
you can enter predictions on Rivals, but you cannot do it when the matches are actually happening. You have to predict before, because then there's a close-off period.
Earlier, they're really good at domination. Krakoa being that first map, I think I would honestly expect them to at least have a very close game with Swamp Gaming on this map type.
Okay,
it's
Virtus,
tough because I think
yeah,
coming out of Group
Virtus
B,
Pro
people
won
said that it
earlier.
wasn't as strong.
I'm ready for this
as
game,
Group A
chat.
in terms
I
of
want to see
across
Swamp
the board.
Gaming.
You know, I think Group A was.
I
seemingly
think
more stacked.
NA
But Lunex
is going to be very
is
fun.
A very good domination team, and as are most of these MRC squads. So I would be a little bit concerned, I guess, for the side of Swamp Gaming moving over to domination first map, only because Lunex are so good on the map type, even though you are as well.
Ship, if I'm asking you to give me one player per team to watch out for in this first map on domination, who would it be?
Ooh, tricky. For Swamp, I'll go with Daze, just because we saw some insane plays from Daze, even on
True.
Like Doctor Strange, which was great, but also can flex into that duelist role, has been swapped in a lot. So definitely check that out. And then probably Tones are iffy on the side of Lunex. Just the Vanguard frontline has been a big problem, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I mean, Shadow, this is also their map. I believe they're 2-1 here in the past. They seem to win here even against teams when they ultimately lose the best of 3. So this is their best chance at it. I think if they want to set a tone, if they want the pace to see,
what's up, Onyorex? Hey, I hope you're having a great day. You're one of my favorite streamers who
This is
generally
their
help me
time.
get through some tough times,
now,
even though
if
you
we're
don't
thinking
realize
of
it. You're a good person. Keep doing what you do, man. Hey, that's why I stream, man.
This matchup for these two
Appreciate
teams.
it. I hope
Is there
everything
any
gets better,
obvious
man.
ones?
Yeah,
I mean, I feel like
I appreciate the
personally,
kind
from what I've
words.
gathered
We're
about
always here
Lunex,
for you.
Giving
Right, chat?
Readers to Elsa may not
We're
be
always
the
here.
best idea. Alas, Swamp Gaming, they've shown that they're not
It is my
necessarily
job
scared
to
of those
distract you guys from
meta
the real
picks,
world
right?
problems.
They've found ways around them, even though allowing them
What do you guys
through
mean
the
no?
ban phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're kind of right, and it's sort of like a pick your poison type situation. It's tough because in the ban phase situation, I mean, Gambit was still very good, and also the same thing with Elsa. So you kind of have to decide between those two, alongside Vanguard, Deadpool in this patch being really good. So there's a lot of decisions in that department. But at the end of the day, the ban phase, like, while it does matter, and you don't want to, you know, I think you can lose in the ban phase, but I don't know if you can necessarily like just win in the ban phases straight up. Like, you have to still be good at every composition. You have to still be flexible at the end of the day. And that's sort of what our ban phase, like you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Zoe, is like with this hyper-specific bans, the fact that you can ban out their strengths and force them onto their weaknesses means you have to be sort of flexible across the board. And I think all these sort of dive compositions allow for that. But once we go to combo and convergence, you have to be able to
Chat, do you guys
switch
think
between
you think
certain
teams are going to ban
Vanguards. For
Elsa?
example, Vanguard Deadpool's not available.
Ship, what do you want to see from each of those teams? Do you feel like there is any like very specific targeted bans that the teams should really be aware of heading into this one?
Well, there's a solid rogue on Lunex, so I think we might see the removal of Gambit early on. It's kind of two birds, one stone situation there if you want to make that happen. And then in Swamp, that's a tough answer because they just have so much flexibility. I think this meta really plays well with them. Like, I don't know that we've seen, well, we really haven't. We haven't seen a team be able to ban them out yet. So I'm not sure what the solution is, but that's what that's what these folks that are running stats in the backline are doing. That's where they really shine. They find the way that, the games are the closest and they try to exploit that as much as possible. Obviously, they lost a map, so you're going to be looking at that. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Yes, there are new drops tomorrow. Tomorrow is
Valentina's doing great in the back line. Obviously, the duelists are super strong. Kraz is looking incredible. I
Deadpool
think just historically has the best stats out of every Vanguard in the entirety
Daredevil
of this tournament so far. That's crazy, but
I get them confused.
So I really don't know that there is a ban out, at least not yet, for Swamp.
Yeah, I mean, we saw different strategies, right? I think in week one, most teams that went up against
I don't know, bro.
Swamp Gaming, they focused
DD,
heavily
DP,
on
same
banning
thing, man.
out the back line, thinking that that would somehow weaken them, but then it just turns out that Forky Dog and Valentina, they can play anything. Like they really weren't two-faced. Like, okay, Valentina.
Diaplex,
she
Preseason
didn't
Massive
get the
2
white
months. How you
box,
doing?
which she made look so good. Her and the Gambit.
Hey, just wanted to know that.
Like, they
wanted you to
always found a
know,
way
Jay,
around
that I hit
it,
GM for the first time last
just
night,
as
and
a
all of my
general team,
improvements
they're
starting
so
to watch your
cohesive.
stream
Like,
a month
there's
ago.
no
Thanks for all the great
clear,
content and community support. Hey,
crack
see
in the
chat?
armor, no
Not a paid
clear,
chatter.
Like weakness to
W.
abuse. Hence, they only lost one map.
Appreciate you watching the stream, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely, and that kind of goes to the original point that, like you mentioned, Zoe, if you don't have any weaknesses, it's going to be tough to ban against them, right? Like you said, teams tried to ban out backline and they couldn't because of Valentina's, ability to switch to mobile characters, and for a lot of people, be that top ranked one strategist player that's not like a Loki main, for example. So I think Valentina's been significantly huge for this team, and like you mentioned with Forky Dog as well. So you might have to change up the ban phase. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but like, Shib, what do you think? Is it worth banning out like only Vanguards nowadays this week, or is that a little bit too target focused,
no.
especially allowing Elsa and Gambit to go through? What would you think about like banning out maybe the weaknesses of the Vanguard players more than anything to maybe put pressure on Scatter?
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. I mean, it's a cool idea to try to get tricky with it, especially in a best of 5. You couldn't really make those changes or attempt weird stuff in a best of 3 because if it doesn't work for you, next thing you know, the next map you lose, you're done. So, and you can't in those phases. You want to make it to the playoffs. So,
oh, we're starting.
Dicey, but now that we're in best of 5, yeah, I'm with you. I think this is kind of the opportunity where we're going to see some more of those unique banning out strats.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm very excited to see
Ban Elsa.
form they're coming into. Of course.
Chat, I want to tell you guys something. Can we get a ban on Elsa?
Back-to-back weeks, back-to-back days, and now they had like 2 weeks to just like sit down and kind of reconsider their approach, right?
Oh yeah,
maybe
we already gambled for this matchup.
Of group play to like gather all the information necessary in order to make informed decisions in the ban phase. I'm very excited to see what they
After
come
watching
up with,
J3 play
first
and his
match
content,
here,
I dropped
first
from
upper
Celestial and can't get out of
quarterfinal,
Diamond now.
SG
Woo!
versus Lunex.
Hey, let me know if you need help to drop lower.
My
I got
friend,
you as well.
Here we go into the banning phase in a moment. I'm looking forward to it. Going to be Krakoa. It should be, you know what? We're going to find out quickly, man, if it is going to be some of that unique stuff. But I'd figure for the first time out here, we're going to be seeing Gambit or Elsa off the rip and keeping it more traditional. Yeah.
yeah. And, I hope all of the players as well are totally, well and not sick too, because, I feel bad because, coming into this week, I don't go outside, so I don't get sick. But unfortunately for you and Zoe, you got hit by the freaking bubonic plague or something, But I imagine
no,
like
Lunex, don't do that.
Their house.
Elsa.
They starting up ship.
Elsa.
Immediately going to see that Gambit and then
Swamp
Elsa
Gaming 1.
match
I could
on
already
that
tell
side
right
for
off the
Swamp
straight
Gaming, 'cause
chat.
like
Swamp
Zoe
Gaming
said,
1.
and you mentioned
GG's.
earlier too, like
I could already tell right off the
deal
band.
with
Swamp
Ritas
Gaming
on
1.
that also sometimes.
Yeah, Ritas is another one of those players I honestly should have called out. Was looking just like robotic with aim. Was so locked in on that hit scan. So looking forward to seeing what that looks like today. And folks, just a reminder, going to be on the old patch. Even going into the weekend here, you're not going to be seeing Black Cat out here and all those changes coming through. That'll be later on down the line. So just keep that in mind as we go into this weekend. Going to be on the last patch.
Yeah, we've had some sweeping changes in Season 7. I mean, at the beginning of Season 7, just to go back to it, the ultimate nerf across the board, 20%. And then, with the CC changes coming up in the next patch, not this one, like you mentioned. The Invisible Woman Protect is, I think, quite interesting into that Mantis ban, too. We've seen the prioritization of Mantis and how strong that could be, especially alongside that Elsa Protect that they get through, considering that was before the second ban of the Mantis, and then immediately getting that Invisible Woman mismatch. And I'm kind of curious if that pans out, considering how strong Invisible Woman can be, especially peeling off divers on domination. What do you think about that, Shib? Like, do you think you need that Invisible Woman mismatch, especially with how good Doctor Strange is?
Yeah, you know what? But I'm kind of with you. I like the idea of it. I think
Nah,
that's
bro.
one of those unique things that we were talking
I understand
about.
what
It's
Lunex is trying to
disgusting
do,
on Strange.
but
I was gonna say, I wanted to
Swamp
turn it down
Gaming
Strange, but it
banned
looks like they're not
Elsa,
yet.
banned
that's kind of a
Gambit,
counter. You have the
banned
push to be able to,
Mantis.
escape
They
an
saved
elephant. You have some
Elsa
really good
and
protection in
tanked
the back line. You
Deadpool,
have
which are two of
visibility.
the
Looks like
strongest
they're gonna
characters
protect
right now.
Strange on the side of Lunex to change things up.
I do like.
She's really strong in the meta right now.
I don't think
if
you're
you
gonna
remove
wait. Why
strategist
would
out,
you?
if you're going after
No.
strategist on a ban phase, keeping Invis on your side is always good. And again, like you have so many options. You have self peel. You have a lot of good damage.
I mean, I think they were scared that maybe that was going to get banned, but
duelists or even Vanguards. If you're looking at Vanguard pool here from Tones, it's a really strong selection. And if you have an Invis shield at your side, you're even more threatening. So there's just a lot of options. Great strategist right now.
Yeah, you're right. And, I think the Mantis ban had to also kind of target it to a little bit due to the fact that Strange with the Mantis damage boost can be tough to deal with alongside Invisible Woman. So it's sort of that goes back to that pick your poison type situation that we brought up earlier. Meanwhile, Vanguard, Deadpool, Protector for Swamp Gaming, they got to keep playing it, but it's not banned across both sides. So that's still going to be available. But Chip, this is going to be our first game of the day, man, on domination out of all things between Swamp Gaming and Lunex, where Lunex looked like that kind of,
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about
week,
this.
whereas Swamp Gaming, they kind of came out unmatched of Group A, which was very interesting because of how strong that group is. And I think it's what better map to start off on than Domination 2, because this is Lunex, like you mentioned
Triple
earlier,
Support
one of
is
their
still
best map
meta, but
types
it's
to
not
kind of
played as
maybe
much
put a good
as
fight up against Swamp Gaming with their whole comps.
Yeah, and start
as
momentum,
others.
right? Their backs against the
It's
wall right
still-
now.
it's
I
still
think honestly, a lot of
relatively
the times
played,
we see
though.
teams that are getting confident.
Sometimes
that
you do
place
see
high in
2-2-2.
seeding, They kind of get too comfortable, maybe. And this is the opportunity Lunex needs to kind of make more of a name for themselves. Not that they haven't already; they've looked really good, but this is a huge win potential for them. Going against a team like Swamp on a map that they have success on, 2-1. This could be everything. We'll find out in a moment what it looks like, but I'm liking the comps on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to start off with a little bit of Wolverine on the side of Swamp Gaming with that Hulk to go for those pickoffs in the sky. So we'll see that kind of come through. Meanwhile, early portal by Iffy and crew to control the objective first, which is, 20 seconds to
Okay,
point
chat,
on
let's see
Swamp
this.
Gaming don't necessarily have to make a move just yet. They'll probably want to set up these flanks with Valentina, maybe set up a Median to get as well high instinct as well to make sure that Elsa really gets the value you need out of her. But look at that target. Focus immediately towards that. Nice job to focus Iffy, but he's saved by that Hulk bubble. Slows the fight down a little bit. It doesn't end up mattering, though. Amadian, nice shots to remove Iffy, as well as to follow up the heals to keep Amadian alive. That's already one gone. And maybe you can come back with the portal play. Point was almost capped, but not under control. Able to take down Amadian. So
they are the
that's
first
huge
ones to get a
pickup on the
pick.
damage dealer of Swamp Gaming. Nice kidnap to slow down.
Maybe I was wrong,
Tones
chat.
for now, but you have to get that KO in the Hulk form. They give up the point at the current moment just for that KO. But is it worthwhile in the long term of this fight as Lunex have control of the objective? They walk in with that Deadpool ultimate, built it up fast from Scatter Genji.
Also, I
But
think
do they actually find
the
those KOs? It looks like the answer is no. It
I think
slows
they
down
have
push
the
of
game
Lunex. No straddles
voice
just
really
yet
low,
either
but
to the
like
side of
the
Lunex, but
casting
they still
really
have control of
high.
that
I
point chip.
can't turn up the
Still
game
on the
voice,
sort of
chat.
back
The
end,
game
trying to
sound.
control it. Scatter tries to zone out the back line. Too much damage coming out of him.
Oh, yeah.
At the current moment with that Deadpool, Median also comes back with low instinct, so those cooldowns not going to be as fast as you would maybe like. Matched by the invisible boundary and a Luna Snow ultimate on the opposite side.
Yeah, a lot of commitment here. I think they're getting a lot of value right now out of that. Wolverine off map goes silent with a two-piece. That's going to be a ton of value again for Lunex, who are at 40% and climbing. Forky going to drop back, try to find some value with the clap, and they almost get the point. That was crazy, but they do not. Lunex doing a great job maintaining position here. Logan pops off. Tones is the same here and does find Forky. And once again, Lunex are up in numbers, and they're holding tight.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Tones being an absolute star player. Those White Fox ultimates stalling out the point. He comes back in with that Monster Hulk, and out you have the on the backside, able to take down Redis, but that's only one, and that's kind of the big point for the side of Swamp Gaming is they keep finding, one KO every time. But then are having a hard time closing out. You have the Venom on the backside from Iffy trying to also capitalize.
Lunex is doing a really good job right now.
We just, gassed up a lot leading into the broadcast, have just had a tough time against this tank line. You talked about Tones, man. He's been so good.
Yo!
Yeah, this is disgusting play here from Lunex.
I thought this was going to be a 3-0, not even close. Swamp Gaming, like a Virtus Pro 200-0, like we just saw.
Here for Lunex, this is clinical. We talked about them needing to step up in this moment, and they jumped up, man. They jumped a couple steps here. They're looking really strong, and they have one more fight to win here for them to take this first map. I haven't. There's just so much value from the side of Lunex, and honestly, Swamp with those tackles early from Wolverine, I thought it was going to be it, but just not quite enough. Way to maintain positioning, even being down numbers and in all. And now another early pick comes in from
bro.
Tico.
No
Scatter
way they're about to
is going
lose
to
a
fall
map.
there. If he's taking the height and more engagement, and again, they're all just healthy right now, holding on. OT ticking down. This might be map 1.
Yeah, Daze has to go big with this ultimate right now, has to commit it, but do you get the KOs? That's the thing. They're into the Jeff ult on the backside from Silent Blaze, so the support's the strategist keeping Lunex healthy. Amadian comes in with that Glartrox, finds the KOs through the Luna Snow ultimate. That's huge, and brings back Swamp Gaming finally. White Fox ultimate too late from Logan just to stall it out a little bit. But that was a massive Glartrox. I wonder if that's going to happen in the future fights. As both straddles were committed for Lunex, at least they committed a ton of ultimate shib. Swamp Gaming finally have control.
Yeah, and a crucial thing to call out for Swamp, for the just for the folks in the chat. I mean, notice again the duelist being cycled, but this time Melophobia is going to be taking a seat back there, and you're going to see Days.
I thought it was going to be 100-0, man.
So I mean, this whole team.
Also, I love these face cams, bro. I'm so glad they have these face
cams. On the duelist line, they've just got a lot of talent, and I think right now they're, maybe it could bite them in the butt, but right now it's looking clean on the retake. But that being said, 99% here for Lunex. Ult advantage going to be in favor for Swamp. What does the Fox say here in a moment as Valentina finds one? Goodbye on another pick there on the side of Tones.
Yeah, good counter dive. Also, diving onto a mating at the very least.
Also, that is something very interesting. Swamp Gaming is running the
player we mentioned in the
what do you call it?
That duelist Deadpool
White Fox, but they're running the White Fox in a 2-support team comp. They're running 2-2-2. Usually, we see White Fox with 3 supports, chat, like the other team. Lunex is running the White Fox, but they're also running the Jeff and the Inviswoman.
But as long as Silent and them can kind of live in this 3-stack, they'll be able to get out with their lives, maybe build up towards ultimates. They just committed that White Fox ult in the previous fight, but they have to keep a mating alive. And right now, he's caught out. 1 HP eventually goes down to Reedus. Nice engage on the backside with that Venom alongside Hulk ult, but that Hulk ult gets stunned, CC by the clobbering time of Krasmang, but can they find KOs after this? Aggressive plays by Logan to find Valentina. That's a good trade. As the Hulk player goes down, you at least trade Valentina the backline. Days with the ultimate can go huge, though. Does go big if he goes down. Nice job from him, but he's swallowed by Simon Blaze, who connects onto that Wolverine. Can they find him in the meantime? Someone tries to set it up, but he backs off. No, he actually doesn't try to. He spits him off the map instead of going for the KO. And they actually.
There is no way Swamp Gaming actually brought. Still is like in this game.
Just a little bit too early. You're gonna lose value there because now you got to wait it out. That 20 seconds going to be ever less. In terms of timing, I mean, now you're waiting for those spawns to come through, and now you commit. But oh my goodness, Silent Blaze!
Oh no!
About that portal, it doesn't even matter as the commitment comes through. Iffy on the back line now, able to find Valentina. 3 up in numbers, and this could be the map for them. But what a retake here from Swamp! But it doesn't matter because Lunex
forehead cam.
Like going to be a portal play
I like
back.
this.
We'll see in a moment as Reedus finds 2. Will I see 3 here? Ultimates available. Glartrox goes out. Tone's able to find a Madian. And they win map 1. Lunex looking good off the rip.
Wow.
Well, and this was kind of what I was talking about. Like for Lunex's side, they're very good domination. For Swamp Gaming, they kind of brought it back and, obviously have a lot of experience, formerly of Team Nemesis, and now coming through with this squad. But Lunex, I mean, they had 99% control of the point. They were able to kind of secured that objective. Also with that portal play you mentioned, Shiv, they came through with the invisible boundary. Nothing to match on Swamp Gaming side, who
good
just
enough
didn't
for them
disengage.
to ban her?
I don't know, man. What do you think?
I feel like I'm not
Lunex,
forced
in terms
to switch
of that
to more
ult management, also Tico going over the invisible woman has been beautiful.
More often than not.
Yeah, honestly, there's been really good value out of Jeff.
Mantis
I think in this preseason,
in your comp and quick play games is very different than Mantis in your
universally known. The hero's really strong right now in this current
organized pro tournament.
Really strong on Jeff. He can play very aggro. He can heal through dealing damage into the backline.
Mantis is really good because of her damage boost. And when you run Mantis, usually they run Mantis in a triple support team comp. Also, what I really like, I don't know if I'm, I'll turn them down a little bit. What I really like from Swamp Gaming, what they did is that they changed their support lineup. Listen, I think Valentina and Forky Dog are goated support players, but I don't think they were playing the strongest support. I don't think you can play White Fox in a 2-support team comp, chat. I think it's hard. I think she's more of a 3-support team comp.
But they need to find Tones and Iffy, who have been cycling too well. You slow down that front line, go in for that dive with the bubble, keep that Venom in there. Green's already used from the Loki, so trying to hard.
Now they have better healing comp, in my opinion. I do like the Cloak and Dagger with the Loki Cloak and Dagger as well. Wow, they lost both supports, though. That's not good.
Tough. Removes everybody instantly. And I don't like this full commitment towards this counter dive comp. It's not really working for Swamp Gaming at the current moment. At least Valentina, didn't use that copy in the previous fight.
Yeah, it was attempting it, but then canceled. So good wherewithal there, to be honest, from Valentina to be able to cancel that, because that would have been detrimental. But outside of that, now you can see once again Lunex up early in percentage on point. And for those in chat, grabbing domination points early is how you win domination. It's all about stalling now for the side of Lunex. And when you have Hulk and Iffy over there on the Venom, you have a lot of that stall. Logan's gonna find one.
What is Swamp Gaming doing, bro?
And that is another massive pick on an incredibly strong hero. Logan playing in that flank with Tones.
They
now
just
the
lost their
recommit
strongest
of
character.
Silent, like we're saying, spraying everybody, backline
Brother!
and their own team. And there goes a nice tackle from Daze, trying to head right back towards the duelist. Is that going to be a pick? No, down goes Silent, trying to find an answer with the It's Jeff. Great exile here from Tones, Valentina.
What an insane exile on someone that's flying and then killed. Oh my
point got swapped,
god!
at the very least from the side of Swamp Gaming.
Did you guys see that? Holy
juggling on your backline. Built that jackpot as well. You find one, but it
of
isn't
paper.
enough. Take control yet again, Shib. And,
Didn't want to curse.
that was
You saw
nice
how I
plays
saved
from Tones
myself
that
right there?
You talked about him being
Yeah.
a key player. He's really showed up here.
Watching
on
a good
Domination
hold
map
player
#1.
is really satisfying. Too bad they're not going to be able to do that in season 7.5.
Not afraid, right? If you
Feels
have a hook
bad,
that's
man.
playing very aggro and understands cooldown management, and you have that triple backline to commit with you, and while you don't have as much burst healing per se in this composition, you know that you're gonna have eyes on you no matter what. So even if you can stall for a little bit with that bubble, you can get healed up and re-engage once more. Median on the flank here, look for this ultimate. This could be massive here for a Median. It needs to land. 63% in climbing for Lunex, but the pick comes through from Raidus, making
Bro.
it 2. Do I see
Wow.
3? I do.
Wow.
Raidus,
Wow.
come on now with a quadra, is holding on at 71%
Wow.
in climbing.
Beautiful ultimate committed. They're also staggering as well. Scatter has to go run off the map into the spikes. That's
Oh,
painful for
got
even
him before he
Amanda
fell off.
Stone.
That's funny.
And at the moment, this is brutal, man. Like, it's just Swamp Gaming have no control of these flank angles that Lunex are hard controlling. I mean, you can see Logan's controlling it with even more people, like you mentioned, Silent Blaze, who, I think I was harsh on in previous weeks, looks so free. I don't know, Swamp Gaming with this specific composition, they might be able to win this upcoming fight, but it's how they win the future ones. It's how they can maybe set up days for the future. Scatter goes to that portal, at least they TP, maybe set up some awkward moments for Lunex, but they have to control with these ultimates right now, otherwise it's over for them as Lunex finally have ultimate straddle. It's in the backline. Lunex built up to one. Redis again with that Van Hammer. Throws it out immediately. Scatter falls so low. Gets grabbed so low on the backside. Crash comes
nice
back
shot.
on Captain America.
Or,
at least
I
to
guess,
add up a little bit of different pacing
it's
for
still
Swamp
pretty
Gaming,
good.
which might be big because Tico went down with that invisible boundary soon. No more straddles on the side of Lunex, but it doesn't matter. I mean, the aggression. Daze can't do anything. His ultimate finally comes out, finds one, finds Redis, maybe gets Logan too. That's huge how everybody just came into the claws of Daze, who grasps them within his own command, bringing back Swamp Gaming self-handedly, or single-handedly.
No, I'm 100% with you. That was just clean plays by Daze there. I was worried there for the side of Swamp Gaming with the overcommitment, not necessarily overcommitment, but just the unlucky ultimate there from a Median. Doesn't seem to collide too much. Daze is able to find a 3-piece there, which was massive for them, but 35% in climbing here. Lunex, their job now is to build Tones off, build Iffy, get Tico ready with Silent, press Q at the same time, win this fight, and that's it for game 1 in this best of 5. The question is, will Swamp be able to play clean enough to cut through some of that noise? We'll see here in a moment as the commitment comes through. Out they go as they walk forward with Valentina. The team going to drive Lunex back, who doesn't care too much right now. They're just going to reset and allow that ultimate to fade away.
Yep, and they go through the portal
Good
backside.
good
Get slowed down
disengage.
by that
Really
trap
good disengage.
from a Median, but a Median get hard pressured early. Oh my goodness, nice shots from Redis to follow up there as well. I mean, everybody backs up, cooldowns used again. We use the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, and then you have Cap ult after, but no more portal because you mentioned earlier they used it with Scatter. Also, he
Bro!
Valentina getting
Oh
doubled
my
again by
God,
Tones. Goes down
dude!
inevitably as well.
Dude, are you guys not seeing this from the Hulk player? That was
A
insane!
little bit longer, still in control of the point of Swamp Gaming, who are maybe biding time for days.
Bro!
Man, that's everybody! Oh my days! He's hungry, and he's actually smoked Lunex.
Oh, that was just disgusting. I saw
Wow,
that,
Daze
dude. I
actually
saw
did
that
save
coming.
that for Swamp
That was
Gaming.
massive.
We actually
And
might be
Median's
seeing a
able to
map
find
3
a few
chat.
after.
That was a
Well,
really
he's
good
gonna
showing by
portal.
Lunex.
So that'll buy some time. Portal could come through now, but going to be down a number as Iffy's going to have to spawn through in the
Lunex
OT
is
situation.
really
9
showing me
seconds
that
left now
they're a
as
great
the
team,
portal
even
comes
though they were
through.
like, what,
And they
7th, 8th
don't
seed? They barely made it
touch.
here, chat. They're doing really well. Oh, that's actually feels bad, man.
Nice
After I
ball
was
block,
just
right?
complimenting
That's
them.
Clean from Swamp Gaming on that round on Cradle.
Ah.
Actually, not clean. I mean, that was just messy as hell towards the very end. And it was going to be a tough fight to win, obviously, because the fact they didn't have straddles just yet, and you're going against Wolverine. I mean, you know, that's so tough to jump through a portal against Wolverine, right? So huge work from Swamp Gaming to play around their win conditions. And man, that was so dicey. Krasming swap over to Captain America. Shib, what can you say about that? Was that maybe the change up that Swamp needed?
I mean, Kraz is, you know.
I
you
wish
talk
they would
about
show us the
Kaz,
stats between
you
rounds
got a
like they
few
used to
people in
do.
mind, but I'll tell you
They
what,
don't.
if you don't have Kraz in
They're
mind,
not showing
you
us the
should.
stats
This
between
guy
rounds. I would
is
love
an
to see the
absolute unit
like
on Captain America.
how both teams are
Recent
playing.
Changes to Cap has enabled him to have a little more damage on his initiation of his combos, which makes it a little more threatening at all
What
times.
games have I
'cause
missed?
you can
You missed
essentially,
all of
you know,
EMEA.
provide
This is
that
the first
damage you used
NA
to have
game
with the
though.
shield throw at any
Yo,
given moment. You
Coach
don't need to build
Straps,
those
appreciate
two
that for
melee
5 months. How
autos
you doing?
first in order to have the shield throw animation cancel ready. Instead, you can
Hey,
just press left
appreciate
click
it,
at any time
appreciate
and
it.
start that combo up. And Kraz takes full advantage of that. You're going to see here a lot of damage per 10 just by constantly annoying the team, getting eyes in different directions, and just pestering that back line, and does it so well. But again, shout out to the duelist line, Amadian and Days. Again, Melaphobia not here right now. They're stepping up in this moment, showing that we can duo up as well and find some success. But that first map, and you know, it's a little dicey because I do think Lunex kind
Is
of
that his
threw it away
elbow?
a little bit there on map 2, but Swamp, kind of in a similar boat, is now looking more like themselves as Scatter finds one.
Yeah, Silent got kidnapped in that fight. White Fox ult too late to save them, so already down your Jeff. Logan gets forced out of that White Fox ultimate, and Kraz comes back through and just smacks them with those shield and left click combinations. Huge work by Swamp Gaming. Kidnapped by Day, set him up with that Rocket Raccoon jetpack. Point cap by Swamp Gaming first.
Yeah, again, Swamper looking like themselves. I think, you know, a map and a half is all it took there until their alarms went off, right? Their alarms are off, they're up, they're awake, and they're locked back in. The Lunex got to get to a point where they're kind of just in flow state. They looked so strong early on, and they're struggling a bit now. I do think that switch and composition from Kraz is maybe enough for them to kind of
Yeah,
struggle
that is
here.
actually
As Scatter
very
staying on strength for
interesting.
the
I
moment,
think
with that ultimate
Deadpool
as
is
well. Alt advantage
open
gonna be
for
slightly in
both
favor of
teams,
Swamp
but
again.
one team is
So them
running
holding onto this point early
DPS
is a
Deadpool,
big advantage.
and
We'll
one
see if
team
they're
is
able to
not
take
running
advantage
Deadpool
of
in
that,
general.
as Valentina does have ult available soon here as well.
Which is weird because I think
Scatter was
Swamp
really
Gaming
worried about
saved
playing
the
Dr.
tank
Strange early
Deadpool.
without the Invisible Woman team up or the Mantis, but I mean, Dr. Strange, you've seen how strong that hero's been in the past, at least this patch for sure. Tones pressured out early in the sky on the Venom, which is switched with Iffy, now playing that main tank role. But again, Kraz just smoked Silent Blaze, and that's the second fight in a row where Silent Blaze has been the target focus. Regis pops his ultimate late, but I mean, it's going to be, well, might be something, but I mean, with Valentina's pressure, the healing coming back, they have to use the ultimate, so at least it's forced more. And actually, Regis finds multiple KOs with the help of Tone, so the target focus is there. That's the value of Lunex, but they have to play slow, wait out this ultimate committed by Valentina.
Yeah, it was, you know, I don't think it was the wrong choice because they were altered in the back line there from Ritas, so it was just a stall. But
anyway.
Yeah, not going to get enough value maybe for their own mentals, as we might see an Agamotto coming out here in a moment. And again, like you're saying, without that
Fat Eye
engage,
chat,
they
Fat
get a lot
Eye,
of
Fat
running
Eye,
Strange, but
Fat
in this
Eye.
meta, without the shields, it's great to run Strange, and that's why you see Iffy switching over to that Magneto, and that's going to be a two-piece from, again, Daze and Amadian. Why not make it 3 here, Amadian? Do I see 4 in a moment onto Tones, who's trying to buy some time, and Daze is going to be able to find another here with 30 HP. Still had passive available, though.
He had his passive.
Yeah,
Okay, Loon X can still win this. They have 3 good ults. They have, which are, 2 of them are support ults, chat. Well, I mean, White Fox is, White Fox ult, bro. I feel like sometimes White Fox is, like, useless.
For the Swine of Swamp Gaming, but it doesn't matter. Oh my goodness, without the ultimate, just baited Ritas into a KO. Here comes the Meteor M, needs to connect, doesn't. And with that, Invisible Boundary committed, they can maybe stall it out a little bit longer.
Is he playing with one arm?
They have that Agamotto to counter this White Fox ultimate. If they all group up, maybe it's going to be tough. They actually get, okay, wait, Valentina goes down cross map. Agamotto come back to sort of peel that off, but right now, Lunex all need to back up towards this point. They lose Logan at the very least. Ritas with another one. Oh my god, Daze again! Are you kidding me? That's 3 in the fight with that last stand at the very end. Daze, such an intelligent player, gets it done. 100-0.
Wow.
Beautiful work from Swamp Gaming. They win the first map.
I was really scared for Swamp Gaming, but even though I think Swamp Gaming is going to win, chat, yo, Loon X did a great job against, remember, Loon X barely made it to the playoffs, chat. Swamp Gaming, well, they were first seed. They didn't lose a single, I think, map at all. So that was pretty fun.
Now, how many huge ults we have to see?
This is kind of what we mentioned in previous weeks as well. Like, I feel like the fact that you need to control these off angles was kind of big. You know, I imagine, like I said, like, I don't know.
Wow,
Like,
Daze went 32-3 on the Wolverine. 30,000 damage, 14 final hits. Wow.
But obviously, since he went to Doctor Strange, they turned it around, and same thing like you mentioned.
Wow.
on the Captain America. Beautiful work, and then like you mentioned, the MVP days, perfectly timed ultimates, a median.
I do think the reason Swamp Gaming won is not because of. I think the only reason Swamp Gaming won and the reason that they lost the first point is because they weren't running the correct supports. I'm not saying that their supports that they picked were, and they're bad at it. I think it's just there's better supports and they won with better supports. Yeah, hold up, chat. I gotta put my socks on, bro. My feet are freezing right now. I don't know if they're gonna go to the next game right away or take a break like they were doing for EMEA, but
it might have just been a little bit too late. But we'll see more of this, folks, right after this break.
Oh, gotta put the socks on, chat. You gotta put the socks on. No, you didn't miss it, chat. You didn't miss it. Oh, they're having a 2-minute break. Oh my god, I never heard this song before. Sorry, I had to put socks on. It's really cold in the house. Really cold. Hey, good plays by Lunex though, man. Good plays. I want to see the grippers. What the? What the? I haven't heard this before. Is it Luna? Bro, yes, it's a best of 5. I'm not gonna lie. I think Marvel Rivals have some bangers for some music, chat. A winter gem for 16 months. I hope you're having a great day. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. This song is Marvel Rivals. What do you mean you never heard this song, Jay? It was a joke because usually when we watch Party, we hear this song 500 times, chat.
Welcome back, one and all. So we here joined by I Run Shib and Dogman. And guys, yes, Swamp Gaming took that first map, but they certainly
throughout this time, this whole live, I went and sang 9 songs at a bar, got hella drunk, and completed a puzzle. I come back to my phone, and the stream is still playing. Hey, I just want to say, the people who leave the stream on while they're not at their computer, massive W, because you're still giving the streamer an extra viewer. Much appreciated. Shout out to the lurkers as well. The lurkers are W's.
May or may not
a Jedi, appreciate the massive gift sub, my friend.
I do think that if not now, then when the opponents really know that you can't ever count out Lunex Gaming. Like, they can punch up.
Absolutely. I mean, this team is, like we mentioned, very good on domination. I feel like at the first round they were controlling those off angles very well, and you know, like you mentioned, like you saw, like Amadian just couldn't really do anything. It was.
I've had you on all day at work. You know, that's having a job, be able to like. You could watch Twitch while your job is one of the coolest jobs, I think. It must make days go by real fast.
That setup just really stopped
Like, imagine
anything
just
any of us set up
working
plays
and
from
you
the
get
side of
paid to
Lunex.
watch Twitch. Like, that's
Yeah,
sick.
I think the idea from Lunex was they were kind of that snowbally brawl comp, and they were just charging into you, and you were really struggling to handle the pressure. But when you go that cap and you start doing the same thing to their backline,
I
then you
listen
realize,
to my
HP
earbuds
bar's
while
not
I'm
constantly
working.
topped off anymore. I'm
Oh,
starting to
I
get a
don't
little
know if you
dicey
should
when
do
I
that,
engage.
bro. Sometimes I
Next
say
thing you
some
know, you're
weird
turning
stuff, and
around,
if you don't know
and
the
you're getting hit-
context and you're just
all
listening
from
to the sound, I
opposition,
think it's
and
pretty
it's like,
weird.
Next thing you know, your whole team's gone. So it was a great switch. I like the strange switch too because it applied pressure with ultimate. It forced them to go into the Magneto, and then at that point, they're playing the chess game, I think, just a little bit too late. And yeah, Swamp Game was just back into form.
Which is surprising because, quite frankly, like in round one, Lunex got quite a lot of value from the switches they made, right? And from the picks they had. So it felt like they have a really good read on the situation on the server.
I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I play it in the background.
first
Hey,
Now,
stay-at-home
I'm very
mom.
interested to see
That's a
where
job.
heading
That's a
next,
W.
Also, just map type.
That's a W.
Where do you see them feeling more confident?
Someone got to take care of the kids.
We could see Yggdrasil. I mean, I think that's one of those consistent maps that, again, this could be in Lunex's choice, right? And that's a map they do like to run. I think that Yggdrasil does have a lot of that dive potential. There's a lot of off-angle plays, but I do think, again, that Yggdrasil's not about Wolverine map. And there's a lot of angles that you can pull Vanguards around and have your team have full focus. So we'll see what that looks like. There's a lot of sweeping angles and high ground.
Ooh,
so
I'll try that.
It's tricky.
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure if that's the right
Try it.
play, but I do think that's what they might choose.
Yeah,
Speaking of Wolverines.
Oh, this seems good.
Dogman. Your thoughts here? I think you guys touched on it a little bit during the cast as well,
Let's
right?
try this
Because
sauce.
we obviously have one of those teams that are making a lot of use of their sub players. We saw Daze and Madian in for this one over Mello. Do you expect
Oh, that
to
is
change?
good.
Do you expect Mello to come back into this one, or we just keep on riding that Daze,
Oh,
like
man,
on
that's
Wolverine
spicy, though.
or Daredevil or
I like
whatever
it.
gets through the ban phase?
Spicy food is good.
Yeah,
It makes
I mean,
me feel something.
They probably switch back to Mello coming in only because
You
we've
might have
seen
to
how
take
good
over
he
soon.
is alongside Days on these other map types on specifically convoy convergence. You can see like domination
fine.
they haven't totally figured out yet, and that's kind of also a Madian sort of maps. It's tough because they sort of have so many players to choose from in the duelist department. Not all these teams can have that flexibility, right? So they're very lucky in that regard, but also it's a blessing and a curse because they have to
Yo,
decide the
Exiled!
match
Appreciate
Madian
massive
gets to
2
play
months.
before the match starts. But you can see the
They
flexibility
are
is
on the
crucial.
current patch.
And
Yes,
across the board,
they're
this is
they're
the
not
thing I'm
on
noticing
season
even
8,
more so
season
than the
7.5.
past, that
Season 8.
there is
next.
no like role now. Like you saw, Tico was on strategist at one point compared to like deep duelist and stuff. So I think you have to be flexible. And also this team, it's a little worrisome for Lunex moving forward because like Ship said, you go to Yggdrasil, maybe you go to Museum of Contemplation or something. But regardless, this is going to be Swamp Gaming's sort of home. They're always good on these map types, and it's going to be a tough choice regardless.
Yeah, I think it's tricky to. I'm with you on the point of like, do they bring in Mello? And I don't know. I don't know if they do it yet because they won. I think if they lost, maybe that's like the idea. But it's also it's really cool to have talent like that to be able to swap all three and all of them are performing. But then it's also like, is it still kind of a tryout feeling, right? But does that motivate you? There's so much behind that I'm not really sure. Because, we're still in the preseason here, folks. And for everyone to understand, these teams can very much still change. I want you to know that as we head forward as we start the season up. So there's a lot on the line. And I think everyone wants to
Yeah, I don't do
perform, which
good
could
with
drive
spicy
them, but
food, bro.
I don't know. So how do you
When
feel
I go,
about that?
I don't know how you guys can. Anyone in chat like spicy food?
Talked to the coach from Swamp
I
Gaming.
don't know how you guys could do it, bro. When I eat spicy food, sure, it's hot, but it comes out even spicier.
Individual players are bringing to the table.
I don't know how
And
you
they
guys
said
do that.
Like, they are like not just willing, but they're like determined to use all of these players. They feel like it's giving them a leg up because you have that extra man who can come in and like change the look. It also takes a little
Like,
bit of
I don't know.
pressure
Have you guys ever
on
went to like
some of your
a
teammates
fast
because you
food place,
don't
like
need
let's
to
say
be an expert in
McDonald's, and got their
everything if you have
Sprite?
someone else
Their
with, like, a
Sprite
different
is really
skill set
spicy.
that
Like, I think
come
that's
in.
my max.
But that also, of course, makes it a little bit more readable because the opposition will know, oh, player X is being swapped in. Therefore, we can now expect this to come out, this particular look to come out of the team. So it can work both ways. It's a double-edged sword, right? Also, of course, being the player sitting on the bench and then not coming in with hot hands. That doesn't
Yo,
work
Deber,
for every
appreciate massive,
player.
get this
That
up, my
takes
friend.
a specific type of player who can just come in and perform under the amount of pressure because usually you're getting subbed in when change is desperately needed, meaning you're down in the series.
Yeah, that's kind of Lunex's former opponent.
If food is coming out spicy, then you got health issues. Actually, you don't. Did you know?
Because they have SJW on the bench for.
I forgot what the word is, but
kind of a similar situation.
it's like a sensation down there. It's actually
still looked solid and fluid.
Reacts with the spicy food or like the
online, for example.
Yeah, there you go.
Some beef, I
My
think,
chat
between
knows.
some pros and a Madian and Madian taking shots, vague posting almost on social media on X.
Vague posting, subtweeting.
Yeah, subtweeting. Can't say that anymore. That shows we're boomers, though. We can say that.
Sub-Xing.
Sub-Xing.
Right,
Yeah.
Right, we're running with it. We're also running with the second map now. Can Lunex bring this one back in time?
Okay, chat, let's see this.
Find out.
All right, brother, here we go
Let's see
again. Yggdrasil, what do you know? Off the rip is going to be the selection and the exact same bands right now. I don't think if I'm Swamp, I need to change too much on the banning
Lunex,
you see
ban
from Kraz there.
Ban Elsa.
But it's very cool
Why?
to see the idea of a little Mr. Fanta. And goodbye, or actually lock-in, excuse me, of the Invis.
Massive skill issue, get good.
Yeah,
I guess it's a skill issue. My bad, chat. I'm sorry. I don't have enough XP.
It makes sense considering how good it is, but it definitely, like, the change up to go away from the Gambit is interesting too, to make sure that's removed, not to focus on the Elsa. Swamp Gaming taking that yet again, and it's a little scary just because, I mean, you kind of give Amadian his comfort picks, right? Like, maybe you would think target focus onto his hero pool a little bit, make sure they can't play that Elsa. I understand how good
Day
Gambit
is
They
not
don't wanna set
signed
up,
as a
Swamp
player.
Gaming to make
Day
these, like,
is
hyper
just like
fast plays
Armori
and
is
stuff.
signed as a
Sure.
content
But you can
creator.
see
Chat.
This is what Swamp Gaming are practiced on, right?
Organizations
like, this feels like their
can
comfort zone
sign,
to just play Amadian and then kind of
streamers
build
in
around
this
that.
case
It
as
ended up
content
working out
creators.
for them on the previous map, at least.
Yeah, and we're going to see the lock-in of Wolverine. I don't think that's a bad idea here for Swamp because I think it's a really good Wolverine map like we just talked about. And in these final bans, that's where you start to see more of those tricky, nuanced, targeted bans. We've seen Strange down here in the past, and
see, this is imagine Day Spider-Man in pro play. He would pop off. Okay.
In the last series,
What happens if he gets banned? What is he gonna do?
As well by both sides. So that's exactly why.
Oh, this was good.
Another lock this time. It looks like Lunex might be thinking about running that Wolverine as well.
Yeah, this is what I kind of
Well, I
wanted
would
them to do
never
in
say
the
no, but
previous
I mean,
map.
we have dinner.
But like, I guess they couldn't because Tico, might have been playing it.
Will
instead
you
of
join
Regis, who
a
was playing
organization
lot of
as a
that,
content creator?
Duelist Deadpool. Like maybe Regis could have pulled that or something.
Yeah,
like, I get that,
I would.
But maybe they felt awkward in terms of roles because Tico swapping to that Invis. Like, I don't know. What do you think about that? Is it
going
to be
I wanted to get your opinion on the fact that Duelist Deadpool was looking so good, even after the changes. There was the animation cancel changes came in for Duelist Deadpool, and I honestly had the feeling that he wasn't going to be shown a lot. We saw it a little bit from We Lost, but now we're starting to see it again. It looked really strong until those changes came in. I'm not sure why, what happened. I think maybe the compositional change kind of made it more difficult for him, but yeah, I think he's in a good spot. But, okay, and I'm seeing the Groot here too. Me personally, me, buddy. That hypes me up. No triple comp, although I do think this is one of those maps that really lends itself to being successful with the triple Vanguard role. I don't know why we're seeing less of that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, just to talk about that real quick and then to go to the Deadpool point, like, yeah, I mean, it's not every team is good at it. I think we're seeing a lot more of these sort
How
of
does the
free-forming
organization
teams that are
make
very good
content
at setting
creating
up
easy for
dives
you?
and playing
I don't
flank
think
angles and
it's.
stuff, and what you do that with
I don't
the
think when a
3-3 comp as
content
well, but
creator
some
joins an
teams-
org,
I mean, there's
it's
so many
making
things you
it
have to kind of
easier
focus
for
on and
you,
learn
the
at in this
content
game
creator.
that
I think
can,
it's
even from these pro teams take away like valuable practice time on certain.
It's like
that's kind of why
hiring a celebrity to do an ad. I mean,
Deadpool
it's
stuff,
you like the
I feel like we saw
celebrity,
value out
and
of
then
it,
you
but,
might
like, the thing is Wolverine when you can
become a
just
fan of that
kind
product or
unmatched
something. I don't know.
comparatively. Like the Deadpool is getting
Oh
value,
shit!
don't
Yeah,
get
my
me
bad.
wrong, but I mean,
Uh,
when you're
tribal
getting picked
fall,
off every single
tribal
fight
fail.
by
Preseason has a new
Wolverine,
tier
I don't
1
know
sub.
if Deadpool can kind of have that.
You're
same value,
basically
I guess,
bringing
and
more
maybe
eyes and
that's why it
repping the
didn't work
org
out,
and
but
whatnot.
Off the rip immediately, yeah.
I was going to say, in Swamp also, not afraid to pull out the C&D. We haven't seen a ton of Cloak and Dagger, even, in this preseason. And, they are going to have a change coming up here tomorrow, but with that ultimate being reduced by 2 seconds from 13 to 11.
Hey, Boba!
But I think, we've really only seen C&D in overtime situations. So seeing more of that being played right now, likely just for the damage boost, but still, it's a big problem. That's a fat boost as we see a tackle coming right now onto Tones, able to drop back, 300 HP, able to hold on for the moment. Cooldowns, getting burned goodbye to that Ironwood wall. So try to make sure there was no more follow-up.
Hey,
and there
Boba.
is the hold from Swamp, starting to lock in around this first bend.
Yeah, pulling back in one. I mean, cooldowns used. Though the Phoenix coming into play as well with that team up with the Wolverine. Green's too late, unfortunately, although they used that copy. Invisible boundary committed by the offense. So this Cloak and Dagger ult should last a little bit longer at the very least. Nice job with that Groot ult on the backside angle. No Greens to save them at the moment either. But it doesn't matter. The pocket here on the inside angle. Already close back to those crystals. Cartel not pushing those.
Wait, that is weird.
Pretty well
Wait,
right
well,
now.
okay. Forky Dog went from 0% ult charge to 87. What the? AJ West, appreciate it as a new tier
by the
1 sub.
meteor
Welcome, my
ram.
friend.
Goodbye to that
LeBron!
Prison goes downtown, does not land, but there's already the value right there in the fact that it was
Where's
eaten
LeBron
by
at, bro?
Scatter, just holding that finger over the Q button, waiting to hear I am Groot, and just answering it immediately. There's another meteor ram. Is this one gonna land? Bang, goodbye to Kraz, as if he finds one, and Lunex now has the momentum with 2 minutes and 21 seconds on.
Yeah, I mean, Swamp Gaming need to build up towards these straddles at the very least, and maybe towards Daze ult. He's been big before. As long as Daze is here, it doesn't matter if they are down one. Lunex give up so much space, too, considering this 2-2-2 lineup for Swamp Gaming has been so vigilant at the current moment. Like you said, that Groot ult eaten the last fight. Daze gets pulled in by Regis. Regis pulls in by Daze. So both Wolverines sort of mimicking each other. Nice wall, Groot wall to block off the back line. Daze also is pressured out low. Don't know if he has the passive in this upcoming fight, so he can't really fully set up. Crash trying to buy him a little bit of space, maybe set up this last stand. But the invisible boundaries here from Logan. They all walk into it. Both Wolverines know what is potentially coming with these wolves.
This might
Crash pushed
be...
out. Also,
this might be a cap.
Help on this
Yep.
backline from
Wow,
Daze.
hey,
He's
Lunex.
actually give it the point. We're going to second phase. Eventually, Swamp Gaming are whittled down.
Yeah, Lunex are showing why they selected this map. They're looking very, very strong here off the rip. 4 minutes on for point 2 as we enter the streets phase. There's going to be a lot of flank angles here, like we're discussing. Alt advantage going to be just slightly in the favor of Swamp, but not for long as Tones will have that answer here with the Strangling Prison in just a moment. And now, yeah, Lunex is going to have another answer, but a huge tackle comes through. That one not able to get too much value as we do see the crystals committed. That time from the side of Logan. Invisible boundary goes out. Silent Blade.
Oh, they still were able to get a kill through the support ult. Wow.
Silent, one of the few controller players in the backline playing at this level.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge plays by the Strats. I mean, that's the tough part playing Wolverine against Wolverine and Magneto.
Wow, Swamp Gaming also used both support ults, but didn't even, like, win the team fight. That's concerning.
Play passive proc, though. Here's the last stand on the opposite side. Doesn't even
That's not good, bro. If you commit both support ults, you gotta win that team fight, bro.
Loki crystals, but that's also resulting in them getting picked apart at the current moment. At the moment, Lunex, with the swap up to the Wolverine, you have to wonder, you know, what would have happened in the last map if they switched up to this composition, because they're looking clean with it, shit.
Yeah, and we're going to see the setup now, and that's the advantage to having Groot, who, you know, looks great on this map, does have a lot of that setup potential, and you see the walls above right there. And that's a huge tackle coming in from Regis, pulling out some cooldowns and forcing out a meteor. And will that one find value? It does not. Regis able to play slow and steady, still has that last stand available, and keep eyes on for that. Could be massive as crystals get committed here for Lunex. Down goes the Ensong Inferno, but pick comes through, 2, 3 comes through as Logan able to find another. Craze tries to take out one.
Damn, bro, I had Swamp Gaming
with a triple KO.
I had Swamp Gaming as my first seed NA game.
Yeah, this is
first seed NA
coming
chat.
back into talking about the invisible woman.
This is
you know, maybe some of
this is starting to make me think otherwise right now. Uh-oh.
I mean, they're setting up Lunex in really good positions, right? Like their backline rotated across the map. You have Swamp Gaming's backline forced to that choke. And with that rotation from Lunex, they were able to kind of close out on the very end. Now they have ultimates yet again. They're playing the ult game pretty well, too. And for Swamp Gaming's side, the Cloak and Dagger is just been rough. Like you mentioned earlier, it's been an interesting mix-up. Regis goes aggressive, captures one with that.
Wow, great play by Regis. Wow, bro. Dove in, slapped him up with his ult, and hit him back into his backline. That was a great play.
This is exactly where you want him, again, for that setup from the Groot
like that,
side of Tones, who really is versatile on these Vanguards in the front line. Trying to force out cooldowns in this door is so much value. But they're
Valentina has the face cam.
That's what they're
W.
looking for. Tackle comes out now. Not able to find much value. Does force out a cooldown, though, as the boundary gets committed. That time from Silent Blaze. Still has Logan's copy available. Valentina going to start now to walk them forward with the bond, and the pick comes out this time from Daze on Doritas, saying, no, I am the Wolverine, and has that last stand available. Might be using it here in a moment. Oh, nice push.
Yeah, nice push, like you mentioned. The Invisible Woman coming into get a value again. It's harder for that Cloak and Dagger for sure, who has to set up those blinds and stuff to get value out of the character, whereas the Lunex, I mean, Silent Blaze has been playing phenomenal, but we'll see if they can keep it up. This last point can be very difficult to capture. Controlling the off angle is Tones. Ultimate build up very soon by him in this fight. Whereas with the Mating, he's been a little bit quiet this map. compared to the previous one. There's the last name committed by Days.
Oh, what an ult to save it. Oh my! Oh my god, bro. Ulted to save his team from the Wolverine and then hit him in the air. Bro, reverse 360 dunked nuts in the face and everything. Oh my god.
So they've stabilized a little bit for Swamp Gaming side. Groot ultimate blocked by the Invincible Shield, but they're all in it still regardless. Glartrox also came out to no avail. Excellent.
Oh no, they used Glartrox and got it like canceled too, chat. Uh-oh.
On Tone's ultimate.
Yeah, I'd love to just be staring at the damage numbers there from Silent Blaze after a huge ultimate from Tones, throwing every cooldown into that grouping, and they all just get deleted. And again, you know, Invis not only incredibly strong in terms of the healing front, but can just do raw healing numbers all up into the sky away from the crystals there. Is able to find Valentina.
Wow.
Huge again.
Wow.
You don't need to get
The kill on Okay, they did. I think they got the res, but Valentina had her. They're ult.
Cooldowns, the walls go out. Days gonna fall from Tones. Tones gonna
oh my god!
From Tones, a penta now. Come on, as they push the whole way.
Okay, Tones.
Get it done. 58 seconds left to go.
Tones is by far okay, chat. I'm like a fan of Tones now on Lunax, bro. That guy has been dominating on Groot, dominating on Hulk, bro.
It feels like in this front to back comp, we haven't seen much out of them. Even like when they're playing this sort of
this guy looks like me in the ranked game.
It's
just a pure Chad.
They don't seem to do well.
You know what I'm saying?
Like not on these dive characters alongside Scatter.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's difficult to go dive on defense here on these modes like Convoy and Convergence. So, you know, it's tough. But I think that they, you know, the side of Lunax just really took advantage of Tones playing that Groot. They were just walking off the free space that he was generating. It seemed like the walls weren't a major priority. There was a lot of walls holding on there for Lunax, although I'm sure Swamp just had a lot to deal with because they did have a lot of movement with Regis being up there on the Wolverine. But I'm not sure. I mean, I'm with you. I think now on attack, we could see a switch up from them going something that they're a little more comfortable with on the dive front. Not sure the Cloak and Dagger was getting as much value, like you were saying. I do think Groot, you know, Groot is a decent answer.
We'll go into it a little bit because
it looks like Jay on Spider-Man, but he's not that good. Hey,
seen too much play.
Spider-Man is my most played hero.
That's because neutral in the game, like you had mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, with the recent changes to Ultimate Charge, and that they're coming at 20%.
Wow, you guys are being mean to me, bro. I was gonna show you guys,
depending on which role you're playing,
that
you know, you want a strat line.
But you know what? You guys don't deserve that.
We're talking about Invis being so threatening.
You guys don't deserve that anymore.
Incredibly strong and have a great ultimate, and the blind is awesome. But in that neutral, when they're trying to attack, they have to fully commit to that damage mode, and truthfully, it's just not that much damage, and they just aren't providing enough KO pressure to keep on the team, and that's the downside of them right now. But we haven't seen a lot of them, as we see Forky find one onto Tones. Great tackle there.
Yeah, excellent tackle from Days. We've seen him set that
up. Is it Ken
time and time again.
Naga?
From the Magneto.
9625 with 50 gifted subs on YouTube. Absolutely insane.
Sort of these aggressive
absolutely crazy. Appreciate it, my friend. YouTube's popping off today. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Coming up this Friday.
Massive W for Kanaga on YouTube chat. Oh, and Twitch chat. W.
He gets taken out. Nice job.
Absolutely insane. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'll even give you a W. Look at that.
The Cloak and Dagger has enabled them off the rip ship.
Yeah, we're going to see more here as the trap goes down from Madian on the left side. Great
massive. I appreciate it.
Again, that trap does go invisible after a few seconds. You have time to break it, but then it's just gone forever.
Hey, no, not Flark YouTube. Flark YouTube is amazing, man.
You can't see the vision on where they're actually located, but they still deal the damage. So great shot there.
Hey, our YouTube chat's been popping off lately, bro. We have over 2,000 people on YouTube as well, and the, whatever Twitch is.
Utilization here. Tico trying to find one does onto
YouTube is a big family. I love YouTube.
Forced here for Swamp Gaming, who does have ult advantage in this next
fight.
Yeah, like either the force physics that
with the 20 gifted subs on Twitch. Absolutely insane. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Massive.
So good on the Wolverine, considering he's really
appreciate it, Benzie. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Showing those shops so far. Copy comes out from Logan.
Chat, let's pay attention here though.
Want to go aggressive with it in a second.
I want to see what happens with Swamp Gaming. There's no way Swamp Gaming loses this.
Magneto ult in the backside. Doesn't get invisibility. Logan has to block it off, but can't. Nice job.
There's no way. They got that kill.
Afterwards, doesn't connect onto anybody.
But they're losing the fight. They're losing the fight. Maddington as well with the 20 gifted subs. Absolutely insane. Massive W. Massive W. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
You're going to force a lot of shield cooldowns out.
Bro.
The
Swamp Gaming. There's no way they lose this.
Are no longer available.
And Gale. Appreciate the massive 2 months.
And that was some clean play there by Tico, but no ult available here. Actually, Regis now has ult. Silent plays close again on the invis is insane. As a fight and a half ago, did use that commitment. Forky going to start off here with the dance floor.
Chat is popping off. Both chats are popping off. Absolutely insane. Appreciate you guys.
Should be available, and the idea now is to use that as the answer.
Now we're about to see an upset. If Swamp Gaming loses his chat, this is going to be crazy.
Too much. As they retake, there's that strangling prison now, waiting towards the end of the ult. It doesn't.
They only got one person at ult. I think that's they didn't even get that kill. Wow, Tico was literally 1 HP. Oh no, Swamp Gaming, what are we doing, bro?
Follow up there afterwards, like you do have that crude ult in the backside. Oh my goodness, that's everybody. But again, the strategy.
Oh, no kills by Tones as well with another fat ult.
Like the follow-up extra damage, but in that case, Days went too far forward. So both teams kind of going a little too aggressive. In this case, the offense.
I wonder
with ultimates as well.
Chat, this is just my hypothesis here, right? This is my. I wonder if Swamp Gaming, they obviously rolled North America in their bracket, right? So they were probably like, hey, why do we need to practice? We're so much better than all these other teams.
Be in their favor, but they
and now look what's happening, bro.
I mean, they
one of the last place teams that barely made it into these playoffs are kind of doing really well against a team that was undefeated.
Be roughly even, a median though with the Glartrox. And here goes the commitment now. Us against the world, in with that eternal bond. Out goes Crystals for the backline, trying to hold on for just a moment, but a great flake giggle here and a huge purple.
Ooh, huge purple, huge purple.
That could be enough for them to keep this going. Agamotto gets committed, finds
nice
one.
fade.
Enough, actually 2, but nobody goes down as Kraz is able to find that pick there onto Iffy, walking down the backline now, trying to take out more. And instead, they're just going to set up for the moment. I'm not sure Portal's available. 5 seconds on before OT, but it looks like that will be enough for point 1.
Yeah, in that last fight, it seems like they got max value to the Cloak and Dagger, capping into second phase. But like you mentioned, that blind came out, able to capitalize off of Tones on the Groot, then came back to use the Cloak and Dagger fade to make sure that nobody got hit by that Phoenix ultimate. Nice job to find the Stagger pick, by the way. And Invisible Boundary committed by Lunex.
There's probably a good reason why they're not playing Melio, chat. They probably, he's probably sick. It could be a lot of reasons. Maybe he's sick, maybe, I don't know. Maybe this is their game plan.
I don't fully see why, whereas Tones goes over to that Venom now, and Lunex just keep committing ultimates, but can they find the KOs? Swamp Gaming, they don't save Scatter at the very least.
Yeah, we can see another restart here. Again, the time just not going to be the same. And this is a very defensible position now when they're holding early on. Everything kind of working in favor for Lunex except for the ults. Swamp has a ton available now. The Glartrox goes out. Does find the front line as Amadian's able to take out Logan. There's some value there. We talked about Amadian maybe not showing up so much in the KO feed comparatively. But now starting to step up when it matters. Forky finds one again onto Tones. And the reset begins. Really well played by Swamp. Notice the commitment. Still holding on to 3 ultimates.
Yeah, excellent work there to peel off the side of Lunex, who went aggressive again with Regis' ultimate. He didn't find value at all. I want to kind of watch that back and see what happened to Regis, but Amadian finally coming online a little bit, able to set up. Brute ultimate committed cross map again.
Wait, that was a big ult, actually. That was a big ult.
Aggressive with their ultimate from last stand on Days connects flush, huge shot.
Oh no!
Regardless, Cart's almost fully capped out, so they have to play and they're on the objective. Invisible Boundary built up very soon, but you have to deal with this Magneto ultimate. Everybody coming into that Invisible Boundary is going to be a target for Scatter Genki, but it looks like he doesn't have to use it at the moment. They're just able to peel off this Wolverine who his hit.
Wait, go kill him, go kill him, go kill him.
Down low, has to play around the corner though, excellent job.
Nice, I was about to say, they're not going to kill him?
Comes in from the defensive angle, that's the last shuttle they have. Tico has to maybe find something with his Phoenix ultimate, but cannot after he comes back out of it. Oh, Scatter does go down to Tones, and actually, that gives them a bit of an edge. They get to walk forward now towards Kraz. No Shroud ults to deal with it. Glartrox sitting up
no,
soon.
Swamp Gaming, they can't die here. They can't die here. If you die here, that's going to be really bad. You cannot die here, chat. You cannot die here.
Yeah, and Swamp Game is doing this thing where they're initiating heavy with that Eternal Bond consistently, and it's definitely a strategy we haven't seen as much in this new patch, but...
Silent Blaze, I can't believe he's playing, like, Invis Woman on a controller, bro. You must have really good aim. Is Invis on controller hard? I feel like playing like a hit scan character or something like that is hard. They're doing really well right now.
The pick onto Iffy as Scatter finds one. Swamp Gaming going to be up numbers and in ult advantages. Forky now goes in with another bond, and this is going to put Lunex in a very tough spot as Regis goes down 2.
I mean, Logan's obviously in a very strong position, but without ultimates, they lose Tones. They lose more after that, and having to deal with the Wolverine on the cart is going to always be difficult without ultimates. They do have Invisible Andrew at the very least, but you can get KOs through this if you have good enough target focus to the Groot ultimate. They do. Captain America can't save anybody inside that ult except Tico, but eventually goes down. Captain America, just the last one left to stall it out, but fully online is.
Yo, this guy's playing Fortnite. He's just chilling on his wall.
Moving to third point, and Lunex yet again in overtime at the very end.
I don't think Swamp Gaming is capping this stuff.
It's not Swamp Gaming anymore. It's Clutch Gaming. These guys are making no mistakes when they really can't.
I actually don't think they're capping this. I think this is going to be Lunex's map win.
Although they're struggling a little bit here in these early plays, and it seems like honestly Lunex is also just kind of locking in, but there is the switch once more in a clutch situation, reminding us exactly of what happened in Domination, being down early on 100% on map 2 after losing the first map and then just clutching up and winning it. Can they do it again here and push us to OT? Time on the clock is only 58 seconds. Lunex with a slight ult advantage. Who comes out on top here in this next fight?
Days last stand actually committed with the passive, and the Madians there with the follow-up, and they waited on Logan's ultimate. They wanted to play slow. Days makes a play. We've seen this time and time again. Days.
That's actually really good. They got.
Now you have the Glortrox double aggressive play, double dash in.
That's actually huge, chat. They went in, they got a kill, they backed out. Lunex used 2 ults, a defensive ult, their Loki and the Phoenix. They ran back, made them waste their ults, and then now they're going back in and just the one satisfying thing that I love to see from this, like these pro games, is that teams actually like kite back after they use ults. A lot of teams, if you see an ult, they're like in ranked games, they're running forward and dying, and you're like, why?
What happens here on the
They were bad ults. Why run in them and die?
He goes down again. That removes Iffy out of the fight. Last stand on the backside, built it up again. For the
good flank.
Now, who finds the KO?
Wow. Oh!
Gets 2 in that fight.
Good flank.
Tones has to back up that Groot. Unfortunately, couldn't find much, and that Snow Dance Floor, Luna Snow Dance Floor, helps secure the point. Can they even make out of the spawns now with the overtime timer ticking down?
I mean, come on now, Swamp. Just so clutch in these moments. Pushing it all the way. A lot of commitment, though. Out goes the dance floor. Invisible Boundary gets committed. Meteor M goes up. Kraz
wow, I actually did not think they were going to cap this. There's no way.
Numbers are dwindling. A Madian again on to Tico. Trying to push this to OT. Last stand. Bang. Goodbye to Tones. And that should do it.
Wow. I did not think Swamp Gaming was going to cap this, bro. I thought Swamp Gaming.
So make sure to tune in if you have any friends in the middle of a ranked game.
Bro.
To tune into either our esports tab where everything's live, or here on Marvel Rivals Twitch, or the
this should not be.
I mean, excellent push.
This should not be that close.
What's, like, the main takeaway? How did Swamp make that work? Like they capped it out overtime. He talked about him being now.
This should not be close, chat.
Honestly, I don't even know, because they're running a similar comp here. It's like not much has changed. It's just like they remember who they are after they struggle. It's like they get down to the point like, hey, we might lose this.
I'm putting on my tinfoil hat. You know why Swamp Gaming's not rolling?
Crazy and play out of their minds. Median.
You know,
I apologize.
You know why Swamp Gaming's not rolling, chat? Hear me out. Think about. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. I think the reason that Swamp Gaming is not winning is because one of their DPS players are not playing Squirrel Girl. Swamp Gaming, what's their initials? SG. Squirrel Girl. They're not playing Squirrel Girl. If they were playing Squirrel Girl, bro, they would be winning.
That's gonna be toned out a bit. An extra 2 seconds every single dash. It could change.
Thank you.
The ban phase.
Even Emily said I was right.
I'll tell you what, not right
which is
now.
very rare for her to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Madian's looking good. Tico had their moments, but also, I mean, a lot of the plays are set up by these strats. It looks like the strategist players alongside the Wolverines. So Reed is kind of maybe he played a little bit too fast pace in that time. Daze slowed it down a little bit, allowed his strategist to get in better position. Logan as well, kind of watched the team eviscerate before his eyes in a lot of these situations. Both teams having to slow it down a little bit in this front to back style. We'll see how they opt to play it. In the meantime, it seems like a lot of teams kind of give up this first corner, opting for a bit of a safer engage, but we, again, don't have a lot of time in the bank.
Yeah, we're going to start up again, folks. This is typically when we will see some more unique stuff come out for the hold with the portal coming in, but no, still not going to elect to do that. Just not finding it as valuable, especially, I guess, into, very strong Wolverine players. They start once more. There is an early tackle. Bubble gets committed. Great idea there and great patience on cooldown from Iffy to make sure that there's not too much value in that early tackle. Kraz in a dangerous spot. 20% HP in a dream, still holding on though, as everything's getting committed. But
wow, they actually didn't get that kill on that tank. That was 1 HP. That's wild.
Terrified of that Wolverine who passive gets popped right there from the side of Daze, and that's going to be a call out that Lunex is very happy about.
Man. Yeah, I mean, the strategist keeping everybody alive. Barely copy available, eventually lose it. We'll talk about it after the fact, but that Cloak and Dagger rolled a little bit too late from Valentina. If he finds one on the day, Scatter able to trade back Tones at the very least, who did pop that Groot ultimate. So that thing removed is huge. Phoenix ultimate comes through. Cloak and Dagger again match. So both strat ults committed by the offensive side. Lunex's ults aren't actually as good despite the position they were in. Forky gets a nice little blind on the backside, finds Tico. So again, Lunex are collapsing, comes back through his own portal. Well placed by the side of the offense.
Oh no. Oh no. He's alive!
No KO
oh my
found.
god, he
Killed
used
off
his
by
own
Scatter.
Magneto
The
to live
Scatter
that.
used
Oh
it
my
full
god, I
effect.
thought that guy was a
Not quite KO, but
goner.
kill
They
for the
even
squad.
they
You know, time
they
low.
Wolverine
Cortex
and
Marshall
Maggle
comes
did
down the
him.
backside, but it doesn't look like it finds anything for now. Green's committed, but Tones, does he get peeled for? Does he get the pocket on the defensive angle? Swamp Gaming still have control. They still have that last stand. Days could go big. Saliana's down 2 in the back.
Oh no. Oh no, bro. Oh no.
And that removes huge value for the side of Lunex.
Bro, Lunex
lose 2.
Lunex is the underdog here, and I want to cheer for them, and they're doing a great job, especially on last map. They do such a great start, but then they always finish so sloppy, bro.
But keep your eyes.
I'd rather start sloppy and finish strong, bro. Why do the opposite?
Only answers right now. So either way, there's not too much pressure, and Forky Dog might be able to get that ultimate back at the same time. Same with Valentina. So this is going to be another sustained long fight. Who's going to be able to find picks through the chaos? We'll see in just a moment here as OT ticks down. And the second point gets moving here. There is that Eye of Agamotto, lands on the back line, but the bubbles get committed. Tackle comes through from Redis, who finds one on the
Huge play. This might be it, chat. This might be it. Forky Dog needs to get his ult.
Redis ready for it. Nice job with the bubbles. Cloak and Dagger ult again. This could be an extended fight. At least they don't have portals, so they're going to have to go to a lot of mobile compositions to sort of peel this off, playing it slow. Only Invisible Boundary available.
Nice Invisible ult.
Meteor M could still
no one died?
Find
that was a good Invisible ult to save your team, but like the fact that they were able to...
Here's a last stand from Redis. It has to go big. He finds 1-2, but they've already lost their tank line as well. Kraz is back onto the
Bro, how did you...
Yet again, Shiv,
Elsa's broken.
These strategists are carrying them at the current moment with their locations and timings of ultimates.
This is insane. I mean, you know what's better than finding a two-piece?
Yeah, Swamp Gaming has plot armor, I guess, man. That's crazy. I feel like Lunex has been dominating.
Clutch moment. We might see a portal play coming in. We do.
Carl, appreciate the massive tier 3 for 9 months, and also Super Toast. Appreciate the massive prime sub. Absolutely insane. Appreciate. Welcome.
Was needed or used as Tico.
There you go. Look. They got 2 kills again. They started off this fight with 2 kills again.
Lunex needs this right now. They need to stop this momentum. They only have 2 minutes, and Swamp is just looking different as Forky's able to find one on
no way.
That switch and looking incredibly strong on that. Luna is also getting a buff tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Days also with another last
no
stand.
way.
Yeah, you lose Tico.
Bro.
I mean, the damage output has been crazy. Forky to switch over to the Luna after first point has been beautiful. We're in the last phase. They had 60 seconds in the clock.
Carl's, though, absolutely insane. Appreciate it. This is just wild.
Too slow or something right now, man. They look disgruntled.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's just Swamp constantly being clutch or if Lunex, when they get in these win condition positions, just kind of crumble. It's a tough thing to see because this is the multitude of times we've seen it now where they've had an advantage and they just can't quite do it.
No, chat. I did not jinx everything. You know what this feels like?
Swamp are up a number.
It feels like Swamp Gaming
through the commitment from Silent Blaze
is like an adult, and Lunex is like their son. Swamp Gaming was like, here, have a lick of a lollipop, and the kid's like, oh my god, I love lollipops. And then after one lick, Swamp Gaming takes it away and says, wow, nice, you had a taste of it, but you're not going to get the win. You're not going to have the lollipop. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that would be absurd. It very well looks possible at the current moment. I mean, maybe going into the series, you would think something like this would happen, but also, it's been a close series throughout until now.
Lunex is basically getting a taste of victory, and they're having it taken away from them.
Putting so much pressure now once they switch sides. Redis with the kidnap on a Kraz at the very least.
They did so well, and now they're folding.
Venom, it's all that effective HP with that bonus HP. But they still has his passive as well, so they're kind of sitting pretty at the moment. Copy committed by Logan. But again, Tico goes down early. Oh my goodness, how are we going down with these ultimates up in the middle of these fights? Meteor M committed by Scatter Genki. Towards the spawn, yeets into Silent Blaze with the follow-up from Kraz. Excellent work from the Vanguards of Swamp Gaming in the middle of their dance floor. Is Swamp Gaming. Meteor M plus the Groot ultimate. Shield not there in time to save. Forky Dog, or rather committed too early, but it doesn't matter because everybody else is following up. Dude. Or Clunch Gaming, as you said, Chip, because with 60 seconds on their attack,
they had 60 seconds, and they
insane, dude. what are we
That's
looking
that
at?
not.
They can't be
Lunex is
stopped when
choking,
their back's
chat. They're
against the
choking.
wall. They're like a literal
choking.
Wolverine. They're just terrifying to go up against. The honey badger,
Someone,
if you
someone,
will, just
someone call the
an
police,
absolute
bro, because I'm
force,
witnessing a murder
especially
right
when you
now,
least
man.
expect
Hey,
it.
this.
Oh my! What am I? Wow!
And
what
you
an
know what's
incredible
even
play
worse, chat? You know
from
what's even
Swamp
worse?
and Lunex.
They
I
did
mean,
really well, and their
now
confidence
is
was
really
probably
gonna show
feeling
everyone what
really
you're made of,
good.
'cause
But
you got
have
2
you guys ever
minutes,
played
they
a
had
game where
one,
you
they
guys
pushed
thought
it
you
the
were
whole
winning, and then
way,
you
and
started?
you
You have,
do
you
the
have to play
same.
defense again because the other team barely capped
just
third
talked
point. Now
about
you have to
before
like,
with the,
you know,
the
now you have to
backline of
defense
Swamp
again,
Gaming being
defense,
really
and then
good.
they roll
Yeah,
you.
I mean,
It's very
this is
demoralizing,
looking
bro.
like the best
It's a
backline
hit
besides
in your
maybe Team
confidence.
Liquid. Even then, like this has been one of the best performances we've seen because. I mean, Chip, they had full advantages,
Bro.
right? Like that Invisible Woman mismatch.
yeah.
But
The
you know what?
target
I'm gonna
focus,
say it.
I mean, sure, you
Lunex,
could
I'm
say
sorry.
kind of
I was
on
feeling
that.
really
Lunex,
sad, but
maybe
you
it's
guys
not
did
there
this
in
to
that
yourself.
department.
Lunex did not
But
ban
damn, like,
Elsa.
Swamp
It
Gaming
banned
just
Gambit.
keeping their vanguards alive and then Crash setting up with those Grudolts. Everybody
That is
putting in
their
work,
fault.
dude. Like it feels like it feels so tough. Like what can you say about that? I mean, winning fights 5 versus 6.
I mean, it's just a comms difference. We talk about how important comms are and momentum.
my
Obviously,
chest
momentum is super
itches.
important. And without a doubt, Swamp has momentum right now going into this. But,
Yeah.
you know, it's really just cutting through the noise. Them seeing ultimates, having the idea of when to kite. And for those who don't know what the term is, it's essentially you drop back, you deal damage, you kind of go out and back in to deal damage like a kite, right? So it's that simple. Kite through those ultimates.
How you doing,
so don't
TTK's
fall,
dad? I hope
but
you're
you still get
excited.
your alt charge gaining.
I
as
hope
you're
you're
dropping
excited
back
for
and
next
playing
game.
slow. They used that perfectly, came back and always found success with their answer ultimates. Wow, Graz is very low, as Tones almost makes something happen there, but lands right on the crystals to stay healthy as the next fight starts off, and Lunex needs to make something big happen here.
Yeah, both teams, their defense a little bit, reactive in terms of their play style. I think on offense, they've shined a lot better, but obviously once you go down in that situation, it's going to be tough to come back because Daze again removes Redis.
Damn, nice heals. Nice heals by Swamp Gaming. I would have been scared. I wouldn't have trusted my supports to keep me up right there.
Once more. So first fight for Swamp Gaming as they regroup on the offensive side. Slow down this fight again.
And here goes the next fight. Again, Lunex already back at the door is not a good start because right now they're already down a minute, and that is all that Swamp really had here. Is Redis able to find Daze to find that answer now for Lunex, but still only even at the moment. And there's a chance here that if Daze elects to, could portal in. I'm not sure they even think they need it right now. Likely a conversation that they are having because a lot of teams elect a portal here on this ramp to ensure another fight, a third fight comes through at the door. Iffy holding the space right now. Walls up for Daze, breaking him down. Dropping back as a unit once more. Forky Dog very close to that ultimate. Invisible Boundary gets committed first from Silent, and that's already a win here for Swamp, who, like we're talking about, are going to kite backwards.
I like that they're using the greens a little bit early, but can't save Kraz in that fight. Doesn't matter. They found Tones because of the kidnap on the opposite side from Daze, so we're back to being even. Lartrox again goes big. You have the Meteor M to help peel it off, but it doesn't matter because they're all brought
no
back
one
into the face
died?
of
Oh,
the
they
Meteor.
used
Invisible
Invis
Boundary
Woman
actually here
for
at the very
that.
end, so maybe it did actually end up mattering as Daze went
Nice.
down with the dance floor up. So Swamp Gaming down both Stratus ultimates, and same thing with Lunex, but they finally have that edge they were looking for to peel off a Madian's ultimate has been big.
Yeah, and there's that portal now.
Do you,
Back in they go. Huge
if he
tackle
eats
comes
the
out.
group,
That's into the teleporter as Daze is able to find Redis, and what a tackle there.
they have to
Off
wait.
the
They
rip
use
to find
Grudel.
one.
What did they
OT
hit with
takes
Grudel?
down Meteor Ram. This could be a
LeBron!
problem. The Clippers get committed. Bang! It's able to find one onto Iffy. Goodbye, and a huge last stand comes.
Oh
through, and that
my
should do it here,
God,
folks.
dude!
Swamp
Oh my
Gaming
God!
collects
Oh
up,
my!
push it the whole way,
He's
and
doing
holds
touch
point
the
one.
spawn door challenge in the middle of a pro game. You can't do that. That's disrespectful.
For Lunex now, they're in that hole that we were talking about. It's not over. It's not the
No.
group stages, which was that sort of first to two angle.
Okay, I really want to learn. I really want to learn Wolverine after this game, chat. This is Wolverine seems like a very fun character to play. Any Wolverine players in chat? He seems really fun and broken.
Had that game, right, Shib? Like,
oh yeah,
their target focus was just awful or something, man. Because the healing, yes, we could point out. How
I
good it
think
was,
everyone in
but we
chat
surely have to
and
find
me
picks,
included
especially
should go on a
with the
Wolverine
Invisible
gameplay run
diff
so we
that
could
we had on that
punish the
defense,
tank
right?
players and make all three tank
I'm
players
not
in Marvel
sure what it
Rivals
is.
never
It's
want
like-
to play
it's-
tank
it's
again.
really like it's just like the backs against the wall diff. Like if you look at the numbers, they look really solid
51
on both
and
sides.
8
Obviously, maybe
on.
the
Oh, here, let me go up
definitely
here so you guys can
standout.
see.
Tone's looking good there on the
Oh,
front line with
holy
18,
shit! Wait,
but
before I go over here,
90K healing universally from both Silent
90,000
and
healing,
Valentina,
80,000
77,
healing,
75 from Logan
90,000
Forky. Like,
healing,
backline was doing their job,
75,000
similar
healing,
finals
but
too on both sides, but it's just,
51
it
kills,
came down
8
to
deaths,
when
21,
OT
24
was
final
up,
hits,
which team won the
60,000
fights. And I'll
damage.
tell you what, it
Hey,
was Swamp
you know what?
every
We're still not going to ban
single
Elsa,
time.
chat. Haha, LOL, XD. Can we still ban Gambit? Haha.
Again, moving forward, because
Haha. Haha. Let's ban Gambit. Haha. Let's not ban Elsa. Haha.
those sort of target focused situations because, like you mentioned, Swamp Gaming there was, and maybe I'm like, you know,
120,000 damage
taken. Like that, it kind of boils down to target focus to find those picks. But regardless,
Holy!
Now on map point can lose.
That's crazy, bro. Tones is an insane tank player. 18 final hits as well. 48,000 damage as tank. That's crazy. That is crazy. Did I say that was crazy yet, chat? Hey, Noodle. That was a great play by Maiden. Oh, both Redis too. Redis is doing really well. I love the DPS like battle that they're doing. The tank, bro. This is a really great game, and I just want to say this is the first NA game. This is the first NA game, bro. I think, no disrespect to my fellow EU viewers, but I think NA is a lot more fun to watch. What'd you say? Is she actually? You better not. I will pick that cat up and give her a big kiss. You better not be throwing up on my clothes. No, she didn't. She did not throw up on my clothes. No, a cat threw up on my clothes? No, she didn't. No. No, Chat, we did the laundry, and I was gonna fold the laundry after stream, and the cat just threw up all over my clothes, bro. No, bro, it's disgusting. I wish I was joking. Wait, do you have a picture? Do you have a picture that I can show chat? Oh, I'm not gonna show chat. Nah, I'm not. Okay, I was gonna show you guys a picture. I'm sorry, my bad.
Really did.
She threw up all over my goddamn clothes, man.
Offense, right? And then their defense was good.
You know
too.
what?
It really was just Swamp Gaming.
It's like animals. When animals pee, they're trying to show that like that's their area. That's their dominance. You know what? I'm throwing up on that cat after the stream. I'm gonna throw up on her bed too.
I've ever been.
Yeah. I mean, it's the combination of both. I think you pointed it out perfectly. Yeah, they figured it out on top of.
It was sushi, not noodle chat. It was
like,
sushi.
You can just see in the damage blocked. I think the group player Tones he took like 120,000 damage. It's really, I mean, that comes down to, like you mentioned, clutching up in the right moments, but also Days setting up a ton of plays and everybody having confidence in him.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I think another thing to note, which we touched on, which I think is very much in the favor of Swamp's attack, was the double cloak and dagger. It maybe has taken a seat in the wayside, but they were launching those ultimates as soon as they got them, and they were just applying pressure instantly, and it worked every time. They would immediately Loki copy after, keep the aggression going forward. It's a little bit longer of an ultimate right now in the current meta, which again is going to change
appreciate
tomorrow.
The massive
And
new
so
tier
they would
one
always
sub.
give them a few extra seconds. And if they could, the idea was you launch in with the Eternal Bond, you walk in as a unit, you force out the dance floor.
This is a best of 5 chat. Yes, best of 5. Best of 5. Not best of.
And even then, you still have one additional second on your ultimate, and then you commit again with another Eternal Bond. They always just had that pressure, and it really did work out.
Do you feel like that cloak and dagger pick, which is something we don't really see much from other teams, at least not here in the preseason thus far, is this just a kind of pocket strat that works here and there that they can throw in, or do you expect
listen,
them
you can
to,
look
like,
at throw up and
try
still
and
eat
utilize
chat. There's
that
nothing,
more?
bro.
Is that
Come on.
even possible in the future when patch changes are coming through?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because I think next patch.
Good
I
luck
think
on
it'll
predictions,
definitely
y'all. I
take
got a
seat in the
meeting to head
wayside
to.
because
Hey, make sure you
it
tell
is gonna
everyone
be
in the
less
meeting to
developed
sub
in
to
terms of
J3.
timing.
Appreciate
Still
it.
gonna be pretty strong at 11 seconds.
We got to grow the community, chat. Listen.
Yeah, I mean, that might cut it away, but right now it's definitely unique. Again, I think the thing about this Cloak and Dagger pick is it doesn't have as much KO potential when you're not using your ult because you want to try to stay in Dagger form as much as possible to keep the healing up on your team. And you can't, if you swap over, you have to fully commit the damage, where a lot of strategists don't have to do that. But when you have two of them popping off at the same time and you're constantly applying pressure with a Wolverine who can tackle everyone away from other ultimates,
you know what? I want to go
works,
pee
and it
before this
clearly
next game.
showed up right there. So what a W.
I
So it looked like we're heading over to Central Park next.
All right, Central Park, the map choice for Lunex. Again, loser, of course, getting the opportunity to pick him back. How do you feel about this one, Dogman, for Luke?
I think this is again a good map for them. It's always tough because, I mean, the previous map was close. Like you felt like it was their chance, and this Lunex team is very good. I mean, if they were to reverse sweep, that'd be literally crazy. But I mean, at the moment, I imagine a lot of people's stocks of like Swamp Gaming are going down and stuff after this, after the close game with Lunex and Swamp. And for Lunex, it's obviously going up. But that last map, I mean, Zoe, that really felt like their shot, their chance to win. And same thing with Domination. They just keep losing it at the very last moment. And that could be, nerves, especially being this unsigned roster in Lunex coming out of MRC and being a young team and a young roster. Maybe it's not their time, or they could harden up in this next map. But I think a lot of that does come down to experience that obviously the other squad in Swamp Gaming has in droves.
Oh, no, 100% agree with that. It goes back to what Mello said was 2 weeks ago in an interview, right? In the post-match interview. He said, like, them winning those insane, unwinnable fights, that just is discipline. And that discipline is learned. That's practice. That's because they've played with each other for quite a while now as the core. And they just kind of had to, like, grind it out and learn it. Like, they understand now their win conditions and they're able to bide their times. Whereas newer players, they have trigger fingers. That's just what it is. Like, it's something you just have to learn.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is just a nerves thing. Again, like to reiterate for those who maybe don't remember, it's an MRC team. It's a team that, they've played together and they've looked great in the MRC, but they're coming into the big stage, and it's their first time up here against some of the best teams in the entire world even, and it's tough. It's tough to step up, and I really do think it's like a confidence issue. They're just not able to kind of finish out the W that they have in their hands.
They'll be a scary opponent in the lower bracket, though, if they are to fall after this third map. Let's see if they can bring it back, or if Swamp Gaming is going to run away with it.
Oh, my God.
Well, thank you, Zoe. Dude, I mean, honestly, shit, like the last map, you talked about him, Amadian was popping off, too. They get that Elsa ban off the rip yet again to stop Lunex from maybe matching it. And for Tico, like, I mean, what do you think in that department, playing the Phoenix in the last map as they get the Invis, same ban phase that they've had previously?
Yeah, they really don't want the Gambit on the table, and I get it. Swamps looked really good with the Gambit comp, so it's we're gonna see things that are gonna be consistent just due to them having scrims in the back end and things that they struggle with. That's clearly something they struggle with, which if they're able to adapt and adjust to that in the future and try to find some answers for that, maybe it'll open things up for them.
D-Bert, appreciate massive getting some, my friend. You're too kind. You're too
similar
kind.
ban phase every single time, not able to get that Elsa for themselves, and that Invis has obviously been very much a priority for them.
Yeah, it was working at points, but we'll kind of see as it moves forward. And, that kind of brings everything back to days. It seems like whenever this guy's in the lineup, doesn't matter.
Wow, they're actually, you guys keep saying bring Mello in, bring Mello in. He's actually not playing.
The right time.
It's crazy.
Kind of like your take on it, maybe Shib, with like Terra back in the 100 Thieves. Like, I think this game, you can't really make hero plays. But if you have a player that has a good read on like aggression and stuff, like Days, it just ends to work out. But here's a mix-up, Shib. We get to see the Daredevil finally.
Yeah, that is true. That's going to shake things up a little bit here. But,
we're going to see Days' Daredevil chat.
Great call on Terra there, and similar call to what you're seeing with Days, who we also saw that same exact story with Doctor Strange in the past on Yggdrasil. So really just has it in the gene. The idea on some of these heroes is, it's tricky to play aggro in a setting like this where the players make very little mistakes because you're afraid that you're going to look, like a doofus, like trying to make something happen, and it just doesn't work out for you.
Did you say looking like a doofus?
To pull it off, and you do pull it off, I think it just snowballs you as a player, and you just get better and better because you know you can do it.
Good points. And Daredevil eventually going to get locked for both squads. We have the Vanguard Deadpool ban at the very end. So a little bit focus on that. I think at EU we would have seen, or EMEA, we would have seen maybe some Loki prioritization as well with how strong Loki's been throughout. But the Daredevil getting through.
I think I personally feel Elsa is the number one ban.
You know, the Elsa. We've seen how good Daredevil and Elsa could be, Shib. That duelist lineup, probably a lot of people's S tier in terms of the duelist department, right?
Yeah, and it does enable things like a more aggressive White Fox, too. I think we saw some of that from Team Liquid Citadel. They played aggro with things like Cap, even when they could, but they haven't necessarily played a ton of it with the Daredevil. And you just kind of off-angle, you set up, and you dive together. And it's really strong here on offense when you're trying to find a way through here into this Coliseum as we're at Central Park. And this is gonna be a fun one, buddy. I like to see the defense here. I think there's a lot of times teams have held on point one. I think there's a lot of unique strategies. Sometimes you see group play, not gonna be seeing it here. This is gonna be more traditional across the board. We're seeing a lot more Magneto today too, man. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I imagine it's just to help like sort of these divers go for plays and stuff. Also, the Magneto buff was crazy. The fact that his meteor flies at Mach speed.
Yeah.
And, you know, obviously all these mag players are so patient, so smart. Alongside if like melee characters in the game too. I imagine that impacts,
I don't know, man.
You know, how
I just don't understand why we don't ban
compared to, you know, previous patches, so you can be a lot more patient.
We don't do the correct
with it.
bans.
It's not obviously, it doesn't explode as fast as it would otherwise. So Daredevil on the defensive side for Swamp Gaming. Lunex sticking back on Redis, Wolverine.
Scatter going to be setting up now, and there is going to be that switch from Tones over to the Groot, who I do think plays very strong at this map defensively and offensively. We're going to, you know, the idea again for Scatter on Swamp here is if you can match that ultimate, if you can eat it, not only do you have a free Meteor M opportunity, but you get value for canceling it all, but really not having to do much besides kind of hover your finger over the Q button. Great attack style here from Lunex too. I like this off-angle play, resetting in the backside together and ready to commit, forcing the team to completely switch. It's essentially like they're going to be defending now.
Oh shit, I gotta move my camera. Fuck, chat, you guys didn't say anything.
They don't practice as much, and
My
that's
bad.
what you need to do against a team so
Too many camera
as
placements,
Swamp
man.
Gaming.
I'm sorry.
You need to kind of shake up their thought processes and try to exploit something here as Logan and Silent are taken to the moon.
Yeah, they want to set up Logan on the height, on the backside, force the green early.
Yo,
though,
Shannon!
and the
Appreciate the massive gift and sub. Absolutely insane.
They have
Appreciate
to
it,
sort of
appreciate it.
keep running away from that Daredevil who's ready to dive on them. The pocket coming from Silent, and Redis needs to find a kidnap, but cannot find it, unfortunately. So, with that cooldown removed, that's so much playmaking potential gone. Invisible Boundary committed, though, because of the damage output coming through. Swamp Gaming try to disengage it in the meanwhile, and they do so, but they give up 2 ticks while doing so. The Daredevil have to come in and touch. On the backside does have that Snowflake. It's brought back, and nice job. The target focus stays, removes that Daredevil out of the sky, even though Swamp Gaming can come back in with that Meteor. Still don't have Shroud Ult yet. Forky Dog building up so slowly. Large Rock's also here from 80, and actually connects on the 2. But do they get the KOs? Yes. Logan goes down on that copy.
Oh,
bro.
Chat, my next character that I'm learning is Wolverine.
They found Valentina, but didn't.
Oh.
Root ultimate here on the backside. White Fox
and I
gets to
think,
live a
bro,
little longer, gets the teleport out there at very least, but they
I
lose
think
Forky
White
Dog
Fox is a
during
great
that fight.
character,
And
but her
meaning
ult
Valentina
is
eventually
useless.
goes down.
I
If
feel
peel
like
off
her
phase,
ult
Cap
is
Wolverine
just
on the point,
useless.
And Lunex peel off Kraz, head to second phase of the map.
Beautifully called there, my friend. Lunex, though, off the back of losing numbers maybe a little bit early on, just clutching up and making some big plays, and that's what you need to see from them. The question is, can they keep that going? And that's where their you know, I guess their flaw has been is when they see the lights, when they can see the end of the tunnel, the car stalls out a little bit, and that just cannot be the case right now. They're back against the wall, 2-0 right now for Swamp at game, set, point, match here. We'll see what happens in this next fight. The setup starts here for Daze, who's going to immediately head towards that back line. Not even able to pop crystals. I'm not even sure if they were available.
That was disgusting.
Got some shout out early on for
That
being
was
one of the
disgusting.
best in the game for Daredevil, and that was a shout out for Melaphobia. Up goes the Meteor M with the off the back.
Is it
my
LeBron?
Goodness, goodbye. But that's a combo you haven't quite seen a lot, huh?
No, I mean that was beautiful work in that combination, like you mentioned. The Daredevil
Daze
has put
popped
it
his
on the
ult
backside, but eventually he's going to go down to Tico. You know, and for the side of Swamp Gaming, I'm interested to see, you know, what goes on, because this Captain America switch up for them hasn't been as good. You know, for them to play on that, you know, previous group composition on their offense was a little bit better. And honestly, Lunex on their attack looked even better than they did on Idrisil Path. But for Daze, you know, maybe they could set up a dive. Maybe they have follow-up with Kraz again. Maybe I'd like to see him on the Venom or something later on, but they still don't have straddles. They can maybe find Logan early, but he this time is aware of the amount of damage Lartronx used early. Didn't find any value. They walk in now with Logan's copy. and they can play as aggressive as they want
You
with
see
it. Kraz
some
kinda can
Punisher
stall
in
out,
tournaments, but it depends on what the
eventually
comp
they
is.
lose Valentina early.
Virtus
Tones
Pro
cross
used to
map
actually
again,
run
finds the KO.
Punisher with
Kraz's
a
ultimate
single
is gonna be
DPS.
pretty much negligible.
It depends on the
They
bans
still
as well.
don't have any ultimates to help peel off this defense, but Lunex, again, they need to find the KOs before Shroud Ults are built, before Meteor M is built, and they're just not. Scatter built up that Meteor M on the backside. He goes in aggressive. They don't have greens for it either. They needed to go for a swap last second, trying to block it. Nice job to avoid it, but the copy comes out from Valentina.
That would have been a
now
sick
they can
block,
play
though.
aggressive. They can find the KOs afterwards, and they do. Lunex, again, they get pushed away at the very end of first point.
Yeah, Day's able to find a few here as Kraz gets another Forky, taking out Logan, and that should be the rest. As they
Oh
all
my
crumble,
God.
but again, 2 minutes and 18
Seeing Luna get a
seconds
few
on
kills
the
is
clock
always
here
funny
on the
because they
offense for
saw
Lunex.
Luna and they were like, hey,
It's
you know
been
what?
held
Let's
here
buffer
before,
damage it a
folks.
little
Will
bit.
it happen once more?
Oh, I don't know if you
Meteor
guys
M
saw
is very
the
close.
damage,
Excuse me,
but
not
that's
quite there,
crazy.
but instead, the Strangling Prison and the Invisible Boundary available. The dance floor from Forky to have an answer, and a Madian's Glartrox, which can be a massive threat with the off-map potential right behind where he's located right now.
Yeah, and last time the Median wasn't able to hit, it's been a longer of like a range. Green's already used. I mean, not a pressure provided now by Kraz on this defense. Looks a little bit better with Days. Also, they're able to set up on the defense. Glartrox goes out, gets onto that Magneto. I don't think he even expected that because he shielded it off, so it didn't bring it back to be able to get that KO. Days still set up on the back line, though. Glartrox was maybe more to force out more, but they, again, don't have Stratus cooldown. Silent Blaze's ultimate too late to save Logan. In Days on this
Yeah, they
Daredevil
buffed
has
Luna.
been
They
roaming
instead of like
free.
doing
Silent Blaze's
22
ultimate's
or
gonna run out eventually.
22
And
something,
again, advantage goes
I think
to
it's
Swamp
22.
Gaming.
22 damage and healing per
Never
shot. It's
reset as
24
a
now.
unit, but they do have a lot of answers, a lot of ultimates here. As Regis, Iffy, Tico, and Logan will all be able to press the Q button, whereas Days will be close. Nice shots there by Valentina, able to find Logan in the neutral, and that's just going to give Swamp more time. And this is these small wins that we're seeing from Swamp when they are in a dangerous spot. This changes everything. These few seconds, you may think, oh, whatever, they lost somebody, they're just going to drop back. No, but now look at the ult charge. Kraz is there, Amadian's almost there, Valentina, Forky, Scatter, and Days all now should have ultimate in these next fights, and that is exactly what they're trying to do with those initial neutral picks.
So they use the Invisible Boundary, try to peel off the Daredevil, who's met by Forky Dog and his ultimate. Phoenix ultimate from Tico and Meteor M committed. But if they don't find a KO here, I mean, these ultimates basically wasted. Like, you would want Tico's
Grim,
ultimate maybe
Preseason
for the
3
Captain
months.
America.
And
Luckily, they
Deeber
peel
of the
off
Massive,
Days.
get this up again. Thank
but
you.
after this, I mean, they could stall forever, right? Like, Swamp Gaming used Forky Dog's ultimate. Now they go
Yeah.
in aggressive. Silent Blaze close that Invisible Boundary. And without Days, at least they don't have, like, maybe the damage output. They green early, but the Glartrox, oh my goodness, that's both Vanguards, I believe, but the Invisible Boundary's there afterwards.
Great
Have the
plays
Meteor
by
M.
the.
Is there a shield to
I
block
will
it? Maybe
say,
Orky
we don't
double
say
jump
this a
away on
lot.
Silent Blaze's
Great
side.
plays by
Doesn't matter.
Lunex
Tones
supports,
takes
though.
Valentina
Every
on the
time they
flank,
get
excellent
Glartrox,
work
that they throw an
to remove
Invis
that.
ult right there where they're
Also,
going to
here
save
comes
them.
Daze in the backside. Logan goes down, Silent Blaze afterwards, and that's both removed. Regis' ultimate is negated. Doesn't get any value because of the Captain America. And with overtime ticking down, a Median takes down Regis. Nobody else here on the side of Lunex, and beautifully played after the first point snowball. As they get it done, Lunex gets stopped at 111 meters.
Folks, if your friends say DD's buried in the ground on all these nerfs, go ahead and just show them a couple clips there of these engages from Days. It's instant. It's instant. It's insane combinations. The flow looks clean. The back line gets deleted. And that is all she wrote. Just so disgusting from the side of Swamp Gaming once again, who just lock in on that defense on point 2. It is a pretty
I think
location,
Lunex
as your
did it
spawn
to
is
themselves,
relatively
though.
close there, especially considered the attack. And now the goal is here for Lunex to buy
Like,
time on point
chat,
1.
this is
Try
a
to hold
best of
exactly or
5.
a little bit
I'm just
shorter
gonna
as to
spit
where
some
Swamp
knowledge
is
real
on
quick for you
their
guys.
defense.
It's
We'll
a best
find out
of
in a moment
5.
how that looks and what they look
You're
like
on
here off the
map
rip, because
3.
honestly, Swamp,
If the first 2 games
on point 1.
you banned Gambit first and
Absolutely
you
right.
lost,
You know, going back to
and the
Lunex,
Elsa popped off,
like, I feel
what do
like
you
they're
guys
using
think you're
too
going to
many
do the
ults in
third
certain
game?
fights where Swamp Gaming are being
Would you
smart.
guys
Like,
A,
sometimes we would
try
see even
something
after
new
one
and
where
ban
they were
Elsa
winning,
that's
we
been
would, like,
dominating
layer
your
Regis and
games?
Tico's
Or would you
ultimate,
rather
whereas
go
Swamp Gaming
B,
are, like, being
ban
patient.
Gambit
You know,
again
Daze
for no
ult,
apparent
then
reason
Madian's
because you
ult,
want to
then
lose
we
the
use
game?
Captain Miracle to delay, Meteor M to help peel. We saw in the last fight, you can combine
Like,
Meteor
it doesn't
M
make
into
any
Beast
sense.
for sure,
Try
find those
something
KOs,
new.
but
Your ban phase is
with
not
how Swamp
working.
Gaming are playing so
Ban
evasive, it just feels like they
Elsa.
can maybe lose one and still be okay, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, especially with how they've been playing. But we're going to see what this looks like here shortly, as we can see the change in comp. I mean, the Venom coming out. This is the kind of stuff I thought I'd see more of today that we haven't at all, you know?
No, that's a good point. Like, I feel like in EMEA, we're seeing even like Venom banned.
Oh
Like,
my god. Oh my god, I need to make that a shirt. Ban Elsa, and I just wear it every time I do like a watch party. Oh my god, you guys are geniuses.
Top teams have been running Venom or Cap consistently.
Wait, they off the map.
You guys are geniuses.
Oh my goodness. That's
Pull up a
unlucky
replay
trying to
viewer.
find the flank. Yeah, right.
See what happened. What happened to my Daredevil? Fell off the map. Reported.
Throwing reported. Yeah, exactly. Get a ban in the middle of this, but yeah, no.
Wait, I was looking at you guys while arguing about ban Elsa. Did someone fall off the map?
That'll change here coming up, tomorrow as things change up. But either way, it's so strong. Trying to happen again here. A little bit of the wall run from Days. This is a preview of what we wanted to see last time. Yeah, as the pick comes through there from Silent Blaze.
They lose a Median while setting it up, but now he's lodged into the backside of the cranium of Lunex at the very least.
Yo, Ian, appreciate the massive donut, my friend. How you doing?
For the dive, immediately comes back.
Yo, Jay3, I have my driver's license tomorrow. Wish me luck. Chat, stay off the streets.
Maybe Kraz, nice bubble to keep
This is a public service announcement. Chat, get off the streets.
Nice job of the counter dive though. Days gets red through the wall.
Good luck, my friend.
That fight. It's in the 1v1 though. Has the
hey, listen, I failed my first time doing my driver's test.
But at the meantime, if he goes down early, that Venom being
I did everything correct. I did the 3-point turn correct. The only reason they failed me is because I didn't come to a complete stop at the stop sign. I did like the, what's it called, the California roll.
Available just yet. Logan instead going to launch crystals for the side of the X on the defense, and the copy comes through. Boundaries available. Going to wait potentially a little bit, and there is the commitment now after the dance floor goes out for just a short while. You don't always need to ult instantly. Keep that in mind, as sometimes you can find value in using some of those other cooldowns first. As goodbye now to the boundary. Here goes that Meteor Ram. Logan dropping back, getting pressure here by Kraz, who lands on that health pack, and that is unfortunate if he finds one. Days able to take out Tones, evening the numbers once more. Commitment from Redis and Silent here for Lunex. And Tico with the end song. Borky holding on to the dance floor. Kraz still has that answer, and will that ultimate come through? It does. Freedom charge now also, folks, will charge up that backline. Whoever goes in it, 20% faster on the ults is value, but iffy.
Ooh.
By Valentina. Yeah, excellent job to find the cap ult, but is that enough for the side of Lunex? Maybe they find Forky. I mean, Silent goes down to Kraz on the opposite side. Portal from the defense as well allows Lunex to hold for a little bit longer.
Lunex is a great team. I just don't understand.
Trying to evade the damage on the other side, so that's 2 off maps in this situation. Maybe that one looked like a little bit more pressure towards him. Kraz finds Logan at the very least, so even though they've lost one after another, I mean, Kraz kind of brings it back. This is making these fights a little bit odd and kind of make them indecisive. Scatter came back onto the Angela and finds Iffy, so they've kind of split up Lunex as well, finding one after another. And even though we lose Days in the middle of the fight, we're still up. At the end of the day, Green's used, obviously, to help peel and play that objective, but there's no more portal now for this defensive side. Tico is coming back onto Dr. Strange regardless, but Logan goes down, then Silent Blaze. Hold by Lunex, actually kind of impressive, about 3 minutes for their side. But regardless, Swamp Gaming will get it done, move to second phase.
Again, in a moment where it's getting a little dicey for them, they step up. Great play there, and honestly, great switch by Scatter here, looking strong on the Angie. Not sure if that switch is going to last long. Looks like I was going to say it might be heading to the spawn door there, but no, instead just going to play around point, protect that backline, peel a little bit while Kraz takes the space, allowing Days to make some plays, and that was an unintentional rhyme, but sometimes comes out like that as we see more commitment. Swamp going to be up in ultimates here. Does have to let the devil out. No answers right now for Lunex.
That's my. I
need
don't
to
know
make
if I'm
something happen here and
disconnecting or
try
not.
to take and own this space, stopping the cart for just a short while. There it is.
And I have seen people equate you to Eminem.
Hello?
You know, of the Marvel Rivals scene. I have seen that, but everybody coming back to peel the dive. In the meantime, Clark still pushing. Scatter again. Over to the Angela, able to find Silent Blaze. Excellent pick from him. Days. That's a double on the top side, and oh my goodness, goodbye, Logan.
Dude.
Disgusting. Yeah, like you mentioned, gross.
Oh my god, dude.
Look at that, Days. Stop it. Somebody stop him. I mean, you can't let DD through, I guess, when Days is on the opposition. That was
I mean, if you ban Daredevil, he's just going to play Wolverine, and you're still going to get rolled by Wolverine. Yeah, Days. I don't know who Days is. I haven't seen that guy a lot, but he's disgusting.
Just ain't in it, because they are silly geese. If you watch something like that, more commitment comes in. The Heaven's Descent lands. Another 3-piece. Kraz, Days, and a Median, and that might be it here for Lunex. The stall for a brief moment from Iffy, but I don't think he can last long here as the commitment from cooldowns goes out. Feast of the Abyss should buy a little more time. Dance floor goes out to keep the team healthy. Days, though, is still able to find it through the chaos.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one after another.
Yeah, I don't understand that. How is it when another Daredevil is popping their ult? How do you make the other team's Daredevil go blind when he's already blind?
All of the pocket on himself, in fact, with his own Snowflake and Idol, but once his invisible boundary run out, Lunex have nothing. Tico in the Phoenix ultimate to help stall, but that's going to do nothing. Diddly squat. Lunex are done. Swamp Gaming 3-0 in our very first match of the day.
Hey, that was a 3-0, but that was a very, 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 very close 3-0.
A lot more decided, right? Like that kind of looked like what we expect from Swamp just based on stats in the past. But Lunex really stepped up. I would say map 1 and 2 didn't get to show off as much of what they got there on 3. Just don't think they were as comfortable on the map comparatively to what they had prior. But yeah, I mean, I do think it could have been a very different story if there was a little more clutch there from Lunex. Again, that will come with time.
Wow, Days 32 and 6 with 17 final hits.
And a very scary team to go against. And you know, Zoe, I'm sure is gonna
29,000 damage done by a maiden though on the.
Was kind of close, right?
Yeah, this is one of those scorelines
Elsa.
where it may fool you into thinking that, oh yeah, obviously Swamp Gaming just rolled over the opposition. Of course they would be. We're looking at like Lunex, right? The MRC team that just happened to find themselves in this situation due to some quote-unquote lucky victories. But that is really not the story here. Lunex made them sweat. They made them work hard for it. And they very much deserve to be here. If their last few matches are any indication of how they can punch up and play with the big guys, and you know, they're a formidable opponent. So yeah, in that lower bracket,
which teams are next? Next game is actually going to be really good as well. We have
in the end
Space Station Gaming against 100 Thieves.
It was as much Swamp Gaming finding their stride and their tempo as it was Lunex just kind of losing steam there. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to have the right answers. I think that started already with the ban phase here for this particular last map.
Yeah, but this kind of goes back to, you know, what we're talking about. Like, it's hard to ban
I
against
gotta
these
pay out.
flexible teams. Like, you know, with Days coming in.
$8.2 million.
God, and then Days kind of
Yo,
to whatever,
the 5 people who voted on Lunex.
So, like, there was no
2 gifted subs right now. I'll give you $8 million. No, that's fucked up, chat. That's fucked up.
Swamp Gaming be unbannable. Like, what is the, you know, what's the play now versus the Swamp
That's
Gaming
fucked up,
squad?
man.
Because they were kind of getting better and finding the tempo. Like
No,
you
no,
said,
no,
Zoe,
no, no,
and
none of
got
that,
the
none of
job
that.
done
I don't rig. I don't rig.
On that third map.
I don't rig the system, man.
Yeah, I mean, across the board here, Swamp, although we all know how strong they are, right? Like, as a team, I will say, I think it's worth reiterating, just like, that was a close matchup for map 1 and 2. We'd be lying if we said that wasn't the case. That is
true.
A testament to the Americas region right now. Lunex, I mean, guys, this is the top versus bottom seed, right? So them being able to look that close in map 1 and 2 already is, I don't know what we're going to see for the rest of the day, but it could be crazy today.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, right? Like, yeah, they played it close, but now if you're one of the other teams and you're looking back at this particular match, was an actual weakness exposed? I kind of feel like
I'm barely
wasn't,
making any
right?
bets. I mean, I'm barely making any money because I'm making safe bets. Yeah, well, you know what? Scared money makes no money. You know who said that?
So over under
Abraham Lincoln.
Kind of look unbeatable.
Yeah, Swamp
Scared
Gaming,
money
I mean,
makes no money.
They're kind of living up to being clutch gaming now. So yeah, I mean, they're gonna be a tough team to go against in the future. And it's the same thing for Lunex. And it's kind of like, I kind of predicted wrong. I was like, okay, maybe Swamp Gaming stocks go down. You know, for the side of Lunex, maybe stock goes up. But
this is not
both
gambling
teams
advice,
look
by the way,
good,
chat.
like you
Please
Zoe,
don't
even though
gamble.
it was
Don't do
a
that.
3-0.
Channel
And
points,
for Lunex, I think
yes.
if they maybe
Real
figure out a
money?
few of their
No,
target focus issues,
I
maybe
do not believe
find
in
these KOs in the middle of
the
fights,
gambling, man.
Then I would put them a lot higher. Maybe change up that ban phase too. Maybe don't need to focus on the Invisible Woman. Maybe need to prioritize keeping, you know, either Gambit since that was available.
Not gonna lie, I think 100 Thieves is winning that. In God we trust, 100 Thieves will lose.
Yeah, they certainly won't find.
Ooh, a lot of people are. We'll see what the prediction says in a little bit, chat.
Team that is left in the bracket. I think this is specific against Swamp Gaming, where it's just really, really hard to craft a plan that is strategically against them versus just kind of try to play to your own comfort and hope for the best and hope that the opposition is making mistakes. That's kind of the game plan going up against Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off what you're saying, Dog, about the invis, right? I think the lock was great, the ban out was smart, but You saw it there. I mean, Day's initiation, it wasn't hindered at all by Invis. It was 17 finals, the next closest being 8 in the entirety of the map. You know, a ton of healing from Silent looked disgusting on the hero, but again, I'm just not sure the hero in this current meta is even enough to stop some of this dive.
Speaking of which, we do have Days ready for a quick chat.
Oh, we have Days interview. This is cool. Let's see it.
So let's bring Days in to talk a little bit about how they got it done. Because there was clutch gaming front to back on pretty much every map. They managed to actually clutch it up. Days, welcome to the show. First of all, congratulations. This was a hard-fought victory, even though it was a 3-0. Talk to us a little bit about why this match was so close. I mean, you started off on the back foot, right, on the very first map. Was it needed for you guys to like kind of get slapped right out of the gate in order to wake up and log in?
Right, yeah. So, I mean, first map, you know, we didn't expect them to come out on that type of comp. It's really uncommon to see those dead pool comps, DPS pool or support pool. So, as soon as we got to adapting, you know, figuring out our picks, our tank line, it was kind of just a lot easier, more coordinated, and we really just took the front to back duel to them, and we just won with Wolverine.
Yeah, absolutely. To kind of piggyback on what you said, Days, a little bit, like on that map number 2, I mean, obviously, they had a solid offense, but you guys as well just kind of snowballed like crazy. Is this sort of your read on the meta? Like, are you sort of enabling the team with these plays and the follow up on you? Like, is it just good?
Days does not look 25, Chad. Days looks very young. You could pass off probably like an 18, 19-year-old. How old is he?
Snowballing towards the
there's high school kids playing in this Marvel Rivals tournament, chat.
Well, I mean, I think really what it came down to is we were not taking our turn fast enough, and we're not taking it hard. Like, we're on Cloak, we have Cloak advantage, and they're on Sue, so Discord, and we should just be able to walk forward with it. Unfortunately, like, we just weren't finding any value with our Cloak ults, and they were really cut short. They're on Mag and Wolverine, so they can easily die out of Cloak ult. And as soon as we swapped to Luna and kind of got the ball rolling, we found a little balance between swapping a Cloak, swapping a Luna when they have Mag ult and stuff like that, and it was just really easy from there. I wouldn't say it's anything at all from, you know, my plays individually. I really don't think I'm like the carry of this team at all. I think it's just our team cohesively is really, really good, and we work together. Target calls are great, communication's great, and the energy
great answer, bro. Together. Great answer.
But you also carry, so there's that.
yeah. Hey, it's good to finally talk to you face-to-face, buddy. I mean, we talk about some people needing bans, right? We talk about Polly's cap. I mean, at this point, there's an argument to say your DD's got to get removed because that was just disgusting. Just from a standpoint, out of curiosity, what is the answer for DD in the meta? Because they're going Invis, they're going Fox, and they can't stop you.
I mean, I think just being really coordinated about it. Like, you understand whenever, like, where DD is.
Emily, can you take over for me?
Have your own DD, call out where he is.
Thank you. You're amazing.
There's no specific support.
Okay, chat. Emily is going to hold down the fort until I be back. Okay.
I don't think Logan had a lot of time in that hero compared to other Foxes that I've seen.
All right.
Right, now, Days, one last question.
Okay,
Looking ahead, obviously, you're one round further into the playoffs. Your next potential opponents is either 100 Thieves or SSG. How do you rank those two teams? Do you feel like either of them can be a threat to you?
Definitely. I wouldn't go into any match underestimating anybody, especially after how, you know, today went. We really, like, showed some weakness and showed that we are, like, not the Thanos team, the world beaters, so... got to bring tomorrow with our A game for sure.
Right, we're super excited to see what you guys have in store for us. For now, rest up. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
Aw, thank you everyone.
Great to hear from Days. Being humble. We love a humble king, but also definitely caring. Be that a Wolverine, be that a
What if Emily was the one who threw up on his clothes? First of all, Rosie, I love food way too much to throw it back up. No, everything stays down.
Yeah, maybe that comes down to coaching and stuff, right? Like Fox doing a great job with the Swamp Gaming roster. You saw Humble interview with Days, and they, as a unit, like you said, Zoe, have just good heads on their shoulders.
Sushi.
who's my second daughter. She was a street kitty, and I think she just grew up with so much stress. Maybe some of you cat owners can relate, but she feels the need to eat way too fast, and then she throws up because she's constantly afraid that her siblings are going to steal her food. But yeah, she's feeling better. What am I drinking now? I am having a it's a Chinese tea, but I'm drinking it from a bunbisha. It's just this really awesome straw that it's used for yerba mate. Oh my gosh, hi there, Deku. Welcome, Deku. It's me, Jay3. I eat fast because I'm fast. Yeah, Sushi eats so fast, but she's like a Victoria's Secret model. It doesn't stay inside her body, and so she's like super skinny. What's Jay's search history? The latest one is how to play Wolverine. Jay, you finally have hair. Oh, new vote. Oh gosh, did Jay not do that for you? He paid you guys out, right? Is Bleed here? Did I check? Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious, I don't know how to do the sports betting. Yeah. I would click on all of Jay's various tabs, but it scares me because what if I accidentally click the wrong thing? Hi, Boost Field. Do I have a favorite character in Marvel Rivals?
Mr. Fantastic.
Oh goodness, I have so many. But currently my favorite is
Hella. Duelist Deadpool.
I do love playing Penny. You did? Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you, brother Jay.
That's my boy.
All right, guys. Jay just put out the Preds. It's SSG versus 100 Thieves. This is going to be a good match. I think it's a really well even. Yeah, very even match. Did I say Penny? Yeah, I love Penny, guys. I know. A lot of you are probably thinking, why? Why would you like Penny? Jay, we'll say that her ult is like very, very silly, but I love Penny. Love Black Cat, of course.
Solo engagements.
I also really like Gambit. Any Gambit lovers out there? I just feel like I could actually not solo carry on Gambit, but I feel like I can make a big difference for my team when I'm on Gambit.
I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
Yeah, what about you guys? What are your guys' favorite heroes? Fuck Penny Cancer. And see, those responses make me like Penny even more. It's either you don't like Penny or you love Penny. You know, she's a very controversial character.
Yeah.
Gambit's growing on me. Yeah. The Cajun man.
Yeah.
He has a great kit. I love heroes with mobility.
That was more for some people.
Doctor Strange.
Oh, I gotta say, I'm with you. I love Goon Knight as well. I just feel very guilty playing Goon Knight in ranked. because you just Goon Knight is the character that I play when my shots just aren't connecting. So I play Moon Knight. Because I'm not like Jay. Like I can't hit my hooks.
It's kind of like okay.
I'm not good on most of the very aim intensive heroes. So yeah, the Goon. Yeah. And I feel very guilty for saying that I rely on him to win games. Ooh.
Wow, that was my fault. I guess I could have also added America's preseason playoffs.
Jay's about to go on, guys.
Dragging it out a little
Jay is an elite hooker. He makes it look so easy, and then when I try to replicate him in games,
hopefully closer series coming up though.
It doesn't work. The matchup does not work for me.
And listen, guys, these are two teams that they're coming off of losses in our group stage, but not just any losses. They're coming off of losses against MRC teams, against which they were considered the heavy favorites.
Mantis is a good one.
Yeah,
I love Mantis.
I mean, like it's tricky, right? You never want to get pulled into the playoffs.
Jay's an elite hooker.
Do it on your own accord, right? So. There's a little bit of that going on, and I think there's and you know what? Again, we've seen these teams. We love these
Hi,
teams.
Honey Badger. Some people like it.
I'm sure we will.
It's about kind of like rebounding for sure, like you said, Zoe, but like it's tough because
spreading and I'm no betting for.
Like really, I think people realize that now when we've seen we lost Lunex, Cafe Rose, like.
Name's kind of obvious, but I love Rogue as well. Oh, Rogue is so good. I want to get good on Rogue. I say that a lot. And then for some reason, lately, I've only been playing quick play. Because I'm trying to learn new heroes, and I just got addicted to Magneto. Magneto was actually the first tank that I played when Marvel Rivals was in beta, and he was so strong. And then when the game officially launched, they did something to Magneto, and then I felt like I wasn't good on Magneto for the longest time. And now I finally get it. I think just from watching Jay and from watching the pros, I feel like I'm getting better on Magneto. Emily, I need answers. What is with the artwork on the floor, not on the walls? Oh, it's just
I'm very impressed with what we've seen
Jay's laziness. Yeah, I don't think those will ever go up on the wall unless I do it.
2 MRC teams which made it through the playoffs in Group B. That's incredible. So massive achievement.
Magneto's a calm tank and he's a boss. Yeah.
He's kind of part of how these teams are getting upset, so you're on something. But like,
Magneto really is the perfect tank. Yet earlier today, Jay was saying that he felt like Strange was a perfect tank.
Team could be out of
I don't know.
Later on, obviously.
I personally like Magneto a little bit more.
But yeah, still
I also don't know what Jay's saying. Like,
really
he misses most of his Agamottos.
Well, actually, this one's not spicy at all.
Which team did I vote for?
Position, but we're working with it anyway.
Oh man,
Let
that's
me
a great
introduce
question.
our guest, because surprise, we have a special guest to help us set the stage for our
I'm gonna copy your answers. What did you guys vote for?
Universally adored and loved. Of course, it is a Jay3. I said what I said.
Like that.
I'm gonna make this louder.
Clever one. I like that.
Oh,
you can put that in your bio. I'll let you have it.
Oh,
I'm stealing it.
That's amazing.
That's gonna be my new Twitter bio.
How are you
watch
doing?
By the end of the day.
So pink.
I'm doing fantastic. Shout out to you guys for having me on the broadcast. Shout out to Marvel Rivals and the production. A massive W in the chat. You guys are. I'm glad to be here. You guys are doing amazing.
Yay, he said W to chat.
Thank you so much. Coming in flattery, and I've just insulted you straight out of the bat. Feeling a little bad now.
Jay3, it's okay.
Right. Let's talk about what we've seen so far in the group stage. Are you aligned with any team? Are you cheering anyone on in particular? Are you disappointed about a team or surprised with another team? Like, give us all the things, all your thoughts.
Ooh, to be honest with you, I was really surprised how Lunex just played. I thought that was going to be like a fast 3-0, but Lunex was showing a lot of life. So I think I'm now a fan of them. They were doing really amazing. But a team
it was
that
a slow
has been
3-0.
disappointing me, I will say, is 100 Thieves. I thought they were going to be much better. No shade or anything, but yeah, I thought they were going to be way much better.
Totally. I mean, speaking of that, buddy, I mean, we all got, you know, first off, Jay, it's good to see you, my tall, full-haired prince. I'm going to go the opposite way with it. It's good to see you again, but my question to you, man, we got all of our brackets exposed on the official Marvel Rivals X. Do you have a bracket breakdown, and can you kind of describe what you're thinking?
Ooh, for sure. So I went over the bracket with my chat on stream. So going from 1st to 8th, I guess I would have Swamp Gaming being number 1. It pains me to say this, but after seeing today, I don't know how I feel about that anymore. Team Liquid Citadel was going to be my number 2. NRG's number 3. 100 Thieves I have in the middle at 4. Space Station Gaming I have at 5. Sentinel 6. Lunex 7, which is planned to change, I guess, after today. And then I have YWL. No, I'm not trying to be mean. I have them being last. Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks for the breakdown.
Kind of on that, Jay, like maybe to, you know, see what you think in terms of who you're rooting for. Not necessarily who you think is the best, but is there a squad in particular that you're like, damn, I got to root for this team? Or are you trying to be as unbiased as possible as a co-streamer of this game?
Ooh, you know, hey, if anyone wants to sign me as a streamer, you know, I'll be cheering for their team. But I have friends. I'm not trying to give a PR answer. I have friends on a lot of the teams, so I'm just cheering for my friends. You know, I'm cheering for close matches. I think it's very boring to see 3-0s. Hey, man, I want to get good games, man.
That's right. Good games, long games means more viewership for you as a co-streamer. So, Jamie, you know, it all adds up. The math is mathing. I know. Let's break down our next series though. Since you're so disappointed in 100 Thieves, let's talk about how they can bring it back, right? Okay, obviously 100 Thieves, with the caliber of players they have, they're coming into this like as the top dog. Expectations are high. Then they're losing their star player heading into the season, so now even more pressure is on like the players.
Wouldn't it be funny if Jay said FlyQuest?
While they seem to like struggle finding their identity, I do feel like they kind of came back in week 2, and then they dropped the spaghetti in the last day. So where are we at now? Like, hope restored or not? Are we feeling good about them?
Ooh. I think it depends day by day for 100 Thieves. They did lose, you know, Tara, obviously great player. Yeah, it's very complicated. But I do want to say they got a new DPS player. They just the person that was living in the shadows of Tara, you know, is Delena, but he is now showing up as like, you know, a star player instead of taking that backseat. So I think I'm gonna see how it is today, but I think this is gonna be one of the best matchups so far.
How do you feel about SSG then?
I think they're pretty close in terms of skill. I think they're a great team, but I do think. But if I had to make a prediction between 100 Thieves and Space Station Gaming, I will say probably 3-2 100 Thieves probably winning.
Running the numbers.
Wait, who's the 3?
I think 100 Thieves.
Who's the 2?
I have to cheer on my little bro TTK. So.
Oh, I love it, man. I mean, we're speaking a little bit about
so guys,
stuff and how teams are playing together.
Take Jay's answers and then predict
the
opposite of that, because he usually curses.
Give me your predictions on. Do you think we'll be seeing her at the top side of the
He usually curses who's doing well, right? So
you know, she was a lot of fun to play.
I might have to put my monies on Space Station Gaming.
So she was a lot of fun. I do want to see how much better people can get with more playtime on her, but I do
this is a really strong team.
Might be able to combat, like, you know, Daredevil at that.
TTK's gonna play
melee duelist spot. Her ult is so fun.
Yeah, dude, it's dirty.
It is.
And we're looking here at the breakdown of the teams, right, Zoe?
Yeah, let's take a look at Space Station Gaming. As I said, both teams are coming off of a loss that probably irks them. So I think both of them are coming into today trying to make a statement to show the world that they are, in fact.
I wish I could open up the poll again. I don't know how.
Space Station Gaming. Listen, we've had nothing but good things to say about this squad, right? Like, I think they've gotten better and better as the preseason went on. The number 2 in their group. We didn't see an awful lot of like weaknesses in terms of what they can play, right?
Yeah, SSG's
Welcome
been
in,
this
guys.
squad that kind of
Yeah,
was getting
this
better every
team
week, and then they
is
had that loss versus
consistent,
Blue
though.
Hex. I mean, we
100
can call it
Thieves?
Nectar and how good Nectar's been, but like this whole team, the
know.
cohesion is there alongside Blur. That pickup's been big. Jay, when you watch this squad for Space Station Gaming, what's like been your biggest takeaway for them?
Thank
in
you,
the
How to
last week?
Play.
I know, or a couple weeks ago, I guess, because it felt like it's been an eternity ago. As we move on to 100 Thieves after.
Ooh, my biggest takeaway would be I'm loving Psylocke right now, and we have seen what Nectar can do on the Psylocke. So I'm saying give Nectar the Psylocke and let him let him have free reign.
Yeah, and Nectar Psylocke goes brr. It's been pretty much their win con in the last match too, right? Like the fights they did win was whenever
That
they
is
put Nectar
true.
in a good
100
position
Thieves
to do
are
so, and,
playing
like,
together in
bringing
their
out those ults. Now
compound.
the other side, of course, 100 Thieves, they were considered the top dog, had a slow start in the season, as we already alluded to. But they started to kind of find themselves. There was a bit of an identity crisis. Have they arrived at their home ship? Do you feel like they found what works for them?
Does feet
tough
smell
question,
nice?
right?
Yes,
I
and
know
they
have the
taste pretty
talent.
good
I just think they
too.
struggle a little bit with running what might be the most meta right now. I think when they play their traditional comps, they look great as always. They're all super talented, but I'm not sure traditional comps are enough for them to take this thing home. They've got to expand, pull out that. I think they need to run the Van pool, which I think is incredibly strong right now, and don't know why they're not really prioritizing that. They're running more, what I would expect to see from last meta. But outside of that, yeah, they look great. They could play well. I want them to play well because they're a fun team to watch. But we'll find out in a little bit, I guess. Jay, well, I mean, what are your thoughts on them in the current meta?
I don't think the current meta really benefits them the most right now. I think the previous meta, yes, it could be a different story, but you are not seeing so he said, I think you're the tank Deadpool. We're not seeing that too much from them, and I wish they did play a little bit meta more, but it seems like they don't know what they're doing on any given day, I guess.
So what are you considering the meta right now? Because obviously different regions have different reads on it, and also different teams have.
It is a standing desk. We have the same
What
desk.
would you say is like the current meta? Is it just that triple strat backline plus?
I think it depends on the bans. I don't want to say this because I don't want to promote it, but triple strategist is very strong. Please don't run that in my comp games. But for duelist, and my chat can also, and I'm sure a lot of other people will agree, a lot of teams need to ban Elsa. I understand you might want to play Elsa, you might think you have the better Elsa, but I think just getting her out of the game right now is the best strategy in my opinion.
That's fair enough.
Yep.
Is
it a game of chicken? I'm not scared of your Elsa. What for you?
I believe so.
What's
I mean,
happening there when you don't ban it?
I think it's do you want to ban the Elsa? And if you ban Elsa, people are scared of the Gambit, which is also really strong. But I think you have to ban the Elsa. I would rather play against a Gambit than an Elsa, especially a really good one at that.
Well, on that, Jay. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'll jump into this. Sorry, sometimes you might be
Jay looks so
vocally challenged. I
good.
might
So
be challenged in
smiling.
the brain a little bit. So for you, Jay, how do you feel like when people say Elsa diff? If you get to play Elsa and the other team gets to play it, what do you say if somebody's like, man, our Elsa sucks, even though it's probably not your fault?
Ooh, I'm gonna do the classic. Just type GG no heals. It's never my fault, man.
Classic. Never change. Jay3, never change.
There you go.
That's why we love you. Jay3, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat and for giving us some insight. Here, a quick opportunity for you to promote yourself. Where can people find you?
Ooh, well, people can find me on twitch.tv/Jay3, but, I just want to say appreciate you guys for having me here. Shout out to, all the players, production, and hey, shout out to all the other co-streamers. I want to see this scene grow, and it's really fun to watch, definitely.
Aw, W.
It really is, and it's people like you who make it so much fun. So once again, thank you so much. But for now, it's time to say goodbye to you and hello to our upcoming match, because our players are about to get ready for this second series of a day. So let's talk a little bit more about what we're going to expect from this very matchup. Starting with you, Shib. looking at I think you're out. You can
Am I out? I thought I was out. I would be completely honest with you.
Get out of there, Jay.
I said bye, but maybe you're one of those people who doesn't get the hints, you know? Like, some people don't get social cues. That's okay.
You say where to find me. I was going to say keeps.com, but, you know, I don't want to say that. But,
I have a cough. Don't make
I'm
me
here
laugh.
until you guys kick me out.
That's right. Well, I will continue. So there we go. And he's out. On that note.
They kicked me out.
No. Some transitions. We got
kicked me out.
Love to Jay3. Absolutely.
I said, hey, I'm here until they kicked me
So
out.
many years of
That was fun.
entertainment
That was really fun. Did you hear me
And no
after I
matter
got
what
kicked out or
game
no?
empowering, I
I
can't
heard
escape
you
it.
from
So
here.
we
You were
are.
saying something
Let's
about
talk
production.
Yeah.
About
I was like, damn, production. Did they go through or no?
I really want to prove something today.
That was funny.
Make a bit of a statement.
Thank you so much for holding it
Yeah.
down.
Go ahead, dog. Give me a breakdown.
Really, scale 1 to 10.
Well, I mean, it's tough because like when we look
I
at
would
both
say
groups, I
9.
mean, I feel
Really?
like
Yeah.
Group A was
I did say
looking like a stronger group, but based on what we saw Blue Next before,
You definitely worked on that
I mean,
a lot. Oh
like
my God.
SSG is just a wild card right now, dude.
Oh,
Like, they
Dark
were getting
Wizard,
better
you're
and
too
improving
kind
every
with the
week, but at the
25
same time,
gifted
same thing
subs
with Blue Next.
and the
I mean, this
massive
group
Prime
overall
sub, my friend.
just looked to
Absolutely
have improved
insane. Appreciate it.
in this couple weeks we've been off.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I'm with you. I mean, it's difficult because I don't even know who's going to show up today, right? As we're looking now.
That was too funny. Daddy Longlines,
You know
appreciate the
what?
master Prime
Teams
sub
love
weekly.
Celestial
Appreciate the
because
master
there's a
new
lot of
tier 1
stalling,
sub
and
as well.
Domination does a great job
I
of
heard you
stalling, so
talking about how you didn't
we
know
might
how to
see some
start it.
veteran
I think it was
players,
over
something like
here.
that along the lines of
But
Cap,
I just started on your
one of
account.
those dive comps here, just to try to make a play and install for days. But
Yeah.
I'm with you. I don't know.
Yo,
To continue my
Hug,
thought,
appreciate
I
the
don't know what
massive
we're gonna see out of these
Dono
two
as
teams
well.
today.
And
I do
Artstuck
think 100 Thieves
Platish
haven't
on
really shown their full
YouTube
potential
with
in
the
this
10
meta
gifted subs. I
by
want
any
to
means
see your
yet.
reaction
But
to the thing
SSG is also squandered a little bit. They have a ton of talent, right? And we mentioned Nectar.
Jay,
They're
Emily said your
one of the
feet
best
taste
duelists,
good. Can you
right, in the
confirm or
States, for
deny?
sure, maybe even in the world, and super flexible. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that is. But and maybe that's not quite
Deny?
enough because they did struggle.
We
last
are
time. They
not
lost to
into
Lunex,
feet in
right?
this
It was
house, which I'm
2-0,
not
to Lunex.
trying to
So
keep
that's something
shame.
everyone's got to keep in mind. So
Oh, I want to tell
very,
you one thing
very
though. I would not
tricky.
go into your room.
And, I'm just
Before we
I'm
did
gonna
the
base a lot of
interview,
my
they asked
opinions
if I
here
was
off of how
ready. I
this
got a
first
little
starts off.
nervous and I let out the biggest fart.
That's
I would
fair.
not go
No,
into that room.
At
It
least I
smells
feel like we're
really
finding
bad.
ourselves on even footing. 100 Thieves in week 1, they really struggled on domination. Like, they just couldn't win a domination. That seemed to be like their kryptonite. Now, in week 2, they did a lot better, so they got that, like, out of the way. I think that should inspire some confidence, not just for the fans watching, but also for the players heading into that first map.
Yeah, I mean, I think for them that was a huge game, obviously, but it's like you said. I mean, SSG, you could say they struggled only versus Lunex on domination, or well, obviously Team Liquid Citadel. I mean, you can't fail to mention that. But yeah, like you said, Zoe, I mean, I kind of favor SSG when we head domination, but after that, when we head to Convergence and Convoy, also from the experience aspect of the game, 100 Thieves, I think, look a lot better on the other map types, and it is kind of, as Shib said, it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but it kind of goes like what we see in these first few maps.
Yeah, that's what it is, right? Like, in most video games, it all comes down to who's showing up on game day. And we're about to find out as we're heading on to our first map. It's going to be domination in order for both of these teams to show us what they have in store for us today. SSG versus 100 Thieves, map 1, starting right now.
All right, my friend. Here we go yet again. Definitely a pretty good series off the rip last time, but, went to a 3-0 situation, and I expect this thing to be a little bit different, but I don't want to curse us as, again, the exact same band we are used to.
Hey, chat, how was my interview, bro? Scale 1 to 10. I think I did. Why is Emily so short? My head is cut off.
The Gambit comp
for the first time in my life, I'm tall. There we go.
Those sort of divey comps as well as the Mantis
What?
gets removed
3? I
afterwards,
think
that
I did
promote
well.
a little bit of that
Flark
health in that
you.
department, but they get that Gambit Protect, unlike the last team we saw, Shib, where they went for that Invisible Protect. Now we get the Gambit immediately saved.
Yeah, I think Gambit's just so worth it. I think it's just so strong in the meta and still has such a good neutral, right? And, well, one thing I want to call out, I was actually talking to Delena a few days ago and just having a conversation. I was like, I haven't really got to see a lot of your Elsa gameplay. He was like, yeah, it's been banned every single game.
I like how I said, everyone knows me as a melee specialist. I wonder if anyone's going to come to my stream and be like, hey, man, I heard you were a melee specialist. Show me what you got. And they watch my Spider-Man. And they're going to go like, holy fuck, this guy's awful.
100 Thieves are like letting it through sometimes, even
Oh,
versus teams
that's funny, bro. That's funny.
Popping off with it. Definitely, teams have learned you can't really let Rogue get through. But for Space Station Gaming, they get the Invisible Woman Protect alongside the Gambit if they want to play that as well. And the Star-Lord is as well as
what's after this
against
game?
Space Station Gaming trying to hard counter anything to do with the Gambit. But I mean, shit, it's interesting because obviously, well, they go for that Daredevil Protect, but with Gambit, it feels like you can kind of play any fast-paced deep duelist, and it's just good.
Yeah, it enables not only the dive comps, but we talk about those brawly, snowball, just rush comps, right? Because you hear that alt and you just run. But, you know, they're going to make sure a lot of the complementary strategists and Vanguards and Rogue and Loki aren't around. And I do think this looks like a much better band here.
No prediction? I started prediction already, chat.
They're getting 2 heroes that they really want.
Oh, not a lot of people start. Not a lot of people.
Potentially best
I guess it's because Emily was taken over and she didn't.
So looking forward to
she
seeing
did
what that looks
say
like.
the thing, but
SSG, see what they're going to be.
There was a prediction, chat. You guys gotta. You guys.
They're going to be running that.
Guys gotta look out for that.
Wolverine's been taking a big step up today too.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolverine.
1.8 million on 100 Thieves, 1.6 million on SSG.
You can make it work for sure, especially to counter certain heroes. But we'll see what 100 Thieves want to do. I think a big also talking point was, and this might be something we will see later on, was you know, what does TTK play in this squad? I think Vinny last time was playing a lot of the Van Pool. This time around, we'll see as we load into Celestial Husk what he wants to go for. But we're probably playing a lot of that Van Pool moving forward. So. I mean, I kind of agree with you. I like how the ban phase sort of went for 100 Thieves, but also for SSG, they've just been better on domination than 100 Thieves has been. Sure. So I think regardless, we'll have to see how 100 Thieves adapt to this map type in particular. Also, wait, real quick, it's interesting too. They have, this is the only matchup so far where both Vanguards, at least in terms of Necrise and TTK, are on roller too, right?
Oh, true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. Shout out to all of those who play on the sticks, which I do think there are certain heroes that play very well. We mentioned that obviously on the last go around, how certain Vanguards play great on controller. Just kind of, it just feels good, including things like Emma and Strange. As we see the portal potential play here for Necrise, trying to get a kidnap and electing instead to just attack the back line with the Wolverine, not able to get it tackled through portal.
Ooh, very interesting, very interesting. Okay, chat, let's see this.
As we start up.
Wait!
On our first fight on point.
100 Thieves banned Elsa and saved it from themselves.
100 Thieves with the edge in terms of
oh my god! Oh, I gotta change my face cam. Oh my god! They're actually using their brains.
Well, pacing flipped on its head. Both duelists already coming online, like you said.
Hey, I told you, Delena.
A piece for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, getting the duelist they wanted to run and showing it immediately. That was some clean play from both of them. And, you know, you mentioned there's a lot of poke and peel potential when it comes to Elsa, but you know what? She's actually not that bad in engaging heavy.
Wait, what do you mean? They did a great job, Jay. They tried to put you on the spot a couple of times, but you handled it well. I don't think they put me on the spot at all. I will say one thing. The casters for Marvel Rivals, I feel like, in my opinion, are some of the best casters, man. They make top. I'm usually very nervous if I go on someone else's stream. I love my stream. I could stream to you guys. Doesn't matter what my view count is. But if I go on someone else's channel, I feel very nervous because it's not my channel.
Like you gotta at least react in that fight, maybe with the your Gambit dashing away or something. But you know, everybody again rotates towards this backside. You do have that dead pull out, and Vitello goes down again early. Wow.
Okay, let's see this.
Immediate value from 100 Thieves removes him with that dead pool, and everybody else collapses too. Shiv, these fasts are as quick as we can speak. 100 Thieves already get the second fight win.
Yeah, I mean, this is just lights out. I mean, TTK with a nice initiation there, using that ban hammer on the back line. Folks always want to try to use that on a strategist. That actually has to land shots. It's going to put you in a tough spot if you miss even a little bit or
okay, let's get this shot. Ooh, look at that team house. I like how they're all
so TTK looked great right off the initiation, forcing that out, and then it was just a collapse fest when he found a two-piece, and that's it. And that is the entire story. Again, we'll see if something changes here, but not letting off the gas pedal at all. TTK on this front line is looking real strong once again.
This is what sort of fans were asking for, was to see TTK on the Deadpool, and Necrise tries to match on the opposite side, but large rocks get big. Dude. Two players in the middle of it. Goodbye, Necrise and Nectar. Again, fight sort of ends before it even begins, and not even a single Stratus ult is going to get built for Month or Fidel unless they get a portal play coming back.
I think they are at the LA compound, yeah. I don't think they have any other compound.
And go next map, save onto ultimates. Doom comes through just a touch for a second longer, get the overtime procced, but they don't go for that Doctor Strange portal. They're just, it looks like go next round at this point. Blur finds Millennia, but damn, 100
Hey, I'm told, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that was
I don't understand why you ban Elsa.
I mean, it was perfect execution.
Why ban Gambit first? No ban Gambit first. Elsa first.
I mean, This is
Chat, I sound like a broken record at this point, bro.
Against, right? In ladder. This is something that is a problem always. And then shout out Millennia and shout out all Luna players on that fact that you can deal so much damage on Luna. And little known fact, you can actually deal more damage on Luna in the next patch than you can on Hella. So if you're a strong Luna, you can be an absolute menace, not only in the healing front, but just with that freeze into headshot combo. And Millennia has been doing that for seasons now on that Luna. So shout out on that front as well.
Yeah, Xeon crazy for that one. Buffing the healing of the anyway. I won't get started on that department. That isn't poor Hella mains, you know. Us Hella mains sitting over here seeing Luna Snow do more damage. This is why it might be a good idea to switch full-time to strategist if you're a Hella main. Because Luna Snow is just a better duelist now than ever. For Space Station Gaming though, their sort of advantage, I think last week, Shib, well, especially in dominations, they would make plays first. You know,
You think Elsa is worth banning after tomorrow's patch?
Reactive comp does not feel
I still
like
think
the
she's
SSG
going to be
we saw in
really
Group D.
strong. They nerfed her a little bit. She
tough
still
because
does
I
a lot of
think Fang
damage,
definitely
and
has
her
a
ult
place
is still
still
going to
in
be
the
really
meta,
strong. But
there's just too
yeah,
much
I don't know.
movement.
I
know
haven't
you're
played
saying,
enough
you know,
of
he
the
has
new
to shut
patch
down some of
yet
that movement,
to
but it's like, yeah,
know,
you gotta
chat.
top him first,
Plus,
though. Yeah,
when
you
the
can
patch
dash
does
in,
come
but
out
use a
tomorrow,
cooldown
they're
for
not
you
going to be
escape,
playing
and
on that patch.
If you commit heavy, you're in danger, and we're seeing that with these compositions right now where Thing can do a great job peeling backline, but you know what? Vanguard does a great job even into Thing. Just raw damage onto the front line, and then you ult the back line, and then what's he going to do? Not much. So you can see here TTK owning that space to Lena, trying to find some damage onto the front line instantaneously on a Blur, who's down to 20% HP, and a Dream Doomed able to escape there, but TTK finds that quickly, taking some pictures to get experience, and it's another clean start. Here is Vinny. Goes out with the Freedom Charge after the dance floor ends. Here comes the end song from Nectar. Will that find value? Not quite yet. It does not, and it looks like they're still holding on, and it's Jeff goes through. Great movement there by Vinny on the cap. Blur finds potentially the first pick here for SSG.
Yeah, Jesus. I mean, at least they get one on the board. But regardless, yeah, I mean, this has been tough. Like, Nectar on the Phoenix, at least Phoenix in general, I know has been played a lot more, but we saw Psylocke a lot last week, and, you know, going away from it, maybe something happened in scrims and in practice that they want to go away from it and more towards the Phoenix, but TTK's been on a tear. And 100 Thieves just keep this moving forward. Ultimate's used in the last fight too. SSG again looking lost, Shib. And guess what's up, man? The Glartrox, and it's hungry.
Yeah, I mean, and the idea with Glartrox is you just want to use that dash to initiate, and bang, there it goes. It's going to find somebody. It actually does not, but a good idea is they all
I like the
backwards,
Delena's forehead cam. I love these things.
Notice that the point was moving, go right back, and just stall for days. The idea now is just to hold on for as long as possible, but that's a huge pick there from Blur. Goodbye, Millennia. What does the Fox say? Indeed, as the commitment comes through from Winnie, trying to hold on for a moment. Great bubble there, still able to stay in Fox form somehow, and the pressure is still in favor of 100 Thieves, even after that pick of Millennia. Strategist, a main heal strategist, and wow, I mean, 100 Thieves are looking woken up completely.
Yeah, playing cover well, playing those right side angles perfectly, and then the target focus is here. I mean, we'll see if Fidel can live in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, Delena's been showing up, bro. So thank you, Emily, for holding down the fort. I appreciate you.
Saw the Hella mismatch now just kind of taking full effect as Delena's been free. Self has been nice on the Daredevil, and I imagine a lot of people are like, why would you give Self the Daredevil? Because this guy, whenever he plays it so far, has looked beautiful. However, Doomed finally he gets on the board too. Millennia goes down into Winnie with his ultimate on the back, or sorry, with the dive on the backside, and gets 3. So nice follow up from Blur's dive. Finally controlling the objective after a struggle bust that happened first.
We heard it in the interview, folks.
Tara didn't get traded. Tara left 100 Thieves.
Go DD. You mark them.
Tara is being replaced by Self.
And right off the rip after the switch, we are going to see some success there from Doomed.
Self is a really good melee
So
specialist.
again, a good swap there for SSG.
If I'm not mistaken.
Needs to find some momentum. 21% in climbing as the commitment goes out. Necraj with the banhammer. Nectar coming in, bang, lands with the end song, but again, not to any avail. Vinny very close here to the Freedom Charge as well.
Yeah, 100 Thieves obviously don't have like as
Jay3
as a strategist line.
I'm an insane melee.
The strongest ones at the current moment, but they're making it work, playing around it well. Here's the Glartrox into Doom's ultimate, shuts it down off the rip. Huge pick off from him. The Captain America Colt to sustain a little bit longer. They have that shred.
Actually, I think I did a YouTube video on Self as being the best Black Panther player. You definitely should check that out. It was a really, it was insane.
Getting target focused by Delena and the rest of 100 Thieves, so they have to back up, give up the point. And if we get picked off here, that's even more brutal. But see how Mump sets up his ultimate. I mean, last time he was peeled off for 100 Thieves side. They have ultimates too, Shib. 80% on the board. and maybe they could fight with some solid ultimates, but Necrorise has to find the pick, tries to peel off the Deadpool ultimate, but cannot. Fidel goes down again. Munt's ultimate's too late to save him, sadly, and has to play for his own life. Can't even get an eat. Now Self can go for this dive afterwards with his ultimate. Doesn't even need it, though.
Ooh,
Nectar
that guy
falls,
lived.
pops the
Really?
ultimate
Oh,
too,
uh-oh,
and
uh-oh.
everybody
He
from
popped his
Preseason
ult. Is he
Gaming
hitting
kinda
anyone?
Staggering into this point because they have 3%
Uh-oh,
to
I don't
go.
think he...
They have
I don't think that was
funnel on in.
the
Boar
best
goes
ult
for
he
the
could
ultimate and
possibly
has
do.
to try to live with his ult after, but cannot. I mean, after that ultimate just gets melted down, though the pocket is here from the Jeff Cross map, and everybody
Have
has
you
to come
gotten
back
any
and
of the
peel off
esport
back
bundles?
line. So maybe
I
you can make
bought
something
all
work
the
for this Thor
esport
coming
bundles
back,
because
but it's gonna be dicey.
I think if you buy them,
Yeah, but then here comes the Gambit.
it supports the teams and it supports the players, so I wanted to support everyone. I have friends on a lot of these teams, so you know, want to support them.
Flush. It is tough to win a fight through that, and I would say really good patience there by Winnie. I mean, sometimes especially in ladder, folks, I'm sure you've seen this experience. You hear something like the Gambit never folds, next thing you know, the Fox is unleashed, and you're like, wait a minute, we may not be able to hold on through that, and goodbye to everyone. It's just
why is Necrise wearing a 100 Thieves skin for Tankpool? Because it's disrespect, and that's what they're doing. They're like, hey, I'll beat you in your own skin.
Good call it, Shiv. They walk on to the point now with said ultimates. See if they can peel off the dive. A Blur early gets frozen. Oh my goodness, couldn't even use the E. What a freeze by Millennia, giving them a massive edge in the upcoming fight. As they need to sustain, they can't. Fidel goes down. Same thing with Necrise. Munt's ultimate ain't going to save anybody with the pool of healing water, or maybe even an Eat. I mean, he has to come back through. Nectar tries to make it tight, dives around the backside, but in overtime ticking down. Blur has to touch again and can't. It goes to 2 maps only. 100 Thieves.
Hey, wow.
Husk, despite
wow.
Their,
hey, 100 Thieves might have heard them say, hey,
Jay... This is bringing back memories of the 100 Thieves that we have grown to know and love.
Hey,
right?
they might have heard me, bro. They might have heard me. They're doing really well. They're doing really well.
You gave the duelists their best characters off the rip, and you know,
what did I say though?
100 Thieves triple comp in the backline is anything.
Chat, maybe my mic is not like working. Hold on, let me turn on my mic.
Maybe I'm missing something.
Maybe you should ban Elsa.
You know, correct assumptions, right?
Maybe we should ban Elsa.
The idea is they were shutting down the triple instead of anything else, but I think 100 Thieves likes traditional comps. They're not too worried about it.
Yeah, fair play. I mean,
you gave the enemy team Elsa. He went 26-0 with 10 final hits and 20,000 damage. That is double the damage than anyone else in the lobby. Hey, well, let's not ban Elsa, chat. LOLXD FR OMG. You know what I'm saying? For real, on God.
Man, like it just feels like Elsa uncontested is crazy. Delena with 26-0. Beautiful stuff out of him in 10 final hits. So we'll see how they keep moving on forward, as the first map was the 100 Thieves map, and it was pretty one-sided. We'll have to see what Space Station Gaming's map is after this short break.
Okay, now this is gonna be fun. Let's play a guessing game, chat. Let's play a guessing game. Hold up, I want to do a guessing thing with you guys. Hold up, let me see something real quick. Okay, so I think it was Space Station Gaming. Does Space Station Gaming ban Elsa? Yes? Yes? I learned my lesson and don't want to lose. No, I want to lose this game. LULXD. Chat. Okay. Type 1 in chat if you think they're going to ban Elsa next game. Type 2 in chat if you think they're not going to ban Elsa to get rolled again. Let's see it. Oh, I think it's right here on the screen. Dude, oh my god. Oh my god. Bro. No, I want to lose this game is already at like 120 votes. Yes, only it's 30 votes. Ah. This is my jam, chat. My jam. Yo, Run True, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. And Scotty, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. How you doing? Okay, I'm gonna end this prediction. 75% of chat in 1 minute thinks that they're not going to ban Elsa. I also spelled Elsa wrong. I put else. No one said anything like. Yeah, Sunday is going to be grand finals.
Welcome back, one and all. And with this, we do see, of course, 100 Thieves going up 1-0 in this series. But you guys talked about how you felt like this was kind of already like on the horizon after the lock and ban phase. Let's talk a little bit about
Yo, is your name
that
Ride My
more,
Duck? Appreciate
yes,
the massive
we've
3
seen
months.
100
What
Thieves
a
playing
name.
the triple strat, like support backline. But like really putting like all your available bans.
My Discord
into
just
that?
reset?
Like, was
Okay.
it that scary? Really?
Someone probably just hacked my Discord.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about your take on this too.
Why am I
Doug.
sending
mean,
feed
for me,
pics to
like,
everyone?
I go through Winnie and I say, all right, played a lot of White Fox. Looks really good on White Fox. Millennia, very consistent Luna. Loves playing Luna. Delena, known in the community as being one of the best Elsas. Self, one of the best Daredevils. TTK, haven't really got to see the Vanguard pool, but if you watch ladder, you know.
Yo, on
TTK
the
is a
way
great man pool.
3,000.
And
Appreciate
then
the massive new
Vinny,
tier
we
1
go
sub, my
complete
friend. How
gap.
you
It's
doing?
like
How you
every
doing?
single one of their players got a character they're in, or a hero that they're incredibly comfortable with. And it's
Appreciate
like,
it.
to me,
Appreciate it.
you don't want to do that at the end of a ban phase, right, Doug?
Yeah, I mean, you put it perfectly. I mean, I don't really have a lot to add on it besides just like you said, yeah, putting TTK on the Deadpool. That's been a big thing, and figuring out those kind of characters for him. That's why I've always thought maybe it's a decent sort of ban phase to put him onto something else, but that just like isn't beneficial towards controller players because we saw for Necrise on the opposite side having to switch to the the Deadpool. But at this point, at that point, it was a little bit too late, and I don't know, man. I think the ban phase, like you guys said, is just perfect for 100 Thieves right now.
On the flip side of that, though, it was great to see 100 Thieves like having the
Luna,
availability
wait,
of
NetEast makes
all
Luna
their
skins
biggest
just for
comfort
new
picks,
music
because
to
that's
play
what
during the
complemented
esport
them
breaks.
in week 2,
I
right?
mean,
For
to
them
be
kind
honest
of
with you,
go
that would
back
be
to
pretty
the
smart.
true
Oh
testing
shit,
to
I'm
what they felt
wrong area.
comfortable in. It looked like a
I
completely
mean,
different
isn't
team than when
technically
they tried to, like, shoehorn,
isn't
like, the
Luna the
meta
only
into
person
it
who
and
makes like
whatnot.
music
So
right
it was
now
nice
in
to
the
see
Marvel
them,
Rivals
especially,
roster
obviously,
that we
if you have
have?
them, they're
Isn't
duelists,
there
Elena,
is another
finally,
character
as Jay3
and
put it, like, emerging from
we
the
see it
shadows
on
of Terra
Midtown,
and
but
having
I
an
don't know
opportunity to
what
be
that character
that
name
star
is. Isn't it
player
like
for your
Dazzler?
team.
There you go. You guys
And
got it, Dazzler. Maybe
very much what's
if they come
happening,
out with
like, the
another
last couple
voice
of weeks,
actor or
even in the
character of
losses, it was
Dazzler.
Selena that
Do I
was a
have
standout.
Dazzler on there?
Also, Self, big shoes to fill.
No, I don't
and
think we
has
have
more than
Dazzler
just
on
proved
the
themselves a
thing.
little bit.
If Dazzler does join and they do have like different kinds of music, that would be fucking
You
cool.
put it perfectly. You put it perfectly, Zoe, and same thing with Jay. Like the overall the Elsa play. I mean, he's just been one of the best, if not the best Elsa. And it's when you make
That's
them
me!
uncomfortable, when you make them switch to other stuff. That's why
he
it
said my
was kind
name!
of surprising.
That's
to
me.
go back down to it because it's like you need to put Self onto something else. Maybe make him play that Ultron that we saw. We haven't seen that any today, obviously, because of how the ban phases have gone. But for 100 Thieves, I imagine feeling good about this 2-2 style, maybe putting Self onto something a bit different for SSG could be the play, maybe going for that Daredevil ban earlier or even the Deadpool ban. But the Invisible Woman mismatch, I thought would get more value. But based on the last series we saw to Luna X, and based on this one too, where they
What
again
does
went for that
Dazzler look
one-side
like?
invis, it's just not really working because they don't even end up playing it too because they got the Gambit through alongside Jeff. So feels a bit awkward to focus on something that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I just piggybacking off that. There's something we're missing, right? It has to be from scrims because that is something that both teams are doing now. I mean, obviously, Invis, we know the strength of Invis, but we just haven't really had the ability to see the carry potential come from the hero. I mean, it's that simple. I just don't think it's worth it right now. I think there are very strong strategists in the game that can fill that role fine. And Invis, although especially in ladder, can do a great job carrying and helping you move forward. At team play, things like Gambit, we've seen Jeff.
Wait, Thor? Oh, I like this.
All that kind of stuff is still there's even more, are very viable. Mantis, obviously, like there's just so many selections. I'm just not sure it's the end all be all, and it's worth the lock in.
Now, so she, as the loser, gets to pick the map. They are heading to Midtown. How do we feel about this choice, Doc?
That looked like
it's
magic,
obviously
right?
A solid map, I think, for 100 Thieves overall, but regardless for SSG, it's tough because they were kind of stringing together games. That's the tough aspect. Now, after that last map, I mean, they're on that loss streak after losing to Lunex, and I think this again builds up back towards the Group A strength. And 100 Thieves on Midtown, I would still favor them. I would still put them pretty highly unless something changes in that ban phase for SSG. Because right now, I mean, I don't think.
Yeah, I do need to hang up the Marvel picture. You're right, bro.
We just kind of have to go off.
I do need to do my background, man. I had everything on the floor for about 2 years, bro. I gotta.
For SSG, which I imagine.
I don't know how I want to do my background though.
Squad, so they're probably thinking about those things well in advance.
Perhaps they just like overcooked, you know, maybe they overthought.
Is there a
this one
website that you could
because
do to
they seem to have a really
customize
good
how you want your
idea
background to
and
look like or your
identity
wall?
earlier on in the group stage.
Maybe I
and
should start drawing what I
maybe it
want.
was just that last match in week 2 that they lost that kind of rattled them, maybe made them panic and feel like, oh, we got to go back to the drawing board and come up with something like super specific. Well, it's obviously not on us. Like, there is something indeed that we don't know. Maybe some answers will happen after we get a look at our next pick and ban phase.
Okay,
So
chat, let's get this. Come on, let's get it.
Thank you very
Big money,
much,
big
my
money.
friends.
Come on,
We
let's
had
see
it
it.
again. And dog, dude, I would not be
Are
surprised
they gonna ban
if
Elsa?
we saw SSG bounce right back. I mean, truthfully, I think if they change up the ban phase, they have the skill and talent. I mean, this team is
They banned Elsa!
It just didn't look good for them after the ban phase, I would say. Map
They
1
banned
and
Elsa!
Domination, and it clearly showed on map 1 when it was just an absolute sweep the whole time.
Well, they flipped the sides, dude. Like now they're going for the
Oh
ban
my God, chat!
So
the 25% of people who got it right are right.
Hand shook. They're like, guys, we need to play this sort of matchup.
100 Thieves didn't ban Elsa. That's bad.
Opposite that SSG kind of did for the Gambit Protect, and we'll see how they kind of do and what happens with Nectar now on that character, as well as Daredevil still being potentially bannable.
I'm gonna
to get
draw
that
what I want.
Daredevil mismatch if they really want it. They go for the Loki ban like we've seen previously, which was not something we saw in the last series specifically, and Loki got incredible value for both teams. But they're just going to go for the Invis ban afterwards to focus again on backline once more. And this is kind of tough. Like, I think we were kind of... the Loki ban came through for Hunt Thieves, by the way, into a Rogue Protect because that got through due to the...
They don't want to save Rogue. They want to save...
Play it regardless. They don't think they've played...
They want to save a character for self.
For SSG is that... They don't necessarily have a good rogue player.
That's a little risky.
They go for the Wolverine.
I wonder what space station's gonna ban.
Cool though. I agree. Having the rogue available, that'd be one of those surprise picks that might throw off the opposition and give you an edge. And I think that it's difficult to play at this level of play with so many different heroes. But
take care,
there
King.
are certain
All
situations
good,
like when Gambit gets through, if the team does not have to worry about banning that rogue, that is an advantage for the enemy team. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff at the top level meta of the game is sometimes there's certain heroes that just get enabled so hard that you need to almost have it in the bag. But not saying it's an absolute win condition for him, is not everybody needs to play everyone, but looking forward to seeing what this idea is now. The lock-in here of the Wolf is just to be to counter that triple, or nowadays it's triple Vanguard, one duelist, triple backline. It's not a bad option.
And this is the first time we've seen Mantis make it all the way through. And then the Daredevil, not Daredevil, Deadpool banned, Vanpool banned on the opposite side for SSG to get that one-sided matchup again to force Necrise onto something different. Maybe the Doctor Strange, but without Invisible Woman, it's going to be tougher. They do get the Mantis at the very least, so we'll see what they want to do. They get the Wolverine, so they obviously don't have to think about it too much, and they're forced onto the Emma. So, I mean, yes, they get Nectar. I think Nectar, honestly, leading into this is going to have to go absolutely insane alongside this Mantis comp for them. Just due to the fact where Emma.
Oh shit! I just realized. I look over. We've been streaming for 11 hours today so far, chat. And we're not even. This is. We have 2 more games after this.
Whereas SSG were kind of fast to adapt to the patch,
Also,
but as time
I need to take a
goes
picture
on,
of my background.
It seems like they're a squad that can adapt to the meta. It just takes them a bit longer than most other teams. That's at least in my opinion, Chip.
No, I think you and I have probably had that conversation just off in the green room, right? I think that's not a bad call out, and that's why
I gotta shoot a message to my dad, see if he could come over and start helping me decorate.
Find new avenues to find wins.
Hey, been here every hour. W Disc Nerd, appreciate it. Dude, I love watch parties. Watch parties are my favorite because I get to hang out with you guys, talk to you guys. Yeah, usually when I'm playing ranked, I gotta focus on the game, so I'm not talking to you guys and having fun and friendly banter.
With that fastball special,
I like it, man.
Let's see what they could do with it off the rip. They will, obviously control that point for 100 Thieves side. I have one video on the road there.
But you never read my chat in chat. Well, that was your first message of the day, brother. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't.
In this sort of matchup, but
your other previous message that you said was too pink. I don't even know what you mean by that.
Who was on the Magneto, triple Vanguard, 2 backline, and 1 Delena.
What am I supposed to respond to that?
Huge pick off from him. The fastball specialty talked
about.
Feel better, this nerd. Value.
Yeah, like we said, they're going to run that 3-1-2 comp, and you're going to use that Wolverine to try to get value, and here it is right now.
Wait,
finding value immediately already.
Stop showing off your hair, bro.
At this point, the idea
Not
would
all
be
of
to
us
try to
have it.
Take a fight here by the ambulance, and then have one more fight, just guaranteed if you fight up here. But right now the space is kind of being owned by SSG. Self back on spot now.
Yo, my newborn
still staying healthy up on the
is
high
my
side.
husband.
And the space is owned once again. Good
Huh?
reset by Thieves. This is the point
I
we
appreciate
wanna
the
hold.
massive
We'll
Prime
see what
sub.
works
And
out for him, but
Kuwu,
SSG,
appreciate
like
the
you wanna
massive
see,
7
at least
months.
playing way
No
more
sweats,
confident
appreciate
than
the
they
massive
were on
Prime
that
sub
floor.
as well.
And they're back onto that thing sort of.
Appreciate it, guys.
comp,
Appreciate it,
Deadpool
appreciate it.
Onto the back line, but they're trying to play hard counter dive, which we honestly really haven't seen work. You know, despite the heroes played elsewhere, right? For this upcoming fight, though, we'll see if that changes. Here comes the fastball in the high ground, but he goes immediately down to Self. Nice trade, though, onto Vinny, who falls on the Rogue. But it is 1-for-1 at the meantime. The Glartrox is available on the offense.
I thought Tank Pool was banned.
No straddles yet,
Okay,
just for
so
100
bans
Thieves
work
either. They're trying to
only
build up to
for
those quickly.
one
Self has to
team.
fall
So
back, though,
100
giving
Thieves
towards that
banned
cloaking
Tank
dagger ultimate.
Deadpool.
And
That doesn't
Blur
mean
gets
they
taken down
can't play
super low.
Tank
Team
Deadpool.
comes
That
back
means
to
the
a nice
other
play hump to
team
get back
can't
towards
play
that
Tank
card.
Deadpool.
Back
So
to
that's why
5
you
versus-
see
sorry,
up
6
here,
versus 6. You have that commitment
Tank
by the
Deadpool
cloaking
is
dagger
banned.
to
Oh,
go deep
sorry.
into the back
Where's
line,
my
trying to
crosshair?
kidnap Winnie out of the close
That's why you
hold.
see
Winnie
right
does not
here.
escape
Tank
it, though.
Deadpool is
Does
banned.
have a health pack to play around. It's stolen by Doom. Nice
Wow.
job to fall back towards that. He gets back though, Winnie, regardless. Everybody into the main side. Maybe gonna get hit by a ultimate soon by Blur,
Oh,
but
that's
SSG playing
cute,
super
bro.
slow. 100 Thieves
DJ
out
the
walking with
Mimic.
Gambit ult. Winnie takes down one.
I
The
am
neck
only
right
here to
follow up
collect
there on
drops
the
for my
inside
fiance
with the
while he's
white
at work
box.
because he never
Nothing
does
else
these
to be
things, but he
really
loves the game. He doesn't
KO'd here,
know
although
that I'm
they do
doing
use
it
the Glartrox.
just being a
It's
good
not
wife.
getting
That
any
is
value.
cute
100
as
Thieves will win the
shit.
fight.
Tell
Yeah,
your
and shout out
husband
again, I think, to
or your
Millennia. I mean, you
fiance that I
mentioned
said
this
he's
fantastic
lucky.
move.
Just be
Millennia's
like,
up
hey,
there in the
J3 says
conversation
you're
for
lucky,
some
and
of
he
the
probably
best
doesn't know who I
strats.
am.
I
He's
think
gonna be like, who the
really,
fuck
really
is
strong, able to
J3?
play a bunch of different
Actually,
stuff.
don't do that. That might start
A ton of
drama.
Millennia on Gambit, to be real.
But he's
in the
very
past,
lucky.
so happy to see it's working for them right now. SSG, though, ult advantage in this fight. Need to make something happen now. And there goes that Psionic Seduction, walking them backwards. Self tries to hold on, but the tackle comes through. Goodbye to Self. Nectar finds one, looking for a two-piece now. On the high side, out goes
Hey,
the commitment
Benzie,
from
appreciate the massive
PTK. Gonna
gifted
stay
sub, my
healthy
friend.
because that Banhammer makes it very difficult to get a KO through.
And see how they played. I mean, we talked about how this sort of double anchor comp with both Vanguards, the Thing and the Emma, can't really control off angles, but at least on Midtown, you don't have to control too much when Doom does that. Went into
Doomed
the three
with the
last stand.
three-piece.
TK is trying to take a
That might
selfie
be a
at the very
cap. I don't
end.
think they got a
He's gonna
TP.
stop
No,
100 Thieves
they don't
so
have a
far,
TP.
but will there
I know.
be a
I know.
leadership? They
Wait,
try to use
unless
the
Self is
Magneto
able to
ultimate
stall
the
it for a
very
little
end
bit.
self. Will he connect
Oh,
on?
what?
Oh my God! Nice job from the White Fox to teleport away, but that might have
Did they
bought
get the
time for
TP
Vinny to
down?
come in with the portal, and it did, but they don't have ults afterwards. Neckrise into Diamond form, kicks TTK, roundhouse kick into the cart. Vinny also falls immediately afterwards, and at this rate, it's just staggered. Galena does find one at the very least, but it's into the fist of the side of Blur. Job will finally be done for SSG as we move to second phase.
Huge,
Yeah,
huge.
shout out Month for that iframe right there. That was clean. As we see now, SSG able to find one. They have 2 minutes and 51 seconds on 100 Thieves. As Delena's ult available, the Unsung Inferno. Millennia going to be close with the Raging Royal Flush. But there's answers now. When you're looking at a Russian at you Gambit, and you can land an Apex Predator, that might just be enough for you to shut that down quickly. The dance floor going to be an option if they want to try to hold on. But it is tough to stay on top of a dance floor, on top of that fate of both worlds when there's a ton of movement and a ton of pressure from the side of Gambit. We'll see what happens here on this attack. As ults already, Month able to find one onto Vinny, showcasing more why White Fox is so strong.
The tough part is they keep losing like Vanguards really early. Neckrise again on the Delena finds that KO. Glartrox,
Look at
nice job,
TTK's
finds
face,
two,
bro.
but the
Look at his
Dagger
face.
Ultimate is here.
He's locked.
Regardless, we're down 2. We need to find these KOs, and unfortunately for the side of 100 Thieves, they're not able to do so. TTK goes down. Winnie will get removed afterwards as well. And they got to kind of figure this out because their comp is a little bit odd. They're playing front-to-back style with this rogue stuff and are just not finding the KOs at the right time. At least they got out double straddle.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tough to play more of a dive or 3-2-1 comp.
Yo,
on
what's
defense,
up, Chocolate?
especially on a
How
map
you
like
doing?
this
How you
where it
doing?
is very,
And
like,
how
tight-knit
to
and you wanna do it
play?
early, but,
Appreciate the
yeah,
massive
that's what they're
Prime
looking to run
tier
right
1
now,
sub, my
but
friend.
here goes the
Welcome
Raging Royal Flush. Great ult here by
to the
Necros.
best
I'm really
watch
liking
party
what I'm
on
seeing
Twitch.
from SSG on this
Yeah.
map. Just to slow down the pace there, and that's going to be one from
Nice,
TTK. onto Doom. That was a
TTK.
little jump there.
Nice.
Make sure he's in a better position while taking that photo. Gotta love to see something like that. Little nuanced, small things to make you better at the hero. Again, folks, if you're trying to learn how to play heroes, why not watch some of the best duke it out on Ignite? So make sure you keep it locked here. And there are replays available in client, so that's another thing to keep your eyes out for if you want to try to, take it after you see the live stream and do a little more learning. But here goes the next fight. We have another last stand opportunity. This could be huge here from Doom, trying to build up those claws before committing.
He's trying to heavily play on that cart around the Emma. Anti comes out to slow down SSG, but they do have last stand still available. Doomed. Oh no, goes down again. TTK so far on the Vanpool yet again has looked clean. So switching back to this hero has enabled him a little bit more. Who's
nice.
The current moment, SSG still.
How do you take your selfie with DP with
really hard to pick
Deadpool?
off the spawn super far away. And they slow it down. 200 Thieves do. I mean, they
don't know what button it is on the top of my memory.
As Dilemma now comes through,
I want to say
well
F,
into this Vanguard line.
but also TTK's on a controller, so I don't know what it looks like on controller.
Trying to start something there. Going to take to the height. Good utilization there. Some commitment now, but not going to find too much as Delena ends that end song Inferno.
Left bumper on controller.
Now they're walking
there you
SSG. They're going to find that as some big value. That and it was not. It looks like it landed on anything there with the last stand. The tackle comes through now. Bang. Necro's trying to turn that around. And Nectar now with the Apex Predators. That fine value, not quite yet. Everybody has an answer right now in low HP, but it's not going to matter as, again, right back into non-Fox form. Vinny looks for 1 month with a nice TP out onto the dance floor. And again, nobody goes down. Really clean play from both sides.
Yeah, the cooldowns used at the very least. Meanwhile, Nectar, nice job, takes down Millennia. Has the pocket on the right side. He goes as well. And Nectar again, showing the Elsa mismatch, getting 3 in that fight, looking for Winnie now, but TTK is like, where did the team go? Because this right as the team moved to third phase.
Beerus with the massive 2 gifted subs.
SSG.
Absolutely insane, my friend. I appreciate it.
SSG want to make this a 1-1 series, folks, and I do think we see a lot of the time this is more of an attacking-sided map. We do see some overtimes happen here, actually more than, I'd have to check the stats, but potentially more than anywhere up there with Yggdrasil, but we'll check on that later on. But either way, we'll see now.
It sounded like my notification got cut off
here, so that is some pretty decent defense. And if you can hold early,
I was just about to sit Deku, which is funny.
Winnable, but the side of SSG, Necrise has an answer here to Millennia. I think the idea is to use that.
How you doing, Deku?
Psionic, yes, as soon as you hear that Royal Flush. Well done once again, but TTK able to take out Blur. He's dealing some raw damage. And before getting Trance, takes a picture. Beautiful play there. TTK once again, forcing them to walk backwards.
It's got to be comfortable in their sort of comp because you can see
What's
Vinny
up? What's
with,
up? Enjoying the
with this Mantis stuff and whatever. But
tournament.
TTK is the one being able.
I love doing watch parties
under that Deadpool to get his value, and then obviously
how about yourself? How about yourself?
By Vinny, kind of like Emma Frost, but a little bit better with the Gambit. Meanwhile, Anti comes out on that flank angle, so Nectar has to fall back to the main squad. Phoenix ultimate committed by Delena. The slowdown SSG at the meantime.
Yeah, Emily is downstairs right
now.
now.
Glartrock's available. I'm sure they have to play around it for 100 Thieves side. Do you want to use this Deadpool ultimate to maybe slow down the Glartrox from Nectar? Does connect on the TTK. Brings him all the way back to the other team's spawn. Does pop out the Deadpool ultimate at the very least, though, and is still alive. So Vinny came in, sacrificed his own life. TTK comes in with Millennia and finds the KO, so it looks like it was worthwhile. You do have Doom close to that ultimate, but he's still far away.
I can't get over, man. Listen.
Low by this disengage of 100 Thieves, who has played it so well, but you still have Month, you still have Videl, this backline pocketing Doomed, but he gets poked down super low, has the Snowflake, does get antied, hit by that giant Cloak and Dagger Terror Cape, but now we go aggressive with the Mantis ultimate, trying to force out that Cloak, that Luna Snow ultimate. Blur goes down in the meanwhile, nice work to disengage around that to block off the healing of Blur. And Doom now trying to fight for these off angles. Again, Delena built yet another ultimate in that fight, but still has to use it to stay alive. Doom doesn't have ult just yet either, due to the fact that this Vinny ultimate slows him down from building it. Last stand is nowhere to be seen. Clobber in time too. SSG get held to 85 meters, 100 Thieves.
I want to see the stats, bro.
Yeah,
I want to see the stats. I got to see something here.
I would argue even better defense on point 3. That's exactly where you want to hold it on point 3. That gives your team the best chance on the push through, because that spawn is now roughly more in the favor of the attacking side than it is on the defense. And when you have that kind of advantage at this level of play, that can be everything. So shout out there on the defense of 100 Thieves. You're really locked in. But SSG waking up right now and definitely want to take this thing home.
Is there something to be said, Vinny? Not Vinny. Is there something to be said, Shibby, of Vinny playing?
How many more
the
matches
rogue,
today?
Even though,
After this
maybe
one,
he looks
2
like he
more.
Wants to play the Doctor
2
Strange.
more.
Like, what do you think about these? Trying to fill a role necessarily, even if you're not 100% sure about playing it yourself, like mechanically speaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? Because I do think Rogue is mechanically intensive and has a ton of value. If you're maybe not as comfortable, it's a whole other conversation. But also Rogue plays really well when you have Gambit, but even more so when the enemy team also has a Gambit. Because if you're able to get on top of the Gambit with your Heartbreaker and you do use that CC to just slow down the pace and just drain some of that ultimate, that's game winning. That's when you see a lot of value. So it's all about getting on top of the strat line, but I don't think we saw a ton of that happening against SSG. Not to say Vinny wasn't on there, just some really good focus focus and play from the backline. And Month obviously moving it around a ton. We saw Fidel with some good movement. I mean, the entirety of that backline looked clean. We'll see what happens now if the Rogue can get more value on attack, because you kind of do have a little more agency as to when to engage when you're on attack.
Great point all around, Shib. And double Mantis is not something we really see too often. Right. As as this series has gone on, but we'll see what Space Station Gaming opt to do on the defense. I mean, Nectar was going off, right? But these off angles as well were heavily controlled by Delena, who played that very well. Oh my, okay. Get Caster Curse, buddy. You're go down early to Butts Cross Map to a charm. Excellent shot from SSG.
Yeah, and they're going to take priority on point early on, and we didn't see that, really, from the defensive side of SSG. You want to play on this corner if you can, because you do have LOS break right here in this internal location, and around that, you do have the indoor access to the right if your strats want to drop in there. But, I think it's a nice defensible position. It's not always about dominating and winning 100 fights. It's about stalling as long as possible. Nectar, though, looking clean, able to find Winnie, trying to find more now as Self is trying to hold on in the sky for the moment. Well, there's still...
These are like some brutal stagger picks. DTK uses Zol, has to live. But like Nectar's hard controlling these high grounds because Delena went down early. So kind of one after another, 100 Thieves make some slight errors, slight mistakes, and it looks like Vinny, oh no, goes down again, and Nectar matches him. Did not have the help. And again,
bro,
at least get
what the?
this
Yo,
time,
honestly, for my first time being in a watch party / tournament, I'm having so much fun. Thank you, everyone in Jay3. Hey, not a paid chatter, by the way. Hey, appreciate you being here, man. You can't get this anywhere. You can't have this fun anywhere else. Make sure to come here for watch parties. And not only watch parties, drops. Chat, new season tomorrow, so make sure you guys are here for drops, new drops. And Gambit on Sunday for drops as well, chat. So,
you do use that ultimate
appreciate
on the offense. Here comes Winnie ultimate and the cloaking dagger. But again, down one for SSG. What do they do? Delena hits the shot. Nice job onto Fidel, follows through onto Blur. And they're going to have to rely on a portal at this point because it's another fight win for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves committed a lot there, though. But again, they do have some answers coming up here. It's going to be all about, can the strat side of SSG hold on? Can Necryze use that Sonic Seduction to cancel something, or at least slow down the pace of maybe Vinny on ultimate after this touch? But Self's Meteor M could be potentially point winning here if it can stop something like Month or Doomed mid-ultimate. Delena dropping back the whole team, kiting here, playing slow. Great call so far, but Delena does get transit pace for it in blood. Goodbye there as Blur finds one and walks forward on the Strange.
You talked about it. I mean, that combination of keeping the White Fox alive with that Sonic Seduction and then finding a KO, excellent work from Necryze. And now we have a minute 30 left. TTK looking to open up the comic book and unfortunately doesn't have a brand new Deadpool skin that just dropped the maid pool on this.
My notifications are bugged. Carl, appreciate the massive gift and sub.
For Space Station Gaming,
yeah, my notifications are bugged right
set
now.
Up Nectar, right? This could actually be a fight-winning play if he hits a huge Lartrox. Does connect onto Vinny. It looked like on the front line, or at least one of the members, Self in the meanwhile. But Vinny goes down to Necryze, kicked in the face.
Ooh, okay, LeBron.
But you're down, you're rogue. They use Mantis Ultimate to come back into it. Missing Fidel doesn't really end up mattering. Blur close to that ultimate as well. Could go big with Avogaloa.
This is very interesting. I don't understand why Self isn't playing DPS, though. He's a really good... They saved...
Yeah,
they saved
really good. That was just really good understanding of cooldown utilization. I mean, and
they
that's the beauty
saved
of comms, tracking, but also just cooldown
Wolverine.
Tracking, right?
Also, he
You're
plays Daredevil.
Like they're not. You're gonna say things like.
I don't know what the
Shield.
hell they're doing.
Making these calls is important, but you might say why? For
I feel like you.
that,
don't get me wrong. Self is a really good player, better than me. You know, he's a pro player. But like, I think it would be beneficial for his team if he was on DPS.
In a few seconds, this is going to be everything. No answers right now for SSG, and this is the value of these Gambit comps. And here they go. Will it work out? Nectar falls. Self finds one. Winnie is going to take out Blur, and that is a 3-piece star. Make it 4 now. Millennia is going to pop off, and that should be point 1.
And no portal play after the use in the previous fight. SSG move on to second. Solid hold still. Going to be a really hard fight to win regardless due to the fact that you're down so many ultimates. You had to try to make a play. In this case, it did cost Nectar their life. But with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Shib, 100 Thieves, we're still sitting with a solid ult bank, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was smart. I mean, using Millennia to push them forward, you don't need to commit too much, especially when you get picks like that early. You make sure, in fact, you don't commit anything more, because you only have 2 minutes on this push, and it's everything. You need to make sure you're min-maxing when to press these ultimates, and there is the smart commitment, I think, from Vinny. You use this Heartbreaker to steal as much ult charge as possible, and you don't use anything else just yet until the space is owned, and now they have that space. In a few moments, we'll see some more commitment, but there's not going to be as many answers immediately if they want to play off it right now, but they have to do it right now.
I just want to say, I am really surprised that 100 Thieves actually capped it. I thought they were going to get full hold.
Yeah, at least they, forced them away, like you mentioned. And Vinny finally coming online with self too.
Wow.
Huge commitment, like you mentioned. Able to find the KOs, coming through with the Deadpool
Wow.
as well. Another job win, another fight win for 100 Thieves in the portal.
I wouldn't say
Triple
Tank.
Space Station have to touch this raw.
I think Triple Tank is really.
Right after that fight, all of them get their cues. You just have to make that play happen.
I think Triple Tank is
After
good.
Using that drain,
You have a lot of
you've got hard
health. No
commitment
one
because
really
you know for that
dies.
exact moment
Plus,
they
you're
can't
a
answer
single
it.
DPS. Wow.
Another huge pick here. Vinny saying, all right, I can play Rogue too. Looking very clean right now. And Delena does have this end song. Nectar falls there. Great shots by Delena. And we do, you want to use that ultimate in like low locations like this, but it may not even need to commit anything itself. Finds Fidel Winnie onto Doom and 100 Thieves. Want to find a second map here.
Yeah, the reason why, the
Wow.
portal does eventually come through from Blur, but it's too late. Like you said, maybe.
Oh,
getting
and
that
they
second
just
map
use Portal. They're
would
not going to have
actually
Portal
really
for the
good
end of the
first
round
point,
because it's a
but
3-minute cooldown,
the
right?
reason why I
60,
like
120.
Delena
Yeah,
so much in this
it's a
game in
3-minute
general is that
cooldown.
he just kinda
If they
makes plays the right
they,
time with
they only
Resident
have 2 minutes and 20
Football
seconds, so
team.
there's a
Not afraid to go
40-second
aggressive and
differential
take
right now,
down
chat,
the
between
opposing
them
duelist.
being
Now
able to use
something
another
flying
portal.
SSG. They do have that Mantis ultimate, but it's only that.
Come on,
shit.
Space
They have to
Station.
go
I
against
don't
that.
want you guys
He's
to
almost
win.
kinda
I don't want you guys to lose this 3-0, bro. I had you guys losing, though, but 3-2, but it was a good game.
Raging Roll Flush, and they started off immediately with that ultimate. Go aggressive, Doom forced to go forward, hit by the Terra Cape, and boom!
Wow.
Delena and TTK combined for 2.
Wow.
And with 2 minutes left and no portal, this is looking done. 100 Thieves have won Midtown and are up 2-0 over SSG.
They're back.
What do you mean we want to sweep? Sweeps are
It looked so
boring. No
good
one wants
there
to watch a
again, and this
2-0.
team is finding
You
their
guys
footing,
want to
and
see
you know what's
games
funny?
go neck
It's on
and
the back
neck,
of what we
bro.
mentioned. Pulling out the TTK van pool, it needs to be an option the enemy needs to be worried about. If they don't
Hey,
have to
I'm
ban
glad
it,
that
you're not gonna play
TTK
it.
is
They
doing
have
really,
agents
really
that are
well on a
stuck in all
character
the
that we don't
major
really
meta
see him
stuff,
play, though.
and now
The
they
one
have to
thing
think
I'm
about that in
very
this ban
proud
phase,
of
and
TTK
they are
doing is
looking
actually
very
playing as a
strong.
team and
SSG
not
was
leading
waking up there,
his
though,
he's
and we will
actually
see if
dying,
they're
Chad.
able
He
to
has
keep
6
that trend
deaths.
moving upward
He's
here in a
not
moment.
playing for his KD anymore.
And we saw it. Like all you have to do is
He's
play a
growing up.
serviceable
He's
sort of rogue,
realizing
and
that
it's
you need
like
to
not
play as a
necessarily
team in order to
disadvantage. It's
win.
hard to play
And
so many different
it brings a
Vanguards in
tear
this
to my
game.
eye.
But yeah, as long as they get that across the board, they're fine. SSG not prioritizing either the Rogue or that Deadpool in the situation. Because of it, they are definitely backs against the wall. We'll see as this is moving forward. Because I mean, Delena also matched in terms of damage dealt and final hits, or not final hits as much as Nectar, but still was able to put in work, make plays.
I
as
don't
Phoenix.
know
think we didn't see as
exactly
much
the numbers
as
how to
Tico
play,
earlier.
but they
Been
did
hard to match in
decrease.
that regard.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
They did
when SSG
decrease,
come
like, his
back,
attack
can they reverse
speed
sweep over
and,
100?
like,
He's
a
gonna
lot of
close out
stuff.
over them 3-0. We'll find out after the short break.
Oh, we're going on a break. Okay, chat, I gotta pee real bad, okay? I'm gonna be right back. I like literally like 5 seconds. Count to 5 and I'll be right back.
Flashing on my window frame, audible to my flame, blinding shining lights. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock in, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손은 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it home. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's done, it's switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기 속을 realize 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the
Just like that, it's match point for 100 Thieves. Although there are a few moments in the game where I was like, okay, SSG, they're in it to win it. You know, they can get it done. We saw some crazy stuff there. I think there's a lot to break down, right? First of all, we get to see a double Mantis on the server. That's a first. Also, just a general shift. I feel like, I mean, sample size very short. This is just the second match, but there seems to be a general shift in ban prioritization. Is that a word? I'm not
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
To talk so that's unfortunate.
Woo!
Yeah, Vanpool ban doesn't seem to be as, like, people are not as pressed about. Should they be, though?
Probably. I mean, I think we've been kind of harping on about it. It feels like the one-sided Vanpool, specifically in the last map, was a bit harsh. I mean, like, it just feels like, you know, the group ban, you have to be worried about Vinny's hero pool, but the fact that he, like, just flexed over to the rogue has been huge, and if he can keep that up, I mean, the 100 Thieves are going to be a kind of a top dog in this tournament, especially if he can keep improving at that hero. So for him, I mean, for 100 Thieves, this is the adjustment they needed to make in previous weeks. The fact that Vinny's picked it up and then keep playing this Deadpool kind of makes them unbannable.
Yeah, it's interesting how you mentioned as well, right? No shade to Vinny, as you already said as well. The rogue was serviceable. It wasn't like a standout performance of a rogue like what we've seen in week 2. Who was that? Lunex rogue going up, going up against. Maybe SSG had still like.
There's no way this is a 3-0, bro.
Whole rogue off, and which did not work out at all in their favor, even though rogue was available to them. But,
Jay, brother, you need to check.
It's interesting
get a check from
Kron's
or whatever it's called.
Serviceable in order to make this work. That just goes to show
Chat.
how strong Vanpool
I drink a lot of water and I also take creatine.
Yeah, I think
I pee a lot. I also sit down and drink water that just goes through my system because I'm not doing anything.
Seen a lot of that, obviously, throughout,
I am perfectly healthy and I am okay.
You know, maybe it would have been better to ban
Other than the steroids and horse tranquilizers that I inject in my ass cheeks, I'm perfectly fine. Oh, hey, look at this. Hello from Ear 2. I am CJ the Mimic's fiance still. This is just my own account, and I'm going to follow you on here too for the vibes, even though I don't know much about this game myself. Oh, okay, you scared me. I was about to say, welcome.
And allow your team to keep rolling, then you'll win. And then they did that on point 2, and that was why they won point 2. Vinny engaging immediately onto the back line, and then they
free with the massive gifted sub too. I appreciate it. You're supposed to drink a lot of water. I bet you all the people who are like J3 get checked out. You might have diabetes or whatever. You guys are probably the ones who are dehydrated, not going to the bathroom a lot, and your pee is probably like dark yellow, which is not supposed to happen.
So much going on. I don't know who to ban anymore. Mantis is making it through every
My
game.
pee,
I don't know, man.
clear as day, bro.
I love that though. It
doesn't even look like a
makes
being.
Everyone scramble a little
It's clear.
bit, and obviously teams coming into this week, they also just seem to.
Chat, drink
it
water
feels
though.
like they want to reinvent the meta, like they weren't satisfied with where it was heading. So I was like, you know what? No, we could maybe also do that. So perhaps some teams are overcooking here at teeny tiny.
Listen,
when it comes to the.
There's a reason why I drink a lot of water. My mom used to work at a hospital, right? When she was alive. My mom passed away, if you guys didn't know that. But when she was working at the hospital, I remember one critical moment in my life that I will never forget. I remember walking in there for Take Your Child to Work Day, and I heard some guy screaming on the top of his lungs, like he was getting stabbed to death because he had what is it called? Kidney stones. And I said I do not, and I'm pretty sure there's some people in my chat that might have had them in their, listen, I never, after listening to that guy scream, and I'm not talking about like, it hurts. No, not for like 5 seconds. No, he was screaming for a long time. I do not want to go through that pain. So definitely drink a lot of water, chat. If your diet is only soda, don't do that. Water, very good, chat. Trust me. If you guys get kidney stones in your life, you're going to think back and be like, wow, J3, thank you. Because that is something you do not want to get.
It's interesting that you're right. That can get in the heads of a team. It's like, you know what? The Venom's not working against this team. But it's like, it's tough because that's not always the case. And it may have a different result on the next map. But no matter what, your mental's kind of at that state already. So you may not play up to the peak potential, which you could, as we're looking over towards Central Park, Zoe.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, where do you think SSG is going to take us now? Obviously, the third map pick in a row.
Yo, that all dude, Preseason Massive Prime sub, my friend.
So they have to dig a little deeper now into their strat book.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they do. Like, that should have been a map that they would win. I mean, they won against, Team Nightmare in week 3
Water
on that
equals
last map
coffee. No,
sorry,
coffee
no,
is
week
disgusting.
2,
And everyone in my
day
chat will also
3,
say
versus
coffee
the
is
side of
disgusting.
Nightmare, but
No one
obviously
drinks
some of the
coffee.
squads in
Water
Group
is
B, I
very
think,
good
weren't
for
as
you.
good on, Convoy and Convergence and stuff. So maybe that's kind of a reason why they were in such a good position. And meanwhile, for 100 Thieves in the rest of Group A, it was a dogfight, guys. Like, it was insanely close.
No,
At the
I'm
very
not.
end. They
It's
got
not an
only-
L,
they only
bro.
got
Coffee is
through
disgusting.
because Sentinels lost energy in that last week. So just how tiebreakers work and everything made Group
Also-
A just absolutely the group of death. And now it's just looking like
Oh,
the case,
never
especially
mind,
if
never
Swamp
mind.
Gaming were to 3-0, if 100 Thieves were to 3-0.
Geez, God, Jay, you
what
don't
does
like
that say about
anything.
the rest of the
Yeah,
game?
you know
Like,
what?
could see
There's something
maybe
else that
even
you should
Liquid
add on my
Silver
list that I
versus
don't like.
Sentinels later today. That would be kind of fun to watch that.
You.
Happen. But in terms of Central Park, I still think 100 Thieves are pretty favored, Zoe. And, for how they've been playing, I don't think that's going to slow down against SSG.
If you look at the teams historically performing, I say historically, as in,
No,
in the group stage, there's so many caveats to it, right? Because teams are newly formed, the meta literally just changed. Like, there were so many odds stacked against them, teams trying to figure out their own identity, other team's identity. Everyone just had to kind of get their feet wet. So, like, there's only so much really you can take away from
So
a
you
win or
like
a
tea?
loss
Ooh, I
in the
like
group
tea.
stage, whereas
You know what's
now
actually my
when,
favorite tea?
Everything kind of came together
When
and we're in the playoffs. And that's what the preseason is all about.
when you get
It's
tea
about,
brought to you,
like,
my favorite one is
trying
the one that you
out
take back to the
rosters,
counter. I
seeing
don't
what
want to
you
drink
put
that. No,
together
that's
is
actually
working in not just
what do you
in
call
theory,
it?
but also in practice. So yeah, you
God,
have to take
what's
the
it called, chat?
results with like a grain of salt. It definitely was.
I do
a bit
like
of a
tea. I
mix-mash,
like tea.
right?
But what's it
For
called
both
again?
groups, I feel they, that's why all of our
Ted
brackets were
Lasso.
posted.
It was a
That's
Ted
why
Lasso
literally
joke.
No one got correct predictions.
14
Like, I
people,
think,
80%. Yeah, insane.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what your percentage was, but I think EMEA, very nice. A little over 50%. I was feeling good about that. Americas, almost don't want to say it. It was like 14% or something. It was rough. It was
Relatable.
rough.
Yeah.
Well, these teams, they still have to figure it out because, like, the last time we saw for Central Park, specifically for SSG, was week 1, day 1 versus TSM. and that was a close
Probably
game.
Kiba. Yeah,
So,
only the
like,
interesting
honestly, due to
games.
that
If there were like
fact, I
3-0s
feel
and
like,
whatnot, I don't think our
you know,
editor's gonna
TSM,
upload
they're
them.
out of the tournament now.
But
They
yeah.
were the last seed out of that group, and they still had a close Central Park. Like, Midtown was their best map type, but like I said,
Was Jay wearing colored contacts? No. I do wear contacts, but mine are not colored. These are my natural eyes.
The overall play styles of these squads kind of favor them on domination. It feels like a lot of this sort of game planning and target focus and overall team cohesion.
Are you gonna play
isn't there when we play sort of
Pragmata,
front-to-back
Jay? I
styles.
might try it
And
out.
if 100 Thieves can figure out this rogue stuff, I definitely like their chances moving forward in this tournament, considering they used to be one of the best teams in front-to-back style. So,
Yeah.
I feel like that in terms of gameplay still favors 100 Thieves, and for SSG, I'm worried considering how things have shaped out.
Yeah, so we're clearly yapping and waiting for the teams to get ready to dive into this next map. Let's look ahead a
Daredevil
little
drops
bit,
come
right?
out
Because
tomorrow,
the winner
chat.
of
So if
this
you
match
guys come
will
to
be
my
facing
stream
off against
tomorrow,
Swamp
you guys will be
Gaming.
getting the
Obviously,
Daredevil
the team with
drops.
target on their bed, back, the team to beat it off.
I have been playing Winrow. I played it once, which was last night, Matt, but it's a lot of fun.
Better.
Well, that's a tough question because it's been about who shows up. I mean, right now, I've got to say, which is a little bit of a cop-out answer, 100 Thieves, because they look great. I think, again, we're going back to, I liked what you talked about on the front to back.
12 hours so far. How you feeling? I'm feeling good. I got like a second win.
Because I think group plays great and the opening door of this map on point 1, not only on attack, but also on defense, because you can really hold it down and block the single
I used to
LOS
play
that's
Gears
available down the main line and set up pretty well. So that's now something that's on the table. We've seen that they've got diversity in their Vanguard selection, so now there's even more on the table. They're duelists. You can't allow them to get the Elsa or the DD. You saw that on map 1, so it's tough. For SSG, it's just about going back to basics because they looked really good early on. And yes, you're talking about Group B and Group A and how, maybe we haven't really seen the full potential of Group A's lower side of the bracket because Group B maybe wasn't up to snuff in the same, skill level or whatever it may be. But I do think that SSG is just kind of struggling right now and they just need to find their footing. But once they do,
Winrose is really fun, though. I did play it last night a little bit. It is such a fun game. I was talking about it earlier on my stream. Really great game. I didn't get far into it, but it's been fun.
Rather group stage games, so not an enviable position.
Yes, we already did my interview. My interview was actually before 100 Thieves and Space Station Gaming. If you want to check it out.
Deadpool, like I'm sorry, like I just like honestly maybe be a
Is-
bad coach. Like,
we do not have a
we just gotta put the
server. I
controller
was actually
players on
looking
characters
into
that don't
buying
have
probably a
aimsassist. Like,
server.
it's really that simple. I don't know, like put him on Angela. I don't know. We saw even EMEA. I think we saw a little bit of Angela, and it was kind of working, but that was absolutely chaotic as hell. Like there was absolute.
I might be able to play Winrose on
like,
stream. We'll see.
Just don't give this guy
Emily and I have played It Takes Two, but we have not played finished Split Fiction.
Like, I want to see Nekrez obviously played it. I love that matchup, but you just can't give freaking TTK Deadpool. Like just please ban that stuff early.
Yeah.
It's so difficult, right, with a system like that, where it really is pick your poison, because something will slip through. Like, these teams are built to be flexible, to be able to adapt and adjust.
Well, not TSM, Zoe. I mean, they were inflexible. That's why the reason I was
okay, like some people. Okay, some people out there are. But yeah, so like obviously with these teams, we do know that they have some tricks up their sleeves that they can pull out. So even though you feel like
Jay, how did Flats win Marvel Rival Streamer of the Year since he's never played the Gen or not trying to start anything?
I love the
hey,
fire from
isn't
the
it Flats'
dog.
birthday
Yeah,
today?
yeah,
Be
I'm
nice
with
to the
you. I
king,
mean,
or he'll
looks like
take
we're
your
gonna be
head.
sending it in here in a moment.
nice.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they end up coming out of the spawn door with. I think SSG, I didn't love the Thing play. I don't think the Thing comps, although, you know, stat lines look great. I don't think stat lines tell the whole story. I just don't know that they're able to play on the back of being more defensive. They've got to attack right back.
That's right. No time to take risks right now, as they are currently down 2-0. Match point for 100 Thieves. Can they bring this home? Let's find out.
All right, dog, and here we go for game set match point here for 100 Thieves, who, if they win this, have officially had the upset in terms of seeding, who only got in to the playoffs due to a loss from Sentinel. So this is very much going to be something they want to prove. They want this win to move forward.
Yo, okay,
confidently and stay on
I
the
want
upper side of
Space
the
Station
bracket.
Gaming to win,
SSG,
bro. I want to see a very
needs to have
close
huge
game.
comeback. We've seen it before, and it looks
Come on,
like
come on,
not
Space
too
Station
much
Gaming.
has
I want
changed in
to.
terms
You
of
guys cannot lose 3-0.
Make it the Gambit
Even though
protector.
100
I
Thieves
wonder
is
if
looking
they're
like a really
thinking
great
about
team right
not
now, but you
playing
can.
Gambit on Central Park, like that could be an
I-
option, but no, they're gonna go.
I
for
do
it.
like how they're
They go for
banning
that-
and
that
saving
protect,
Elsa.
make sure they get the Gambit
Good,
stuff, and
good.
We'll see what SSG do. Like maybe they go for the ban on the Rogue instead. Wait, Psylocke might be an option too for SSG. That's interesting for hovering it, but they go for the Loki on this map. It makes sense. But like, I just wonder if they're gonna ban out the freaking.
Yo, hard stuck
the
Bladish
Deadpool. And I wonder if,
again
like,
on
100 Thieves are gonna
YouTube with
protect
the
it this time, 'cause
5
I think last time they
gifted
protected the
subs.
Mantis and stuff.
Same,
So
my
I
friend.
understand we want the
Appreciate it,
Mantis to
appreciate
get through, but if the Mantis gets through, then we
You are
gotta ban
too
out the,
kind. You're too
Deadpool.
kind.
Yeah, I could see this. I'm actually surprised because, you know, Psylocke, especially early on in the preseason, was looking really strong on people like Nectar, for example. Looked disgusting. They look disgusting on the hero. So I could see that being an option if they want to shake things up a little bit. It applies a lot of pressure to the Gambit. And there is a conversation where, you know, if you see Gambit using some of the dash cooldowns, your ult can be effective against him, and that could be huge. But it's a little less like of a guaranteed KO answer. And then some of this other stuff like Strange could be a pretty decent answer for it. But yeah, we're going to see what they elect to run here on both sides. Outside of that, it's been pretty traditional. I mean, pretty samey from last time.
And what's this last ban for SSG? This is the big one.
Oh shit!
What
I gotta
we're
fix
kinda
my
talking about
bang.
and seeing what they would do. They're still thinking about it. Okay, they go for the Van Pool. There we go.
Yo,
They finally
FCB with the massive
did the thing, but
2 months,
yeah,
my
I
friend. How
wonder,
you
like,
doing?
Let's see. I know 100 Thieves. They want to play the Angela. You know, that's obviously something they do like playing. Shib.
Appreciate
that's
it.
something they're going to end up doing, and maybe they're even more comfortable playing on.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm not sure though, because we haven't had a ton.
Who
of,
are these narrators? What connection do they have to the game? The commentators, they play the game and they give us commentary to the game.
All right, we are going to see
some of them are actually really high rank. I think Dogman as well is like a Celestial Eternity player. I know Shib is actually Eternity Celestial. I get him in my games.
Especially, you know,
Cozy, I don't know his rank, but I think he's very high up there as well. But he's very busy with work, and he also has I think a new kid. So.
But I don't hate that idea at all. And this is the kind of
Also,
change that I think
yeah,
needs
Dogman
to
used to be a pro. Can't say the other game's name, chat. You don't want to get us. Don't get us. Don't get us banned.
For me, if 100 Thieves were to win this map in 3 over SSG, I mean that ups my stocks to them for sure. Just because, like, kind of what we were talking about earlier, Shib, and I mean I want to see what you think about it. I just feel like the ban phase, like it's obviously it's very easy to screw up your ban phase and stuff, but if you're like an ultra flexible team, like if you can put Video on Rogue and stuff, then you can kind of the ban phase almost may not matter. Like obviously you can make bad decisions, but I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think it's a testament to the current meta, though, right? Like, because there is a lot of pretty viable comps. Like, you can run a bunch of different stuff. There's a lot. I mean, the Vanguard's and strategist in a really good spot. I would argue that out of the least diverse in terms of what you can run is in the duelist front, because there's just certain duelists that are incredibly strong right now. Like, you don't want to let up. But the Vanguard and strat line is very flexible, and that is why, like you're saying, if the team has the ability to roll around and play a bunch of different heroes, you're right. The ban phase maybe isn't as impactful as it was over these last few seasons.
Well, they're going to play that sort of Angela comp that we saw in EU today. A lot of Angela for these roller players. It definitely feels like a comfort pick for a ton of them. But Nectar in the sky coming down to the low ground. You're going to always have to deal with this Angela flying around to the height. So you got two sort of micro fights happening. Self gets pulled in, falls back though with this shift cooldown to the main side.
TTK on Magneto. I have not seen that in a very hot minute. I remember when TTK played a lot of Magneto. He was like insane on Magneto. Now he wants to like.
He does get slept as well. But
now he wants to troll on other characters. I said it. He trolls my games.
Already minute off the clock though. You have Nectarize trying to control the point with that drone and also the Luna Snowflake, but getting target focused heavily. You can see that they have to take advantage elsewhere, but it looks like they're not going to be able to. Millennia tracks him down, Nectarize falls, and they lose one early in the fight, or sorry, late in the fight.
Yeah, Necrise there was doing a good job just kind of owning that height, the top left and right side, and making sure the duelists couldn't take that height on the defensive side, but then overextended a little bit, tried to go for a play, missed, and then started having to, play off that natural cover of the pillars, and from then on was kind of in trouble, especially against the chase of Millennia there. Out goes the commitment with the Rage of Ultron, trying to find someone in the back line. Self going to keep the team healthy. Again, that's going to get a little change here coming up tomorrow in the new season, so be excited for that if you like Ultron. It's making it actually significantly better in my mind as Nectar lives with a single HP and a dream there. Vinny does have this ult available, though. This could be huge.
It could be. Large rocks on the other side. Where did that go?
Oh my god, bro. Nectar. If you are playing the Elsa, bro, you're a great player, but you cannot be airballing your Elsa ult, bro.
We've seen SSG.
Yeah, dude, Space Station Gaming looks so strong in like the group stages, but like they're looking.
Like when you have group,
even like Swamp Gaming as well. Swamp Gaming looked insane in the group stages, and now all of a sudden they're like they kind of struggled with one of the teams that barely almost made it to the playoffs.
Putting them in a tough spot always.
Playoffs.
Yeah, I guess Ultron can start peppering those walls, but you have your heal wall up and the Mantis team up. You're getting ultimate, every few seconds, and you can just constantly have this.
No, it's not nerves, bro. Not
you pressing Q while you're constantly walling off everybody and forcing them to look at walls. It's just this comp is really good on defense into a triple strat line comp, but as we're saying that, we'll see what happens as a lot of commitment comes through.
Yeah, the Mantis ult, meanwhile Magneto ult on the side, but now it's a free ultimate committed by the group. Vinny, it just waits for that ultimate to run out, goes through after the Meteor M, finds the KO. Ultron ult a little bit too late. You'll have a little bit of rain cover as well from that ultimate. Necrise pops the ultimate out, but can they find the KOs in itself? No, he gets bubbled. The pocket is there.
Oh, that might be it. LAN advantage. 100 Thieves is in a gaming house. I don't know. Nope. A Space Station Gaming is not in a gaming house. Maybe it is the LAN advantage.
Coming up on Nectar's ultimate, but it has to be big. Nectar has to get an off map or something for them to have a chance here as Blur takes the off angle at the very least. There goes the Glartrox, but it's into the corner, and that thing is going to be useless. Here comes the
bro,
Phoenix.
he had another useless Glartrox, bro.
Nothing else to save the side of SSG.
You cannot ban Elsa, which I agree with, and then save Elsa for your team, and then play like Tony Snell out there, bro. Come on.
Defense, and it is working for them in spades. What we see now is Self is constantly answering any of those strategist line ultimates, especially when they're running the Ultron with another Ultron ult just to keep the team healthy, looking at the exact same
Nectar's a good player, bro. What's happening right now?
It just worked every time, always had the answer. So it just removes that all off the table. You got Vinny constantly looking at the back line, walling off the mag and just adding pressure. And it looks like at the moment, Necrise just can't get into that back line.
And he's diving on in, also was lacking upgrades too. We have to bear in mind, obviously Deadpool gets stronger throughout the game, so Vinny goes to that.
What is this camera angle?
Also with the anti there, so huge work from the Gambit player.
This camera angle is crazy.
Goes down, Self in the sky, just able to get so much downrange, even with the Deadpool ultimate. Doesn't end up mattering because the pocket is there. Blur staggers it out, no more ults. It's done, not even 33% given. SSG get first point held.
Yeah,
this is
I made a comment
embarrassing.
About saying, you know, whatever team has the most success with Groot, I might have to buy that Vanpool skin. And you know what? I'll tell you what, 100 Thieves are not afraid to pull it out whenever need be. And actually getting it banned here, Vinny. Shout out there on the group play. I do think that was just too much for them to handle, and constantly it just cut.
Tony Snell's agent called and said we're not allowed to mention his name on stream anymore. Okay,
I don't know what's changed with 100
Angel
Thieves,
Reese.
whether it's their ban phase or their
I don't know if
diversity
you
in terms
guys
of
ever
hero
seen
pool,
this
but it's working,
these group of
without a doubt.
people, but there's like a group of guys that always bets on if Angel Reese is going to make her first shot or not, and it's actually they bet a lot of money, and it's ridiculous. Have you guys ever seen that? Those clips are very funny.
Like the ban phase, people will go.
Those guys are very funny.
How important it is and stuff, and it is.
I've seen like one or two, and they always make me laugh.
Is flexible. That is the important factor, right? Like we're not looking at the ban phase deciding whether a team is good or not. We're looking at the overall team cohesion on different sort of compositions, right?
Yeah. I think you said it beautifully. I mean, I'm not sure what needs to happen for SSG. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to try to match comp. And I don't
Angel
know,
Reese is actually good though.
you and
I never
say,
said she's
if they're
bad.
matching
It's
comp or
just
they're switching
funny.
a lot, it either means they're finding an answer or they're panicking and they think it's the comp.
I mean,
that
it's
might
like
be the
me
difference.
watching the pros play, and every time they whiff an Elsa ult, I take a shot. I mean, the pros are better than me. I know they are. I mean, obviously, right? But like,
SSG, would they have the talent?
still can have
they lock
fun.
Back in and make something happen. Potentially start up the reverse sweep. We'll find out here in a moment.
And going for a portal play on the backside with TTK. We'll see if it's an off map. In fact, it could be. I don't know if people like to go for that, but looks like it's still coming. Still waiting. No. Okay, he just blocked off those sort of inside angles to hide towards health packs and stuff to kind of bunker up and stay healthy. So trying to push them on the main side. So what's the idea from SSG? Okay, they just get kills. Okay, just get KOs in this fight. Doesn't even matter what they do with the portals as long as Nectar just pops up. So he's already got 3 charges, and that's the first fight won for SSG.
Millennia falling back there, trying to get a little alt charge first. Nectar with some really good shots. That drone is going to enable Nectar to do what they do, just apply a ton of pressure. 3 minutes available, only need a single tick. And folks, if they do not do this, it still is going to be a tie here. This would go as a tie map when we move on.
No, there's no way. I've never actually seen a tie in pro play yet, but there's no way.
But something to keep in mind as the pressure starts unfolding. Notice those walls giving them free space consistently, and nobody's breaking them. Trying here with Luna.
They're trying.
That's the way.
And we'll see what happens as they move up. I mean, with that Wolverine ban, it's been tough too. Vinny's kind of been Bowman free, but already a minute off the clock. I mean, this could be like 100 Thieves of old, right? Like we've seen them potentially choke fights like this before, but they have ultimate soon. Here comes the Ultron's Rage from Doom to the sky. Does have that damage boost, and TTK goes down to the damage boost on the low ground.
Oh, it's huge, dude.
Oh my god, that's big. Are they going to get any kills from it though?
Synergy a little bit with that.
No.
Finds 2.
I mean, they end up winning the wow.
But it's another fight
for
SSG.
This is why I prefer doing a defense first, chat. Obviously, Space Station just used a lot of ults to win the team fight. 100 Thieves didn't use any ults to defend themselves. But notice how you play defense first. You know, hey, all I need to do is get 33%, 1 tick on the point. Now they can stack all their ults and literally just win the fight. If they use all 5 ults compared to 3 ults and they lose, well, I mean, they deserve it. So
on the back angle into the sky with the Meteor M and the Phoenix ultimate. Did they find a KO after it? Anti comes out of Blur, able to find him. Nice job. Here comes the Meteor M. The Screw Ult after is available. If we don't lose anybody, this Meteor M, and we don't.
Wow.
So they're still alive. Doomed peels it off. Delena goes down himself. So actually, wait, Vinny can't even set up this ultimate. It's the defense that's succeeding for SSG. Wow. They peeled off said ults, and that's another fight win. Back to back to back to back.
100 Thieves? Question mark?
No, that was beautiful. I mean, like we said, they
Yo, what are we? 100 Ds. What are we doing, bro?
They have Month's ultimate available. They use Fidel. They drop back as a unit. I mean,
no, it's not the Jay3 curse. Yo, 100 Ds. What are we doing, bro?
Oh, and this could be massive from Necrai.
Oh.
Wow, he does find a 2-piece there as Necrai cleans up TTK. Very smart play. Nectar stepping up.
What are we doing?
60 seconds on the clock here, folks. We might see a tie, and this could be the momentum shift that SSG needs. What a battle here so far.
Sorry for the people who are probably listening on speaker. Oh god, I feel so sorry.
See what happens for 100 Thieves side as they're building up towards.
You're probably getting a lot of questions.
The full ult bank and just sort of collapse when it mattered most. Stun does come out to slow him down. Doom goes up with the Ultron's Rage early self.
I don't know who gets that point when there's a tie. I honestly don't know.
Either team doesn't fully capitalize off of, but at least Ultron's Rage gone. Meteor M. Oh, no, Doom sniped him. Self goes
Uh-oh, this is really bad. This is really bad for 100 Thieves.
Self not on the Daredevil that we saw earlier, onto the Ultron. Maybe getting a little bit.
Huge.
Brute ultimate doesn't connect though. Nice wall. It looked like actually Meteor M ate it. So at least they use it in the meanwhile. Video,
oh no.
He gets taken out. Nectarize finds him, and 8 seconds left to go. TTK falls on Emma Frost of all things, and somehow it's falling apart.
Oh
this
my.
First, no, this is the first
Why?
North America draw. Nobody gets 33% on the board.
This is the first time we've ever experienced a draw. Oh my god.
Are you joking me? Come on now, SSG. That's what we needed to see from you as a team. Incredible defense there.
What? Both teams got first held?
Okay, I don't know what happens here, so they're probably going to tell us what's happened.
That was the defensive comp of Destiny. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I will say I do think the Ultron answers to each other, playing a little safe, maybe a little too safe there.
Maybe they just go to another round.
Doomed finding 4 at least there. Nectar really shined, right? They just, again, on the Elsa, you can see their backs against the wall, and they were just getting so much value. Really targeted damage, but 23K, most in the lobby by a significant margin. You look at the opposition, Delena was 16, right? Like, that is just raw focus. Yes, obviously Mantis boosted, but so was the opposition as well. So really good work there by Nectar to clutch up, and some strong Vanguard play, but I don't even really think that was exactly what drove them on that defense.
No, it's excellent work from the side of SSG to bring us to another map. And yeah, I think that's the first draw in our entire Ignite preseason, which it's a weird way to kind of go about that. You know, like usually we'd see both teams cap out and then maybe neither team cap first point, but no, both teams just struggle bust on attack for 4 minutes, which is so unlikely. Actually crazy. Doomed having a big map. I don't know how we can get both teams MVP. I mean, that kind of happens in draw, of course, but man, like I feel like we should get no MVP because that is just a even match across the board.
I just want to say 100 Thieves could have won this, but you know what? It's their fault. They banned Gambit first and not Elsa, and that made the other team have Elsa. And guess what? The Elsa went 18-2, 10 final hits, 23,000 damage, and they got rolled. Hey, that's their fault.
So kind of a weird situation.
I don't know what 100 Thieves is smoking or what their coach is like rolling up in the back, but hey, listen.
I think it's worth reiterating is
ban
100 Thieves. You got rid of the Elsa. You
got
rid of the Van Pool, and you allowed the triple. And although
ban
look great on defense, they're not absolutely dominating
Elsa
on this triple backline comp. They're not like, it's not their win condition. Although they can play it pretty well, I think if you just get rid of some of these heroes that they're really, you know, carrying with, that is your solution, and that is the evolution we're seeing in the ban phase here. So, wow, what a battle, folks. Keep it locked as we will be heading to our next match right after this break.
Woo! Right after this break. Okay, chat. Just so I can be transparent with you guys as well, like always, I'm probably gonna have to run the ads here between the games. You guys are not gonna miss much. It's literally going on a break. Besides yapping and maybe a Luna skin that they want to sell, so you guys are not missing much. But I am trying to prevent the ads from being ran in the middle of the game, so okay? I'm being transparent with you guys, so. Please, yeah, there you go. No, there's no way, Chocolate, you're complaining. Nah. Nah, ain't no way. Ooh. Oh, wait. Oh, they're... See, look. 3 minutes ads. It's a 5-minute break. They're gonna come back to 2 minutes, and it's still gonna be on break. They're not missing anything, chat. You know what? It would suck to have ads right now. You know why? Because if you're a Jay3 sub or like you're a Twitch Turbo, you know what the non-subs are not gonna see, chat? You know what the non-subs are gonna miss because they're watching ads right now? Oh my god, can you imagine missing out on that? Holy shit! I can't imagine that, bro. Imagine not being subbed and you just like missed all that. Oh my god. YouTube got to see it for free though. I don't think YouTube gets any ads. This is a vibe of a song though. I like it. I do like the Luna songs though a little bit more. Yo, Adam, appreciate the massive 58 months, my friend. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, I'm not dancing, man. I'm not dancing. I'm not dancing. No. I don't know how to dance. I told you guys this story, right? I went to Emong's wedding. And, you know, also, you know, Emong, Overwatch streamer, you know, great friend. I went to his wedding and I started dancing and his dad looked at me and his dad was like, hey, go sit down. I was like, why? He's like, you don't know how to dance. And I was like, damn, bro. He literally said I sucked. When I dance, I don't know how to move my legs. I just move my upper body. That was a painful moment. Yeah, man, that sucks. I could dance, bro. Emily is teaching me the Running Man.
What up?
I don't know if she's upstairs. Is it the Running Man? Emily's teaching me the Running Man. I love it. I love the Running Man. It was the thing that God. She didn't Ted Lasso. Yeah, it's the dance that Ted Lasso did. I loved it, bro. What was I gonna say? This. Yo, Elbow. Elboca Grande? Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. It's not been months. First of all, it has not been months. First of all, chat, Emily tried to teach me the last time we did a watch party, which was like 1 or 2 weeks. What were you talking about? Oh yeah, the weather outside is really good. That's been like a week and a half, 2 weeks. Also, I don't do the Running Man every day. Come on. Boba! Okay, I think we're back. I'm gonna go back up here. I thought we were back. I think they're showing off the skins. Damn, she got moves, bro. That looks hard. Balance a ball like that. Honey Badger with the massive gifted sub. Absolutely insane. I appreciate it. Have a good night, my friend. Osama's. Have a good night. Is Squirrel Girl like a hacker or something? Yo, Piff! I appreciate the massive 5 get the subs. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. What is I mean, that didn't look like gaming, chat. That looked like a hacker. She's a computer scientist. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, a lot of you guys are hating on Squirrel Girl, but isn't Squirrel Girl literally, like, very strong in the Marvel universe or something? She's like a gimmick character or something, but she's really strong, isn't she?
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Yo, what's up, spicy miso soup? Ooh, that's delicious. I love miso soup. Her whole gimmick is that she could beat anyone as long as she believes she can. Hey, man, hey. If I believe I could grow hair, I think anything's possible, right? Pretty cool.
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods. Protect your bald king.
It's already been 32 months.
Dang, Ren for 34 months. I